The Migrants Jail: An American History of Mass Incarceration. Brianna, Nofil. Introduction. 1. Policing and Profits in New York's Chinese Jails. 16. 2. Negotiating Freedom in an Era of Exclusion. 39. 3. A Kaleidoscopic Affair, Rethinking the Progressive Era Migrant Jail. 60. 4. A Concentration Camp of Their Own, Detention in and After War. 86. 5. Disorderly Expansion, Resisting Detention in the 1970s. 119. 6. South Florida and the Local Politics of the Criminal Alien. 145. 7. Flexible Space and the Weaponization of Transfers. 173. 8. Sheriffs, Corporations, and the Making of a Late 20th Century Jail Bed Economy. 196. Epilogue, Getting ICE Out of Jails. 217. Archives and Manuscript Collections. Introduction. Open arms for honorable immigrants, open jail doors for smuggled aliens. That shall be the motto of the Immigration Department. U.S. Immigration Commissioner Henry Curran, in jail for aliens. Lakeshore News, August 28, 1924. We want an answer to this question, and we want it very fast. When did we lose our goddamn rights to equal protection? Letter from migrants incarcerated at Manatee County Jail, Florida, 1998. In New York's northernmost reaches, a remote region of the state often called the North Country, the county jails had many critics and few admirers. Throughout the 1920s, each new report from the Prison Association of New York lodged the same complaints about local jails' glaring deficiencies and abuses. Jails were dangerously overcrowded, they were crumbling structural relics, and they were marred by episodes of bribery and corruption. 1. North Country jails held, at least in theory, local people accused of low-level infractions who did not generate a great deal of public sympathy. Even the Empire State's most avid reformers mustered little energy for campaigns of improvement, with one criminologist derisively describing the typical jail population as bums, booze fighters, suspicious characters too. Yet, when the prison commissioners entered northern New York jails for annual inspections, they heard varying accents and foreign languages ringing across the halls. Alongside the usual local suspects, inspectors encountered migrants awaiting hearings and deportations, the result of deals inked between counties and the Federal Immigration Service over the previous 20 years. 3. Some of the people detained were Chinese laborers, ineligible for entry under the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act. Following long voyages across the Pacific, Chinese migrants had used Canada as an entry point to the United States, often filing habeas corpus appeals demanding their freedom from New York lockups. Other cells held Canadians, for whom crossing the border for work and pleasure was a regular part of life. Now they found themselves rotting in American jails. An alarmed British newspaper opined. 4. Canadians and Chinese shared the space with Italians and Jews attempting to evade new quota laws that had made legal migration an imposing, if not impossible, task. When Congress passed the 1929 Undesirable Aliens Act, criminalizing unauthorized entry into the United States, it trapped even more migrants in the jam-packed jails stationed along the southern and northern borders. 5. These jails were sites of coercion and neglect. Dozens of detained migrants died in northern New York's dangerously overcrowded facilities while waiting for backlogged immigration hearings, but they were also sites where migrants lodged legal claims, plotted escapes, organized with aid groups, and fought for the right to stay in the United States. Migrants' presence created a predicament for northern New York officials. On the one hand, jails filled with protesting people from around the globe were a liability. They brought bad press and bureaucratic headaches. On the other hand, migrants brought money. Each detained migrant represented a paycheck from the federal government to the local government, compensation for each night the Immigration Service boarded a person in the county jail. These paychecks had padded county budgets since the turn of the 20th century and had made these small, peripheral towns integral to the federal work of deportation. While federal stations such as Ellis Island became the quintessential image of immigrant processing in the early 20th century, it was at county jails that the U.S. government stretched its discretionary authority, held migrants for the longest durations, and forged enduring relationships between federal bureaucracy and local communities. Nearly a century later, in the spring of 2019, towns in Louisiana would weigh many of the same concerns when considering how imprisoned migrants might keep county budgets in the black. 6 parishes throughout Louisiana had undertaken costly jail expansion projects in the prison building booms of the 1980s and 1990s. Jackson Parish, for example, had room to hold 1,250 people in its jail, roughly 1 in 13 of the parish's residents. 7 In 2017, bipartisan criminal justice reform efforts in the Louisiana state legislature successfully reduced sentences and lowered the number of people jailed in the state. 8 With jail populations declining, local officials worried about how they would pay back construction bonds and retain corrections jobs. Many communities found an answer and an enthusiastic partner in immigration and customs enforcement, signing contracts to incarcerate thousands of migrants in parish jails in exchange for about $70 per detained person, per night. Parish jails housed migrants from Cuba, Haiti, Venezuela, India, Togo, and beyond. Many were asylum seekers, fleeing political violence and persecution, who had crossed the southern border before being sent to remote corners of Louisiana to await adjudication. They included men such as Walter Corrales, who was detained in a room with 60 other migrants in a Concordia Parish jail. Corrales had feared for his survival under the authoritarian Honduras government. Still, he called his time in Louisiana jails the worst days of his life. 9 Sheriff Cranford Jordan of Wynn Parish declared migrants like Corrales a blessing. Their incarceration was keeping his jail open and his parish financially afloat. 10 Despite decades of precedent for detaining migrants in local carceral facilities, even careful observers were caught off guard by what was occurring in Louisiana's jails. One attorney from the Southern Poverty Law Center said that while advocates knew criminal justice reform might lead rural jails to close and turn into immigration detention centers, they did not anticipate that jails would incarcerate both administratively detained migrants and those accused of criminal offenses in a shared space. Immigration detention in county jails, confessed a Louisiana law professor, simply wasn't on anyone's radar. Both a century ago and today, county jails were and are foundational to the project of federal immigration law enforcement, but in both cases, they have operated with a staggering absence of oversight or public awareness. This book demonstrates how a century of political, economic, and ideological exchange between the U.S. immigration bureaucracy and the criminal justice system gave rise to the world's largest system of migrant incarceration. Though court cases at the end of the 19th century made immigration regulation the sole prerogative of the federal government, it was the cooperation and resources of American counties and towns that made mass detention and deportation possible. 11 The enduring reliance on local jails shows that federal authorities have never had the capacity to implement restrictive immigration policies. The practice of migrant detention in jails reveals a web of political and financial incentives for local governments to collaborate with the Immigration Service, even as the 10th Amendment of the Constitution granted localities leeway to refuse. Since the turn of the 20th century, immigration agents have negotiated with sheriffs and city councils to determine how many migrants a local jail could detain and what price the federal government would pay. They transferred migrants between counties as they searched for cheaper rates and lower visibility. And they assigned detained persons a market value based on race, gender, and perceived criminality. In turn, federal and local authorities capitalized on the ill-defined rights of non-citizens to experiment with practices that saved money and streamlined the legal process of deportation. What began as temporary housing arrangements gradually gave way to a more expansive role for law enforcement in identifying and apprehending foreign-born people whom they suspected might be deportable. Across a century of intergovernmental collaboration, migrant incarceration remade the political economy of American jails and rewrote the constitutional rights of non-citizens. A century of migrant jailing. By adopting a broad chronological scope, the migrants' jail illustrates that immigration enforcement did not merely borrow the infrastructure, legal precedents, and practices of late 20th century criminal punishment. Point 12 Instead, in countless small towns, suburbs, and cities, migrant incarceration actively expanded the power and capacity of local, state, and federal governments to imprison. Migrant incarceration became a remarkably malleable tool for policymakers who sought to harden borders and engineer the nation's population. The physical spaces of detention were continually in flux, but its targets also frequently shifted as Congress prioritized different categories of people for expulsion. The first 4 chapters of this book cover roughly the first half of the 20th century. At the start of the 20th century, the county jail was one of many components of an emerging migrant detention network, one that drew upon the United States' existing infrastructure for policing the vagrancy and mobility of subjects on society's fringes. Asylums, almshouses, workhouses, and charitable institutions all served as sites of confinement for non-citizens. The United States sought to eliminate. 13 Jails, however, had a particular utility because they existed in the vast majority of American communities, from the largest cities to the smallest outposts. 14 In the wake of the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act, the Immigration Service began actively negotiating with county sheriffs to board out Chinese migrants in county jails. The Supreme Court declared in 1896 that migrant detention was not imprisonment in a legal sense, yet this administrative incarceration moved thousands of Chinese men, as well as a smaller number of women and children, through a shared carceral infrastructure. 15. For migrants apprehended near a major port of entry, such as New York, San Francisco, Seattle, or Philadelphia, the Immigration Service maintained federal detention space, where migrants would await hearings, recover from illness, or prepare for a return trip. 16 Away from U.S. urban centers. For example, in upstate New York along a relatively unpatrolled border, the process of deportation was far more fragmented. As Chinese migrants turned to the courts to assert due process rights, immigration officials reimagined jailing as a practice that could streamline removals and discourage lengthy legal battles. When the late 19th century courts gave the Immigration Service the green light to detain as part of the sovereign power to exclude, the bureaucracy saw potential. Although it was federal agents who typically took migrants into custody, sheriffs and local officials would amplify the messaging and augment the manpower of the Immigration Service. The decentralized nature of early migrant detention created both opportunities and challenges for the state. Partnering with localities demanded flexibility and extensive bureaucratic labor from a fledgling federal agency with an expanding mandate. By the 1920s, the Immigration Service was enforcing quota laws, literacy tests, and anti-trafficking provisions, alongside legislation barring migration from Asia. With each additional immigration restriction, new groups within the nation and at the nation's gates became vulnerable to detention and deportation. Immigration officials contended with inquiries from sheriffs complaining that neighboring counties received better monetary rates and from embassies wondering why their nationals were behind bars, highlighting the interlocking local, national, and international scales of deportation. However, jails also granted the federal government tremendous flexibility. They offered the Immigration Service a dispersed network of spaces to use, expanding the agency's reach far beyond ports and borderlands. When crises arose, uprisings, escapes, lawsuits, there was always another jail the Immigration Service could turn to. Jails could likewise serve as a means of institutional self-preservation, a way to minimize visibility when the agency's practices came under scrutiny. From its earliest days, detention was not simply a closed space or a stagnant waiting zone. It was a process by which the state strategically contained and circulated migrants across a growing carceral network, rewarding those who could keep migrants alive and out of sight at the lowest cost. 17. Why did localities choose to work with the Immigration Service? 18. The most obvious incentive for cooperation was money. As the federal government made detention an arena of economic exchange, it became something localities argued they could not afford to refuse. The case for contracting jail space often cited local unemployment numbers, new services the locality could fund, and the potential for lower tax rates. 19 Sheriffs and other elected officials found ways to personally profit, by pocketing federal money, gifting new jail contracts to associates, and leveraging their federal relationships in campaigns for re-election. Once communities came to rely on the income from detention, and in many cases, expanded their jails to accommodate the federal government, they needed the United States demand for jail space to persist. This book shows that migrant incarceration has always been a money-making enterprise. Local entities competed for federal revenue long before private prison companies moved into the business of detaining migrants in the 1980s. However, the long history of migrant incarceration also shows that financial incentives were not the only means of inducing local cooperation. The Immigration Service could not always afford the rates sheriffs demanded, and aiding in detention was far from a lucrative undertaking for every community. To ensure local cooperation, the Immigration Service constructed unauthorized migration as an existential, racialized threat that demanded the assistance and resources of localities. In the 1920s, when concerned citizens and embassies criticized the policy of detaining migrant families in jails, federal bureaucrats proposed a campaign of education aimed at skeptical mayors and police chiefs. 20 They stressed the alleged domestic consequences of unauthorized migrants, often in terms of employment, dependency, and crime, reframing immigration law enforcement as a subject of local jurisdiction and relevancy, an issue that should be equally of concern to sheriffs and city councils as it was to Congress. 21 These efforts further infused myths of immigration's harm into local, as well as national, discourses. Rationales for cooperation linked the court's visions of immigration law as a matter of foreign policy and national identity with localities' arguments for immigration law as a means of regulating health, welfare, and safety. 22 It was a vision that invited, and perhaps demanded, an intergovernmental approach. 23 Post-war migrant detention solidified federal dependence on local jails and spurred the development of other carceral spaces, from internment camps to skyscraper detention sites to privately run migrant detention centers. The Immigration Service spent much of the 1940s collaborating with fellow government agencies to facilitate the wartime incarceration of enemy aliens, a project that borrowed the labor, infrastructure, and legal precedents of the U.S. deportation regime. After the war ended, efforts shifted to investigating and imprisoning non-citizens with communist affiliations, many of whom faced months and years of detention as they pursued extensive legal battles against their deportation orders. In the aftermath of World War II, accusations that the United States was operating migrant gulags or concentration camps proliferated in American towns hosting detention sites, as well as in the international press, a damning association as the United States proclaimed itself a beacon of democracy and human rights in the post-war world. Concerns about geopolitical optics, alongside ongoing discontent about the expense of incarceration, brought a first round of liberal reform to migrant jailing. When changes came to the detention system, they affected migrants unevenly. 24 In the 1950s, the Immigration Service piloted a policy of supervisory parole rather than outright imprisonment, a shift that predominantly freed European migrants from jails and detention centers. At the same time that the nation lauded its own progressiveness in reducing the incarceration of non-citizens, the federal government was building new detention sites and forging new contracts for the capture of Mexican migrants and war brides arriving from Asia. This infrastructure laid the foundation for an even more expansive detention system in the 1970s and 1980s, when refugees began arriving in large numbers from the Caribbean and Central America, groups that challenged the United States' vision of its asylum system as a pathway to citizenship for European, anti-communist dissidents. 25 Buoyed by racist conceptions of the criminal alien, policymakers lobbied for more detention laws and more detention beds as part of a national war on crime. These initiatives conveyed to the American public that non-white migrants, including refugees, were a threat requiring the same strategies of surveillance and control the state deployed against citizens of color. By the latter decades of the 20th century, a diverse set of American communities began taking migration control into their own hands, marking what some scholars have described as a new era of immigration federalism. 26 A resurgent nativist movement followed the 1965 passage of the Hart-Celler Act, a landmark law that opened pathways for legal migration from Asia, Latin America, and Africa while closing doors for migrants from Mexico. With public outrage on their side, states and localities made greater demands of the Federal Immigration Service rather than courting localities. The Immigration Service now had to rein in its over-enthusiastic local partners. 27 When non-citizens were convicted of crimes, towns such as Miami Beach flooded the Immigration Service with bills for increased incarceration costs, arguing that all crime committed by unauthorized migrants was a failure of federal immigration policy. 28 When towns such as Moline, Illinois, observed growing Mexican communities, they deployed local police into bars and workplaces to enforce immigration law themselves. 29 And as the number of migrants susceptible to Reagan-era mandatory detention policies grew, communities invested unprecedented municipal money into becoming featured players in the jail bed economy. Towns and cities throughout the United States recognized detained migrants as a racialized source of financial capital. Working with the Immigration Service became a way to bankroll carceral expansion without requiring the approval of voters. Municipalities built and enlarged jails on speculation, confident that the Immigration Service would fill them. They then reinvested proceeds from migrant incarceration into local law enforcement, expanding police forces and corrections departments as jails grew. This intertwined system of carceral growth had stark consequences for both citizens and non-citizens facing incarceration, a group disproportionately composed of poor people of color. Using incarceration as a tool of border control provided a facade of tough, punitive state response to unauthorized migration, one that belied the uneven, slipshod reality of how the federal government policed borders. Finding the forgotten jail. At the center of migrant incarceration's rise and endurance is the county jail. A flourishing field of scholarship on immigration detention has concentrated on moments when migrant incarceration became more centralized and the federal government took on a greater role. In particular, scholars have offered rich examinations of the buildup of federal detention facilities since the 1980s, illustrating how Cold War tensions, a globalized war on drugs, and a late 20th century bipartisan embrace of mass imprisonment drove migrant incarceration. 30 This book shifts our periodization and our focus via a national account of how migrants and officials negotiated detention from the turn of the 20th century to the present. This approach exposes the roots of the heterogeneous landscape of private, federal, and local detention sites that migrants navigate today. It explains how local officials' decisions and discretion shaped and constrained the much-noted and oft-criticized discretionary power of immigration bureaucrats. 31 And it shows the remarkable persistence of county jails and intergovernmental agreements as the cornerstone of migration control. As federal sites such as El Centro in Southern California and the Chrome Service Processing Center in Miami became the most visible, contentious examples of detention in the second half of the 20th century, the Immigration Service continued to quietly contract with hundreds of jails around the country. Migrants in these jails experienced different forms of violence and faced different obstacles in demanding accountability. Their stories, too, are central to the history of mass incarceration. Jails differ from other carceral institutions in the U.S. criminal justice system, namely, prisons, in two key ways. First, they are locally operated. Jails are typically administered by a sheriff or Department of Corrections, and municipal politics heavily influence jails' funding, conditions, and population. Second, jails hold various categories of detained persons. They detain people awaiting trial, who may or may not be released from jail with payment of bail, alongside people convicted of crimes, people awaiting transfers to prison, and, as this book emphasizes, people accused of violating federal law, whom localities detain at the behest of the federal government. 32 Jails, historically and presently, have very high turnover rates compared with prisons. In 2021, people were admitted to U.S. jails almost 7 million times, some for hours, others for months, compared with about 421,000 admissions to state and federal prisons. 33 Because of the disparities in local budgets and priorities, the conditions of jails vary tremendously. A jail could be a retrofitted barn in a rural community designed to hold a dozen people, or it could be an urban multi-building complex employing hundreds and incarcerating even more. 34 The Immigration Service contracted with both. From progressive-era calls for their abolition to lawsuits in the 1970s and 1980s that publicized unconstitutional conditions, jails were continually under fire in the 20th century United States. Their inadequacy was a rare point of consensus among policymakers, penologists, and activists. The Immigration Service regularly pointed to the deficiencies of jails as a rationale for building more migrant detention facilities of its own. As historian Melanie Newport's work on Chicago's Cook County Jail has shown, pushes for reform counterintuitively produced carceral expansion. The drive to build a better jail meant more funding for jailing. 35 This pattern was similarly visible in immigration detention. The failures of jail reform and the success of jailed people in securing legal interventions created demand for alternative spaces of migrant incarceration, often under the guise of humanitarian concern or paternalism. When localities' enthusiasm for cooperation waned, policymakers advocated for creative new avenues of carceral expansion, pioneering some of the nation's first federal jails, private detention facilities, and federal migrant detention centers, as well as repurposing warehouses, military bases, office buildings, and motels into sites of incarceration. We, too, want to remove migrants from violent, dangerous jails, federal officials said. Give us more money and resources to do so. These local spaces, where the fates of migrants were still unsettled, became the center of legal and political battles about the nation's ability to exclude and deport, as well as the nation's ethical obligation to outsiders. Migrants' captivity and migrants' activism provoked local debates and critiques about what it meant to incarcerate people who, in many cases, had not been accused of a crime. 36 Long before detention dominated national headlines, questions about its morality proliferated in host communities. Was migrant detention a form of punishment? Was it Christian? Was it the right kind of business for local leaders to pursue? The question of which outsiders the United States had an obligation to was inseparable from ideas of who was too poor, too radical, too sick, and above all, too racially different to be a citizen. Detention was most politically popular when it involved eliminating people deemed racially unassimilable or unfit for citizenship, people whom many Americans imagined might belong in jail. Migrant incarceration built on long lineages of how the United States policed the mobility of poor and non-white people, relying on both administrative police power and local vigilantism, from the recapture of fugitive slaves, to the removal and containment of indigenous people, to the jailing of marginalized groups under local and federal vagrancy laws. 37 All of these, too, had been intergovernmental projects that familiarized Americans with the immobilization of people denied full political and constitutional rights. 38 The jail became a space that amplified and refracted Americans' existing ideas about guilt, criminality, and race. Some detainees, notably Chinese, Mexican, and Afro-Caribbean migrants, became guilty by their association with jails, which confirmed Americans' suspicions about these groups' illegality and lawlessness. At other times, as when European migrants were detained, the jail could represent the excesses of extreme immigration law enforcement, prompting political soul-searching and efforts for relief. Through its many incarnations, the expansion of migrant incarceration relied on its power as a tool of coercion. Federal officials hoped that the threat of an indefinite jail stay would pressure migrants to abandon legal appeals and would deter unwanted migrants from coming to the United States in the first place. By paying close attention to legal decisions affecting American jails, this book emphasizes the interconnected experiences of citizens and non-citizens in carceral institutions. Though they are often conceptualized as two parallel systems of incarceration, the developments and politics of American penal policy had major reverberations for migrants in civil detention. Lawsuits that brought jails under court orders, legislation that established new types of carceral institutions, and highly publicized prison uprisings all affected how the state approached migrant incarceration, in part because migrants were already in shared local institutions. Still, migrants and their advocates often relied on rhetoric that positioned administrative detainees as more deserving of constitutional protections and less deserving of jail time than people who had been accused or convicted of criminal charges, a group disproportionately made up of Black Americans. Jailing migrants was egregious, advocates claimed throughout the 20th century, because it treated a migrant like a common criminal. This reasoning positioned individuals imprisoned for criminal charges as the real threat, more deserving of the horrific conditions of human warehousing. Though observers often attempted to draw lines of merit and culpability between those targeted for administrative and criminal offenses, people of all citizenship statuses would suffer under a system that prioritized control and suppressed dissent. Resistance, federalism, and the law. Despite the best efforts of law enforcement and policy makers to create a system of incarceration that would serve their own interests, few groups influenced the trajectory of detention more than migrants themselves. Through individual and collective resistance, migrants challenged the state's power to detain, as well as the relationship between the federal government and localities. An archive that centers on institutional power still offers ways to witness how migrants pushed back against the capriciousness of jailing and removal. 39 The material evidence of migrants' lived experience is scattered among the records of bureaucrats and lawyers. It takes many forms: a butter knife carved into a key by an Italian attempting to break out of a detention cell, letters from Chinese migrants offering to expose their smugglers' secrets in exchange for freedom from jail, political speeches drawing parallels between Jim Crow and migrant incarceration, funeral programs for an asylum seeker who died in a Florida jail and another for a migrant child who drowned in a Coast Guard apprehension at sea. Archives contain thousands of affidavits from detained people, testimonies that attempt to make experiences of persecution legible to the legal apparatus of the United States. 40. These sources are complemented by migrants' letters and petitions, writing that excoriated the contradictions between professed American ideals and the system of incarceration without trial they encountered. Do you Americans like when people suffer? Does God give Americans power to do evil things? Wrote a Haitian migrant interdicted at sea. 41 A Cuban in Louisiana described his incarceration as a form of state-sponsored disappearance. October 2, 1995, I have been kidnapped by the service in parish jails. 42 Another letter by a group of asylum seekers held in Florida framed the United States' actions as the latest in a long list of hypocrisies. The U.S. is going to China, Cuba, and several other countries telling them about civil rights violations. The Indians was run off their land by the U.S. put on the reservation. Now have hiding here in the Manatee County Jail. 43 Migrants' protests and critiques of state power led officials to think of the jail as a tool to thwart resistance. Transferring migrants between jails was an effort to separate them from the solidarity they found in one another. The practice also produced a disparate and scattered archive, one easy to overlook in federal immigration records alone. One of the ways that migrants attempted to secure their freedom and undercut the legitimacy of detention was through the courts. This book examines both routine, individual petitions, requesting habeas corpus or reprieve through bail, and more complex legal challenges to jail conditions and the immigration agency's power to incarcerate. Incarcerated or detained non-citizens sit at the intersection of two powerful lines of deference, writes legal scholar Emma Kaufman. 44 In cases involving the immigration status of foreign nationals, courts have historically deferred to the political branches, which have near-complete sovereign authority in dictating entry and exclusion. And in cases involving prisons and jails, courts have routinely deferred to policies curbing the constitutional rights of incarcerated people. Despite a series of more liberal rulings for prisoners' rights in the 1970s, the 1980s saw a judicial retreat from rights recognition in favor of arguments that stressed the peculiarity of carceral institutions and recognized the broad power of prison officials to restrict rights in the name of legitimate penological interests. 45 Together, these two lines of deference have vested extraordinary power in sheriffs and other jail workers tasked with policing the day-to-day lives of people with few rights and only the narrowest paths to judicial recourse. The plenary power doctrine, crystallized by the courts at the turn of the 20th century, dictates that the executive and legislative branches are responsible for immigration policy decisions and that courts should only rarely, if ever, entertain challenges to decisions about who is admitted or expelled. Plenary power, a term similarly invoked in Indian affairs and in cases involving the political status of U.S. territories, indicates complete and absolute authority. The power over immigration was affirmed in the 1889 case of Chechan-Ping v. United States, in which the Supreme Court ruled that the government could exclude a non-citizen on whatever grounds it deemed necessary. 46 Jurisdiction over its own territory is an incident of every independent nation. It is a part of its independence, the court declared, describing migration control as a byproduct of foreign affairs and immigration as an act of foreign aggression and encroachment. Individual constitutional rights became secondary. Congress held the power to discriminate against arriving migrants on the basis of race, gender, political affiliation, or any other category it deemed relevant. 47 To say that the nation could not deny foreigners was to compromise nationhood itself. Plenary power also bore a corollary notion, that federal authority over immigration was indivisible and that states and counties had no independent role in immigration law's development and administration. 48 This doctrine upended the 19th century U.S. immigration regime, which was characterized by the creation and energetic enforcement of immigration laws by state and local officials. 49 Though the courts dictated that localities could not produce or execute immigration policy, there was much more ambiguity about how the federal government might delegate power to localities. The history of migrant incarceration shows how federalism could be used to both serve and undercut the interests of migrants. Reliance on localities enabled unprecedented, large-scale deportations in some moments and incapacitated the immigration service in others. 50 These intergovernmental relationships were perpetually in flux. It was not uncommon for communities to embrace a role in the deportation state one year and denounce it the next. An unwillingness to cooperate was not always progressive. Localities pushed back against the Immigration Service's requests for reasons that had little to do with concern for migrants' rights. 51 Local refusals to detain could be strategies to negotiate more money, reactions to poor media coverage, or efforts to refocus jail space on local crime. Local actors did not control the core aspects of immigration decisions about the admission and removal of non-citizens, yet they held significant power in shaping the enforcement of immigration law. The migrants' jail shows how the vast, virtually unchecked plenary power of Congress and the President to create immigration policy devolved to empower a broad range of bureaucrats, contractors, and local officials. The distinctive standing of immigration law gave rise to a bureaucracy that operated with stunning autonomy. It was insulated from judicial intervention, it resisted oversight and administrative norms at every juncture, and it used subcontracting, transfers, and intergovernmental agreements to further distance itself from accountability. 52 Against imposing odds, migrants returned to court again and again, often securing victories on procedural grounds. Even when they did not win, their legal cases were critical in bringing detention into public consciousness and creating a paper trail of abuses of power. The migrants' jail tells a national story about local institutions. The United States currently has 2,850 county jails, most of which have existed in some form for more than a century. To make any generalizations about these disparate spaces is treacherous business. 53 In writing this book, I have strived for regional coverage, to show that detention was a process taking place across the nation. I place particular emphasis on localities where migrant jailing moved from a local issue to a point of national reckoning. Often this occurred in unexpected places such as Malone, New York, and Galveston, Texas, in the beginning of the 20th century, and Immokalee, Florida, York, Pennsylvania, and Avoyelles Parish, Louisiana, at the end. These communities differ in virtually every way, from demographics to geography, politics to population, yet each of them chose to work closely with the Immigration Service to expel the people the nation had deemed dangerous, undesirable, or otherwise illegal. In 2023, ICE detained an average of 28,289 migrants per night, down from a pre-COVID peak of 49,403 migrants per night in 2019. Even this reduced number is roughly 12 times as many people as the agency detained 50 years ago. Detention is the backbone of the U.S. border enforcement regime, relying not just on private prison companies and federal detention centers but on the hundreds of city and county jails that contract with the Immigration Service. 54 The cruelties and injustices are manifold. But they are not new. Figure 1. Graph of average daily population in immigration custody, 1947 to 2022. Source, compiled from U.S. Department of Justice Appropriations Hearings, U.S. Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Hearings, and Immigration and Naturalization Service Annual Reports. Here, almost daily, federal officers call for aliens, a local writer observed in upstate New York in 1927. They are handcuffed. They are led through the main streets of this village to be photographed. Yet spotlight that plays around Ellis Island is not trained upon small county jails. 55 It has been nearly 100 years since this journalist encountered migrants from Asia, Europe, and Latin America detained, out of sight and out of mind, in the rural jails along the Canadian border. Today, debates over federalism have come to the forefront in fights about sanctuary cities, migrant busing, and how local law enforcement works with ICE. The questions raised by these fights are the same ones that migrants and their advocates confronted, shivering in a converted barn against the New York winter. Who is responsible for detaining migrants? What is the relationship between a seemingly unaccountable federal immigration enforcement bureaucracy and a local municipality? Does a locality have to cooperate when the Federal Immigration Service requests, or in some cases, demands, its assistance? And most importantly, how can a self-proclaimed nation of immigrants also be a place that imprisons tens of thousands of immigrants, exiles, and refugees? 1. Policing and profits in New York's Chinese jails. In 1903, a journalist named Poultney Bigelow traveled to Malone, New York, a mill town in a region of the Empire State so remote that the state's own senator declared it the Siberia of New York. Bigelow was something of an accidental muckraker. The son of a powerful U.S. statesman, he had quickly lost interest in his law degree and instead carved out a career in international reporting. He preferred the topic of corruption, writing expose of foreign governments as well as the questionable dealings of his own family members. 2 Malone was the county seat of Franklin County, 14 miles south of the border and home to 10,000 residents, many of them dairy farmers. It was not a location that frequently saw well-connected writers pass through town. 3. Bigelow came to Malone to explore what he called the back door to the state of New York. The halls of Ellis Island were the front door, where Jews, Romanians, Croats, and Italians entered to become citizens. But the northern reaches of New York were something else entirely, Bigelow warned in his dispatch. It was a land of unregulated entry and local corruption, far from the consciousness of most Americans. The journalist's report focused not on the physical borderlands or the local immigration station or even the courthouse. Instead, it centered on the Franklin County Jail, a 3-story, brick structure with 6 steel cells that had been properly condemned by the State Commissioner of Prisons for its dangerous conditions. 4 In the jail sat dozens of Chinese migrants, most of whom had been apprehended after crossing the Canadian border and nearly all of whom claimed to be U.S. citizens. The town was in the process of building a new jail or detention house exclusively to detain the rising number of people arriving in violation of the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act, a law that banned Chinese laborers from admission to the United States. The law had been fueled by grassroots activism that claimed Chinese migrants were, in the words of the San Francisco mayor, a threat to everything that goes to make up American civilization. 5 Lawmakers, unions, and everyday Americans latched onto a shared understanding that Chinese were a separate race, with customs, habits, and bodies that made them fundamentally unassimilable and dangerous. When Congress codified the exclusion law, it became the United States' first federal policy banning entry on the basis of race and nationality, a culmination of decades of political organizing and messaging about the so-called Chinese problem, much of which centered on California and the Pacific Northwest. 6 Despite its West Coast roots, the law's reverberations echoed nationwide. Bigelow anticipated a familiar story, as communities throughout the United States were expelling Chinese residents through local policies and, more commonly, through vigilante violence. 7 But after speaking with Franklin County Sheriff Ernest Douglas, the writer was surprised to find that the sheriff treated Chinese migrants like pets, emphasizing that they were easier to take care of than jailed Americans. Sheriff Douglas, an imposing man who had been elected for his fearless integrity and long career in law enforcement, had good reason to be enthusiastic about Chinese migration. 8 He earned about $1 a week from the federal government for each federal prisoner held at the Franklin County Jail. 9 In the previous 3 years, the sheriff had pocketed $20,000 from migrant incarceration. 10 The sheriff has therefore a direct pecuniary interest in detaining the Chinaman as long as possible. Bigelow concluded. Even beyond the troubling financial implications of this arrangement, Bigelow suggested that there was something fundamentally odd about the situation in northern New York. These Chinese prisoners claimed to have been born in the United States, making them U.S. citizens. 11 They were not accused of committing a crime. And yet, they were stuck in American jails for month upon month. Under common law, individuals suspected of crimes were innocent until proven guilty. In the case of Chinese migrants, Bigelow observed, we put them in jail first and let them prove their innocence afterwards. 12 The county jail was a liminal space, in a literal sense a holding zone for individuals crossing national boundaries. But it was also a liminal space in a figurative sense, a space that blurred the lines between punishment and administrative process, local authority and federal control, the prisoner and the citizen. This chapter explores the United States' earliest efforts to develop an immigration detention system in northern New York. By the early 20th century, the Supreme Court had sharply curtailed cities' and states' ability to create immigration law, demarcating immigration as the exclusive jurisdiction of the federal government, yet localities proved critical to carrying out immigration law. 13 A cornerstone of this cooperation came through towns and cities granting the federal government use of local jails. Immigration policing moved Chinese migrants from a more fluid category of entrant into the new category of Chinese prisoner, creating a form of legibility from which communities could profit. 14 Rather than viewing Chinese prisoners as a threat to law and order, New York border towns instead viewed them as a low-risk, high-reward population that channeled federal money into rural communities. Migrants' incarceration transformed them into a potential commodity. 15 Localities' focus on fees and revenue created tension with the efforts of the federal government. Chinese migrants may have been desirable to local officials, but their unauthorized presence in the United States, the expense of their incarceration, and their use of the courts to resist exclusion laws threatened a nascent Federal Bureau of Immigration eager to assert its enforcement power. Chinese migrants in northern New York, like Chinese migrants throughout the country, successfully utilized habeas corpus petitions to undercut the legal barriers posed by the Chinese Exclusion Act. The petitions claimed that the jailed Chinese men were U.S. citizens, unlawfully detained by the Immigration Service. Detention was a miserable affair. The food was unappetizing and unfamiliar. The jails were petri dishes for outbreaks of illness, including smallpox. Most men slept on the floor, and minors were incarcerated alongside adults. But if Chinese migrants could survive the months of captivity, the federal government's lack of evidence to refute their claims of citizenship meant that most would eventually be freed. While Chinese migrants were detained, they were actively carving out exceptions and resisting regulation through the law. 16 Much of the scholarship on detention in the early 20th century has focused on the West Coast and on the development of the Angel Island Immigration Station in particular. Scholars have typically characterized the detention of Chinese migrants in this era as relatively brief, with detention beyond a couple of weeks a notable exception. 17 However, before the West Coast had Angel Island, it had another facility. Commonly known as the detention shed, The notoriously ill-kept structure stood at the end of a wharf in San Francisco Bay, where the odor of sewage, seawater, and bile permeated every wooden corner. The Pacific Mail Steamship Company bore the cost of detention for migrants it brought to the United States, a policy that paralleled the one in place for steamship companies transporting European migrants to the East Coast. 18 By 1902, Frank Sargent, the Commissioner General of Immigration, conceded that the shed was a liability and called for its abolition, a move that would not occur for another 8 years. 19. Nonetheless, Sargent also emphasized that the San Francisco detention shed was vastly preferable to its alternative. But for our officers here would have had no place other than the jails of the city in which to keep the men, and I hardly think the jails are a proper place to detain immigrants, he opined. 20 Sargent made no mention that this improper place had already become the de facto solution for the immigration service along the U.S. land borders. Detentions in northern New York were significantly longer than detentions in San Francisco, which observers attributed to financial incentives for sheriffs and a lack of resources for immigration officials operating at the nation's peripheries. Data I compiled from jail ledger books in northern New York's Essex County show that the average length of detention for a Chinese migrant awaiting investigation or appeal in 1901 and 1902 was a staggering 114 days. Migrants spent nearly 4 months in a remote county jail, a space designed for only the shortest term stays. By comparison, scholars have estimated that the average detention at Angel Island ranged from 10 days to a month. 21. Though the U.S. West received far more attention for its Chinese communities and its rampant anti-Chinese violence, more than 3/4 of Chinese apprehended between 1901 and 1903 crossed the border east of Ohio. 22 In 1903, Commissioner General Sargent wrote that the agency had been misappropriating its limited resources, enacting an idle ceremony of cursory examinations as foreign passengers departed ships. The real enforcement issues, he insisted, were at America's land borders. 23 As northern New York became a preferred route of entry for Chinese migrants, congestion at local jails created demand for new, racialized spaces of incarceration. The New York State Prison Commission called these sites Chinese jails and their denizens the Chinese prisoners. Despite the Supreme Court's insistence in the 1893 case of Fong Yuting v. United States that deportation was a purely civil process, the state of New York acknowledged these sites for what they were, the first wave of immigration prisons in the United States. 24. Figure 2. Port Henry Jail Ledger, Volume 2 of 2, 1901, 6-7. County jail ledgers note the dates migrants entered and exited the jail, as well as the outcome of their cases. Courtesy of Town of Moriah Historical Society, Museum of Chinese in America Collection. Chinese migrants at Malone. Chinese laborers had traversed the U.S. Canada border since the passage of the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act. They rafted in overcrowded rowboats across the Niagara River, they hid in the cargo of trains that crisscrossed the two nations, and they journeyed across what the Immigration Service deemed the wild districts of rural Montana, Idaho, and Washington. 25 The 4,000-mile northern border was an immense expanse of land, presenting endless opportunities for smugglers to move across its mountain ranges, rivers, and two flanking oceans. 26 Those who passed into northern New York entered the ancestral lands of Iroquoian and Algonquian peoples. 27 The 4 counties that built Chinese jails were primarily Mohawk territory, bisected by the U.S. Canada border. 28 Most Chinese who crossed into the North Country traveled by trains departing from Montreal, disembarking just north of the boundary line and walking across the border on foot. 29 Sometimes their crossings were facilitated by networks of Chinese in Montreal, who prepped migrants for interrogations and provided witnesses who could testify to their identities. 30 Other times entry was brokered by enterprising New Yorkers, as federal officials griped about a lack of law enforcement intervention. 31 While the United States excluded groups of Chinese based on occupation and labor status, the Canadian government attempted to deter migration with a $50 head tax on all Chinese laborers in 1885, which increased to $500 by 1903. In the years following the passage of the Chinese Exclusion Act, American policymakers suggested that Canada's more lenient policies had practically nullified U.S. border enforcement efforts. 32. In communities such as Malone, Chinese migrants entered with the expectation of arrest. Then, at a hearing before a U.S. immigration commissioner, migrants would claim that they had been born in the United States. The Bureau of Immigration had little recourse in proving these testimonies false. Agents attempted to discredit the witnesses by highlighting inconsistencies in their testimonies and hoped that the courts would err on their side. In nearly all cases in which the court sided with the government, a Chinese migrant would appeal the decision of the immigration officer and, if the resources were available, secure legal representation. 33 In northern New York, virtually all cases were taken by Robert M. Moore, described by one observer as an attorney who knows all the ins and outs of the Chinese business better than the government officials themselves. 34 Moore was in his mid-30s, a self-trained Canadian-born former schoolteacher who had never attended university. 35 That the U.S. government was regularly being bested by a country lawyer did not improve immigration officials' faith in the judicial system. Figure 3. Map of 4 northern New York counties that detain significant numbers of Chinese migrants. Map by Jordan Landrum. Through its liberal appeal process, the Bureau of Immigration contended that the courts were in effect doing that thing which is expressly forbidden by law and treaty, to wit, naturalizing Chinamen. 36 Between 1895 and 1905, at least 5,714 Chinese were admitted as citizens after entering through the northern boundary. 37 And even when the United States did manage to successfully reject migrants, removal from the East Coast was a tremendously expensive project. By 1904, deportations from New York and New England represented the Bureau's largest per capita expense. 38. The root of the Bureau's problem was that when Chinese claimed U.S. citizenship, the district court virtually always granted habeas corpus, moving their case from an administrative tribunal to a full legal hearing. 39 In September 1903, the Bureau sent Special Assistant Attorney John L. Lott to Malone to observe the processing of 60 Chinese men picked up by immigration officials near the border. Several Chinese travelers were bound for Cuba, using Malone as a stopover before continuing south. Several were returning laborers who held appropriate documentation. The remaining 45 were seeking to enter upon the pretended claim that they had been born in the United States. Lott reported. 40 After the district court granted habeas corpus for those declaring citizenship, the detained men met with lawyers and interpreters. In Lott's words, the opportunity to perfect the fraud by crafting stories about family relations, birthplaces, and migration histories that could be confirmed by outside witnesses. 41 The Bureau claimed that, because the immigration officer at Malone did not possess the singular authority to deny admission, the entire system of border law enforcement could be easily undermined. Lott concluded his report with a recommendation: the only way to end such gross frauds was to close the port of Malone and transfer all Chinese cases to a neighboring Vermont district where the courts had opted not to review writs of habeas corpus. 42 The Bureau saw its relationship to the federal courts as a critical determinant of its success in the region, critical enough to contemplate the costly project of shutting down an entire immigration station in order to drive migrants into a district where the courts had been more favorable to the agency. Aside from the Immigration Service, the presence of Chinese migrants in northern New York was also of interest to a more reform-minded group, the New York State Commission of Prisons, an investigatory body tasked with maintaining a basic level of decency in New York's carceral institutions. 43 The commission had a thankless job, particularly when it came to jails. Cornelius V. Collins, the New York Superintendent of Prisons, called county jails the fatally weak point of the Empire State's carceral system, while the Prison Association of New York editorialized that the work of manufacturing criminals could hardly be done more effectually than it is by our jail system. 44 When Chinese migrants arrived in Malone, officials brought them to the second floor of the Franklin County Jail, where they encountered cells of about 35 square feet apiece. The jail's second floor was designed to hold 12 people. At the time of the Prison Commission's 1900 visit, investigators counted 40 Chinese men detained in the facility, some in hammock bunks, others sleeping on the floor. the commission discovered another 44 Chinese men huddled in the jail attic, a space never intended to house people. Perhaps the most visceral element of the jail was the smell. In a space without proper ventilation, new arrivals were immersed in an odor that inspectors described as overpowering and sickening. 45. The overcrowded conditions at Franklin County Jail produced jurisdictional friction between the federal government and the State Commission of Prisons. The commission noted that the county jail was encouraged to accommodate federal prisoners but that the sheriff not compelled to receive prisoners at the jail when it was already filled to capacity. 46. The jail clearly violated state laws requiring the separation and classification of prisoners, men from women, violent offenders from nonviolent offenders, but the commission offered few remedies, short of closing the nation's borders. 47. The inability of the nation to effectively enforce its immigration laws had generated a local predicament that local government had little ability to address. 48. The federal government owned and operated large immigration detention spaces at Ellis Island and in San Francisco Bay. In Baltimore, Philadelphia, and Boston it had access to detention stations operated by steamship companies. 49. Since 1880, the government used a federal prison at McNeil Island, off the coast of Washington, to detain Chinese migrants with criminal charges whom it struggled to deport. 50. However, the United States had no short-term federal jails and no real plan for how removal would look in rural extremities. County jails, alongside an assemblage of other coercive institutions including mental hospitals, almshouses, and private detention homes, became the solution. 51. While the commission bemoaned the dangerous jail conditions, a new phenomenon was concurrently rising in Malone, the birth of the town's so-called Chinese business. A growing number of locals and visitors were receiving federal money for watching, arresting, keeping, and examining Chinese migrants. 4 deputy marshals who patrolled the border each received a $7,300 annual salary. The U.S. Commissioner earned fees for each defendant, and the U.S. Marshals earned fees for each arrest. 52 Witnesses arriving from New York City and Boston to testify in the Chinese citizenship cases each cost the federal government an average of $40.80 for travel and lodging. Most critically, the sheriff could reap a substantial sum of money from Chinese migration. The Franklin County Sheriff earned 50 cents a day for the board of each prisoner. For detained Chinese, these stays lasted anywhere from a week to 18 months. 53 By September 1900, Sheriff Douglas held 91 Chinese prisoners in the Franklin County Jail, collecting $45.50 per day. The Chinese business has flourished like a green bay tree in Malone, observed a reporter from the nearby town of Plattsburgh. 54 The townspeople's potential profit off Malone's monopoly complicated the enforcement of Chinese exclusion laws. 55 If the sheriff could now make a year's salary in a single month of holding 100 Chinese migrants, what incentive did the system have to move efficiently? 56 Despite denials and acquittals, Malone's association with corruption was hard to shake. Even if the federal government could not prove a region-wide conspiracy, it remained alarmed by the court's deferrals to habeas corpus claims and Malone's low rate of expulsion. In the autumn of 1900, U.S. District Attorney George B. Curtis ordered Chinese inspectors to move the 48 Chinese migrants detained at the Franklin County Jail 50 miles east to Plattsburgh for examination and detention, disregarding a law mandating that migrants be tried by the commissioner nearest to their point of entry. 57 The district attorney reported that the atmosphere in Malone is favorable to the Chinese and implied that officials at Malone actively thwarted the deportation of Chinese migrants. Sheriff Douglas responded that he would not surrender the Chinese prisoners unless U.S. Commissioner F.G. Paddock ordered him to do so. 58 Losing Chinese migrants was a blow to the local economy. Malone would forfeit the federal money for boarding at its jail, as well as money circulated into local businesses for jail groceries, hotel rooms for witnesses, and railroad tickets. 59 One newspaper's estimate put Malone's financial losses at $50,000 per year if the Chinese business moved east. 60 Several months later, a Treasury Department investigation into Malone reiterated the district attorney's request that Chinese migrants be transferred, turning Plattsburgh into the main hub of immigrant adjudication. Much of the impetus for the move came from anxieties around how Commissioner Paddock ruled in Chinese cases. It is not alleged that Mr. Paddock has been guilty of any wrongdoing, a Malone paper wrote, but his construction of the Chinese Exclusion Act has been so radically different from that of Treasury officials that it has been decided that no more Chinese cases shall be taken before him. 61 Paddock published a forcible rebuke to accusations that he had mishandled Chinese cases, instead blaming the federal government's feeble evidence against migrants. It was practically impossible for the government to produce testimony to contradict the testimony of the defendants, Paddock said, gesturing to the difficulty of confirming the prior locations and contacts of transient Chinese laborers. In the previous 9 months, Paddock had heard 162 Chinese cases and had deported only 27 people. However, in many of those cases the district attorney failed to submit any evidence to support the government's case. 62. With Commissioner Paddock's resignation several months after the move, Franklin County leaders were hopeful that the Chinese business would return to town. 63 weeks later, the federal government unceremoniously reintroduced Chinese migrants to the Franklin County Jail, even though trials in Malone had not officially resumed. This was a result of the rising number of Chinese arrests and the limited space at Plattsburgh facilities. The Brooklyn Eagle reported in the spring of 1901 that the Franklin County Jail held 229 Chinese men, likely an all-time high. 64. The rise of the Chinese jail. As controversy and allegations of corruption swirled, the decision to move Chinese migrants from Malone to Plattsburgh signaled a larger shift in the detention economy. By 1901, the rising number of Chinese migrants moving through northern New York led the Immigration Service to recruit more upstate counties as collaborators in migrant incarceration. The 1901 State Commission of Prisons report indicated that federal officials had committed Chinese migrants to county jails in St. Lawrence, Clinton, and Essex counties, in addition to Franklin. Nearly all of the jails were holding well over their maximum capacity, with inspectors tallying 460 detained Chinese migrants across the 4 county jails. 65 Overcrowding led local officials to envision a new approach to migrant incarceration. Rather than trying to squeeze federal prisoners into overextended jails, they could create separate facilities specifically to incarcerate Chinese migrants and attract federal business. In 1901, Plattsburgh became the first town in New York to build a facility exclusively for holding Chinese laborers, a decision fueled by the number of migrants it received in the wake of Malone's corruption scandal. Sheriff James P. Cunningham announced the completion of the new Chinese jail in May and transferred 80 Chinese men from the county jail to the new site. The jail resembled an Adirondack lumber camp, with bunk beds, a long dining table, and a cook stove. 66 Over the next several years, all 4 New York counties holding substantial numbers of Chinese men created separate sites for their detention, distinct from the county jails. The formation of these sites served multiple ends. They kept the State Prison Commission at bay, they ensured that counties would continue to receive cohorts to detain, and they cemented an association between Chinese people and illegality, moving the phrase Chinese jail firmly into the local vernacular. Once Clinton County built a Chinese jail, it compelled neighboring counties to build similar facilities to compete in the informal economy for Chinese prisoners. Figure 4. County Jail and the Chinese Jail, also called Detention Building for Chinese or Chinese Detention House in Franklin County, New York, 1902. Source: Prison Association of New York, Annual Report of the Prison Association of New York for the year 1902. With the detention economy expanding, all 4 northern New York counties arrived at similar conclusions about the value of jailed Chinese people. They were a potential commodity that the community should fight for. When a train of Chinese migrants arrived in Plattsburgh in 1901, the town emphasized that the men were, in many ways, ideal prisoners, a description that drew from racist characterizations of Chinese and conveyed to locals that cooperation with federal immigration law enforcement was a desirable arrangement. 67 Mainstream racist thought at the time of the Exclusion Acts characterized Chinese men as docile, subservient, and effeminate as a semi-slave or coolie race. 68 Nativists and labor groups decried these traits as a threat to American democracy and manhood, fundamentally incompatible with American citizenship. But this characterization was highly compatible with the traits that made a model prisoner. New York towns did not desire Chinese residents, but the Chinese prisoner filled a distinct social and economic role. His potential social threat had been neutralized by his lack of freedom, and his economic benefit outweighed his potential danger. The agreements had novelty for the citizens of northern New York. At St. Lawrence and Clinton counties, hundreds of residents gathered outside the jails to watch and photograph Chinese migrants in scenes reminiscent of spectators at a zoo. 69 Though the jail was undeniably congested, a St. Lawrence journalist reported that Chinese prisoners appeared to be as much at home and as happy as if they were safely quartered in New York's Chinatown. 70 At the detention station in nearby Richford, Vermont, also along the U.S.-Canada border, the Boston Globe praised the serenity and cheerfulness of Chinese prisoners. Time is nothing to the Chinaman. His patience is greater than that of any other man on earth. 71 In one particularly outrageous declaration, a St. Lawrence newspaper suggested that Chinese migrants enjoyed New York jails so much that they took pleasure trips to the United States at Americans' expense. 72 These claims had an insidious effect, turning the jail into a space that produced and confirmed racial difference. Local governments insisted that they could keep Chinese migrants in abhorrent conditions with no real impact on their well-being, thus validating cost-cutting measures and reiterating the otherness of Chinese detainees compared with the American prisoner. One sheriff made the claim quite explicitly, arguing that 4 China men can make themselves comfortable where one white man would think himself crowded. 73 Overcrowding, he suggested, was only a concern to white prisoners. Local and federal officials ignored the dangerous conditions Chinese migrants faced in jails, but they also obscured the intentional way Chinese migrants were navigating the U.S. legal system, a system in which a stay in jail was a route to recourse in American courts. Beyond the insistences that jails were practically resorts, some observers reckoned quite explicitly with the ethical stakes of holding thousands of migrants in county and Chinese jails. One upstate resident expressed distress at the inefficiency of the U.S. legal system in discerning between American-born Chinese and those making false claims to citizenship. He suggested that the U.S. government needed to either pass a more restrictive law, disallowing even Chinese American citizens from leaving the country, or repeal the Exclusion Act altogether. The severe but ultimately unenforceable laws, the writer suggested, had led the United States to traffic in cruelty. It is painful to think that in a country professedly Christian, men are being arrested and hauled to jail for no other reason than that they were not born with white skin. 74 A reverend, one of the era's many Protestant missionaries who advocated that Chinese souls could be saved through Christian conversion, articulated a similar point about race in the Western Christian advocate. 75 The minister argued that American cities had jails filled with European immigrants against whom actual crimes have been proven and yet faced no exclusion mandates, while Chinese at Malone were incarcerated merely for crossing a border. 76 Others feared what the Chinese business said about the character of upstate New York towns, drawing racialized comparisons to border towns along the U.S. Mexico line. 77 Commentary from Malone conveyed concern about an unjust, unchristian system of incarceration without due process. It also expressed an underlying anxiety about criminality and corruption that residents associated with the presence of racialized groups. 78 The State Commission of Prisons remained a critical voice throughout the peak years of Chinese migration, even as Chinese jails mitigated the overcrowding at county facilities. 79 What the federal government deemed acceptable conditions for holding migrants was never especially clear, reflecting a nationwide absence of standards for county jails. With competition for prisoners mounting, New York counties made more aggressive claims for why their county most deserved Chinese detainees, often based on the quality and capacity of their jails. When news of a Clinton County facility exclusively for Chinese migrants circulated in 1902, St. Lawrence County contended that Chinese migrants should be sent to its jail instead, boasting of the facility's sanitation, ventilation, and undercrowding. 80 Despite annual inspection reports filled with blistering criticism, the New York State Prison Commission had limited political power to improve conditions in jails. Since stays were thought to be brief and since jails had little rehabilitative mission, New York's most ambitious reformers and criminologists poured their energy into the state's prisons rather than its small-town jails. 81 However, as Chinese migrants pushed northern New York jails exponentially over capacity, the federal government intervened in select situations, removing migrants from certain jails and distributing them among other facilities. 82 Competition among counties for federal deals provoked rising criticism about where federal cash was going. In 1901, the federal government paid New York County jails $4 per week for boarding each Chinese person. Bigelow, the reporter from Collier's, wrote, "The sheriff grows fat on this sort of boarding house and is eager to get all the Chinese boarders he can find. Tenths of the $4 per week he gets in clear profit." 83 Sheriffs profiting from the local jail was not unique to counties with federal borders. A relic of the English model of jailing, sheriffs throughout the country received set fees for tasks such as serving a summons and fulfilling a warrant of arrest, along with a nightly fee for each person held in jail. 84 Reformers and criminologists suggested that the fee system led to longer jail stays and incentivized sheriffs to starve prisoners to maximize the fees received for their sustenance. 85 By the early 20th century, Americans were interrogating the role of fees in government not just for sheriffs but for lawyers, judges, immigration bureaucrats, and other public workers. 86 While sheriffs profiting from incarceration was a long-standing practice, the boarding of federal prisoners created unprecedented opportunities. Unlike jailing locals, jailing outsiders and non-citizens had little obvious political cost. These people were mobile and unlikely to become local voters, and sheriff, after all, was an elected position. 87 A stay for drunkenness or petty larceny might be just a few hours before release on bond, whereas Chinese detentions regularly stretched on for 6 months and longer, resulting in a bigger payday. Still, critics of the fee system found success in the region. Northern New York counties ended the practice long before the state of New York formally eliminated fees for sheriffs in 1917. 88 Abolishment of the fee system became yet another point for communities to leverage when seeking federal prisoners. In 1901, St. Lawrence County reasoned that the federal government should prioritize sending it prisoners because the county paid its sheriff a set salary. By early 1902, Franklin County had also made sheriff a salaried position, explicitly stating that the sheriff could receive no additional funds for the care of Chinese migrants. 89 Yet, even as sheriff's payments became more regulated, the construction of new jails opened new pathways for locals to profit. When St. Lawrence County decided to build a Chinese detention facility in 1904, for example, U.S. Commissioner Fred William Dudley gifted the lease contract to his law partner. 90 The federal government cemented Franklin County's role as the hub of Chinese incarceration in northern New York in 1903 when it brokered an agreement with the Canadian Pacific Railway Company. The new policy required the railway to examine all Chinese travelers coming from steamships before delivering Chinese passengers directly to U.S. inspection stations at 4 designated points along the Canadian border, including Malone. 91 Officials were hopeful that consolidating migrants at a few locations would reduce the labor of negotiating with individual counties. Jails gave the Immigration Service flexible space, but they also required extensive relationship management between federal and local governments. The new system hardly stopped unauthorized border-crossing Chinese migration. Strategies adapted and evolved with each bureaucratic roadblock. The trial of Sing Tuk. Alongside confidence that the Canadian Pacific Railway Agreement would provide a serious check on Chinese entry via the northern border, there were a number of other reasons for the immigration bureaucracy to feel optimistic. In 1903.92 under Commissioner General Sargent, the Bureau of Immigration made major strides towards centralization and professionalization, with employees expressing a new enthusiasm that the scientific and organizational tools of the agency could block Chinese migration. 93 The Bureau of Immigration was reorganized under the Department of Commerce and Labor and embraced an aggressive stance on stopping immigration fraud. In northern New York, detentions shortened. Essex County Jail ledger books show that the average stay for detained Chinese reached 65 days, over a month briefer than the average incarceration in 1902. Still, the Immigration Service did not find much more success in disproving claims of citizenship. While it managed to deport 52 Chinese migrants from Essex County in 1903, compared with just a dozen in 1902, an uptick in overall arrivals meant that the rate of deportation was only about 6.5% in 1903, compared with about 15% in 1902.94. The disjuncture between the immigration services and the court's interpretation of the burden of proof remained a source of tension. If Chinese migrants could continue to walk across the border, file habeas petitions in the United States, and be released with a discharge certificate, the federal government claimed that it would be incapacitated by the sheer volume of cases and the expense of detention. 95 The Immigration Service needed a way to curtail the use of habeas corpus and firmly shut New York's back door. When a group of 32 Chinese men crossed the Canadian border in October 1903, Sargent's Immigration Service saw an opportunity. Figure 5. Photograph of Sing Tuk, 1903, a defendant in the 1904 Supreme Court case challenging whether Chinese migrants must exhaust administrative remedies before accessing the courts. Source, File 14/3733, Chinese Exclusion Case Files, National Archives and Records Administration, New York City. Complaints that Chinese migrants had immobilized the legal apparatus of northern New York were central to the case of Sing Tuk, the landmark Supreme Court case born out of Malone. 96 As was routine, the 32 men appeared before an immigration inspector and received what the nation derided as a mockery of a hearing. 97 Sing Tuk and his cohort then secured representation by Robert M. Moore, who was now dividing his time between Chinese cases in northern New York and defending clients in high-profile New York City murder trials. 98 Moore petitioned for a writ of habeas corpus, alleging that his clients had been deprived of their liberty without cause. The case took nearly a year to decide, during which time immigrant processing in northern New York came to a near standstill, trapping hundreds of Chinese migrants in the jails of the North Country. Sing Tuk centered on the question of how the Immigration Service should proceed in exclusion cases involving a claim of nativity. The case's legal journey began in the district court in December 1903, which ruled that immigration officials had the right to adjudicate admission and exclusion even when citizenship claims were at stake, and remanded the Chinese migrants into the custody of immigration officials at Malone. Several months later, the Court of Appeals ruled in Sing Tuk's favor, dictating that individuals claiming citizenship were entitled to a judicial review of their status. Immigration authorities were exasperated. In the previous 6 months, writs of habeas corpus had been granted to 326 alleged Chinese citizens in Malone, compared with just 115 in all of San Francisco. For all of the public scrutiny of unauthorized immigration in the U.S. West, Malone officials suggested, critics had only scratched the surface of the issue at America's lesser-known points of entry. 99 Authorities saw Sing Tuk as a last-ditch effort to maintain control over the northern border. They appealed the case to the Supreme Court. 100. As the case wound its way through the courts, locals described conditions at the Malone detention house as exceedingly bad, with a tendency to grow worse, and a matter of grave concern. 101 Meanwhile, Chinese migrants kept arriving. By the spring of 1904, the numbers had crept so high that authorities were once again relying on Franklin County Jail to hold 40 Chinese migrants, with an additional 168 migrants in the Chinese detention house. When 149 Chinese migrants crossed the border into Malone in November 1903, local authorities converted a vacant tannery into an additional makeshift detention facility. 102. With the number of Chinese warehoused in the county jail, the federal station, and the tannery rising, the stakes of Sing Tuk grew higher. The banishment or admission of hundreds of Chinese migrants stalled in northern New York could become a powerful image of the Immigration Service's strength or lack thereof. The legality of the exclusion process was on the line in the case, but the federal government also cited the overflowing detention house in its justification of why the Supreme Court should move Sing Tuk to the top of its docket. For immigration officials, the jail was the physical embodiment of the Chinese threat and the danger of the Court of Appeals decision, an American institution, overrun and incapacitated by the movement of foreigners, leaving the entire community vulnerable. 103. In April 1904, Sing Tuk became the first Supreme Court decision requiring exhaustion of federal administrative remedies, typically hearings before immigration officials, before an immigration case could move to judicial proceedings. 104 Moore had argued that Chinese defendants who claimed to be citizens had distinct rights in the United States. Foremost among them was a right to habeas corpus and a trial in front of a judge rather than an administrative officer. The process in place at Malone, where a Chinese person was asked a series of questions by an immigration inspector who then had final say over his case, was not due process of law but, rather, a pretended trial and adjudication, carried out by an employee who was in no sense a judicial officer. 105 Moore alleged that a claim of citizenship was a legal question whose jurisdiction belonged to the courts, not an administrative question whose decision could be tasked to executive officers. The case cut to the heart of the issue in northern New York. In instances in which a migrant was excluded from the United States, the decision of the immigration officials was final and not reviewable by the courts, the crux of the plenary power doctrine. However, as Justice David Brewer noted in the dissent, this act only applied when the parties involved were aliens, and virtually all Chinese migrants entering through the Canadian border claimed that they were U.S. citizens. To argue that Chinese who claimed to be citizens could not access the courts suggested that any American citizen seeking to re-enter the United States would be compelled to bring with him 2 witnesses to prove the place of birth or else be denied his right to return, wrote Brewer. No such rule is enforced against an American citizen of Anglo-Saxon descent, and if this be, as claimed, a government of laws and not of men, I do not think it should be enforced against American citizens of Chinese descent. 106. The majority of the court disagreed, with 7 of the 9 justices ruling in favor of the Immigration Service. A mere allegation of citizenship by a person of Chinese descent is not sufficient to oust the inspector of jurisdiction under the alien immigrant law and allow a resort to the courts. The decision dictated. 107 The only way that a migrant could receive a writ of habeas corpus after being denied entry was to appeal to the Secretary of Commerce and Labor. Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. argued that detention was not unlawful, given that the Chinese migrants had done little to establish their citizenship. He further argued that such detention would not be unlawful even if the parties were citizens of the United States, as detention was not punishment but an administrative process that enabled investigations. 108 Though the decision effectively distanced Chinese migrants from due process, there were some notes of hope for migrants and their attorneys. Justice Holmes refused to endorse more restrictive rules or regulations of administrative procedures, such as allowing immigration officials to choose witnesses or to deny counsel the ability to participate in administrative hearings. 109 Though the decision stripped Chinese migrants of one reliable path to the courts, it did not fully remove procedural protections in immigration service hearings. 110 With the Sing Tuk ruling in June 1904, immigration authorities in northern New York loudly declared victory over border crossers and fraudulent citizens. The 187 Chinese men remaining at Malone, most of whom had been jailed in northern New York for more than 6 months, boarded Canadian Pacific Railway cars to Vancouver and then a ship for the nearly 3-week journey back to China. 111 In its annual report, the Bureau of Immigration remarked that it was more successfully deporting Chinese migrants from northern New York counties, as they could now be excluded with a single administrative hearing. The Immigration Service noted success in communities where comparatively few Chinese lived, which it credited to the Sing Tuk decision. 112 Historian Lucy Salyer has described the case as a high point of judicial deference to the Bureau of Immigration. 113 Though federal officials were elated, locals noted that the end of the informal economy of Chinese smuggling meant financial consequences for their community. At the Malone Detention House, the staff downsized from 18 employees to 7 following the ruling. While closing one of the detention houses and the removing of many of the guards, some of whom had their families here, will mean a money loss to the town, very few of our citizens will regret the change, The Ogdensburg Journal reported. 114 Though residents frequently spoke of the economic benefits that Chinese smuggling had brought to their region, few were willing to advocate against the U.S. Immigration Service in a key legal battle. By the end of 1905, St. Lawrence County declared Chinese prisoners a thing of the past, noting that the cost of incarceration throughout the region had increased without federal subsidies. 115 Many of the Chinese jails continued to function in some form. 116 In 1907, St. Lawrence County and Essex County wrote open letters to their congressman, urging him to make every honest endeavor to bring Chinese prisoners back to their counties. Malone's neighbors protested that the Franklin County Jail received virtually all Chinese people captured in northern New York, which they declared discrimination against their counties. 117. Others with a financial stake in migrant jailing made similar pleas. The Port Henry landlord offered to reduce the rent on the Chinese jail for several months while the Canadian legislature debated new head taxes, eager to keep the government from backing out of its real estate arrangement any sooner than necessary. 118 As border crossings waned, the Immigration Service planned to close the smaller immigration stations along the Canadian border, including Malone. 119 Immigration through northern New York spiked again from 1910 to 1911 amid rumors that the Canadian head tax for Chinese entrants would soon double, as well as a favorable Court of Appeals decision that challenged the ability of officials in Malone to arrest Chinese under general immigration law. 120 Still, the number of Chinese in northern New York never matched the peak of the pre-Sing-Tuk era. But beyond New York, the Chinese business boomed for years to come. On the peripheries of immigration law enforcement and on the peripheries of the nation, northern New York was a crucible where critical themes of legality, migration, and race played out in the early 20th century. The bureaucratic negotiations on the northern border raised questions about the paradox of administrative incarceration that the United States would continue to wrestle with for decades to come and that would soon spread to other communities, reckoning with requests from the federal government to jail migrants for deportation. The Immigration Service's experiences in the North Country taught it two key lessons: that incarceration could serve as a tool of border control and that some localities were eager to be in the incarceration business. 2. Negotiating freedom in an era of exclusion. The geography of jailing and migration was perpetually in flux in the early years of the 20th century. While northern New York was a hub for a relatively short time, jails throughout the United States held Chinese migrants awaiting hearings and deportations. Much like the New York records, the archive of Chinese detention in local jails in the rest of the United States is dominated by authorities' accounts of days detained, fees received, and legal battles waged. In spite of the decentralized landscape of jails and the limited source base, we can still catch glimpses of how migrants experienced prolonged incarceration. There were fleeting moments of celebration. In a county jail in St. Paul, Minnesota, for example, jailers allowed detained Chinese men to gather in one cell for Chinese New Year. 1 There were many more moments of grief. When Ng Wing died in the county jail of Brownsville, Texas, officials permitted other detained Chinese migrants to attend his burial services. They placed candles at the foot of Ng Wing's grave. 2 There were moments of fear. In Rochester, New York, the jail caught on fire in the middle of the night, terrifying migrants, who watched the flames from a handcuffed line in the yard. 3 Some Chinese laborers escaped from jail despite imposing obstacles. In Luna County Jail, a frequent site of migrant detention in New Mexico, escape required scaling an adobe wall topped with cacti. 4 Officials in Montgomery, Alabama, apprehended and jailed 2 migrants fleeing from a deportation train that traveled cross-country from Norfolk to San Francisco. 5 Migrants were particularly likely to attempt escape as the date of deportation approached, with some managing to abscond from China-bound ships in the harbor. 6 Other migrants stayed put and wrote letters to friends and family in the United States complaining about jail rations and seeking money for stamps and snacks. Many migrants felt hopeless, particularly as cases such as Sing-Tuk narrowed their chance of reaching the courts. My mind is all mixed now, I don't know what to do while I am here. My tears always run, my eyes haven't been dry for a long time. I expect deportation but don't know when. No use to fight the case and spend the money, wrote Young Ai, from a county jail in Buffalo, New York. His fellow countryman, Yigyu Bonyik, wrote to a loved one, "We are suffering here and confined in this jail like a fish in the net. We are suffering terribly, no words can express it." 7. Immigration bureaucrats and their local collaborators were negotiating captivity on a daily basis. They set the monetary rates that made migrant incarceration a desirable local investment, and they expanded detention infrastructure to secure federal deals. However, they were also negotiating freedom. Authorities had significant discretion in detention and deportation and faced difficult questions about which migrants should be granted greater liberties. Should sick migrants be held in the jail? Should Chinese migrants who were especially cooperative or especially Christian be subjected to the same conditions as others? Which cases should the Bureau of Immigration prioritize with its limited resources for deportation? In turn, migrants faced related questions. Was it worth it to challenge the system in ways that went beyond habeas corpus claims? And if they wanted to fight, how? With the passage of the 1892 Geary Act, questions of the Immigration Service's prosecutorial discretion came to the forefront. The Geary Act extended the Chinese Exclusion Act for an additional 10 years and introduced a host of other requirements for Chinese residents in the United States. The law required that they register for a certificate of residence and establish, with the support of at least one white witness, that they had proof to land or reside in the United States. Failure to carry a certificate meant jail time and removal, making unprecedented numbers of Chinese migrants vulnerable to incarceration. From the law's earliest days, policymakers complained that the Immigration Service's limited budget made the Geary Act a dead letter upon the statute book, a law they could only afford to enforce in highly select circumstances, giving rise to a regime of unpredictable discretionary power. 8 This chapter shows that officials' choices involved not only whether Chinese migrants would be deported but also whether they would be jailed, whether they could access bail, and what sorts of spaces would be used for detention. The decisions bureaucrats made reflected the financial limitations of the agency. Yet they also showed an agency attuned to the political liabilities of incarceration. The Immigration Service sought to demonstrate that it was effectively enforcing anti-Chinese legislation, particularly against migrants deemed deviant or criminal, but it also lessened or ceased the use of detention in cases that incurred critical media and political attention. Just as authorities, both bureaucrats and the courts, had tremendous discretion in exclusion and removal proceedings, they also had tremendous authority in granting and revoking privileges to migrants caught in the web of incarceration. These decisions gave rise to new ideas about what made a migrant deserving of freedom. Factors included race, gender, religion, time in the United States, behavior in jail, and any other criteria immigration officials and judges deemed salient. In some cases, the decentralized system worked to migrants' advantage, allowing them to leverage relationships with local officials for greater freedom. Other times, the lack of formal rules made it easier for judges to deny detained migrants access to bail, leaving them in jail for the duration of their proceedings. This chapter expands our view of Chinese migrant incarceration beyond northern New York and asks what freedom meant to migrants jailed for violating immigration laws. It shows the many forms resistance took during the early decades of the 20th century, from daring escapes, to mobilizing media and political attention, to courtroom fights for reprieve through bail. The state attempted to make Chinese migrants nameless, faceless line items on a county budget, who patiently tolerated jailing and accepted exile. Instead, at every possible juncture, Chinese migrants pushed back against the cruelty and arbitrariness of administrative incarceration. Surviving Sing Tuk. In January 1904, Chinese men detained at the Franklin County Jail wrote a letter pleading for help. "There are many deaths in this wooden detention house," they told a Chinese American identified as Mr. Fong, who had previously inquired about the conditions at Malone. Detention in Franklin County had always been unpleasant, but now something was different. While the court deliberated about the Sing Tuk case, the site's population had swelled. The cramped conditions bred disease, including pneumonia, typhoid, and mumps. The illnesses confirmed Americans' suspicions that Chinese migrants brought dangerous and contagious contaminants to their communities, with one local writer declaring them a constant menace to the health of the place. 9. Death haunted the detention site. Chinese migrants watched healthy young men, some of whom had shared the long voyage from China to Montreal to the United States, some of whom were strangers, waste away in a foreign jail. To die far from home posed the threat of an eternity in a liminal space. Historian Beth Lou Williams notes that most of the migrants hailed from China's Guangdong province, where tradition held that burial in one's home community, with the proper rites and rituals, was necessary to transform into an ancestor. 10 We, who are here, are much frightened, the men wrote. We earnestly beg you to devise plans and consult with lawyers to do something to get us out of this dark hole. 11. Sing Tuk's legal decision had immense implications for the future of Chinese migration, effectively cutting off the most significant route for Chinese migrants to access the courts. But the long legal process also had dire, immediate consequences for Chinese still trapped in Malone. 17 Chinese men and adolescents died in the county's facilities before the conclusion of the case. 12 Countless others became seriously ill. The Commissioner General of Immigration described these deaths as natural and inevitable, pathologizing migrants' peculiar habits and physical inactivity. 13 Even when a migrant contracted a case of typhoid fever, a disease marked by weakness and abdominal cramping, officials complained that the man would not exercise. 14 Their deaths became yet another marker of racial difference and physical inferiority, more evidence that the Chinese detainee was unlike the American prisoner. Local accounts present a clearer picture of how incarceration produced illness. In the second week of January 1904, 3 Chinese men died in a detention house that was holding nearly 130 people. The Immigration Service sent a doctor to investigate. Dr. Robert John Wilding, a Malone physician, found dangerously sick men huddled for warmth in a corner of the jail. 15 It was the dead of winter, and the temperature in Malone barely hovered above 0 degrees Fahrenheit. The doctor observed high rates of heart disease, respiratory illness, and congestion of the kidney and liver. He concluded, "The men are confined to such close quarters, I am afraid that there will be many more such cases." 16 Heeding the doctor's warning, Malone officials opened a second and then a third detention site. Several more men died in the days following Dr. Wilding's visit, sparking alarm from locals who had once praised the community's deportation work. The Malone Farmers report on the doctor's visit concluded with a call to arms about jailing in Malone. The present Chinese exclusion law and its administration is a shame upon civilized government, the writer implored. Some new system ought to be adopted other than the one now in operation of conflating the Celestials for months in jails or detention houses for no other cause than seeking to enter this prosperous country. Here ought to be some other way of handling them other than placing them behind locked doors and barred windows. 17. Figure 6. Interiors of the Chinese jail at Malone, New York, showing the sleeping quarters, the dining room, and the kitchen. The jail employed a Chinese cook. Source: Collier's Weekly 31, number 24. As conditions deteriorated in Malone, some detainees launched desperate appeals to find a way out. One migrant, Wang Chen, known to his jailers as Billy, made a remarkable attempt at freedom. Even in a packed detention house, Billy stood out. He was much older than his counterparts, with thinning hair and a lined face. Most notably, he was missing his left eye. 18. Figure 7. Photograph of Wang Chen, also known as Billy, 1904, photographed by the Bureau of Immigration. Source: File 14/3653, Chinese Exclusion Case Files, National Archives and Records Administration, New York City. While his disability made him particularly unlikely to gain admission to the United States, Billy had endeared himself to immigration officials during his long 5 months at the Malone jail. He spoke excellent English, a desirable skill in a region perpetually short of translators. In January 1904, he penned a dramatic, English language appeal to the Immigration Service. 19 While it is impossible to say whether Billy's sentiments were sincere, strategic, or some combination of the two, one thing was clear: he told immigration authorities exactly what they wanted to hear. The Malone attorney whom U.S. authorities loathed? Billy had grown tired of him, too. If Robert Moore was such a good lawyer, why were all these migrants still incarcerated? The jailers and immigration officials had always treated him kindly, Billy wrote. And so, in exchange, he was ready to tell them exactly how so many Chinese migrants were making it to Malone. Authorities had already expended significant money and resources to understand the smuggling routes across the northern border. Much of what Billy told them about coaching, the path through Montreal, and hired witnesses purporting to be family members, the agency had already surmised. However, Billy did offer what the Bureau described as very valuable specifics. Moore, the attorney who typically represented Chinese clients, was working with Chinese brokers in the United States, including a man named Chin Park. Immigration officials had long been mistrustful of Park, the rare Chinese resident of northern New York. 20 Park operated a boarding house and a Chinese restaurant, which he relocated between Malone and Plattsburgh as the locus of the detention business shifted. 21 Billy claimed that Moore received at least $100 from Park and his fellow brokers for each migrant for whom he successfully secured admission into the country. This confirmed immigration officials' suspicions of a grand conspiracy of Chinese migration and was evidence that the fight they were waging in Sing Tuk was worthwhile. Keeping Chinese migrants out of the courts and ending the successful use of habeas corpus was the highest priority. Billy hoped that revealing this information would garner him something in return. 22 His gamble paid off. After receiving his letter, Malone officials decided to grant Billy some liberties. He was permitted to leave the detention house to provide medical assistance at the boarding house where the Immigration Service had moved the sickest migrants. The position meant risking his own health, but it also granted Billy mobility between the town's multiple detention sites. Authorities trusted him. 23 Billy was a steadfast nurse, caring for the ill and translating between the doctor and patients. Dr. Wilding credited Billy with saving at least 2 lives. Then, at the end of January, Billy bolted. He was expected back at the jail, but he never showed. He purchased a new set of American clothes, plus a pair of tinted glasses to conceal his missing eye, and boarded a train to New York City. After more than 150 days of incarceration, and weeks of witnessing the death and despair of his countrymen, Billy was a free man. His escape was an enormous embarrassment to the Immigration Service. Bureaucrats at the district level strained to explain to their bosses how this had happened and why they had let a Chinese migrant freely leave the jail. Marshals captured Billy 3.5 months later in New Jersey, following an extensive pursuit that mobilized networks and contacts throughout the Northeast. The immigration official in charge of Malone promised the Commissioner General that no liberties of the type extended to Billy would ever be granted again. 24 The saga further undermined officials' claims that Chinese migrants passively accepted incarceration. As the well-worn legal channels appeared in jeopardy with the Supreme Court, incarcerated people like Billy went to extraordinary lengths to plot their freedom. They negotiated systems of power at every turn and could be savvy operators in exploiting tensions between federal officials and local interlopers. We know very little about the 17 migrants who died at Malone during Sing Tuk's adjudication, some of whom Billy had aided. The youngest of them, Ark Toy, was just 17 years old. 25 Most deaths were described as sudden and swift, though it is clear from their limited preserved writing that people in the jail felt terror as they watched conditions worsen. Their immigration files are characteristically short on details. Migrants refused to answer any of the inquiries about their families, their hometowns, or their journeys to the United States, as they had been carefully coached to do. Certainly, some of the men had heard stories about what jail in New York would be like, that detentions were long but that eventually the habeas petitions came through. We do not know whether they understood what was different in this moment and why they were stalled as the Supreme Court deliberated. Even in death, there was bureaucracy. When a migrant succumbed to illness in detention, the Immigration Service began the process of searching for family, a task complicated by migrants' false names and family histories. Relatives received a telegram that plainly informed them of the death and said expenses must be paid before body forwarded. Some migrants' family and friends were unable to afford the full cost and sent smaller sums of money. In other cases, Chinese brokers intervened and paid the bill. Some migrants had joined mutual aid organizations that promised to repatriate their bones in the event of a death abroad, enabling them to have a proper Chinese burial and ensuring that they could protect their descendants from the afterlife. 26 Internally, the Immigration Service suggested that the chore of locating associates of the deceased could be worthwhile if it helped to expose smuggling rings. 27 Unclaimed bodies were buried in an unmarked potter's field in Malone. Officials wrote the checks, $20 for a coffin, $10 for embalming, $2 to dig a hole. 28. Figure 8. Photographs of 15 Chinese migrants who died in detention at Malone, New York, between 1902 and 1904. From left to right, descending, their names were recorded as Li Quan, Yun Li, Ming Sun, Lim Mo, Hong Sang, Ng Sing, Mi Li, Chong Wing, Hong Ke Yang, Li Yun, Ya Tai, Bing Get, Fong Hu, Ark Toi, and Li Qin. Source: Chinese Exclusion Case Files, National Archives and Records Administration, New York City. For agents of the Immigration Service, the burial expenses were just another bill, an expense of faithfully enforcing the Chinese Exclusion Act. They were following the orders of Congress, they reassured themselves. When the local immigration commissioner was told of the death of 17-year-old Ark Toi, he said that he regretted to hear the news. He then quickly added the caveat, of course I know it was unavoidable. 29. The shifting geography of Chinese jails. The conclusion of Sing Tuk, and the attention it brought to smuggling in northern New York, altered the geography of Chinese migration. The same year the case concluded, the Bureau of Immigration dispatched its first immigration inspectors to New Mexico and Arizona, tasked with monitoring and prohibiting the entry of unwanted migrants. 30 Having been practically defeated at every turn along the Canadian frontier, an immigration inspector wrote in 1906, Chinese migrants turned their attention southward. 31 From 1907 to 1909, U.S. officials arrested 2,492 Chinese migrants for illegal entry along the Mexican border. 32 As migrants moved through Mexico and into the southwest, immigration authorities adopted an even more aggressive strategy of surveillance and policing than they had used on the northern border, relying on immigration officials, train conductors, consular workers, and informants on both sides of the dividing line. 33 It was a dramatic rupture. For most of the 19th century, officials in the southern borderlands had focused on collecting customs duties, paying little attention to unauthorized entry across the barely marked boundary. 34 While the Bureau's enforcement strategies and geographies evolved, the reliance on local jails remained consistent. In 1908, the El Paso Herald reported that a record 90 Chinese migrants had been captured in one day of apprehensions along the border. The United States held 56 at the El Paso jail and distributed the others throughout smaller jails in New Mexico and Texas. 35 Detentions were rarely as long as in northern New York, though the average length of detention for a Chinese migrant at El Paso still stretched to 28 days in 1908. Local officials complained that this had brought considerable expense and liability to the El Paso Immigration Office, which threatened to defer strict enforcement of the law until it found more detention space. 36 Even as new immigration laws made migrants of other nationalities more vulnerable to deportation, Chinese migrants continued to be disproportionately targeted for jailing and removal. In Los Angeles, the Chinese American League of Justice asserted that authorities more commonly detained Chinese migrants in local jails, whereas Mexican and Japanese migrants were sent to private detention houses or placed under surveillance in hotels. 37 Throughout the United States, immigration officials jailed Chinese migrants of all social classes and immigration statuses. Some had been accused of smuggling their countrymen, some had just crossed the border, some had lived in the United States for years. Immigration officials, as well as vigilante citizens, pursued not only the illegal alien at the nation's borders but also the illegal resident, who could be apprehended at work, at home, and on the road. 38 The Geary Act had produced a state of constant vigilance and vulnerability for residents of Chinese ancestry. 39 Interior enforcement was spearheaded by special agents known as Chinese catchers, who carried out raids in cities far from the border, often with the assistance of local law enforcement. 40 In Helena, Montana, 5 Chinese men were lodged in the local jail after Chinese catchers entered a boarding house and demanded that all Chinese patrons produce residence papers. Men leapt over fences, hid in alleyways, and threatened agents with a pitchfork in desperate attempts to avoid apprehension. 41 In urban centers such as San Francisco and Los Angeles, jails became crossroads where migrants detained for immigration offenses encountered fellow countrymen incarcerated for a growing list of zoning laws and public health ordinances targeting Chinatowns. The jail was the physical intersection of criminal and administrative laws policing Chinese communities. 42 Still, officials and the media drew a line between migrants held on criminal versus administrative charges. In describing the population at the local jail in 1907, the Los Angeles Times wrote that there were 16 Chinese but only one who is bad, the others being held for deportation. 43 In theory, civil detainees were required to be segregated from criminal detainees within a jail. It is unlikely this happened often. While newspapers would have been reluctant to describe violators of the Chinese Exclusion Act as good, per se, they still portrayed the deportees as more defensible than Chinese migrants held for non-immigration offenses. It foreshadowed a dichotomy of good and bad migrants that would be further enshrined into law in coming years, as a criminal conviction became the foremost indicator of moral inadequacy and the metric by which officials would prioritize deportation and removal. As the Bureau of Immigration dispatched inspectors and undercover agents to pursue smugglers working between Mexico and the United States, they also detained growing numbers of Chinese migrants to testify as witnesses in the state's cases against alleged traffickers. In some cases, Chinese witnesses received fees from the federal government. One Los Angeles report described witnesses as the aristocrats of the jail's Chinese population. Other federal detainees produced fees for their local jailers. Migrant witnesses stood to profit from the U.S. immigration system themselves. 44 Though it is difficult to say for certain how Chinese migrants held for various charges related to one another, the local media often assumed a social hierarchy of detainees within the jail, while also imposing a moral hierarchy when describing the jail's population to American readers. Figure 9. Out of the frying pan into the fire, the WASP, 1877. This cover illustration depicts San Francisco authorities enforcing the Cubic Air Ordinance, a law used to surveil and police Chinese workplaces and homes. Though this is a typically dehumanizing depiction of Chinese migrants, the caption references the hypocrisy of authorities in decrying public health conditions in Chinatown while moving Chinese residents to county jails where health and sanitation were even worse. Source: The WASP 2, number 83, Bancroft Library, University of California, Berkeley. Outside of New York, most reports of jails overcrowded with migrants came from California and the southern border states. However, the Bureau of Immigration records also show a more irregular use of county jails farther from land borders. In these cases, migrants faced long incarcerations until officials could secure them passage to a seaport on one of the deportation trains crisscrossing the nation, picking up migrants at various jails, asylums, and hospitals along the way. 45 On February 28, 1909, a U.S. Marshal for the Southern District of Ohio wrote to the Commissioner General of Immigration about the case of Long Chong, a Chinese man who had been in Cincinnati's Hamilton County Jail for 2 months. Long Chong's health was failing, and the marshal had no doubt the conditions of the jail were to blame. 46 In regions farther away from major migration routes, migrants like Long Chong struggled to secure legal representation and faced the experience of being the only Chinese migrant at a county jail. Due to isolation by language, and often by the built environment of the jail itself, the experience resembled solitary confinement. 47 Several years prior and 1,800 miles away, authorities detained Hum Chim for more than 3 months in Butte, Montana's Silver Bow County Jail. Local officials had little knowledge of whether immigration clerks in Washington or San Francisco were making progress on his case and worried that he could be held many more months as the Bureau focused on regions of higher priority. 48 If he were a white man, no doubt someone would have come to his aid and secured his release on habeas corpus proceedings months ago, wrote the Butte Miner, something that also likely would have occurred had Hum Chim been apprehended at a place like Malone, where attorneys capitalized on the high volume of Chinese clients. 49 Occasionally, Chinese migrants found advocates who went beyond attorneys alone, typically because of the severity of their cases or because of their personal connections. In the summer of 1906, immigration officials encountered Peng Xiuyin crossing the Detroit River by rowboat in the dead of night, accompanied by a Canadian he had paid to aid his border crossing. 50 Peng Xiuyin was a 34-year-old father of 2, who claimed to have been born in San Francisco before spending 30 years as a farmer in China. 51 His case received national media coverage, in part because it illustrated the debilitating psychological effects of migrant detention. After a commissioner ordered Peng Xiuyin deported, a wealthy American uncle intervened and hired a lawyer who brought the case to the U.S. Court of Appeals. As his detention dragged on, first in a jail in Lansing, Michigan, and then in Detroit's Wayne County Jail, Peng Xiuyin's behavior grew desperate and erratic. He wept when jailers approached his cell. He paced barefoot, mumbling to himself. He stopped eating. The local media evocatively described him as grieving himself to death, in near total isolation. 52 Figure 10 Peng Xiuyin, a Chinese migrant detained for 11 months, primarily in Detroit's Wayne County Jail, 1906. Peng Xiuyin purchased the suit in Windsor, Canada, before paying a Canadian smuggler to transport him across the Detroit River. Source: File 261A, Chinese Exclusion Case Files, National Archives and Records Administration, Chicago. Peng Xiuyin's case provoked alarm from many circles. Detroit's Congressman Edwin Denby, who had spent some of his childhood in China, declared the Wayne County Jail episode the most striking example of the inhumanity of our system toward the Chinaman that I have ever heard of. 53 Denby was the son of a minister and brought a missionary's energy to his advocacy, speaking of both the stupidity of Peng Xiuyin and the Christian obligation to aid the hapless and downtrodden. Much of the rhetoric around the Michigan jail paralleled the moral discourse and American exceptionalism encountered in northern New York. Peng Xiuyin's story, a Connecticut newspaper wrote, might be acceptable in Russia or China, but it was shocking to witness it in a Christian and civilized country. 54 Whereas immigration officials and local jailers continually passed the buck for incarceration, suggesting that it was simply incidental or unavoidable, the op-ed minced few words: American policies and choices made a lunatic of Peng. Under political pressure, the appeals court released Peng Xiuyin on a technicality after 11 months in jail. 55 Reflecting on Peng Xiuyin's detention in 1909, the Detroit Free Press editorialized that the infamous case had revealed the almost despotic power of the Immigration Office. 56 Increasingly, the Detroit media noted, some of the same precedents and procedures of Chinese exclusion were being weaponized against Europeans and Canadians crossing the northern border. These migrants, too, were jailed based on questionable statements taken by administrative officials, with appeals heard by a secretive board of special inquiry composed of yet more immigration bureaucrats. 57 The United States had used Chinese immigration to establish the key tenets of the plenary power doctrine, cementing the sovereign right of the federal government to determine entry and exclusion, the limited power of the courts to overturn administrative decisions, the scant due process rights owed to non-citizens, and the use of detention as a tool of border control. The courts had crafted a system that championed the administrative powers of immigration bureaucrats, who in turn delegated much of the labor of removal to sheriffs, private business interests, and local officials. Yet, as the Detroit Free Press foresaw, Chinese migrants would not be the only ones to suffer under plenary powers' reign. Getting out of jail. One of the most vexing issues facing both jailers and migrants around the United States was whether Chinese migrants had the right to leave the local jail when being held for deportation. The Supreme Court hesitated to establish a standardized policy on bail throughout the exclusion era, leaving significant discretion in the hands of local authorities and district courts. In the late 19th century, local and federal officials expressed discomfort with Chinese bail bondsmen in California, who provided bonds both to free migrants from detention and to vouch that they would not become public charges. 58 Predictably, authorities suspected bondsmen of conspiring to defraud the Immigration Service, with one judge claiming that $250,000 bonds had been forfeited in Chinese habeas corpus cases. 59 Among the Geary Act's many tools for distancing Chinese from due process, such as requiring white witnesses and allowing arrest without a warrant, it also denied bail to Chinese migrants pending habeas corpus. Still, there was considerable disagreement on whether the statute absolutely precluded admission to bail in cases pending appeal or pending deportation, particularly for Chinese who resided in the United States. 60. The lack of standardization created an inconsistent practice of release from detention for jailed Chinese migrants. Bail decisions differed by geographic location and by the presence of agencies willing to underwrite bonds, but could also differ within the same districts depending on how sympathetic local officials deemed a person's case. Controversy continued to follow bondsmen. In northern New York, multiple New Yorkers were indicted for furnishing straw bail for Chinese migrants, as officials fretted that bail had become one more avenue through which savvy operators could profit from unauthorized Chinese migration. 61 Discussions about bail illustrated how courts and communities spoke about which migrants deserved to be in jail, a conversation that would become even more contentious as the demographics of migrants diversified in the coming years. At the same time, the proliferation of bail cases confirmed that migrants were not content to wait out their removals and hearings behind bars. Instead, they actively agitated for freedom from jail. A case that arrived in the Southern District of Georgia exemplifies the ways that the courts thought about administrative power and the morality of migrants at the beginning of the 20th century. Georgia was hardly an epicenter of Chinese migration, though Geary Act registrations showed sizable Chinese communities in the cities of Atlanta, Macon, and Augusta. 62 In 1904, immigration authorities in Augusta apprehended two Chinese men, Fat Chung and Foon King. Both had been born in the British colony of Hong Kong. They claimed that their birthplace made them British subjects, not subject to the Chinese Exclusion Act. The court denied their claim, granting final orders of deportation in June 1904. 63 While they appealed the decision of the district court, their lawyers filed a separate lawsuit, arguing that Fat Chung and Foon King were eligible for release on bail while the Circuit Court of Appeals reviewed their case. 64. 2 months after the initial order of deportation, with both men detained in Augusta's Richmond County Jail, their bail claim came before a district court judge, Emery Spear. In his decision, Judge Spear weighed the costs and benefits of offering bail to deportable migrants but also considered the broader constitutional stakes of creating a subclass of unbailable individuals in the American legal system. To refuse bail to any person whose liberty on American soil is at stake, even though he be an undesirable immigrant, seems upon first impression to be in ill accordance with the humane and benignant principles of our constitutional law, Spear began. The Eighth Amendment of the Constitution prohibited excessive bail, the standard that would be upheld if the legal rights of an American citizen or even a non-citizen were at stake. 65 But an individual who had been ordered deported was in a different category altogether, the judge declared. Order of deportation of a Chinese person who has plainly violated the Exclusion Act, does not deal with legal rights, as that expression is generally understood. It merely involved the pretended claim to remain in this country of an individual, who, against settled American policy, and against the positive command of our statutes, as surreptitiously and fraudulently obtruded his unacceptable presence among our people. 66. The judge acknowledged that the rule of bail had been marked by some variance and that the Supreme Court had made no final declaration on the subject. There was no statute that expressly authorized the court to grant bail to Chinese migrants, but also no ruling that explicitly prohibited it. 67 Thus, he said, it was necessarily a matter of discretion. Even as the judge made a strong pronouncement against granting bail, he still carved out exceptions. The judge cited two recent Georgia cases in which a denial of bail would be abhorrent to that general sense of justice. The first was the case of a Chinese girl who had accompanied a missionary couple to receive a Christian education in the United States but lacked the proper documents. Such a girl, the judge insisted, had no business being detained amid the vile associations of the common jail. In the second case, the court granted bail to Cole Lee, a Chinese laundry owner and 19-year resident of Georgia, after his arrest for not carrying a residence certificate. 68 Lee was a widely known proprietor with deep community ties, a judge observed. He had eagerly produced paperwork when asked by immigration authorities, and thus they decided that his violation of the law was unintentional. He was given the benefit of the doubt by the district court. 69 Implicit in these decisions was an understanding that detention in jail was a punishment in practice, if not in the letter of the law. Jailing meant suffering, and officials used discretion to protect Chinese migrants they considered undeserving of such treatment. In 1911, the Supreme Court case of Qinying Dan v. Billings tested the idea that sympathetic or worthy Chinese migrants might be eligible for a reprieve from the county jail. Newspapers described Jem Yun as a Chinese boy locked up in Boston, whose legal case raised the ticklish question of personal rights that may work havoc with immigration regulations in the United States. 70 Jem Yun's father, Qinying Dan, was a Chinese merchant living in Boston, one of the few categories of Chinese nationals eligible for admission under the Chinese Exclusion Act. Immigration authorities questioned Jem Yun's paternity but were most skeptical about his claim to be a minor. On the grounds that Jem Yun had been denied a fair hearing, his attorneys appealed the decision to the Supreme Court. Jem Yun's predicament forced the Supreme Court to reckon not only with questions of liberty and bail but also with the mundane business of court backlogs. At the time Jem Yun's case reached the docket, the Supreme Court estimated that it would be 3 years before his case could be heard. In the meantime, Jem Yun's health deteriorated. Because of confinement and unaccustomed food, it is stated that he is now suffering great impairment of health, a newspaper reported, noting that Jem Yun experienced anxiety attacks and fainting spells and had recently required stitches after a fall. 71 His family feared that he would not survive the long legal process. Bail may not have been a legal imperative, but Jem Yun's advocates argued that it would be a humane act of discretion. 72 The Jem Yun case bore many trademarks of Chinese exclusion legal battles. District courts claimed that under the plenary power doctrine they had no jurisdiction to review decisions made by immigration authorities. The plaintiff's lawyers stressed that Jem Yun bore fewer rights than an accused criminal, and immigration authorities reiterated that the detainee must make an affirmative case of his right to stay in the United States. 73 But the case also became a stage for examining the stakes of migrant incarceration. Jem Yun's lawyer, Warren Osrokyle, launched a scathing critique of the federal government's detention practices. He asked what it meant for the United States to be a place where an adolescent, the son of a legal resident, suffering from debilitating health problems, had to remain in jail for 3 years to receive a fair immigration hearing. Immigration authorities countered that Jem Yun's incarceration was, in a sense, voluntary. The young man could give up his claim at any time and return to China. Kyle dismissed this argument as absurd. The government has no right to starve him out, compel abandonment of case, prevent the inquiry demanded by law and justice, and deprive the resident father of his rights. It is not just to say, go back to China if you don't like it. Must we insist on the martyrdom of years of imprisonment to obtain justice? 74. Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. wrote in an August 1910 letter to Kyle that he did not believe he had the power to intermeddle with Jem Yun's case and that he was obligated to defer to the authority of immigration officials. This imprisonment is unlike the imprisonment of an indicted man, Justice Holmes insisted, repeating that Chinese migrants had no presumption of innocence. 75 He denied the appeal for bail. The Secretary of Labor wrote that he regretted Jemyun would remain in jail for so long. However, he blamed this on the migrants' failure to weigh the costs that immigration and a prolonged legal battle might have. 76 Jemyun eventually abandoned his appeal and returned to China before the Supreme Court heard his case, cornered into what his opponents declared a voluntary departure. Cases like Jemyun's underscored the ways that plenary power and the discretionary authority of immigration bureaucrats empowered the nexus between immigration and incarceration, and the ways that jails could be used to coerce migrants into the outcomes that the state desired. Other legal cases similarly highlighted the ways that jails and lack of access to bail could hinder migrants' ability to secure aid. In Oregon, local debate arose when immigration authorities claimed that they could hold a Chinese migrant named Xinhua completely incommunicado in the county jail, refusing to allow him visitors or mail from the outside. Xinhua received gifts of flowers, fruit, and Chinese delicacies, which authorities feared could contain messages of instruction to assist him in his hearing. Officials argued that denial of bail was the only way to weaken Portland's Underground Railroad, in which Chinese would be released and trained to answer immigration screening questions. 77 A distinct advantage of the jail was that it cut migrants off from Chinatowns and from the social worlds and collective knowledge that could aid them in the immigration process. By releasing a migrant from jail, even for a short time, state power was undermined, a point further reinforced to the Immigration Service through cases like Billy's in Malone. 78 Internally, the Immigration Service expressed that it had been somewhat embarrassed because its records failed to indicate why Xinhua was arrested in the first place. 79 Nonetheless, the court erred on the Immigration Service's side. The Bureau distributed copies of the Xinhua case to every district in the country, to stop the frequent practice of admitting Chinese to bail in insignificant amounts. 80 Once again, local jails served as a place to negotiate and refine what would become nationwide enforcement practices. Bail remained a discretionary power, not solely for the cases of sympathetic migrants but for the sake of county jails struggling to accommodate growing numbers of federal prisoners. In the 1903 case of a Chinese man named Tai, the district court refused to make a broad ruling about admissibility of bail but suggested that bail could be a critical tool in managing the local justice apparatus. Judge Lowell wrote, "Bail never taken, the jails might be overcrowded, and the recent arrests in the city show that this danger is not imaginary." 81 Together, the corpus of bail cases exemplifies how Chinese migrants throughout the country were assessed around a range of qualities not formally written in law. Gender, age, religion, character, duration of time spent in the United States, and conditions of local jails were not established legal criteria for more liberal rulings in bail decisions. But in practice, these factors often made the difference between freedom and captivity for Chinese migrants in deportation proceedings. For the early Immigration Service, the jail became a means of reining in the mobility of unauthorized migrants and stretching the power of a limited federal agency. Unauthorized migrants were a threat because they moved where they were not permitted to move and crossed borders they were not authorized to cross. The jail's power came in immobilizing racialized migrant groups and perpetuating an illusion of control over American borders. Yet, at the same time, jails embodied Americans' larger fears about the inefficiency of the Immigration Service. The presence of large numbers of Chinese migrants in local jails confirmed the porousness of national borders, even as the budget for expulsion grew. And in a moment when Americans were especially concerned with government waste and corruption, both the smuggling of migrants and their subsequent incarceration created boundless opportunities for profit. Immigration authorities came to see immobilization as a key to winning the battle against unwanted Chinese migrants. Freedom at any phase of the proceedings meant that migrants could connect with Chinese American communities and prepare their legal cases with greater ease, or could skip bail and disappear into the nation. Federal officials envisaged incarceration as a central component of the deportation machine and a critical way to perform sovereign power. Authorities took the local space most associated with deviancy and lawbreaking and argued that this was where Chinese migrants belonged. They were not just surplus labor or unassimilable foreigners, they were prisoners who had violated federal laws. Detention was a tool of punishment and coercion, which authorities hoped would lead migrants to abandon their fights to stay in the United States. Extended incarceration could be a way to break migrants' bodies, as they contracted illnesses and wasted away from the lack of proper food. It was also a way to break them psychologically. When Detroit officials finally told Peng Shuoyan that his case had been discharged, he stared at them blankly. So completely has his mind been shattered by his bewildering ordeal in jail, wrote the local paper, that he could not process the news. 82 In the first years of the 20th century, Chinese migrants envisioned incarceration as a means to an end, as their habeas corpus claims signaled a flickering light at the end of a long tunnel. But with legal channels narrowing, more migrants spent their time in cells anticipating when a ship or deportation train would arrive. As immigration law evolved and quota laws made new groups vulnerable to exclusion and deportation during the 1910s and 1920s, northern New York's detention business changed. Immigration officials now asked counties to detain a growing population of white migrants. Some were women who had been trafficked for immoral purposes. Some were Europeans trying to evade the low quotas of their native countries. Some were Canadians who were accustomed to crossing back and forth across the border but were now deterred by literacy tests and head taxes. These changing demographics challenged the ways that courts, politicians, and observers thought about migrant detention, making the practice increasingly contentious and undesirable. Throughout the 1910s, immigration officials reported that sheriffs in New York, including their once reliable allies in Franklin County, had grown reluctant to grant federal authorities access to their jails, complicating the agency's enforcement efforts. 83 If incarceration was now central to the practice of exclusion and removal, what would happen if local governments no longer wanted to play ball? 3. A kaleidoscopic affair. Rethinking the Progressive-era migrant jail. In the autumn of 1924, New York Governor Al Smith called for a premature end to hunting season in the Adirondacks. Forest fires had ravaged the region, and the move was necessary to conserve the white-tailed deer population, the governor announced to the disappointed hunters of New York. 1 On November 10, 1924, the state troopers deployed to surveil the singed forest stumbled upon something else entirely, a lone makeshift shack in the woods, about 34 miles outside of Malone. 2. Authorities assumed that the shack belonged to rogue hunters. But when they entered, they found 10 Irish men, abandoned and starving. The young men had paid a man named Edward Kronk $50 to $70 each to bring them across the Canadian border and into the United States. They had met Kronk, a former New York State police officer, in Montreal, and he assured them that he could pull certain strings to assist their legal passage. Instead, he took their money, smuggled them across the border, and deserted them in the dense woods, insisting that he would return when they could safely travel to New York City. The 10 Irishmen were lodged in the Franklin County Jail to await deportation decisions, the same site that, 2 decades prior, held hundreds of Chinese migrants for removal. Edward Kronk, prolific trafficker of both liquor and people, was a thorn in the side of northern New York law enforcement. 3 Troopers apprehended Kronk shortly after discovering the migrants. He swiftly escaped the Franklin County Jail, as authorities pursued him with bloodhounds through downtown Malone. 4 Aside from generating considerable local drama, Kronk's exploits illustrated a broader shift. New laws had transformed the landscape of illegal immigration, both in northern New York and throughout the nation. The previous decade had brought a flurry of immigration laws, from anti-white slavery measures to literacy tests to the infamous quota laws, which for the first time capped how many immigrants could legally immigrate from European countries. Each of these laws created new incentives for illegal entry and a new enthusiasm for removal, with immigration officials looking not just to expel migrants at the borders but to locate, surveil, and banish migrants from within the nation. 5. When the United States passed the 1910 Mann Act, a law making it a felony to transport any woman or girl for the purpose of prostitution or debauchery, border authorities apprehended more non-citizen women traversing borders. 6 When the United States instituted literacy tests in 1917, border authorities encountered illiterate Quebecois immigrants, many of whom had crossed the border for decades, sneaking across rivers to dodge immigration authorities. 7 And when the United States implemented National quotas. With the 1924 Johnson-Reed Act, thousands of would-be immigrants from Europe hid in trains and cars to be trafficked alongside contraband liquor into the United States, solidifying an association between immigrants and vice. 8 The deportation mill is a kaleidoscopic affair, a reporter for the Detroit Free Press observed in 1929. Caucasians, Celestials, Negroes, Indians, and Mexicans passing through it. And there is at least as much variety in circumstances of the many cases. 9. The jailing of migrants did not end with the Chinese jails. Instead, the jail became integral to enforcing a growing list of immigration laws in the first 3 decades of the 20th century. In turn, the incarceration of migrants and other federal prisoners provoked a national reckoning with the role of the county jail. At the turn of the 20th century, even avid reformers declared jails a lost cause, with the American Prison Association maintaining virtually no statistics on local sites. In the 1920s, criminologists began collecting data about the Immigration Service's use of local jails, suggesting that enforcement of immigration law would be impossible without expanded carceral infrastructure to match. Questions about the future of migrant incarceration arose locally, as towns wrestled with the ethics of holding the undocumented entrant together with the common criminal, and internationally, as foreign nations inquired about why their citizens were incarcerated in squalid American institutions. Pressures from borderland counties whose jails were stretched thin by restrictive immigration laws, along with newly collected data about jail conditions, were key factors in the 1930 creation of the Bureau of Prisons. And the nation's first federal jails, firmly intertwining immigration law and the buildup of carceral infrastructure. 10. The discourse around county jails and federal prisoners shifted dramatically between the peak of Chinese migration into New York and the late 1920s, even across some of the same counties. Communities had transformed detained Chinese migrants into lucrative commodities, something for counties to fight for, rather than fight against. But in the 1920s and into the 1930s, many sheriffs and locals perceived the new amalgamation of migrant prisoners as a burden on the system, a wrench in the gears of an already struggling carceral apparatus. Several factors explain this shift. First, the 1919 ratification of the 18th Amendment, prohibiting the manufacture, sale, or transportation of alcohol, produced a soaring number of federal offenses and offenders. The number of federal prisoners was 4 times higher in 1930 than it was in 1915. Prohibition-related arrests were most concentrated in border counties that now contended with both bootleggers and migrant smugglers, alongside rising arrests for narcotics and organized crime, notably, criminal charges that also disproportionately targeted foreign-born people. 12 By the start of the 1930s, nearly all New York County jails housed federal offenders, which left many communities less than enthused. 13 Perhaps most critically, the mounting federal arrests also meant that the federal government placed significant pressure on New York City's jails, triggering a showdown between the city and the federal government that a small border town like Malone lacked the leverage to pursue. Second, the migrants who filled county jails after the peak of Chinese migration through New York were less easily classified. 14 Northern New York counties saw the Chinese prisoner as a worthwhile investment because he could be cared for at little expense and created few problems for the sheriff. Local officials spoke of the Chinese as a racialized collective. All Chinese prisoners ate the same food, had the same customs, generated the same sum of federal money. Holding a variety of migrants from different countries, accused of violating different laws, alongside a rising number of other federal prisoners, posed a very different challenge than a simple dichotomy between Chinese prisoners and the general population. Progressive-era reformers viewed both immigration and criminal justice as realms where standardization and expertise could improve the efficacy and fairness of the state. 15 Jails inched closer to the mainstream of criminology in the 1920s and 1930s, in part because reform-minded criminologists cast jail inhabitants as sympathetic and redeemable. Tales of migrants, and in particular white migrant women, trapped in a human dumping ground became a tool for political mobilization. 16 Locals, politicians, and the courts envisioned the jail as a place where some racialized groups belonged, a place that might even be a desirable alternative to their lives abroad, an understanding reinforced by the growing ubiquity of eugenics in both scholarship and society. 17 These same officials expressed serious discomfort when women, children, and European migrants were subject to the same conditions. This chapter begins with a return to northern New York, to examine how the communities that had once praised Chinese detainees developed a more complicated relationship with the immigrant prisoner. It then turns to migrants elsewhere in the country, looking to Michigan, Florida, and Texas. While the regional relationship between immigration law enforcement and municipalities varied, towns throughout the United States confronted shared questions: were local jails the best solution for federal prisoners, and exactly how much cooperation did localities owe the Immigration Service? The changing face of northern New York jails. Through the first decade of the 20th century, the United States maintained what historian Tori Hester describes as two parallel deportation policies, one for Chinese migrants and one for everyone else. 18 Non-Chinese migrants had little access to the federal courts. They received a decision from an immigration agent and could be deported for a broad range of offenses, from coming to the United States as a contract laborer to belonging to an expanding list of excludable categories, including paupers, polygamists, convicts, the disabled and ill, and those likely to become a public charge. Appeals went through administrative boards of special inquiry. Unlike Chinese migrants, few Europeans in deportation proceedings saw a judge unless the courts determined that they were asking a new legal question or lodging a procedural challenge. 19. Northern New York became an arena for testing this two-prong process in 1909, when officials apprehended Wang Yu and 3 other Chinese men near Malone and processed them under the general immigration deportation law that typically only applied to Europeans. Wang Yu's attorney countered that since his client was Chinese, he could only be deported under the protocols of Chinese exclusion. 20 The Supreme Court disagreed, ruling that immigration authorities did not need to go through the more cumbersome proceedings of the Chinese Exclusion Act. 21 This made it considerably more difficult for Chinese migrants to win appeals and access the courts. The ruling dramatically streamlined deportations for Chinese migrants. In 1913, the New York District reported that it had held more than 1,100 deportation hearings for Chinese migrants under general immigration law and had secured deportation in about 90% of all cases. 22 When the Immigration Act of 1917 wrote the precedent into law, due process rights for migrants in removal proceedings were permanently reduced. All deportations firmly resided in a separate realm of administrative law, with fewer routes to access judicial review than ever before. But even as Chinese removal cases bore less and less resemblance to the judicial proceedings of a criminal trial, one element remained consistent: deportable migrants still moved through America's jails. Even before the introduction of quotas, immigration authorities had noticed the demographics of jailed migrants change. In northern New York, officials paid increased attention to the supposed exploitation of young white women who crossed American borders as sex workers. 23 In 1909, as part of a nationwide Bureau of Immigration dragnet against sex trafficking, U.S. Immigration Inspector David Lerhaupt arrived in Watertown, New York, a mill town about 25 miles from the Canadian border. 24 River Street, a road along the banks of the Black River, had a paper factory, a pulp mill, and according to some sources, as many as 11 houses of prostitution. 25 At 56 River Street, Lerhaupt arrested a Canadian migrant named Alderole and carted her to the county jail to await deportation, the first of a string of raids and deportations that would come to River Street as women cycled across the northern border, through the small town, to the county jail, and eventually back to Canada. 26 Women faced extended incarcerations not just for their own deportations but also as witnesses in the state's cases against traffickers. The 1910 Mann Act used the Commerce Clause to make the foreign or interstate transportation of women a felony, officially putting the federal government in the business of fighting so-called white slavery. In a 1912 St. Lawrence County case, 2 Canadian women, Elizabeth Bell Julian and Agnes Bertrand, were jailed for more than 4 months pending the trial of a local man accused of transporting them for immoral purposes. 27 When the U.S. grand jury finally heard the testimonies of Julian and Bertrand, the trafficker was sentenced to just 4 days in jail, a marginal outcome relative to the women's 4-month imprisonment. 28 The jailing of migrant women who had been trafficked or who engaged in sex work intersected with progressive-era battles over how to best address the fallen woman. 29 Some women's organizations hesitated to cooperate with deportation efforts because they objected to sending women back to countries where they would face hardship and diminished chances of reform. 30 To secure the support of women's organizations, the Immigration Service sought to position immigration policing and even incarceration as a humane intervention in the lives of wayward women. In 1915, the Commissioner General of Immigration recommended that officials should avoid to the fullest extent possible the incarceration of women and girls in local jails, boarding them instead with reform-minded philanthropic groups. 31 His declaration, known as Rule 22, marked the first time the Immigration Service formally disavowed holding a category of deportable persons in jails. 32 Rule 22 encountered pushback from districts that agreed that white women should not be jailed but questioned whether they needed to follow the same protocol for women of color. In 1917, immigration authorities in Jacksonville complained that they had to detain colored alien prostitutes, of an extremely low character, in private houses at a rate of $2.50 a day, when they could hold the women in jail for just 40 cents. 33 In a highly segregated Jim Crow Southern city, separating black and white migrants served a social role, as well as an economic one. 34 Women's detention was similarly contentious on the southern border, where Mexican women were the largest nationality excluded and deported on prostitution charges. 35 Following an investigation into white slavery in the Southwest, the Commissioner General lodged an impassioned defense of holding Mexican women in county jails, citing the cost savings and the relative freedom granted to jail detainees. 36 Even as officials presented jailing as in women's best interest, budgetary concerns were never far from mind. World War I created a new condition of statelessness for both migrants and immigration officials to navigate, adding another major hurdle to the Bureau's removal efforts in the 1910s and 1920s. 37 Deportation was not a one-way street. It required the cooperation of other sovereign nations that did not always share U.S. priorities. Individuals born in Macedonia before the war, for example, had Turkish citizenship. But as Macedonia became part of the Greek Republic, the Greek government refused to issue passports for Macedonian deportees. More and more migrants were deported from the United States to countries where they had never lived, exposing the hollowness of national origin as a meaningful category of identity. 38 In other cases, foreign governments dragged their feet on issuing documentation for racialized citizens they were not eager to see return. For example, James Sullivan, a black British citizen, spent more than 6 months in a northern New York jail as the British government stalled on sending a passport. 39 Authorities announced that another British subject in northern New York had become violently insane while awaiting his passport to the West Indies. He was transferred to a mental institution, one of a growing class of deportees detained in asylums and hospitals. 40 Delays became so dire that in 1927 the Secretary of Labor called on Congress to pass retaliatory legislation lowering immigration quotas from countries that declined to take back deportees. 41 As they confronted the cases of undeportables, authorities questioned how long was too long to hold someone in a county jail. Though the courts had dictated that a deportee must be removed within a reasonable time, there was considerable legal uncertainty about what that meant, particularly amid the new world of passport controls and citizenship laws. 42 In some cases, judges decided that 4 months was beyond reasonable. In other cases, judges decreed that any detention longer than 30 days exceeded reasonable limits. Judge E. H. Lacombe concluded in a 1915 case that prolonged detentions were unfortunate, but certainly not illegal. 43 While immigration restrictions around sex, welfare, and disability all expanded routes to removal, no decree upended U.S. immigration law more than the passage of national origins quotas. The quota laws were the culmination of years of nativist organizing, buttressed by the racism and pseudoscience of the eugenics movement. They solidified into law what had become a commonly accepted maxim in the United States: there existed a hierarchy of races with a hierarchy of intellectual and democratic potentials. For eugenicists like the Immigration Restriction League, the nation's survival depended on curbing the entry and membership of the least desirable groups. 44 In 1919, Congress imposed a head tax of $8 on Canadians and Mexicans, and 2 years later the United States passed an Emergency Quota Act, restricting immigration to 350,000 people per year. Both policies triggered prolific smuggling and border running by Europeans who sought to avoid the taxes, failed to secure a place under the quota, or simply wanted to circumvent the increasingly complicated process of legal immigration. In 1924, Congress further reduced the quotas and made them permanent. Under the new system, immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe competed for a fraction of the quota spots allocated to nations of high quality, old stock origins, such as Britain, Germany, and Norway. Notions of racial purity were at the center of U.S. immigration law. While some Europeans faced higher barriers to entry, Asian immigrants became virtually ineligible for admission altogether, cementing the boundary between white and non-white foreigners. 45. With the quota laws in effect, local media reported that northern New York's jails were again in crisis, facing strain unseen since the peak of Chinese migration 20 years prior. In Franklin County, men slept in the jail hallways, while the sheriff housed migrant women in his own quarters. 46 Officials wrestled a knife away from a Finnish man who attempted to cut his throat when his long incarceration became too much to bear. 47 The overcrowding in New York's jails was due in part to prohibition, but the sheriff declared the Immigration Service the county's greatest offender because of how long it detained people in the facility. 48 The emerging gatekeeping regime presented related, but distinct, challenges for members of tribal nations. With the passage of the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924, indigenous people in the United States became citizens, while those outside the United States became classified as aliens. In 1925, Paul Diabo, a Mohawk iron worker from Conowick, a First Nations reserve located on Quebec's side of the St. Lawrence River, attempted to cross the border into New York for work, as he had done for more than a decade. He found himself detained and deported for violations of immigration law, now marked an alien under the new citizenship regime. Though the Supreme Court would later affirm that indigenous people had the right to pass through the border as indigenous nationals, tribal members had to contend with much of the same surveillance and bureaucracy that shaped the experiences of migrants. 49. Once again, local observers raised ethical questions about using incarceration as a tool of border control. In a 1925 article from a Plattsburgh newspaper, one observer wrote that some accused of murder and some who have tried to sneak across an imaginary line, drawn on the same soil and on which the same sun shines, boys and girls, men and women, sick and well, are all thrown into the same hopper and sifted as chance dictates. The newspaper's description laid bare the fiction of borders, belittling them as an imaginary line and highlighting the ways that people in the U.S. Canada borderlands understood the interconnectedness of their local communities. The author drew on the tried and true dichotomy of the innocent immigrant girl versus the hardened criminal. In Clinton County Jail, a woman accused of narcotics trafficking, who was in the final stages of tuberculosis, shared a bed with a healthy alien girl capable of a bright future whose only crime was that of trying to enter this land of the free in the face of an immigration law she could not understand or appreciate. 50 The image evoked women's aid groups' fears that the enforcement mechanisms of immigration law served to further corrupt young white women. As county jails stretched to house the evolving amalgam of federal offenders, a new idea gained momentum: federal jails. The fight to end boarding out. The push for federal jails was spearheaded by the criminologist Hastings H. Hart, a mustachioed pastor turned social worker and the chairman of the American Prison Association's Committee on Jails. 51 One contemporary described Hart as an invincible crusader for jail conditions, responsible for forcing the subject of jails onto the agenda of the American Prison Association. 52 The most amazing thing is the indifference of the entire United States on this subject. Nobody seems to care anything about it, Hart told Congress. 53 Under Hart's leadership, the American Prison Association established its first permanent committee on jails in 1923. Expect to hold the chairmanship for the rest of my life, because nobody else wants the job, Hart quipped. 54. Along with the lack of attention came a lack of data. In 1923, under the auspices of the newly formed American Prison Association Jail Committee, Hart wrote to 130 judges to describe the government's predicament. Because the United States maintained no jails for violators of federal laws, it outsourced thousands of prisoners to city, county, and state jails. The federal government had virtually no statistics on these people, their locations, or their offenses. 55 In an effort to paint a more complete portrait of the relationship between the local carceral state and the federal government, Hart spent years collecting data about federal borders from more than 900 jails and workhouses. 56 In 1926, he published the first comprehensive survey of federal prisoners in county jails, revealing that the United States held 65,000 federal prisoners in local jails annually, with an average of about 6,300 incarcerated on federal charges on any given night. 57 Each agreement for jail space was individually negotiated between the U.S. Marshals and local authorities. Some locales were more successful than others, with nightly rates ranging from 20 cents a day for jails in Puerto Rico to $3 a day for jails in Alaska. 58. For Hart, a longtime critic of the local jail's destructive influence, the scale of boarding out was stomach-churning. He proposed that the federal government create a modern, humane jail system of its own, focused on the U.S. Canada and the U.S. Mexico borders. 59 The jails would be owned and operated by the federal government and would hold migrants, pretrial defendants, and people sentenced to brief incarcerations for federal infractions. Federal jails were not an easy solution. They required new allotments from the national budget, the transformation of a centuries-old boarding-out system, and, potentially, the development of an entirely new federal agency. But attempts to improve county jails had proved difficult, if not impossible. The Department of Justice had only 2 inspectors overseeing the roughly 1,100 jails used by the federal government. 60 The United States could end its contract with a county jail, but it could not appropriate federal money to improve county facilities, even when the stress of federal prisoners contributed to jail's deterioration. 61 The impetus was on the locality to keep the jail in acceptable condition, and in most cases, investing in the local lockup was not a priority, especially not at the federal government's going rates. Figure 11. Photograph of Hastings Hornell Hart, 1915, social worker, penologist, and president of the American Prison Association, 1921–22. Courtesy of the Minnesota Historical Society. Money was a major source of tension in intergovernmental collaboration. Local communities argued that they were not being fairly compensated for jail space. The federal government argued that it could barely afford the rates it was paying. The Bureau of Immigration had long operated on a shoestring budget, and by the late 1920s it had resorted to multiple cost-saving measures, from docking employees' pay 2.5 days per month to promoting the merits of voluntary departure to detained migrants. 62 Across the United States, growing populations of migrants were held in flux because the agency did not have the money to deport them. In 1926, Buffalo had 700 unserved warrants for deportation and several hundred deportation hearings pending. 63 Detention bills reached as high as $14 per day, causing the entire district office to operate at a loss. With debts accumulating, the district director threatened to release all migrants from jail and stop making new arrests if they did not receive more funding. Nothing short of absolute chaos would be the result, the official ominously predicted. 64 Authorities argued that the financial costs of unauthorized migration were made worse by the number of deportable alien criminals in New York state prisons, some of whom would never be deported. At the same time Hart was completing his research, the state of New York began compiling new data on its prison population, claiming that 23% of the state's convicts were non-citizens. 65 In 1926, New York took one of the first steps in challenging the practice of boarding out. Effective March 1, 1927, a new state law empowered sheriffs to refuse federal prisoners if the jail was full or if their presence would violate rules mandating the separation of violent and nonviolent offenders. 66 The law had limited impact. Localities still felt pressure from the federal government to accept prisoners and feared retaliation if they refused. 67 The occasional sheriff did draw a line in the sand. In 1929, Sheriff A. L. Senecal of Plattsburgh, New York, refused to accept any more people detained by the federal government until the 13 held at his jail had been removed. Some migrants had been awaiting deportation for 5 months, the sheriff reported, while others did not have sufficient clothing to survive the brutal New York winter. 68 The U.S. Deputy Marshal desperately tried to convince local authorities to budge. He had 12 migrants waiting to be arraigned and no jails to hold them. Compared with small towns and rural places, cities had greater leverage in negotiating with the federal government over jail space. In New York City, the relationship between municipal penal institutions and the federal government reached a stalemate. Sheriff David H. Knott, who oversaw the Ludlow Street Jail on Manhattan's Lower East Side, reported in 1921 that the federal government had not paid the city for use of jail space in 2 years. 69 The city of New York does not seek to make any money on Uncle Sam, but neither can I be a party to Father Knickerbocker being nicked, the sheriff lamented. 70 Unlike the obsequious Chinese prisoners of 20 years prior, the sheriff found federal prisoners to be entitled and demanding, in one case requesting a cell with southern exposure. 71 In 1926, the New York City Commissioner of Correction informed federal authorities that the city would not renew its contract after an investigation revealed that the arrangement had cost taxpayers $126,821.55 over the previous 5 years. 72 In 1925, a Boston judge suspended sentencing on liquor cases. As every county jail in Massachusetts was over capacity. 73 The city of Baltimore followed New York City's lead and refused federal prisoners unless the government raised its rates. 74 In New York City, Boston, and Baltimore, most people incarcerated on federal charges were bootleggers. Because these cities had immigration stations with space for detention, they did not rely heavily on county jails to hold migrants. Still, as major cities hurled ultimatums, federal jails seemed like a more urgent, necessary solution. In their pursuit of federal intervention, Hastings Hart and his allies also argued that the construction of federal jails would play a moral role. Though rhetoric of moral reform had infused discussions of prison reform throughout U.S. history, advocates argued that the jail had particular importance because its inhabitants were more reformable. People in jail were the small fish of the criminal justice system, rum runners, witnesses in criminal trials, those who could not afford bond, and of course, border crossers. Joseph C. Hutchison Jr., a federal judge from Texas and one of Hart's collaborators, wrote that a county jail ought to be the most reformatory prison in the state. Missionary work in the world is of a higher order. 75 He called on his fellow federal judges to avail themselves of every means to keep people out of the nation's crumbling jails until a more humane system could be devised. If federal jails were approved, judges and prisoners alike may well feel that at last, on this dull earth, justice and mercy are reconciled and the judge and the brother are one. Hutchison beseeched an audience in 1925.76 to true believers like Hutchison. Federal jails were not a dull bureaucratic solution, they were a revelation. Or were they? Policymakers and penologists had good reason to believe that federal jails would not be a silver bullet. Federal prisons had been around since 1891 and had hardly solved the issues plaguing modern penitentiaries. 77 For federal prisoners with sentences over a year, the United States had 3 prisons, at Leavenworth, Kansas, Atlanta, Georgia, and McNeil Island in Puget Sound in Washington. The federal government had recently completed work on the Industrial Institute for Women at Alderson, West Virginia, and also oversaw an assemblage of work camps and training schools. Federal prisons had significant problems. Leavenworth had double the number of inmates it was built to hold, McNeil Island struggled to reliably provide clean water, and Atlanta had men sleeping in dark basements and corridors because they had run out of cells. 78 Would federal jails be any better? Policymakers contemplated and equivocated until finally, in 1929, a new immigration law pushed borderland jails over the edge, criminalizing unlawful entry. In 1923, R.B. Sims, the superintendent of the Arizona State Prison, wrote to the governor of Arizona to complain about the prison's relationship with the Immigration Service. Again and again, Sims and the county sheriff released Mexican migrants for deportation, only to see them return to the United States days later. The Immigration Service's present method of dumping Mexicans just across the border was an absolute farce, the superintendent declared. If the federal government could not find a better way to keep Mexicans from crossing the border, deportation might just as well be abolished. 79 Secretary of Labor James J. Davis suggested that remedying the problem identified by Sims and others required a more punitive approach to immigration law, something that went beyond simple removal. No prohibitive law can successfully be enforced without a deterrent penalty, Secretary Davis implored Congress. 80. On March 4, 1929, the day of Herbert Hoover's inauguration, Congress passed S. 5094, making unlawful entry into the United States a misdemeanor punishable by 1 year of imprisonment, a $1,000 fine, or both. 81 If a person entered without authorization for a second time, that person faced felony charges and 2 years imprisonment, a $2,000 fine, or both. Congress had contemplated making illegal immigration a crime during early drafts of the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act, but had settled on a watered-down version that cut the provision in hopes of maintaining stronger diplomatic relations with China. 82 In 1929, Congress's most extreme nativist factions would finally get their way. The new law, known colloquially as the Undesirable Aliens Act, dramatically raised the stakes of deportation, making it tantamount to permanent banishment under threat of felony prosecution. 83 The Secretary of Labor wrote that the 1929 law in some particulars, is the most drastic general immigration law ever enacted, delivering stern punishment to those who violated immigration law. 84 After decades of the Immigration Service insisting that deportation proceedings were a solely administrative procedure, the 1929 law reclassified illegal entry as a criminal offense with criminal consequences. In the words of one northern New York newspaper, the new policy put teeth in Immigration Law 85. Though illegal entry along the northern frontier remained a concern for the Immigration Service, the U.S. Mexico border eclipsed the U.S. Canada border as an agency priority. Removals along the southern border were skyrocketing, accelerated by the 1924 creation of the U.S. Border Patrol. In 1925, there were just 1,751 expulsions from the southern border. By 1929 the number surpassed 15,000. 86 In the early 1920s, restrictionists' efforts to include Mexicans in the quota laws failed due to the Harding administration's reluctance to antagonize Mexico, as well as pressure from southwestern congressmen whose constituents profited from inexpensive workers. 87 After the quota's passage, anxieties about Mexican labor suppressing wages continued to fester, matched with concerns about the violence allegedly fostered by migrant smuggling and so-called Mexican criminality. 88 Coleman Blease, a South Carolina Democrat and avowed white supremacist, introduced S. 5094 to the Senate in December 1928, where it received little pushback. 89 Lawmakers saw the bill as a concession to those who had fought for a Mexican quota and assured growers that the law would not impact their access to labor. They also saw it as critical to maintaining the racial composition of the nation. Like the quota laws before it, the new law confirmed that a white American race, descended from Europe, was the linchpin of national identity and would be jealously defended against groups deemed unassimilable or otherwise inferior. 90. Historians have argued that a limited budget and workforce meant that the Immigration Service enforced the Undesirable Aliens Act erratically and selectively. 91 Between 1930 and 1936, the service brought more than 40,000 criminal cases against unlawful entrants and won convictions in 90% of those cases, still representing only a fraction of the total number of migrants entering the country without authorization. Nativist legislators grumbled that, as was the case with the Geary Act, Congress made the law unenforceable by failing to provide adequate appropriations, a problem soon made worse by Depression-era budget cuts. The vast majority of removals were carried out via voluntary departures, in which migrants paid for their own return, rather than via the formal deportation system. 92 The legal system was similarly unprepared. Courts in some border districts met only once a year, further prolonging the pretrial detention of migrants charged under S. 5094.93. In the law's first year, migrants in county jails averaged nearly a month of detention prior to criminal trial. 94. Table 1. Immigration prisoners received at county jails, FI 1929 to 1930. Men. Women. Number of prisoners: 4,619. 195. Total time served: 210,076. 8,452. Average sentence: 51. 48. Average age: 24.6. 25.2. Source: data from file 55639/731, Record Group 85, National Archives and Records Administration, Washington, D.C. Yet, even if the law was not enforced to its fullest extent, its repercussions were strongly felt in border communities. County jails now held migrants awaiting deportation, as well as migrants serving criminal sentences. In the first year after the law's passage, county jails held nearly 5,000 migrants sentenced to jail time for illegal entry. 95 Particularly in counties near U.S. borders, jails were incarcerating dual populations of migrants, one administrative and one criminal, both in the local lockup. Just 6 months after the law's passage, the Assistant U.S. Attorney advised immigration districts to charge migrants under Section 2 of the 1929 law, a misdemeanor charge that brought a maximum imprisonment of a year, rather than Section 1, a felony charge that brought up to 2 years imprisonment. 96 Lax enforcement of the law was partially a result of Immigration Service funding and manpower, but it was also a result of jail overcrowding. Though Congress crafted the 1929 law with Mexican migrants in mind, it created immediate changes for upstate immigration law enforcement. With the law's passage, 65 new immigration inspectors were sent to northern New York, and the immigration station in Clinton County was upgraded to a port of entry, with inspectors on duty 24 hours a day. 97 By the summer of 1930, detainees at northern New York's county jails were again double-booked in cells, with outdoor time cut in half. 98 When the New York State Prison Commission investigators visited the Clinton County Jail, they found that immigration prisoners knew little about the status of their cases, how long they would be held, or what the next steps in their cases might be. At the Franklin County Jail, inspectors discovered a migrant woman with 3 young children who had been held in the facility for more than a month on a charge of illegal entry. 99 Authorities in Malone said that they regretted the illegal detentions of children. 100 It is hoped that a federal institution will soon be provided in this part of the country which will be equipped to take care of all United States prisoners, the report stated, again agitating for federal intervention and carceral expansion as the singular solution to humanitarian injustices. 101. The effects of the 1929 law also stirred international alarm, catapulting the most local of American institutions onto a global stage. In December 1929, a London newspaper printed a story about Canadian border crossers sharing cells with common criminals. 102 In 1931, the British consul launched an investigation into the experiences of English and Canadian deportees in Arizona county jails. He suggested that the United States establish more detention camps, similar to those already in use at San Francisco and Ellis Island, in order to segregate the migrant prisoner from the rest of the incarcerated population. 103 Concerns about white women continued to be central to these critiques. When authorities detained Marie Scriver, an 18-year-old Canadian, in a Detroit jail for 3 weeks on a charge of illegal border crossing, the Canadian press was horrified. An editorial proclaimed Scriver a pretty Canadian miss, who had attempted innocent passage between the two countries. The media stressed that she was unlike the jail's real criminals, but as a young, white woman she was also unlike other immigrant prisoners. 104 Historian May Guy has argued that the laws of the 1920s gave rise to a discourse of deserving and undeserving illegal immigrants and just and unjust deportations, a framing that extended to the county jail. 105 Mexicans made up the vast majority of apprehensions and prosecutions under the 1929 law, yet European and Canadian migrants commanded disproportionate attention. 106 The surge of arrests under the Undesirable Aliens Act accelerated organizing for federal intervention. The growing deportation system, which fostered coordination between the federal government, district immigration offices, and thousands of localities, had expanded the state's administrative capacity. In turn, it expanded Americans' ideas about what the state was capable of and what responsibilities it bore. At a 1929 congressional hearing, Walter W. Nicholson, a member of the New York State Commission of Correction, said that arrests and sentencing for prohibition, narcotics, and border crossing had utterly destroyed the sheriff's ability to enforce local laws. 107 An appropriations appeal from the Secretary of Labor articulated what had been clear on the ground in upstate New York: the already deplorable situation in jails had been made immeasurably worse by the 1929 law. 108 The New York State Commission of Correction reported that federal prisoners were warehoused in 50 of the 66 county jails in New York. 109 To even the Prison Commission's surprise, the largest share of federal prisoners in New York jails were not bootleggers but, by a narrow margin, people held for violation of immigration law. 110 Making intergovernmental cooperation work. While northern New York jails had become a flashpoint of concern about incarceration, cities and towns throughout the nation were reckoning with their evolving role in the deportation state. In 1923, the Bureau of Immigration sent a memo to each of its districts requesting information about the nature and extent of cooperation between our service and the state, municipal, and other public authorities in your district. 111 The Immigration Service wanted to know how much alien reliefers cost the government and also sought to understand the relationship between immigration agents and local law enforcement. 112 The Bureau received responses from across the country, documenting a range of experiences with local governments. Together, these dispatches offered a snapshot of an increasingly, though unevenly, interconnected carceral state, one that facilitated cooperation between scales of government as well as across carceral and welfare institutions. 113 In some cases, police and localities were eager to help the Immigration Service. In Texas, police joined Border Patrol officers to scout migrants crossing the Rio Grande. In Portland, Maine, the State Board of Charities prepared monthly reports on all potentially deportable migrants held in state almshouses. In New York Harbor, the Jersey City Police patrolled the water around Ellis Island to look for escapees. In California and Washington, the states employed a state deportation agent, who tracked migrants held in state institutions and brought their cases to the Immigration Service. 114 San Francisco immigration officials incentivized police with small cash rewards for identifying smuggled Chinese migrants, while Portland, Maine, immigration officials offered their most cooperative police officers trips accompanying transcontinental deportation parties. 115 Yet, in other communities, collaboration between immigration and local law enforcement was, in the words of the Pittsburgh Immigration Office, practically nil. Pittsburgh officials reported that the local police rarely aided in immigration cases because they believed that the work was of too little importance. An inspector from Cincinnati indicated that his office more frequently learned about deportable migrants from newspapers than from law enforcement. In Georgia, the Immigration Service griped that local arrest records did not indicate whether an apprehended person was foreign-born. The Atlanta Immigration Service admitted that it made little effort to contact sheriffs and wardens because local law enforcement did not have the resources to pursue deportations. 116 The Los Angeles office noted that ever since the money from immigration prisoners began flowing to the county budget, rather than directly to the sheriff and his deputies, there had been considerably less enthusiasm for working with the Immigration Service. 117 One pressing issue for the Bureau of Immigration was whether local law enforcement agencies notified the service when they had migrants in their custody. People with criminal convictions were a particular priority for removal, as the 1917 Immigration Act enabled deportation for any criminal conviction within 5 years of entry. 118 In the Immigration Service's ideal vision of this relationship, prisons and jails would hold deportable migrants until the Bureau of Immigration could relieve them, an informal prototype for today's system of immigration detainers, through which Immigration and Customs Enforcement can request that a local jail hold people until ICE takes them into custody. Because of the service's finite resources and limited detention space, this could mean weeks and months of additional incarceration. Migrants were justifiably furious when they were detained beyond the end of their criminal sentences. In 1924, 26 Greek and Turkish men detained in New York's Washington County Jail for violation of the Passport Act of 1920 petitioned the Secretary of Labor. 119 They were still incarcerated a week after their sentence had ended, with little indication of when they might be freed. 120 Some local authorities stopped alerting the Immigration Service to the cases of deportable persons after the Immigration Service failed to pursue the cases. An inspector in Winnipeg defined the problem plainly: "The solution of the smuggling and illegal entry problem is more money." 121 Other communities were unwilling to oblige the Immigration Service's request that they hold migrants in custody longer than the courts dictated, citing a range of legal, logistical, and ethical concerns. The New York Superintendent of Prisons wrote that "we have no authority, morally or legally, to hold beyond the expiration of his term," emphasizing that federal authorities had ample time to acquire a warrant for deportation while a person was serving a sentence. 122 In Atlanta, a judge wrote to the Department of Labor that migrants were being removed from the United States Penitentiary, Atlanta, upon completion of their prison sentence and moved to Georgia jails to await deportation for as long as 3 or 4 months. "This jail is very uncomfortable and unwholesome, and it does not seem right to keep a man who is not charged with any crime there for that length of time," the judge wrote. 123 The Assistant Secretary of Labor suggested that the Georgia judge could use discretion in offering relief to detained migrants, writing that New York City had observed a sort of gentleman's agreement rule where migrants held for more than 4 months without bail or deportation were discharged on habeas corpus. 124 Figure 12 Petition from 26 migrants detained in New York's Washington County Jail, 1924, protesting that immigration officials had held them in jail after the expiration of their sentence. Source: File 54933-351D, Record Group 85, National Archives and Records Administration, Washington, D.C. Perhaps the most prescient analysis of federal-local collaborations came from an immigration official in El Paso in 1923. In order to get local institutions on board with the project of immigration law enforcement, he wrote, the federal government needed to create incentives to cooperation. Our officers have been impressed with the necessity of carrying on our propaganda, they become missionaries and never let up in endeavoring to sell the service to the public generally. It can readily be appreciated that what will appeal to one man will not appeal to another. Railroad men must understand that the immigration laws are enforced to their advantage. Police officers must be given to understand that by helping us, they help themselves, they rid themselves of troublesome problems, and in return secure much valuable aid from immigration officers. Institutions generally are glad to be rid of maintenance expenses. In other words, if we cannot appeal to a man's patriotism, loyalty, etc., we appeal to his self-interest. 125. The letter suggested that the Bureau of Immigration should see itself as having something to sell: community safety, rule of law, sovereign borders, and should view the public as customers. This signaled a reversal from how the Immigration Service had tended to see itself in prior decades as a customer, in search of the infrastructure and manpower that localities provided. It was an appeal that the immigration officials should see themselves as the ones with the power, even if they did not necessarily have the resources to match. In the first decade of the 20th century, financial incentives were often sufficient to secure local cooperation in jailing migrants in the counties the Immigration Service relied on. However, by the 1920s, the expanding scale of deportation, the reduced potential for sheriffs to personally profit, and the changing demographics of people jailed for immigration offenses meant that the Immigration Service needed to sell migrant detention as a political project, not just an economic one. One way federal cooperation was marketed to communities was as a means of crime control, a potent argument as emerging academic fields such as sociology and criminology drew statistical connections between immigration, race, and criminality. 126 Along the northern border, the Immigration Service identified 75 major smuggling gangs operating in the greater Detroit area, bringing roughly 20,000 Europeans into the United States each month. 127 Detroit's Wayne County Jail routinely held between 100 and 150 migrants for deportation. 128 A 1929 article in the Detroit Free Press documented the diversity of cases in the jail. It held a Scottish family who had been in jail 7 months, an interracial couple made up of a previously deported Canadian woman and an African American man, and a number of Chinese laborers. 129 While some of these migrants were apprehended crossing the border, growing numbers were picked up post-entry, as the Immigration Service raided immigrant coffee houses, pool halls, and workplaces under the auspices of targeting organized crime. 130 The Immigration Service worked alongside Detroit police to spearhead what the Bureau of Immigration director declared a deportation war and basked in glowing media coverage claiming that the removal of undesirable migrants was ameliorating urban crime rates. 131 Detroit's war grew more aggressive in the early 1930s, as Secretary of Labor William Doak proclaimed mass deportations as a solution for alleviating American unemployment. Doak's critics in Detroit accused his agents of illegal search and seizure, inhumane punishments, and abuse of power. 132 Doak countered that his critics had an America Last attitude, prioritizing the rights of the foreigner above the interests of the nation. 133 Controversy over Detroit's deportation tactics meant more unwanted attention for the overcrowded Wayne County Jail. In 1932, an Indian man named Mohammed Box attempted to hang himself after being detained in the jail for more than 6 months. Box told the sheriff that he would rather die than be imprisoned one more day. Wayne County officials were shaken by the incident. The sheriff demanded that the federal government cut the red tape that put migrants' lives at risk. 134 Why even a murderer would get speedier action than these men, the sheriff declared. 135 Instances of red tape abounded. 17-year-old Edward Argo was lost in the Detroit jail for 8 months, while officials searched for his birth records. After finding him sobbing in a cell, officials released Argo on probation, and he was later adopted by the jail's barber. 136 Argo shared the jail with Nellie Elash, who was incarcerated for 6 weeks while the United States attempted to deport her to Poland. Elash was Canadian by birth and had never so much as stepped foot in Poland. She had attained the citizenship via marriage to her Polish ex-husband. 137 One consistency through all the detainees' stories was the agonizing uncertainty that detention wrought. While days stretched into weeks into months, migrants received little information about the progress of their cases. Would their documents ever be found? Would an attorney make the bureaucracy budge? Exactly how long would they be in this jail? Once illegal entry was turned into a federal crime, effectively all immigration law enforcement could be a crime control project, regardless of whether non-citizens had committed an offense aside from entering the nation. In other locations, detention was seen less as retribution for a criminal act and more as a proactive measure to prevent lawbreaking. In South Florida, the Bureau of Immigration relied on county jails to detain migrants from the Bahamas and Cuba, as well as migrants from China and Europe, who used Caribbean stopovers before entering the United States. Immigration authorities in Florida became particularly concerned about the number of seamen deserting foreign ships. In 1925, a German named Arthur Rudolf Buchholz was found cooking in a Miami restaurant after absconding from a freighter a month prior. 138 To avoid paying penalty fees for defectors like Buchholz, shipping companies asked to detain crews at the Dade County Jail while boats were docked. Immigration authorities obliged, so long as the company paid for their board. Maritime workers, now incarcerated merely as a precaution, were aghast. They wrote letters from jail calling their imprisonment against all international law and a violation of their human rights. 139. Officials in Miami had heard tales from their colleagues of the bureaucratic fallout created by absconding seamen. North of Miami, in the Florida cities of Jacksonville and Tampa, immigration officials spent considerable time and energy searching for missing seamen in the town's Chinese laundries. 140 When seamen were located, their apprehension and incarceration could be a performance and a warning to other workers. Years later, in Mobile, Alabama, local officials paraded handcuffed seamen through the streets, before delivering them to the jail. The detained men wrote in a letter that they had been degraded and humiliated, before being tossed into a roach-infested jail. 141 Officials accused them of exaggerating the horrors of the Alabama lockup. 142 Yet, in internal communications, officials expressed fear that such letters from detainees could constitute petitions for habeas corpus if they reached judges, and that the courts might be more likely to grant freedom because of jail conditions. A jail within a jail within a jail described this hellhole. No air, no sunlight, just a cage built between four walls, declared the detained maritime laborers of Mobile. 143. On the U.S. Mexico border, the South Texas island of Galveston was among the nation's busiest ports of immigration and most controversial sites of detention. Following the demise of their immigration station in a 1915 hurricane, local officials began channeling European migrants into Galveston County Jail, while sending migrants from elsewhere to the Nueces County Jail in Corpus Christi. 144 Galveston's migrants were held on a dark, windowless floor of the jail, where they contended with perpetual louse problems and a single bathtub for dozens of inmates. 145. Conditions facing women at the jail were especially dire. In 1928, an immigration inspector filed a report on a Mexican woman named Gertrudis Hernandez de Rodriguez, after a jailer was found loving her up at the Galveston facility. At least 2 other jailers had previously assaulted Rodriguez at Galveston. Though the report referred to improper relations between this woman, the jailers, and probably other inmates, the power differential between a Mexican woman awaiting deportation and the white jail workers was undeniable. 146 The Immigration Service explored alternative arrangements for women and children throughout the 1920s, but European women received priority for transfers out of the jail. The Galveston Daily News noted that jail was a particular hardship for women from the better class families, abandoning women like Hernandez to endure an environment that left them vulnerable to both the whims of bureaucracy and the predations of their jailers. 147 It reinforced the idea that racialized migrants were disorderly, and perhaps criminal, while others were merely unlucky or unfortunate. In many cities where the Immigration Service operated, it encountered an occasional angry op-ed about immigration detention or about the agency's behavior. Federal-local collaboration had its critics, but they were routinely dismissed. Galveston was different. The Immigration Service in Galveston was met with a sustained local crusade to move migrants out of the local jail, a campaign that reflected Galveston's reputation as a site of incarceration for Europeans. In August 1925, members of the Galveston chapter of the League of Women Voters wrote to their senator to express concern about the dreadful conditions which exist in regard to the detention of deportees in this part of the world. They elaborated that these deportees, while they have broken some law of the country, are not in the true sense of the word criminals. 148 The letter concluded with an appeal to civic pride, arguing that the city's reputation was on the line and that a place like New York City would never tolerate such treatment. The Galveston Chamber of Commerce similarly agitated for the establishment of a concentration camp or station that would specifically serve migrants. 149. Critics in Galveston were not arguing against incarceration broadly, They specifically argued against incarceration in the jail, reiterating criminologists' comments about the uniquely dire conditions of America's local carceral institutions. Jailing migrants in Galveston, critics asserted, was a moral atrocity and a civic embarrassment, which exposed the interconnected local and global scales of deportation. Migrants not destined for Mexico typically faced longer detentions, as immigration officials navigated travel documents and shifting borders, but in places like Galveston they benefited from the interventions of local groups concerned about their treatment. White migrants raised alarm and mobilized political organizing, as Mexican migrants suffered in relative obscurity, a disparity that would become even starker in coming decades. On August 5, 1930, Northern New York's Plattsburgh Sentinel published an editorial celebrating the Hoover administration's newly interventionist stance on criminal affairs. Hoover transformed crime control into a national priority, the state invested in prisons, streamlined federal criminal record-keeping, and collected new crime statistics through projects such as the National Commission on Law Observance and Enforcement. 150 Nonetheless, the editorial said, the dangerous, overcrowded county jails of the North Country and of the nation continued to get the short end of the stick. The situation demanded radical change in the form of a federal jail. 151 The change the Plattsburgh Sentinel sought was on the horizon. Conversations about congestion and unrest culminated in the Act of May 14, 1930, which created the Federal Bureau of Prisons and officially sanctioned the construction of federal jails. The advent of the BOP marked a new era for the federal government, confirming that American crime control would be a shared national and local project. It was a shift driven not just by concern about liquor law and gangsters but also by concern about illegal entry and the nation's capacity to deport. Even as the creation of the BOP expanded the federal government's carceral investments, it still permitted the practice of boarding out federal prisoners in local facilities. The federal government was under no illusions that it could replace its reliance on county jails overnight. One vocal critic of this caveat was the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, an organization that had spent much of the 1920s fighting to abolish convict leasing and expand the due process protections of black criminal defendants. 152 The NAACP argued that continuing to permit boarding out would do irreparable injustice to Negro prisoners, who in years prior had been relegated to the worst local institutions when federal prisons became overcrowded. 153 In 1929, the Department of Justice leased 200 black men from the United States Penitentiary, Atlanta, to a Chatham County convict camp for road construction work. Despite the state and federal government's insistence that convict leasing had ended. 154 The NAACP spent 5 months attempting to add language to the BOP legislation that would specifically address racial disparities in boarding out practices but ultimately settled for the BOP's assurances that the agency would make every effort to avoid discrimination. 155 Racist discrimination permeated the practice for both non-citizens and citizens alike. Over the coming years, Mexican migrants would be among the most vulnerable to the forced labor and discriminatory boarding out practices the NAACP feared. With the federal green light, the BOP built quickly. By 1933, the United States had established federal jails in New York City, La Tuna, Texas, New Orleans, Louisiana, and Milan, Michigan, all municipalities proximate to a land border or port of entry. The opening of La Tuna swiftly reshaped the local detention economy in El Paso. 156 In 1932, the county downsized the sheriff's office in anticipation of losing $82,000 of annual payment for holding federal prisoners. 157 But El Paso overestimated how dramatically the federal jail would curtail business. Within months of opening, La Tuna was over capacity, and by the spring of 1933 the federal government was again transferring people to the El Paso jail, buoyed by an uptick of immigration raids and Mexican repatriation efforts. 158 Migrants also continued to pass through Galveston. In 1938, Secretary of Labor Francis Perkins received a letter from Rabbi Henry Cohen condemning the warehousing of migrants in the Galveston jail. The well-being, morally and physically, of the immigrants has been sacrificed to economy. Thrift might be applied elsewhere that human life may be bettered, the rabbi implored. 159. Since the federal government did not have adequate detention space in its new federal facilities, officials focused on weeding out county jails with the most egregious conditions and designating them ineligible for future federal contracts. In 1935, 477 county and city jails housed federal prisoners, just a third of the number of local jails the agency used at its peak. 160. But by 1939, the BOP reported that the number of local jails used for boarding out had crept back up to 691.161 in the decade following the BOP's creation. Observers reported only marginal improvements in the condition of local jails, even as the agency offered financial incentives to the best-kept facilities. Few things have been discussed so much, damned so long and loudly, and had so little done about them as the jails and the weather, sighed a lawmaker at a 1940 meeting of the National Jail Association. 162. Other criminologists demanded the complete abolition of the county jail, suggesting that the BOP's failures proved that jail was an institution incapable of reform. 163. The early trials of federal jails exemplified what would become a pattern for the Immigration Service over the remainder of the 20th century. Frustrations with local jails, the conditions, the costs, the challenge of negotiating with hundreds of individual municipalities would regularly lead the Immigration Service to explore alternatives. Crises of legitimacy for the Immigration Service's detention practices led to carceral expansion, often in the name of reform. However, the Immigration Service never fully broke its bond with local jails. As policymakers embraced immigration law as the foremost tool of ensuring the good stock of the American citizenry, mechanisms for disposing of unwanted men, women, and children became all the more essential. Jails were the safety valve of a rapidly expanding detention apparatus. They were rarely the first choice, but their vast geographic coverage gave the Immigration Service a potential detention site in nearly every county in the United States. Figure 13. La Tuna, one of the nation's first federal jails, opened in El Paso County, Texas, 1932. Courtesy of the El Paso Public Library, Border Heritage Center, Otis A. Altman Collection, A 5903. For the migrants who found themselves trapped inside, jails were unbearable. Some detained people threatened their own lives in desperate appeals for freedom. Some mobilized attorneys and embassies, begging someone to care about an all but invisible population. Others suffered quietly as they endured violence from jailers and other inmates. All experienced the blistering monotony of day after day staring at blank cell walls in a foreign land. Whether it was incarceration in a brand new federal facility or incarceration under the eye of a county sheriff, the result was the same: state-sponsored punishment for violating an imaginary line. 4. A concentration camp of their own. Detention in and after war. World War II upended patterns of immigration to the United States. The danger of moving through war zones, alongside an intentionally Byzantine wartime visa bureaucracy, left U.S. immigration quotas largely unfilled in the years leading up to and during the conflict. 1. The Immigration and Naturalization Service, however, would not have a quiet war. In the months preceding the United States' official entry into the conflict, the Department of Justice drew up blueprints for an enemy alien program targeting German, Italian, and Japanese nationals residing in the United States. The DOJ designated the INS, created by a 1933 merger between the Bureau of Immigration and the Bureau of Naturalization, as its custodial agency, tasked with detaining people suspected of being enemy aliens in immigration stations, hotels, hospitals, and local jails. For immigration officials who had spent much of the prior decades refining their capacity to incarcerate, the onset of war created opportunities to reimagine carceral space and revisit relationships with local law enforcement, all in the name of protecting the nation from totalitarianism. 2 days after Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor, the INS detained nearly 1,000 people deemed suspicious foreign nationals. In less than a week, it had detained more than 2,200. This chapter shows how the Immigration Service transformed ideology and political affiliation into a central justification for detaining non-citizens in the 1940s and 1950s, and how global conflict transformed migrant incarceration into a national security imperative. When the war ended in 1945, the INS shifted its resources to tackle the post-war problem of subversives, non-citizens the United States feared brought dangerous ideas to American shores. These people fit many descriptions: Korean, migrant, who had protested Japanese imperialism, Greek dock workers stranded in the United States during wartime, Guatemalan civil rights leaders, Italian composers, German war brides. Point 3. What they had in common was a connection to communism or other un-American ideologies. As global war gave way to a new conflict of the free world of the United States and Western Europe versus the communist Soviet Union, American leaders expressed fears about migrants' transnational ties and potential communist infiltration via underprotected borders. Point 4. Just as exceptional curtailments of civil liberties were greenlit during wartime, the Cold War state of emergency allowed officials more discretion in detaining non-citizens they labeled dangerous. Any affiliation with the Communist Party effectively became a violation of immigration law. Laws enabling ideological exclusion and deportation had been on the books since the 18th century, and the Immigration Service had targeted European anarchists and Bolsheviks as well as anti-colonial Asian activists in the 1910s and 1920s, but campaigns against migrants with supposedly dangerous ideas took on a renewed intensity in the post-war world. Point 5. Over the course of the 1950s, the DOJ fervently defended the state's detention power for radical aliens as a power insulated from constitutional and administrative norms. In cases brought by non-citizens detained at Ellis Island on the East Coast and Terminal Island on the West Coast, the immigration bureaucracy argued that it did not need to follow the Administrative Procedure Act, that it could hold migrants without bail, and that it could detain a migrant indefinitely if deportation was not possible. However, the global rise of fascism, as well as the atrocities of the Holocaust, armed activists with examples of oppressive state power, which they invoked in often damning comparisons to the expanding reach of the DOJ and INS. Groups such as the American Committee for Protection of Foreign-Born and the American Civil Liberties Union mobilized mass publicity campaigns on behalf of detainees. Members of Congress introduced private bills for the relief of certain migrants. And incarcerated persons undertook highly visible acts of resistance, from lawsuits to protests to hunger strikes. Much of the media attention in the post-war period focused on the high-profile cases of Europeans facing years of jail time pending deportation hearings, due in part to extensive litigation undertaken on their behalf. In 1952, these critics secured a major victory when the INS proclaimed that it would abandon migrant incarceration in all but exceptional circumstances. Yet, as this chapter shows, the U.S. migrant incarceration landscape extended far beyond the European causes. C. E. L. E. Bress, who became the face of detention's post-war abuses. The post-war period was defined by a contradiction. INS detention infrastructure rapidly expanded in an age of government-proclaimed abolition. When World War II began, the United States had repurposed tools of border control to meet its new detention mandate. By war's end, the United States took the technology and spaces developed in wartime and turned them toward policing Mexican migrants, men, women, and children whom the United States deemed surplus labor in the post-war world. As Americans increasingly saw some detained non-citizens as individuals, with personal narratives and campaigns devoted to their freedom, they viewed Mexican migrants as a racialized collective, a faceless wave of cheap labor, that could be removed via informal proceedings rather than legal deportation. Camps that once held enemy Germans became hubs for incarcerating Mexican farm workers. Aircrafts that deployed paratroopers became planes to airlift deportees. Factories that had produced military vehicles were converted to urban detention centers. Critics also retained the language of wartime incarceration, lodging accusations of concentration camps both when Chinese war brides were detained in West Coast skyscrapers and when Mexicans were held in overcrowded jail centers along the southern border. Still, protests about a diffused detention system targeting Mexicans or a West Coast immigration office warehousing the Chinese wives of American servicemen failed to mobilize the same national outcry or achieve the same success in courts as cases involving Europeans. 6 The events of the 1940s and 1950s reaffirmed that the DOJ's ability to detain migrants without political interference or scandal depended heavily on who it was detaining. Race, nationality, and gender continued to be significant factors in whose jailings Americans envisioned as just. Policing the enemy alien. The history of wartime incarceration fits somewhat uneasily in the history of migrant incarceration. Despite IN's involvement, much of the incarceration was carried out via executive orders rather than under immigration laws, and the system targeted large numbers of citizens as well as permanent residents and non-citizens. In 2019, Pacific Standard published an article titled "The Legacy of Japanese Internment Lives on In-Migrant Detention 7." Yet the inverse was perhaps equally true. The legacy of migrant incarceration in the first decades of the 20th century. Its technologies, infrastructure, legal precedents, and workforce had laid critical groundwork for Japanese incarceration and wartime internment. In California's South Pedro Bay, just yards from mainland Los Angeles, sat Terminal Island, a site where Japanese fishermen had reeled in nets of sardines and albacore tuna since the early 20th century. The island was a distinctly transnational place. Residents spoke a mixed dialect of Japanese and English, community centers showed Japanese films and dramas, and children attended elementary schools that celebrated both American and Japanese holidays. Terminal Island was also a key West Coast port. The federal government was uneasy about the presence of foreign-born Japanese residing nearby and surveilled the community for months before the United States entered the war. Hours after the December 1941 attack on Pearl Harbor, the FBI, the INS, and Los Angeles police began banging on doors, ransacking homes, and making arrests. First they apprehended community leaders, then teachers and priests, and finally, all Japan-born fishermen. 8 Though the FBI took the lead, the INS also made arrests, apprehending 87 Japanese fishermen on the basis of unspecified irregularities in their immigration status. 9 INS agents drew on their experiences raiding Chinatowns at the turn of the 20th century and searching immigrant homes and businesses in the urban deportations delirium of the 1920s and 1930s. 10 As in many prior cases, they did not have warrants. 11 In February 1942, the federal government ordered a full evacuation of Terminal Island. "It was one of the saddest moments in my life," a Japanese pastor said of crossing the drawbridge to leave home for the final time. 12 A month after the raids, the island that had once been home to more than 5,000 Japanese residents resembled a deserted mining town, with piles of junk, smoldering fires, and broken furniture from the lives uprooted. The land had been cleaned of the alien menace, the Los Angeles Times praised. 13 The fishermen arrested by the INS were sent to internment camps throughout the country, including Fort Lincoln, a frigid North Dakota outpost just south of Bismarck. As the men disembarked trains, they were greeted by Border Patrol agents armed with submachine guns. Yet another mobilization of the federal government's police power over migrants. The INS-run enemy alien program ran parallel to the confinement of ethnic Japanese by the War Relocation Authority, a wartime federal agency that operated the massive incarceration camps for Nisei, U.S. citizens of Japanese descent, as well as Issei, first-generation immigrants from Japan. These camps, with their rows of identical, tar paper, covered barracks slicing through desert landscapes, became the most enduring image of U.S. wartime incarceration. 14 However, these were only one element in a vast, interagency carceral network built to accommodate the U.S. wartime detention demands, a system historian Tetsuyudan Kashima calls rife with internal competition, lack of coordination, and ad hoc decision-making. Between 1941 and 1943, the INS operated at least 65 facilities for the internment of enemy nationals. 15 Federal officials believed that they had greater skill in adjudicating loyalty among the Caucasian race than among Japanese nationals. A 1942 survey among California district attorneys, sheriffs, and police chiefs similarly found that local law enforcement identified Japanese as the group most likely to commit espionage. 16 While most apprehended Italians and Germans were released by the DOJ, most apprehended Japanese were sent to INS-run camps. 17 The scale and circumstances of wartime incarceration were unprecedented, but as prior chapters have illustrated, this was not the first time the INS had managed a fluid, nationwide network of carceral sites. Compared with the other agencies involved, some of which, like the War Relocation Authority, had not existed until the war began, the INS boasted significant incarceration experience. The roundup of enemy aliens relied on existing INS barracks and beds at Ellis Island, Angel Island, Seattle, and 4 other large immigration stations. 18 When the INS moved non-citizens to internment camps, it placed them on the same deportation trains, supervised by the same deportation officer who had expelled thousands of migrants from the United States in the prior 2 decades. 19 And beyond the agency's own immigration stations, the INS also looked to familiar partners for jail space. When the federal government secured the Los Angeles County Jail as a staging ground for interning people of Japanese descent, it built upon decades of borrowing that same jail space as a staging ground for repatriation and deportation campaigns involving Mexican migrants. 20 Jails and other sites of migrant incarceration provided flexible space that could be reimagined for whichever project of racial control and removal the state deemed most pressing. Some of the people the INS detained during the war were longtime residents of the United States, others were forced to cross U.S. borders for the sole purpose of being incarcerated in INS facilities. In January 1942, ministers of foreign affairs from the United States and various Latin American countries agreed to an inter-American removal process, in which Axis nationals would be transported to the United States for internment. American officials exerted considerable pressure on their Latin American neighbors to consent to the project, envisioning Japanese Latin Americans as a pool of people who could be exchanged for U.S. citizens trapped in Axis nations. Some nations, such as Brazil, refused, assuring the United States that they could surveil the Japanese community themselves. 21 Other nations, most notably Peru, were enthusiastic partners. Through this initiative, the INS detained people like the Shibayama family, a mother and father along with their 6 children, who in March 1944 were apprehended by local law enforcement in Peru and passed into U.S. custody. 22 Even though the federal government had all but demanded the arrival of Japanese Latin Americans, they were classified as illegal aliens upon arrival. This was, in part, a recognition of the power to detain under immigration law. Officials feared that Latin American detainees in U.S. territory would attempt to file habeas corpus claims in federal courts and hoped that classifying them as immigration law violators would curtail their legal options. 23 The Shibayamas became 8 of the more than 2,000 Japanese Peruvians interned in prison camps run by the Immigration Service. Figure 14. Japanese nationals detained at Los Angeles County Jail in the days following the attack on Pearl Harbor, 1941. Source: Los Angeles Times Photographic Archive, Library Special Collections, Charles E. Young Research Library, University of California, Los Angeles. The journey from Peru to the United States took 3 weeks by boat. Officials seized the Shibayama's Peruvian identity documents, separated them from one another aboard the USS Cuba, and granted them only sparing moments above deck. When the family disembarked their ship in New Orleans, officials immediately asked them to disrobe. They were sprayed with the carcinogenic pesticide DDT, the same humiliating and dangerous process that the INS developed for Mexican migrants crossing the border. 24 Beginning in the 1910s, the U.S. Public Health Service had constructed disinfection plants at major points of entry along the U.S. Mexico line, arguing that an ironclad quarantine was the only way to prevent the spread of disease across borders. All people traversing the border from Mexico, said a public health service surgeon in 1918, were considered as likely to be vermin-infested. 25 decades later, and despite considerable protest from affected migrants, these invasive practices persisted, now attaching the stigma of biological threat to Japanese arriving from Latin America. The categorization of illegal entrant would continue to shape the lives of forced migrants long after they left internment camps. Isamu Shibayama had been just 13 when he and his siblings were arrested. By the time he was 16, the war was over, and Peru refused to take his family back. Isamu became a very young man without a country. While he was serving in the U.S. military during the Korean War, a supervisor attempted to help Isamu naturalize so that he could obtain a higher security clearance. The INS denied his application because he had not been legally admitted to the United States, and the agency reopened deportation proceedings against his entire family. Though the Shibayamas were eventually granted temporary relief and gained legal status, Isamu would spend the rest of his life fighting for redress for the ways his family had suffered, first in the U.S. courts, after Japanese Peruvians were denied the $20,000 restitution checks granted to incarcerated Japanese Americans, and later in international human rights tribunals. The battle over Ellis Island. As the war ended, the Soviet Union began a dogged, often bloody march of installing communist regimes throughout the nations of Eastern European. The Soviet U.S. relationship quickly soured, as the United States saw the spread of communism as a threat to its political influence in Europe and its economic interests worldwide. 26 In the immediate aftermath of World War II, the INS expanded its apprehension efforts for foreign-born radicals, some of whom were seized at the border and some of whom were arrested after years of living in the United States. 27 The prior decades had confirmed that deportations were subject to few constitutional safeguards and thus offered a convenient way to attack individual communists while the other mechanisms of repression were being developed, writes historian Ellen Schrecker. 28 Prior to World War II, most of policymakers' rationales for detention suggested that if the United States released deportable migrants, they could escape the reach of immigration authorities. Post-war, the DOJ explicitly acknowledged that it was wielding immigration detention as a national security tool, a way to eliminate dangerous radicals who were walking the streets of the United States. 29 Migrants could not be released, and in many cases, could not even know the evidence being used against them, because it would compromise the safety of the American public. Throughout the 1940s, Congressman Sam Hobbs, an Alabama Democrat, repeatedly introduced legislation to expand the detention power of the DOJ and the agency he called the Immigration and Deportation Service. 30 Though none of his proposed bills ever passed both houses of Congress, a bill Hobbs introduced in 1949, H.R. 10, would become a roadmap for the legislative expansion of the government's detention power. H.R. 10 authorized the lifetime detention of non-citizens suspected of subversive activity or affiliation. It did so through two key provisions. The first offered the government the power to detain migrants until their deportation was possible, a day that for many deportees would never come, particularly as nations such as the Soviet Union closed their borders. The second exempted the INS from the Administrative Procedure Act of 1946, a law governing how federal agencies developed rules and regulations. Though few individuals had more at stake in agency power than migrants in deportation proceedings, the courts had been inconclusive as to whether they were eligible for the Administrative Procedure Act's protections. 31. Hobbs's persistent efforts to expand the DOJ's detention authority triggered alarm from civil liberties activists. In an age where nearly every attorney or organization representing the rights of non-citizens was deemed a potential communist, defending people with radical affiliations was a delicate balancing act. 32 At mid-century, the American Committee for Protection of Foreign-Born was pivotal in focusing public attention on the issue of detention and shifting the way the practice was perceived. Its main rhetorical tactic involved comparing proposed legislation with totalitarianism. 33 Through bulletins and flyers decrying Hobbs's plan to create concentration camps in America, activists reframed detention not just in carceral terms but in distinctly fascist ones. The group accused the INS of Gestapo tactics and distributed photographs of American families with mothers, often labor leaders, whom the United States was in the process of deporting or denaturalizing. Its message emphasized that violations of civil liberties would impact non-citizens first, before reaching into the lives of citizens as well. Despite the INS's best efforts, The spike in anti-communist sentiment accompanying the onset of the Korean War birthed an even more expansive version of the Hobbes framework, the Internal Security Act of 1950.34. The new law, also known as the McCarran Act, required the registration of Communist Party members and authorized the exclusion and retroactive deportation of communists and members of other subversive groups, including fascist or Nazi Party members. The law deemed it immaterial how long ago or for what amount of time a non-citizen had been affiliated with such a political group. 35 In practice, this meant that entire steamships of displaced persons arriving from nations such as Italy, where inspectors would be hard-pressed to find anyone without a fleeting affiliation to that nation's totalitarian government, now faced extended detentions. The legislation also contained a subsection called the Emergency Detention Act, permitting the detention of any person, including citizens, who might commit espionage or sabotage if the president declared an internal security emergency. The bill's sponsors cited the 1944 Supreme Court case of Korematsu v. United States and other legal rulings upholding Japanese wartime incarceration to argue that the Constitution sanctioned the detention of disloyal citizens, a provision that terrified the as well as African American civil rights groups, who feared that the law would be weaponized against black radicals and critics of the government. 36. The Internal Security Act triggered immediate chaos for the U.S. detention system. 2 weeks after it was signed, immigration officials in New York City detained nearly 1,000 people, pushing detention infrastructure to its brink. 13,000 seamen were held on ships in the harbor while the Immigration Service investigated their backgrounds and political beliefs. The State Department temporarily stopped issuing visas due to lack of investigatory capacity. 37 At the center of this administrative maelstrom, in the shadow of the Statue of Liberty, was Ellis Island. In the first half of the 20th century, jails were the most common site of immigration detention for most of the country. Centralized federal stations such as Ellis Island and Angel Island were notable exceptions. Though Ellis Island had detention facilities, at the peak of the site's use, only a small fraction of migrants would see them. Prior to the quota laws, about 2% of arrivals at Ellis Island were excluded, typically on the basis of illness, disability, or poverty. 38 The role of Ellis Island shifted with the passage of the 1924 Johnson-Reed Act, as migrants who arrived in excess of their nation's quota could be detained in Upper New York Bay until officials arranged for their deportation. Still, towns throughout the United States invoked Ellis Island as the gold standard of detention, a stark contrast to the ramshackle jail conditions in the rest of the country. 39 By the post-war period, America's storied immigration hub had become a de facto detention center for a mix of immigrants, visitors, stowaways, unaccompanied children, displaced persons, and political dissidents from across the globe. About 1/3 of Ellis Island detainees sought entry to the United States with status not yet determined, while the other 2/3 awaited deportation. 40. The question of whether Ellis Island had become a prison created tension for immigration administrators trying to explain the site's evolving role to the public. The IN suggested that the site was more a self-contained city than the concentration camp its critics described. The media fixated on stories of women attempting to make the dormitories livable by hanging up lace curtains or scrubbing the decades of grime from the walls. 41 This emphasis on domestic life underscored that these were not the temporary medical evaluations of the early 20th century. Immigrant families were living substantial periods of their lives within the walls of detention sites, as the government probed their potentially subversive pasts. In an effort to garner more favorable press coverage of the island, officials invited journalists to tour the detention facilities on an annual basis. In 1948, a journalist reported that German migrants had surrounded the tour group, pleading their cases and declaring their love of democracy. The migrants yelled to the reporters that the detention conditions and food had been temporarily improved to impress the media. Other times the press tours seemed to veer into bribery. Before a 1949 tour, all reporters were fed a filet mignon lunch at the island's cafeteria. When reporters inquired whether this was the kind of food served to detainees, the Ellis Island commissioner laughed and replied, "There are only so many fillets to a steer." 42. Dissatisfied with media portrayals, people detained at Ellis Island took action to reshape the narrative of their incarceration. In 1948, 5 men began a hunger strike to protest their detention without bail. Gerhard Eisler, a man the DOJ declared the brains of the Communist Party in the United States, alongside 4 other labor organizers, wrote a letter to Attorney General Tom Clark on February 25, 1948. On your order we have been locked up in Ellis Island under what the Nazis called protective arrest. If you are permitted to imprison people like us and deny us our freedom on bail because we oppose your administration program of war, imperialist aggression, anti-labor legislation, and destruction of civil rights, then no one in America is safe. 43. Figure 15. Mother preparing a bed for her son in the women's detention barracks at Ellis Island, 1950. Life magazine described Ellis Island as a gray and gloomy place suddenly full of bewildered people who have become victims of American politics, in text accompanying images by photographer Alfred Eisenstadt. The article stressed the long delays caused by the McCarran Act, as officials interrogated migrants about their political affiliations. Source: Alfred Eisenstadt / Life Picture Collection / Shutterstock. The letter concluded that the detainees anticipated broad support from all true Americans, particularly organized labor and African Americans, groups whom they saw as particularly vulnerable to the vagaries of DOJ power. The hunger strike lasted nearly 6 days, after which the court relented and released 4 of the 5 men on $3,500 bail each. 44 The night Eisler and his cohort posted bail, several hundred protesters gathered in Times Square, chanting "Deport Jim Crow" and demanding the dismissal of charges against the hunger strikers. 45. The crowd's invocation of Jim Crow highlighted an evolving strategy of immigrants' rights activists, linking the prejudice faced by Black Americans to that encountered by non-citizens. 46 During the Hobbs Bill fight, many activists had drawn similar connections, labeling Hobbs a racist Dixiecrat and noting that the majority of the bill's support came from poll tax states. 47 Black migrants, including one of Eisler's fellow hunger strikers, also found themselves incarcerated in Ellis Island's McCarran Wing. 48 Immigration officials detained Claudia Jones, a Trinidad-born communist activist and intellectual, for nearly a year before her 1955 deportation. In a letter from Ellis Island, Jones identified parallels between the racialized exclusion of Black Americans and that of Black non-citizens, writing of the 15 million Negro Americans, whose sons serve in Jim Crow units in Korea, they are no strangers to the second class. Jim Crow justice likewise meted out to West Indians of foreign birth. 49 CLR. James, a Trinidadian author, activist, and longtime target of U.S. surveillance, similarly used his 4 months on Ellis Island to launch a broad critique of American state power. He produced an essay on Moby Dick, which he mailed to every member of Congress. The central theme of the novel, James wrote, was how the society of free individualism would give birth to totalitarianism and be unable to defend itself against it. 50 The sailors, renegades, and castaways aboard the Pequod were not terribly different from the diverse migrants he found himself detained alongside at post-war Ellis Island. Both Jones and James stressed the insoluble contradictions posed by a detention center filled with ideological dissidents from around the globe, most of whom received nary a hint of due process as the United States celebrated its own liberalism and exceptionality in the post-war world. 51. Stories of Ellis Island's prisoners became a powerful organizing tool for groups like the Some campaigns focused on detained persons who were notable because of their fame or the fame of their interlocutors. When the Immigration Service detained the Nobel Prize-winning scientist Irene Joliot-Curie in 1948, Albert Einstein personally wired the DOJ requesting her release. 52 Others were notable for the novelty of their cases. In 1953, the United States detained a teenage stowaway named Karl-Heinz Pfeiffer, who had walked from Poland to West Germany before sneaking onto a Pan American Airways flight bound for New York. 53 The media pointed to Pfeiffer's year-long detention as evidence of the severe enforcement of the new immigration law. 54 Perhaps the most widely reported and cited of the Ellis Island prisoner tales was the case of Ellen Knopf. The DOJ excluded Nofil based on secret evidence and deemed her ineligible for judicial review, 2 administrative powers granted by the McCarran Act. Her case created a precedent that legal scholar Charles D. Weisselberg calls the Supreme Court's fullest statements of the plenary power doctrine, confirming the sweeping power of Congress to confine and exclude non-citizens without due process and without judicial intervention. 55. Ellen Nofil's immigration journey had been a complex one. She was born in Germany in 1915 and fled to Czechoslovakia after Adolf Hitler rose to power. 56. In 1939, she traveled to England as a refugee, where she served in the Royal Air Force and married an American serviceman. On August 14, 1948, Nofil attempted to enter the United States under the War Brides Act of 1945. Instead, she was apprehended and placed in detention at Ellis Island. 2 months later, the Assistant Commissioner of Immigration recommended her permanent exclusion without a hearing on the grounds that her admission would be prejudicial to the interests of the United States. 57. The DOJ refused to disclose the evidence against Nofil, claiming that it would put the nation at risk. 58. Nofil remained in Ellis Island detention until the Supreme Court agreed to hear her case in December 1949, more than a year after her initial arrival. In a 4-3 decision, the court ruled that the president had the power to impose additional restrictions and prohibitions on entry into the United States during a national emergency, including detaining and removing a non-citizen without a hearing. 59. The power over entry and exclusion was carried out on the ground not by the president but by immigration officials. As ACLU attorney Arthur Garfield Hayes observed, immigration agents served as the arresting officers, stenographers, judges, and executioners, vested with a virtually unreviewable power. 60. The Supreme Court cited Fong Yuting v. United States and Nishimura Ikayu v. United States in declaring that the admission of aliens to the country represented a sovereign right of the United States under any standard of entry the executive branch determined. 61. In a particularly blunt invocation of plenary power, the court asserted, whatever the procedure authorized by Congress is, it is due process as far as an alien denied entry is concerned. 62. The Supreme Court's ruling evoked a massive outpouring of support for Nofil, due in part to the sensitive media coverage the case received. Nofil was an ideal victim to illustrate the excesses of detention power, young European, the wife of an American serviceman. 63. Throughout the trial, the ACLU methodically delivered information to the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, which ran a series of 15 sympathetic editorials on her case. Multiple congressmen introduced bills to free Nofil, citing the dangers of holding a girl prisoner, on unreleased evidence. 64. In March 1951, the Attorney General relented and granted Nofil a full exclusion hearing before a board of special inquiry. Nofil was freed through administrative discretion after nearly 3 years of detention and legal limbo. 65. When the DOJ was forced to show evidence to justify its decision both to the judiciary and to the public, its case against Nofil crumbled. 66. Detention on the West Coast. Though Ellis Island captured most of the public attention in the post-war period, the detention landscape of the West Coast was rapidly changing as well. In 1938, the Bureau of Prisons opened a new facility at Terminal Island, Los Angeles, one of several federal jails promised to disgruntled sheriffs and municipalities. The jail sat just yards from the harbor where Japanese migrants had built a thriving fishing community. Terminal Island was the BOP's crown jewel, a $2 million project with rows of identical steel cells, 3 lookout towers, and a machine gun for every guard. If the county jails used at the beginning of the century were often little more than repurposed barns, Los Angeles's new federal jail was something very different. 67. 12 years after the Terminal Island jail opened its doors, it became the site of one of the most high-profile post-war immigration detention legal battles, testing the limits of non-citizen incarceration justified on security grounds. The case of the Terminal Island 4 was a campaign for 4 non-citizens: Miriam Stevenson, a British dance instructor, David Hyun, a Korean architect, Frank Carlson, a former Communist Party educator from Poland, and Harry Carlyle, a writer from England, all detained for their alleged affiliation with the Communist Party. 68 When the DOJ originally arrested the 4 defendants in 1949 and 1950, they were granted bail and released. But after the passage of the Internal Security Act, the DOJ issued new warrants for their arrest. The 1950 law gave the Attorney General the power to detain migrants considered dangerous without bail, while stipulating that communists and anarchists were presumptively dangerous. The case of Carlson v. Landon landed in the Supreme Court in November 1951. One of its major legal questions centered on who bore the burden of proof in immigration detention cases. Was it the DOJ's obligation to show evidence that a detained person represented a flight risk or a danger to the community, or was it the detained people's burden to prove they were not? Justice Felix Frankfurter wrote in a personal letter to Justice Robert H. Jackson that he did not give a damn about these aliens but, rather, feared that the Terminal Island 4 ruling could effectively make all ideological deportees ineligible for bail. 69 Jackson countered that incarceration without bond had been the exception rather than the rule even under the new security legislation, and insisted that Frankfurter's anxiety about mass detention without bail was unfounded. Though Jackson conceded some discomfort about denying bail, he could not find a strong enough legal logic to deny the Attorney General the right to exercise administrative discretion. 70. Figure 16. Interior view of cells at the Terminal Island Federal Jail in the Los Angeles Harbor, 1938. Courtesy of University of Southern California Libraries and California Historical Society. In March 1952, the Supreme Court approved the detention of non-citizens pending deportation hearings, for any amount of time, if the state considered them a danger to the public interest. Detention is necessarily a part of this deportation procedure, read the court's decision. Otherwise, aliens arrested for deportation would have opportunities to hurt the United States during the pendency of deportation proceedings. 71 The Attorney General was not required to identify specific acts of sabotage or subversive activity, supporting the Communist Party's philosophy qualified as adequate grounds for detention without bail. The INS reveled in the court's decision, swiftly apprehending and returning to jail people it had previously released on bail. 72. With expanding legal powers to detain, the INS also continued to experiment with detention space that was further removed from the carceral infrastructure of prisons and jails. 73 In 1940, a fire destroyed Angel Island. The fire came just 3 years before the United States repealed 15 separate Chinese exclusion statutes, deeming the laws politically untenable during a global conflict in which China was a U.S. ally. 74 Immigration officials refocused attention on policing Chinese women entering through the 1945 War Brides Act, the same law under which Ellen Knopf had arrived. Women from China faced intense scrutiny as officials clung to long-standing fears about Chinese migrants perpetrating a vast conspiracy against the United States. 75 With Angel Island in ashes, officials turned to a downtown San Francisco office building, 630 Sansom, as their new center of migrant incarceration. Despite the protests of American GIs who found themselves unable to communicate with their detained spouses, authorities held 450 people in 630 Sansom each night while investigating their immigration cases. The majority of those detained were wives of servicemen, as well as an occasional Chinese student, diplomat, or scientist. 76 Migrants regularly waited several months for a Board of Special Inquiry hearing. 77 Civil liberties activists argued that the cause was not understaffing but, rather, a deliberate effort on the part of the INS to limit communication between families. Liang Bikha, the wife of U.S. Army Sergeant Ng Boktiung, was one of nearly 4,000 Chinese migrants detained at 630 Sansom between 1946 and 1948. 78 INS officials detained women on one floor of the building and men on another, separating Liang Bikha and her 15-year-old son. As marriage and birth certificates were rarely issued in rural China, the limited INS workforce relied on its own investigatory tools and administrative discretion. 79 In the meantime, Liang Bikha waited. The building had no outdoor recreation area, she sat on her bed for hours on end. She ate unfamiliar foods and was allowed little contact with her son or the outside world. After 3 months of delays, Leong Bikha received her official interview. She was so anxious that immigration officials prescribed her sedatives. 80 The inspector asked her exhaustive questions about her husband's dietary habits, about their matchmaker in China, and about who had been present at their wedding 16 years prior. 81 The night after her immigration interview, feeling more uncertain than ever about her future, Leong Bikha hanged herself in a shower stall on the building's 13th floor. 82. Figure 17. U.S. Appraisers Building at 630 Sansom Street, San Francisco, California, 1940s. The building became a site of detention, primarily for Chinese women. In the 1940s, Immigration and Customs Enforcement continues to operate a field office out of it today. Courtesy of Alan J. Canterbury, San Francisco History Center, San Francisco Public Library. Leong Bikha's story was not an isolated tragedy. On June 2, 1948, Jin Hop, a veteran and Chinese herbalist in Aberdeen, Washington, received a phone call from his attorney. "Your wife is sitting on a wall hundreds of feet in the air and threatening to jump," the lawyer told him. 83 Jin Hop's wife, Hung Loi, had been detained for 6 months and faced imminent deportation after failing to convince authorities of her marriage's legitimacy. Many San Franciscans first became aware of the unmarked downtown detention center as Hung Loi's crisis unfolded. A crowd of 5,000 people gathered below and witnessed a police officer jerk the woman away from the ledge. The English-language San Francisco media praised the heroics of the police officers and immigration inspectors in preventing Hung Loi's death. They paid little attention to the plight of the migrants in the office building. 84 The Chinese-language media in San Francisco, however, painted their incarceration as both a humanitarian tragedy and a disaster for the United States' global reputation. The Chinese Pacific Weekly wrote, "If the Chinese communists were seeking for material to make their anti-American attacks, the case of Leong Bikha and Hung Loi would furnish them with their best propaganda material." 85 Following Leong Bikha's death, 100 Chinese women undertook a hunger strike, a remarkable gesture dismissed by immigration officials, who insisted that such strikes rarely lasted long. 86 Still, officials at the detention station feared that more deaths were imminent, with the station's director predicting an epidemic of suicides, particularly if these long detentions continue. 87 Within a few years, suicide attempts in immigration custody had become so commonplace that they received an entire section in the INS detention officer's manual. The guidelines instructed officers in cold bureaucratic language not to remove a body but to take photographs and put all the details in writing. 88 While the detention of the Terminal Island 4 activated the now familiar advocacy of the plight of the detainees at 630 Sansom became visible only when detainees took the most extreme measures. Holding thousands of war brides in a county jail would have created devastating Cold War optics for the Immigration Service, even if Americans viewed Chinese women with suspicion. But who would have suspected that a regular financial district office building was a site of migrant incarceration? Humane administration and the Mexican exception. Concurrent with the legal battles and agency experiments with new sites of detention was the passage of the first comprehensive immigration law since 1917, the 1952 Immigration and Nationality Act, also known as the McCarran-Walter Act. The law was, in the words of historian May Guy, less an overhaul than a hardening of existing policy. 89 Despite growing concern about the viability of an unequal system of quotas in the post-war world, the 1952 legislation maintained the quota system. Legislators attempted to downplay the quota's racist underpinnings, instead reframing them as a sociologically based tool to maintain the nation's cultural balance. 90 Detention policy was one area of significant change under the McCarran-Walter Act. The 1952 legislation endorsed detention only in exceptional circumstances, calling instead for a range of parole alternatives. The legislation's passage is often interpreted by scholars as a triumph in the history of migrant incarceration, a rare moment in which the state imagined and implemented an alternative to jailing. 91 These accounts can overlook how oppressive the systems of parole became for migrants caught in new surveillance regimes. and for the thousands of migrants who were not granted parole in the years following 1952, the reports of detention's end were greatly exaggerated. The same year that Ellis Island finally closed its doors, the INS was laying plans to radically remake detention in the Southwest. The federal government's denouncement of migrant incarceration was the culmination of years of progressive groups' activism. Policymakers questioned whether administrative detention, like other civil rights problems at home, was a reputational liability and contradiction to the United States human rights rhetoric abroad. 92 At the 1952 hearings for the new immigration law, groups such as the ACLU, the Hebrew Sheltering and Immigrant Aid Society, and the International Longshoremen's and Warehousemen's Union wielded the language of fascist repression and civil rights violation that the ACT had pioneered. They benefited from the exhaustion the Nofil case and others like it had produced. Many lawmakers were weary of the extended drama of Ellis Island prisoners and felt uneasy about the precedent of unrestrained non-citizen detention. The turn away from detention was part of a growing deinstitutionalization movement at mid-century, as frustrations with institutional conditions gained traction and the Supreme Court set new constitutional limits on civil confinement. 93. The future of detention was also a question of economics. In the bill's hearings, one of the most forceful rebukes came from a surprising source. Wellburn Mayock, the attorney for American President Lines, Limited, the largest American shipping company in the Pacific, evocatively condemned the skyscraper concentration camp at 630 Sansom. 94 Despite moralist language, Mayock's primary concern was money. His client had a significant financial interest in eliminating immigration detention. Since the late 19th century, the United States had required steamship companies to pay for the detention and return of migrants the nation rejected, as well as for crew members of their steamships who absconded. 95 Companies that did not promptly foot the bill faced stiff penalties and could be barred from American ports. 96 Steamship companies insisted that it should not be their responsibility to adjudicate U.S. immigration law, yet, for much of the 20th century, shipping and passenger traffic were big enough business that profits far outweighed penalties. 97 By the 1950s, airlines were footing the bill as well. In the case of the German teen stowaway Karl-Heinz Pfeiffer, Pan American Airways received a $300 fine, alongside a $1,500 bill for Pfeiffer's year-long stay on Ellis Island. 98 American President Lines had paid an estimated $550,000 in detention expenses in the prior 5 years, including substantial fees for the women detained at 630 Sansom. Pressure from private industry became a major factor in the government's disavowal of migrant detention. President Truman called removing the archaic requirement that required companies to pay detention costs a strength of a law otherwise riddled with discrimination. 99. In response to ideological and economic pressure, the 1952 law placed a 6-month limit on migrant detention. If a migrant could not be deported within that time frame, the system of supervisory parole was activated. Parole was not a humane, or even non-carceral, alternative to detention. It was an effort, in the words of one Louisiana senator, to make conditions so distasteful would not want to live in the United States. 100 Authorities required paroled migrants to appear in person before an immigration officer at scheduled intervals, to offer information about their whereabouts and activities, and, perhaps most disturbingly, to submit to medical and psychiatric examinations at the government's discretion. 101 The new policy further fused the criminal and immigration systems by inflicting punishments of fines and jail time on migrants who did not follow its long list of rules. An representative explained, non-citizen becomes a walking jail, with the disadvantage that he has to supply his own food and lodging. 102. Following the new policy's passage, the ACT collected letters from parolees that it used to highlight the social and economic costs of surveillance. Reporting weekly to Ellis Island means losing half a day's work at least. For many, weekly reporting makes it impossible to hold a job and support our families, wrote one parolee. 103 Clara Gelman worked as a neonatal nurse. She had to explain to her patients and boss that she could be arrested if she did not take a particular day off work to report to immigration officials. Many people get the idea that since I'm on probation, that I must have committed some sort of crime, she wrote. Since the welfare and health of the newborn baby and mother are entrusted in my hands, some people become suspicious of me. Gelman declared supervisory parole a living death, a practice that produced both social alienation and material loss for the non-citizens under its watch. 104. Supervisory parole also failed to bring migrant detention to a standstill. The INS commenced the new detention policy in November 1954. That year, the INS had reported the highest number of detentions in the service's history. More than 500,000 migrants were detained, and of that number, 83,000 migrants were held in 300 contracted state, county, and city jails. 105 Under the revised policy, the DOJ announced plans to close 6 seaport detention facilities including Ellis Island. Migrants would be released so long as they appear to be deserving of their personal liberty, decreed Attorney General Brownell. 106 The following year, Brownell proudly reported a 100% reduction in detentions. The Eisenhower administration had brought about the abolition of indiscriminate detention, the Attorney General said, emphasizing that most migrants had appeared for their hearings without the use of incarceration. 107. Despite the Attorney General's praise of the non-detention policy, when Ellis Island finally shuttered in 1954, the Immigration Service moved several dozen detainees to the Federal House of Detention in New York City and the Westchester County Jail. The ACLU insisted that holding migrants in local jails was contradictory to the letter and spirit of the 1952 law. 108 The law gave the Attorney General authority to acquire land, build new detention facilities, and remodel or repair buildings, sheds, and office quarters for migrant detention. Yet there was nothing in the law specifying that jails or prisons could be used as a place of detention. A few weeks later, the sheriff of Westchester County demanded that the INS stop sending migrants to his facility, expressing discomfort with holding people in jail without a charge. 109 Though the INS eventually transferred the Ellis Island migrants to an Upper West Side hotel, the agency refused to concede that jails and prisons were off-limits for the Immigration Service. After all, it had 50 years of precedent on its side. 110. The chief caveat to the end of detention narrative perpetuated in scholarship and by policymakers at the time was that detention was expanding, not retreating, at the U.S. Mexico border. Officials rationalized this contradiction by arguing that detention along the southern border was fundamentally different from the detention practices that had become a locus of controversy. These detentions were shorter. There were rarely long legal battles. And they involved Mexican laborers rather than European radicals. Yet arguments for detention along the southern border also often made the same claims about detention as a national security imperative that undergirded internal security legislation of the 1940s and 1950s. During a 1953 visit to California, Attorney General Brownell observed that the flow of illegal aliens into California from Mexico is critical and endangering national security, providing an easy avenue not just for Mexican laborers but for alleged subversives from all over the world. 111 His argument echoed what immigration officials had been insisting for decades: national security was impossible without aggressive border securitization. 112 Detention in the mid-century Southwest became an important trial run for incarceration efforts in the second half of the 20th century. The INS actively courted sheriffs and local cooperation while also relentlessly pursuing federal money for immigration-specific detention sites that reduced dependence on localities. In the 1920s, officials had fought for federal jails that could hold a variety of federal offenders. With the advent of Operation Wetback, federal officials requested millions of dollars for carceral sites specialized for facilitating mass deportations. 113. Southern border detentions were frequently brief, averaging between 2 and 3 days until the next bus, train, or airplane returned to Mexico. 114 Most Mexican migrants did not engage in extended legal battles against their deportations, and in fact, very few Mexicans saw a courtroom at all. The Immigration Service pressured Mexicans to accept voluntary departures, moving swiftly from a brief detention stint to a return trip. 115 A voluntary departure enabled migrants to avoid jail time in the present and in the future, as there was little legal or bureaucratic adjudication, there would be minimal detention while awaiting removal, and since migrants would not acquire a formal record of deportation, they were less likely to receive a criminal sentence for illegal entry should they return. Detention statistics compiled by the INS erratically included and excluded Mexicans from their calculations of how many detentions the agency had carried out. 116 Attorney General Brownell adopted a similarly evasive rhetorical approach, claiming in 1955 that only 75 migrants were detained, not counting Mexican wetbacks. 117. Unlike the ideological dissidents who dominated the immigration discourse in the rest of the country, migrants detained in the Southwest were primarily agricultural workers. Many were braceros, temporary workers from Mexico brought in to alleviate U.S. wartime labor shortages, who had overstayed their contracts. 118 Others were unauthorized migrants, some of whom had been unable to secure a highly competitive bracero permit and some who chose to skip the bureaucracy and cross the border without authorization. Mexican migrants were concentrated in the Southwest, where the INS spent the vast majority of its enforcement budget, yet the INS also worked with jails adjacent to farming communities in the rest of the country, from Rock Island County Jail, on the border of Iowa and Illinois, where migrants had cultivated corn and soybeans, to Klamath County Jail, in Oregon's Klamath Basin, where migrants had grown potatoes and sugar beets. 119 Mexicans were not the only people caught in a system of incarceration that the Attorney General insisted did not exist. Athol Esther Johnson, a 37-year-old Jamaican farm worker, was detained alongside Mexican migrants in a Spokane, Washington, jail for overstaying a wartime labor permit. Media reports, as well as other detained persons, remarked upon Johnson's racial and cultural difference from what had now become the prototypical Mexican immigration prisoner. 120. In 1953, the Eisenhower administration initiated Operation Wetback, a federal campaign and spectacle intended to drive migrant workers toward the bracero program and to curtail what INS Commissioner Joseph Swing declared an actual invasion of the United States. 121 Between 1953 and 1955, the INS apprehended and removed 801,069 Mexican migrants from work camps, bars, and the streets of American communities, as fawning media coverage celebrated the heroics of the Border Patrol's war on Mexicans. 122 Historian Kelly Lytle Hearn A. Endez has described Operation Wetback as a new form of crime control mechanism, as the Border Patrol migration control as a site of policing crime and punishing criminals, thus making its work compatible with American understandings of how emerging social problems ought to be managed. 123 As in other over-policed communities, an interaction with law enforcement for Mexican migrants now culminated in incarceration. Detention sites became the staging ground for the convoys of transportation that would remove Mexican migrants en masse. In Operation Wetback's first full year, the INS detained 508,566 migrants across 300 local jails, as well as in INS-operated facilities. 124. On the ground, immigration officials leaned into fear-mongering about the dangerous border crosser and detainee, recasting every Mexican migrant as a potential threat. Immigration authorities used the growing numbers of escapes from detention camps as evidence that Mexican migrants were not the passive laborers they had once envisioned, a fear heightened by ongoing efforts to organize Mexican farm workers, miners, and factory workers. 125 Racialized accusations of criminality helped to justify Mexicans' exceptional detention. In 1954, the New York Times claimed that crime follows the illegal immigrant, while the Hidalgo County Sheriff alleged that 85% of the felonies in his county were committed by unauthorized Mexican migrants. 126 The popular perception of the Mexican migrant as criminal was further reinforced by media coverage of overcrowded county jails, as INS deportation efforts pushed border jails 3 and 4 times over capacity. 127 The media coverage paid little attention to whether Mexicans in jail had committed a non-entry related crime. Crossing the border was itself a criminal offense. Regardless of whether crime followed the unauthorized migrant was also, by definition, criminal. In his 1955 State of the Union address, President Eisenhower celebrated the end of detention, proclaiming that humane administration, the Department of Justice is doing what it legally can to alleviate hardships. Except for criminal offenders, the imprisonment of aliens awaiting admission or deportation has been stopped. 128 The irony was not lost on migrants and their advocates that in the first State of the Union since the President had instituted the mass deportations of Operation Wetback, he was extolling the Immigration Service's compassionate choices. Reports would soon show that concern for the humanity of migrants stopped somewhere north of the southern border. Money and labor in the new Southwest detention economy. For sheriffs along the southern border, working with the federal government was business as usual. Marshals maintained relationships throughout Texas, California, Arizona, and New Mexico, using local facilities to hold Chinese migrants at the turn of the 20th century and Mexicans for the decades after. 129 Federal officials relied on small-town jails such as those in New Mexico's Silver City and Deming, two towns with fewer than 7,000 residents each in 1950. 130 They also looked to larger sites such as Pima County Jail in Tucson, Arizona, which reaped around $11,000 for detaining migrants in 1929. By 1955, the county earned just over $55,000 annually for incarcerating people in what Pima County Sheriff Walden Burr referred to as the jail's federal wetback tank. 131 Deportation work for marshals could become all-consuming. In 1953, an Arizona marshal, Ben McKinney, reported that he was handling 1,200 wetback cases a month, with more than 500 migrants caged in Arizona county jails. 132. While some sheriffs were eager to partner with the federal government, others found the work a source of frustration, especially when it came to negotiating their agreements. As the BOP undertook more routine inspections of contracted jails, localities griped that the federal government asked them for too much in exchange for too little. In 1936, the federal government received a deluge of angry letters from sheriffs after suggesting that localities were responsible for covering the costs of shoes and clothing for federal detainees. "I sometimes wonder why we bother with federal prisoners," wrote Sheriff Boots Fletcher of Colfax County, New Mexico, a rural community in the state's northeast corner. "I can't make a dime out of it. I get a little annoyed at the constant nagging and constant complaining about matters that are purely whimsical." 133 The tensions remain 20 years later. A U.S. prison inspector's request that a jail in Corpus Christi, Texas, improve food, hire 2 additional guards, and provide better medical care, a Delo user and a disciplinary cell block was met with outrage by local officials, who claimed that they were not breaking even on the $1.07 per night the federal government paid. 134. Despite tensions, many counties pursued the expansion of their jails to rectify dangerous conditions and maintain positive relations with the federal government. Marshals were aware of the power they held in counties' financial futures. In a tongue-in-cheek letter to the El Paso sheriff, a U.S. Marshal wrote that on many occasions the sheriff did not know how his office would pay its bills, when conveniently you would receive a check for $7,000 or $8,000 from your old uncle through the marshal's office. This would cause you to smile like a jackass eating cactus. The marshal concluded that El Paso County would be in a hell of a fix without the marshal's office. 135 In the 1940s, Cameron County, Texas's southernmost district, doubled the size of its jail at the request of the U.S. Marshals and Border Patrol. 136 A decade later, the BOP honored the county for incarcerating more federal prisoners than any other county jail in the United States. 137 The threat of removing federally detained people was used by the federal government to coerce localities into carceral expansion, and in turn, communities reinvested federal proceeds into funding the enlargement of jails. 138 Sheriffs' investments in jails could be advantageous for their political careers. When Sheriff Odom Dolan of Nueces County, Texas, ran for re-election in 1956, he printed newspaper ads claiming to have saved Nueces County taxpayers more than $17,500 through his efforts to secure federal prisoners. 139 Though the federal government's shift to federal jails and labor camps made some progress in reducing boarding out, its continuing footprint in southwestern jails indicated that it had hardly eliminated the use of local facilities. As the BOP initiated construction on federal jails in the 1930s, it focused its efforts on the southwest. The southern border received one of the nation's first federal jails, La Tuna, which opened in 1932. In its first year, more than 90% of the jail's population were Mexican migrants convicted of illegal entry. 140 La Tuna boasted proximity to the border and an expansive labor program. In the barren desert locale, BOP officials praised the astonishing way that Mexican migrants grew alfalfa and corn right out of that sand. 141 La Tuna was followed by the creation of Tucson Prison Camp No. 10, a convict labor encampment located 8 miles up an isolated section of the Catalina Mountains, opened in 1933 to alleviate overcrowding at La Tuna. 142 The camp became notorious for its high number of escapes, as migrants fled from brutal work constructing highways through a punishing landscape. 143 By the post-war period, La Tuna, the Tucson prison camp, and the INS network of local jails were all overcrowded. Immigration officials urged the construction of centralized, federally operated migrant detention centers that would make it easier to criminally prosecute Mexican migrants for illegal entry and carry out mass voluntary departures. The INS hoped that permanent facilities would send a message that the deportation boom was not an aberration and that the intensity and vigor of the present enforcement drive would be an enduring reality along the southern border. 144 In the summer of 1952, the INS initiated construction on a new detention site in Brownsville, a town of just under 40,000 residents located in the southern tip of Texas. Though the DOJ promoted the new detention site as an economic engine and a national security imperative, Brownsville residents expressed serious doubts, embracing the terminology of concentration camps used to attack detention elsewhere in the United States. 145 While critics in Galveston 30 years prior had demanded a concentration camp as a desirable alternative to detention in the local jail, the term now suggested something not just carceral but potentially genocidal. Both Mexican and Texan newspapers used phrases such as "our new concentration camp" and Korean-type wire stockades, or even a passing comparison to Dachau when decrying the proposed Cameron County site. 146 The Brownsville Herald sponsored a contest for readers to submit names for the new detention site, with responses that nodded to the carceral and racialized space: Mexicalcatraz, sultry Siberia, Uncle Sam's Wetback Hotel. 147 Texas Congressman Lloyd M. Benson adamantly fought the proposed detention site in his district, which INS officials attributed to fears that local governments would lose income from holding migrants in county jails. 148 Cameron County had built a larger jail to accommodate the Immigration Service's prisoners. How was the county supposed to anticipate, implored Representative Benson, that the Immigration Service would decide to go into the prison business on a grandiose scale? 149 One Texas newspaper conceded that Rio Grande Valley counties should have never expanded their jails. Now apparently they are stuck with big jails and nobody to put in them but each other. The Immigration Service and the Border Patrol prefer a concentration camp of their own. 150 A new detention site was not just a moral stain, locals argued, it was an economic disaster. Other observers suggested that Brownsville's skepticism toward the proposed detention site went beyond concerns about jail revenue. It was a way of undercutting immigration law enforcement to protect the interests of South Texas's wealthy grower class. A lack of Border Patrol activity in South Texas had been a poorly guarded secret in the 1950s, as locals claimed that the federal government was infringing on their rights and interfering with their way of life. 151 Landowners took dramatic measures to prevent this interference. One grower placed boards with nails sticking out of them on the road leading to his property, aiming to puncture the tires of any Border Patrol official who came along, while other growers drew firearms on Border Patrol agents who crossed their property lines. 152 What first appeared to be a fight about detention logistics was also a referendum about the access to inexpensive labor that sustained the entire region. Due in part to local opposition, the INS selected a new location for its detention site 60 miles west of Brownsville in the border town of McAllen, Texas, transforming a temporary border patrol holding site into a more permanent detention facility. 153 Authorities located second-hand barracks a few hundred miles away in Crystal City, Texas, which had been used to detain Latin Americans of Japanese and German citizenship as an enemy alien wartime internment camp. 154 Crystal City had been the largest of the wartime sites administered by the INS. Notably, it served as a family internment center, as officials feared that separating Latin American families might fuel anti-American propaganda. 155 Federal officials transported the buildings to McAllen in 1952, in a rather unsubtle illustration of the DOJ's shifting priorities. 156 A few months after Operation Wetback commenced, the camp held as many as 3,000 migrants per night. 157. Figure 18. Mexican migrants awaiting deportation at McAllen Detention Center, McAllen, Texas, ca. early 1950s. Source: Texas American Federation of Labor, Congress of Industrial Organizations, Mexican-American Affairs Committee Records, Special Collections, University of Texas at Arlington Libraries. The INS envisioned McAllen as a centralized transit detention center for its multi-pronged deportation efforts. C-46 planes, used years prior to drop American paratroopers into the European theater, landed in McAllen carrying Mexican passengers from as far away as Illinois. During a Midwestern campaign of Operation Wetback, the INS converted a former Studebaker Corporation plant in Chicago into an enormous detention site, moving migrants between a repurposed war production factory and McAllen's repurposed enemy alien camp. After landing in McAllen, migrants might board a fleet of old school buses to Zapata, Texas, a destination selected for its isolation. From there, migrants entered a part of Mexico so remote that many would walk 15 to 20 miles to find the highway. 158 Other migrants waited at McAllen to be transported east to Port Isabel, where they would board ships belonging to private shipping companies that hauled bananas, cement, and other cargo from Mexico to the United States. 159 Years prior, Pacific shipping companies had campaigned for an end to detention. Now shipping companies would capitalize on it. Still other migrants would ride another C-46 plane, taking them from McAllen deep into the interior of Mexico, a solution that sidestepped the seasickness and terrible conditions of the cargo ships but which cost considerably more for the Immigration Service. 160 Having a detention hub gave the United States the capacity to gather together large numbers of migrants to fill its various modes of transit. It was a system of removal made possible by decommissioned wartime technologies and spaces, as well as the collaboration of private companies. Figure 19. Immigration officials loading men and boys onto Valley Service deportation buses at McAllen Detention Center, McAllen, Texas, to be driven to Laredo, Texas, ca. 1953. Source: Texas American Federation of Labor, Congress of Industrial Organizations, Mexican-American Affairs Committee Records, Special Collections, University of Texas at Arlington Libraries. While the INS offered endless assurances that this form of detention was different, that its short-term nature meant that it was nothing like the weeks and months of detention migrants experienced in the early 20th century, these new sites were still fundamentally spaces of coercion. Even a space designed to hold 640 people a night was taxed by the apprehensions of Operation Wetback, triggering more protests and escapes and opening new channels for exploitation. 161 In 1954, local growers contacted the Monitor to accuse immigration officials of robbing Mexican migrants at the detention camp. 162 That July, the INS had moved as many as 50 busloads of migrants a day from McAllen to El Paso for deportation. Farmers reported that they had seen INS officials demanding that Mexican migrants turn over all of their money to cover the cost of the trip to El Paso. The INS responded that the Border Patrol had statutory authority to request funds from migrants to defray the cost of their transportation. Request, one farmer exclaimed. Any request to a man in jail is an order. 163 Migrants pushed back against the carceral space, even in their relatively short time inhabiting it. Historian Jennifer Cullison found evidence that in the early months of the camp, men detained at McAllen broke the camp's cots in protest, while officials reported women defacing barrack walls with lipstick. 164. Migrants were particularly vulnerable to exploitation in their working conditions as they moved from county jails to federal sites. Federal laws prohibited county jails from hiring out or contracting the labor of U.S. prisoners. Local officials could face misdemeanor charges for violating the policy. 165 However, the post-war southwestern sites often incorporated labor into their mission, bringing them in line with federal prison labor programs. 166 In 1950, the DOJ secured Congress's permission to put an alien to some useful work, at a rate of no more than $1 per day. Congress mandated that the labor be voluntary and related to the maintenance of the detention facility. The hypocrisy of detention centers employing Mexican migrants was not lost on South Texans. In 1955, tensions flared following the publication of a brief news story documenting migrants performing renovations at the McAllen facility. In an editorial titled "Don't Pay Your Wetbacks, the Border Patrol Doesn't," the Brownsville Herald spoke to angry local employers. "Know what you've been doing wrong? Why, you've been paying your wetbacks. He poor devils can't work for $1 because the Border Patrol makes a living picking them up, putting them in the concentration camps and shipping them to Mexico." 167 Even though Congress appropriated funds for paying migrants, officials often incentivized detained persons with cigarettes and extra outdoor time rather than monetary compensation. 168 Migrants also performed work that went far beyond camp maintenance at the federal prison camp at Florence, Arizona. They were tasked with fighting forest fires, aiding with flood relief, and making repairs to local homes and churches. 169 Though unacknowledged by federal officials, this was a genuine divergence from both the detention of European subversives and the detention of migrants in earlier decades. Mexicans, perceived as the consummate disposable laborer, were coerced into work even as the nation shoved them out the door. 170 The power dynamics at sites like McAllen did not become any less lopsided just because the deportations were quicker. In some ways, the repeated insistences of immigration officials that southern border detention was fundamentally different from detention in the rest of the country were accurate. The southern border forecasted a new era in which a network of local and federal sites of migrant incarceration would work together, if not quite in lockstep. But observers of detention on the southern border would have also seen many recognizable patterns: the ways detention collided with both local agendas and international diplomacy, the tension with sheriffs who resented federal prisoners but also relied on them, and the ways that the Immigration Service needed to sell migrant detention to communities whose priorities did not always neatly align with the federal government's own. Perhaps most importantly, even as the United States apprehended, jailed, and forcibly removed hundreds of thousands of Mexican migrants, it did not encounter the same degree of nationwide protest as it had with Europeans. For an agency concerned with the ideological viability of migrant incarceration, its success in expanding migrant detention in the Southwest proved that incarceration could still be a powerful tool, even in an age of proclaimed abolition. Historians have often conceived of detention in the post-war period as an aberration, a period of hysteria, characterized by extreme jurisprudence and an out-of-control DOJ. However, the logics of detention, legal precedents, and new models of detention space deployed at Ellis Island, on the West Coast, and along the southern border would shape the landscape of immigration detention and incarceration for decades to come. At Ellis Island, Ellen Knopf's story revealed the growing use of detention not just as a tool of security but as a tool of migrant deterrence. She wrote in her 1952 memoir that detention was a means of destroying the spirit of people seeking citizenship in a nation hostile to their presence. Many people do die on Ellis Island. They don't die physically, but a sort of mental death. People are shut away from the outside world long enough, most of them will stop caring about what happens in the world, as well as to themselves. 171 Knopf's words were prophetic. For a nation searching for a way to restrict immigration, breaking migrants' will to fight could be as effective as legal channels of refusal and removal. On the West Coast, the legal precedents set by Carlson v. Landon defined detainees' rights, both in and outside of the realm of immigration. In the late 1960s, amid rising national concern about crime and President Nixon's agitation for law and order, some criminologists and policymakers began advocating for preventive detention without bail for criminal offenders. Preventive detention, latest concentration camp move, read the banner of the February 11, 1969, issue of the Baltimore Afro-American, echoing the rhetoric that ACT had relied on in its fight against detention several decades prior. The Afro-American identified the connection between the 1950s policies and the new legislation, noting that historically, the main thrust of such blatantly unconstitutional legislation has been against political dissidents, not the burglary and rape criminals. 172 Carlson was later cited in upholding the 1984 Bail Reform Act, a law permitting pretrial detention without bail if a criminal defendant was deemed a threat to communities. 173 Attorneys arguing for pretrial incarceration sans bail found a powerful logic in Carlson that detention without bail could be justified even outside of wartime, on the grounds of defendants' alleged danger. Expansion in the Southwest signaled that the federal government was ready to make serious investments in a permanent system of migrant incarceration. In McAllen's final years, its population diversified. It detained migrants from 27 nations, including an alleged Russian spy, several dozen absconding Greek seamen, and Cubans fleeing Fidel Castro's revolution. Evidence that the U.S. government's half-hearted commitment to ending detention had already begun to wane. 174 In the 1960s, the INS consolidated smaller detention sites such as McAllen in favor of larger sites. The INS moved most of the migrants held at McAllen to a new high-security facility at Port Isabel, Texas, in 1961. By the early 1970s, about 100,000 Mexicans were removed through Port Isabel annually. 175 The average length of detention began to tick up across the 1960s and reached 14.2 days in 1961, with the INS turning an eye toward detaining people who overstayed visas alongside Mexican migrant laborers. 176 This mix of local and federal infrastructure would endure, holding not just Mexican migrants but asylum seekers from the Caribbean, Central America, and beyond in the years to come. 5. Disorderly expansion. Resisting detention in the 1970s. On December 12, 1972, a leaking 56-foot sailboat called Saint Sauveur docked on the shore of Pompano Beach, Florida, carrying 65 Haitian asylum seekers, many malnourished, some pregnant, all fleeing the regime of Haitian dictator Jean-Claude Duvalier. The boat was first spotted by the residents of a beachside condominium. How they got here is by the wind and tide and the grace of God, mused one condo resident who had brought food down to the migrants. The boat looks like a garbage scow. You should have seen us out there at 6 o'clock in the morning trying to speak French. The initial media coverage of the migrants' arrival uniformly referred to the Haitians as refugees and described their oppression as political prisoners in Haitian jails. When a reporter asked one English-speaking migrant why he had left Haiti, he simply answered, "Because they wanted to kill me." 6 months later, the asylum seekers from Saint Sauveur sat in Florida jails, detained on $1,000 bonds they had little chance of affording. They were joined by dozens more Haitian rafters who had arrived in the United States soon after. 2 Despite the decades-long project to reduce the Immigration Service's reliance on local facilities, by 1976, the INS had contracted with 38 Florida county and city jails to imprison migrants, including refugees and asylum seekers. The United States would deny virtually all Haitians claims for asylum following their stint in a Florida jail. The actions of the U.S. government transformed Haitians into a new prototype of illegality, the illegitimate asylum seeker, seen as a disruptive, racialized threat who used the refugee system as a legal loophole. As immigration scholars have noted, a desire to deter migration from Haiti was central to President Ronald Reagan's 1981 decision to institute mandatory detention for people making asylum claims, a shift that fueled the massive expansion of immigration detention in the 1980s. 3 But detention was not suddenly reborn in a moment of perceived crisis. It was gradually expanded throughout the 1970s, as immigration officials capitalized on public anger toward both crime and illegal immigration. In the same decade that saw bipartisan support for Vietnamese refugee admissions and bipartisan pressure toward the Nixon administration to do more for Soviet Jewish refugees, the nation's first major group of black asylum seekers was greeted not with special admissions programs or generous social services but with the architecture of criminal punishment. Point 4. This detention of Haitian asylum seekers occurred within a wider context of the multiple, often overlapping ways in which the INS was rethinking carceral space. Haitians' incarceration built upon existing patterns of jailing Mexicans, who had become the focus of the detention system in the preceding decades. Haitian migrants shared jails with migrants from Mexico, moved through detention centers originally constructed to facilitate deportations to Mexico, and encountered an immigration service that had rebranded itself as a branch of law enforcement, largely fixated on policing migrant labor crossing the southern border. Unlike Mexican migrants, who found themselves in a revolving door of arrivals and deportations, Haitians bore specific legal rights as asylum seekers. It was not uncommon for their hearings and appeals to last months. Even as the INS explored new ways to stunt these rights and expedite removals, the backlogged asylum process typically meant more time in the United States. The INS decided that this would also mean more time in detention. This chapter focuses on two connected stories: how the INS embraced detention as a solution for an increasingly heterogeneous group of people crossing U.S. borders, and the growing coalitions of people unions, pastors, civil rights activists, migrants, politicians pushing back against detention's ubiquity. As the United States lacked a uniform refugee law, significant discretion rested with the President and Congress in determining how to respond to each group lodging claims for asylum. The nation's response depended most heavily on how the potential refugees advanced the U.S. foreign policy agenda, though it also reflected domestic concerns about race and dependency. In incarcerating Haitians, the INS capitalized on the national enthusiasm for warehousing racialized subjects and a persistent anxiety about black criminality, fortified by urban uprisings, the Black Power movement, and a burgeoning war on drugs. Point 5. The agency's invocations of global instability and looming social burden were not always successful in securing the budget increases it desired, but it had a potent side effect, convincing states and municipalities that expelling migrants should be a local priority. A century prior, the 1875 Supreme Court case of Chai Lung v. Freeman marked a watershed decision for the federalization of immigration power, striking down California's imposition of bonds on certain arriving migrants. However, this precedent still left the door slightly ajar for local control, arguing that in the absence of federal legislation, states might create laws to protect themselves from foreign paupers and criminals. Point 6. This was effectively the argument that states and localities lodged in the years following the 1965 Hart-Celler Act. They had been abandoned by the federal government, their communities were being overrun with poor, dangerous migrants, and the dearth of federal intervention meant that state and local governments could fill the void to protect the safety and health of their constituents. Though the federal government's ambitions for deportation and border control grew, there was, in the words of political scientist Donald Kettle, no eagerness to grow the federal bureaucracy, nor even to define sharply what federal policy ought to be. 7. Enlisting localities as the foot soldiers of immigration law enforcement enabled a diffusion of political consequences and further obscured who held power over immigration. Immigration law enforcement continued a long-running pattern of being administratively disorderly, with the federal government ignoring or encouraging local overreach in some moments and discouraging it in others. When immigration officials returned to local jails, hoping to use them once again as detention space, they encountered a system under greater pressure than ever before. Rising numbers of arrests across the 1970s meant that jail space was at a premium. Overcrowding sparked a rash of lawsuits exposing abysmal institutional conditions. And incarcerated people were making loud claims for freedom from and dignity within carceral institutions. Point 8. The Immigration Service had a renewed interest in detention as a tool of deterrence and expulsion, but it was also facing unprecedented competition for jail space. The agency's decisions in this decade in responding both to Haitians crossing the Atlantic and to Mexicans and other Latin Americans crossing the border would be foundational for imagining the role of incarceration and local immigration policing in the second half of the 20th century. Detention and the interior border. The passage of the 1965 Hart-Celler Act marked, in some ways, a major civil rights victory. For the first time in decades, admission to the United States would not be based on an assumed hierarchy of desirable and inferior nationalities. With President Lyndon B. Johnson's signature, the law abolished the national origins quotas and explicitly prohibited visa discrimination on the basis of race, sex, nationality, country of birth, or place of residence. 9 At the bill's signing, with the Statue of Liberty poised in the background, President Johnson condemned the un-American quota laws that had been on the books since 1924 and announced that the nation had now patched a very deep and painful flaw in the fabric of American justice. 10 As with the repeal of the Chinese Exclusion Act during World War II, lawmakers hoped that this change would improve the nation's international reputation, creating a more egalitarian system of admission better aligned with the United States' professed commitment to equality under the law. Still, many members of Congress hoped that it would not be too egalitarian. The bill's sponsors sought to make immigration more equitable for the nations of Europe, but they remained resistant to increasing immigration from Asia, Latin America, and Africa. The great irony of the 1965 law was that it opened paths for the very people policymakers promised would not come. Migrants from Asia, Latin America, and Africa would be the primary beneficiaries of new visa preferences for family members and for people with certain in-demand occupations. The legislation that President Johnson claimed would be a mostly symbolic gesture did, in fact, transform the racial and ethnic demographics of the United States. Still, the law did not remove numerical limits, it merely made them colorblind, placing an annual ceiling of 290,000 on total immigration to the United States. For the first time, this included a quota for the Western Hemisphere, capped at 120,000 people. Following the principle of formal equality, Congress later set a country quota of 20,000 for each Western Hemisphere nation. This meant that Mexico, a country that averaged an annual 50,000 people seeking permanent residence in the United States in the late 1950s, now had the same quota as small nations such as Suriname and Paraguay. 11 Mexicans who, a few years prior, might have legally entered the country as guest workers under the Bracero program were now labeled illegal immigrants when they journeyed across the Rio Grande, in excess of their country's low quota. There remained significant demand for their labor and effectively no legal paths for them to enter the country. At the same time as the United States embraced a more liberal immigration policy, that same law reproduced and naturalized the problem of illegal immigration. 12. Throughout the 1970s, public alarm stoked by both the media and the agency itself pressured the INS to stem what Commissioner Leonard F. Chapman declared a silent invasion of unauthorized migrants. 13 Chapman saw mass deportations as a silver bullet solution for the U.S. economy, suggesting that the expulsion of migrant workers could create 1 million new jobs for Americans overnight, as well as producing billions of dollars in savings from migrants' illegally acquired welfare benefits. 14 However, the agency's aspirations were continually stymied by a familiar concern: a shortage of funding and space. In 1974, amid efforts to balance the federal budget, the Ford administration cut the appropriations for deportation activities by nearly 70%, necessitating substantial adjustments in the Immigration Service's local operations. 15 Our nation's jails and holding areas are literally bursting at the seams, and often we cannot find any place that will accept aliens whom we believe must be detained, reported one INS official. 16. Jails were bursting because of the aggressive anti-crime politics of the late 1960s and early 1970s. Legislation such as the Safe Streets Act of 1968 intensified the war on crime, allocating tens of millions of dollars to modernize police departments with AR-15s and armored tanks and to create a reserve of federal grants to support ill-defined municipal innovation in criminal justice. Communities of color faced heightened levels of surveillance and disruption as militarized police flooded their neighborhoods. 17 These laws and their aftereffects catalyzed a new push for jail construction, focused on replacing older, smaller jails with larger, more modern facilities that would lodge the rising number of people being arrested. 18 While crime control legislation had massive ramifications for the people caught in the web of criminal punishment, it also had implications for the nation's enforcement of immigration laws. By the 1970s, many police departments saw enforcing immigration law, or at the very least, facilitating IN's enforcement of these laws, as part of their mission. The collaboration reflected in success in branding unauthorized immigration as a crime control and welfare problem during the Operation Wetback era, blurring lines of jurisdiction. From 1968 to 1978, the number of migrants turned over to the INS by police increased by a stunning 100,000 apprehensions annually. Local police and federal officials embraced the use of detainers, which transferred non-citizens from local to INS custody either after arrest for minor offenses or upon completion of a criminal sentence for more serious offenses. 19 Latina/O citizens and legal residents encountered discriminatory policing and racial profiling while moving within the nation, as a veil of suspected illegality closely followed anyone who looked Mexican. 20 The Immigration Service proudly told Congress that police departments throughout the United States were eager to participate in thwarting illegal immigrants, whom they perceived as a threat to the security of the community, seizing on stereotypes associating Mexicans with gangs and the drug trade. 21. Figure 20. Graph of transfers into Immigration and Naturalization Service custody after apprehension by other law enforcement agencies, 1966 to 1979. Source: Immigration and Naturalization Service Annual Reports. Budget limitations forced the INS to make decisions about where to prioritize enforcement, often to the chagrin of localities. In 1975 testimony to Congress, Commissioner Chapman described a delicate balance, in which the agency tried not to apprehend more people than it had the resources to deport. Sometimes this meant halting apprehensions altogether. In January 1975, the INS announced that it would discontinue deportations in the state of Nevada until the beginning of the next fiscal year. It cost the agency $20 to house a migrant overnight in Nevada county jails, plus an additional $30 to transport a migrant to the federal detention facility at El Centro, virtually impossible on the district office's monthly budget of $470 for deportation and detention expenses. 22 A month later, the INS reported that monthly arrests of unauthorized migrants working at Las Vegas gambling resorts had dropped from 208 to 18 due to a lack of funding. 23 The governor of Nevada decried this move as a total abdication of responsibility by the federal government, stoking accompanying public outrage. 24 If undocumented migrants were as serious a threat as the INS insisted, how could it justify abandoning localities? Frustrated with perceived federal inaction, municipalities sought ways to take immigration law enforcement into their own hands. Some major immigrant hubs such as Los Angeles and San Diego debated the power of police to arrest people they suspected of being unauthorized migrants, weighing paranoia about migrant criminality against concerns of alienating their city's sizable Latina/O constituencies. 25 Questions of law enforcement's role in border control also reached communities rarely thought of as major migrant destinations, such as Moline, Illinois, a Midwestern town of around 40,000 residents, perched on the bluffs of the Mississippi River. 26 In September 1975, Mayor Earl L. Went called for the Moline Police Department to crack down on migrants, citing concerns about the town's unemployment rate. 27 The following month, the Moline Police Department raided 3 taverns frequented by Mexicans and Mexican Americans. Police locked the bar doors and demanded that every patron produce identification. 28 Officers forced several dozen patrons, including 3 legal residents, out of the taverns, shoving them against police wagons and searching them for weapons before taking them to the jail for alleged violations of U.S. immigration laws. Municipalities again contended that a dearth of INS enforcement meant that it fell to them to target and apprehend migrants in their communities. Do you know how many immigration officers there are in the state of Illinois outside Chicago? Mayor Went asked a reporter. There is one, and he operates out of Springfield. I have never seen him. 29. Catalyzed by episodes like the Molin raids and the protests of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus and the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund, Attorney General Griffin Bell issued a statement in 1978 clarifying that local police agencies were not authorized to enforce U.S. immigration law. 30 The Attorney General instructed local authorities not to stop and question, detain, arrest or place an immigration hold on any person, not suspected of crime, solely on the ground they are deportable aliens, a directive that caused a temporary dip in total number of migrants turned over to the INS by police. 31 Still, these federal directives were crafted to keep INS police collaborations on constitutionally solid ground, not to hamper collaboration between the agencies. The Immigration Service's commitment to keeping the police out of immigration enforcement proved tenuous at best. In 1980, the agency wrote a letter to the DOJ Civil Rights Commission stating that local police had implicit authority to enforce the criminal provisions of immigration law. Though the INS reiterated that police could not make arrests solely on the grounds that someone might be undocumented, it also encouraged police to notify the INS of any persons in local custody whom they suspected might be unauthorized migrants. Local police could still target people they suspected of being illegal. They just needed to do so under the guise of pursuing some other criminal offense. 32. The search for detention space. Concurrent with fights about the imprecise boundaries of law enforcement jurisdiction was a reckoning about the role of incarceration in carrying out deportations and removals. In 1975, the INS opened a facility at Brooklyn Navy Yard, the agency's first detention center not located along the U.S. Mexico border. Unlike locales like Ellis Island that also served as sites of admission, the Brooklyn site was designed exclusively for detention. The federal government poured $530,000 into renovating a building that could hold up to 316 people and which the INS defensively described as definitely not a jail. 33. Prior to the Brooklyn facility's opening, the INS sent women in the New York City region to Rikers Island, the overcrowded nexus of the city's jail system. 34 The INS conceded that this arrangement was far from ideal and used the image of migrant women held at an embattled Rikers as a tool to push for new federal space. 35 Locating detention space in urban centers proved especially vexing for the agency. Detention in rural areas was relatively straightforward, with jails less overcrowded and local authorities more willing to cooperate with the INS. In some cases, local communities even allowed the INS to detain migrants for a few days at no charge at all. However, in cities such as Los Angeles, the INS paid $62 per night to detain men and a staggering $102 per night to detain women. 36 In Philadelphia, there was no space available at all, as Mayor Frank Rizzo's notoriously aggressive policing filled the jails. 37 The INS complained that in some urban areas, local police had become openly hostile to the federal agents, whom they viewed as competing for sparse bed space. 38. The new facility in New York joined 3 other federal INS sites, 1 in Southern California, El Centro, and 2 in southern Texas, at El Paso and Port Isabel, each of which dated back to the 1950s and 1960s. In 1977 hearings before Congress, the INS displayed a series of flattering photographs of these facilities, trumpeting the success of its voluntary detention labor programs and stressing the humane conditions of federal immigration detention centers compared with county jails. 39 The INS insisted to Congress that unlike the nation's eternally broken, prohibitively expensive jails, federal migrant detention sites were working. The agency required more of them. Where the INS wanted detention space most was the major trouble area of Miami. 40 In 1976, the Immigration Service apprehended about 7,000 migrants in the Miami district, whom they boarded at 38 Florida county jails, juvenile detention facilities, and police lockups. A federal detention site in Florida would be a critical addition to the INS arsenal, officials argued to Congress. Some lawmakers questioned why they should pursue federal detention space when it cost less to detain people in a jail. The INS countered that bottom-line numbers did not fully encapsulate the challenges of relying on local sites. By warehousing migrants in jails, the Immigration Service strained the resources of police departments and spent countless hours negotiating with local authorities. Boarding out may have saved the agency some money, but the INS insisted that it created logistical and legal issues that superseded its financial benefits. The challenges of boarding out were exemplified by events taking place in the jails of Lubbock, Texas. Though the government operated 3 service processing centers near the U.S. Mexico border, jails remained critical for Border Patrol offices in towns such as Lubbock, located 6 hours from the closest federal detention site. Beginning in 1977, the city of Lubbock permitted the Border Patrol to house migrants alongside local people in the city jail. 41 Several months later, city commissioners merged the county and city jails, transferring all people detained on criminal charges to the county facility. They allowed the Border Patrol to continue using the now abandoned city jail as a detention space. 42 Between 1977 and 1981, the Border Patrol detained more than 7,000 Mexican migrants in the Lubbock City Jail. 43. Once police stopped using the city jail, facility conditions went from bad to worse. Migrants testified that they slept on cardboard boxes and sheet metal bunks, their cells were filled with trash, and they were offered neither towels nor soap. 44 A lawsuit about jail conditions revealed a breakdown of the relationship between the Immigration Service and the city. The Lubbock police chief assumed that the detained migrants were the responsibility of the Border Patrol, while the Border Patrol assumed that the city was providing bed, board, and oversight. Both sides had, in the words of the circuit court, assumed away responsibility, leaving migrants to suffer in a largely unsupervised facility. 45. In a 1986 ruling, the court decided that because migrants' imprisonment did not result from a conviction for a crime, the Eighth Amendment's prohibition of cruel and unusual punishment did not apply. This was a sloppy system of cooperation between federal and local authorities, the judge said, not a case of willful abuse. 46 The case drove home the ways in which detention of Mexican migrants was different from what asylum seekers would encounter in Florida. Because detentions in Lubbock rarely exceeded a few nights, the district court concluded that conditions were not serious enough to be constitutional violations. The judge denied the plaintiffs relief because they failed to show that either the INS or Lubbock County intended to punish migrants by subjecting them to such conditions. The argument that both groups believed the other was overseeing conditions at the jail was somehow enough to protect both groups from liability. Still, cases like Ortega v. Roe foreshadowed many of the legal and logistical challenges the INS faced in the 1970s and 1980s. As the average length of detention became weeks, rather than days, what sort of facility would the INS require? And as the federal government began to explicitly describe detention as a deterrent to future migration, did this cross a line into punishment? 47. Alongside local jails and federal migrant detention sites, the INS also relied on federal jails run by the BOP, which became central to the agency's pursuit of migrant smugglers working across the borders. Throughout the 1970s, INS officials observed an uptick in the use of coyotes, or migrant smugglers, who charged high fees to facilitate passage across mountains, rivers, and deserts. 48 As the Border Patrol budget increased, migrants became less likely to cross the border in highly policed urban areas and more likely to enlist assistance. In 1972, the INS arrested 4,500 alleged smugglers. Within 4 years, that number more than doubled to 9,600 apprehensions. 49. In decades prior, the Immigration Service would have detained only a fraction of the smuggled migrants to testify in criminal cases against alleged traffickers. However, a 1971 appeals court decision required that the INS detain every migrant apprehended after being smuggled, transported, or harbored until questioned by the defendant's attorney, causing massive backlogs in smuggling cases. At San Diego's Metropolitan Correctional Center, a 12-story federal jail completed in 1974, about 20 to 30% of all people detained were migrant witnesses in criminal cases against alleged coyotes, known in the legal system as material witnesses. 50 localities and the federal government cited the rising number of witnesses as justification for constructing more federal jails. In 1978, detention infrastructure in Los Angeles was so strained that the INS detained migrants in makeshift pens in the basement of a federal building, as well as in a chain-link enclosure in a dark government warehouse. 51 material witnesses from the Los Angeles area were frequently transferred to the federal jail at San Diego, where it became virtually impossible for either the defense or the prosecution to prepare their cases. Both policymakers and the courts insisted that Los Angeles needed a new, multi-story metropolitan correctional center modeled after the one in San Diego. 52. Children held as witnesses in smuggling cases posed a distinct challenge to a carceral system designed primarily with adult men in mind. From August 1979 to August 1980, 15,000 migrants were jailed as material witnesses, including 900 juveniles. On August 4, 1980, the New York Times ran a front-page story on Sylvia Alvarado, a 10-year-old girl from El Salvador, whose grandmother was held as a material witness in the county jail after paying a smuggler to cross the U.S. Mexico border. 53 The girl had been detained at the Cameron County Juvenile Detention Center in Brownsville, Texas, for about a month and a half. Herman Baca, chairperson of the Committee on Chicano Rights Incorporated, a San Diego-based civil rights group, lodged multiple complaints to the Carter administration about how the material witness system treated children. The INS imprisoned minors as young as 2 years old without their parents and, in Baca's words, simply tossed children back into Mexico when they were no longer needed for trials. 54 Even when children were released into foster homes or private custody, they still went through the BOP intake process, leading to the spectacle of jail officials attempting to take mugshots and fingerprints of squirming toddlers. Activists feared that BOP records would prevent children from legally crossing the border in the future, effectively giving some children a criminal record of border crossing before they reached elementary school. 55 For the INS, the mounting number of witnesses reinforced that it needed more detention beds, particularly for women and children, the costliest populations to detain. As the INS appealed to Congress for more detention space, the elephant in the room was supervisory parole, the supposed humane revolution of mid-century immigration law enforcement. The Immigration Service was, in theory, not supposed to be detaining many migrants at all. The agency had quietly changed its tune. By the 1970s, the INS insisted that release on bond had become insufficient to guarantee that migrants would show up for hearings and deportations. In New York City, the service claimed that 92% of all migrants released on their own recognizance or on bond failed to appear for deportation, and about 40% of migrants failed to appear nationwide. In the previous several years, the INS had increased the standard immigration bond from $500 to $2,000. It claimed to have still breached $1.5 million of bonds in 1976.56. In 1978, the INS commissioned a study of bond-setting practices in immigration law as compared with criminal law. The final report offered a scathing critique of how the INS used bail. The investigator found few written standards for immigration bonds, no discernible patterns in how officials set bail levels, and little evidence to show that one amount of bond was more effective than another. The examination of bonds highlighted two elements of how immigration policy functioned in the 1970s, the enormous discretionary power of INS officers in dictating freedom or captivity, and the way that allegedly administrative tools were being weaponized by the agency to deter and discipline migrants. High bail, the study said, had become a form of indirect punishment against people accused of immigration violations. 57 The INS failed to heed the warning of its own study. Within a decade, the Immigration Service would argue in internal documents that migrants who jumped bail should face criminal prosecution, rather than deportation alone. 58. It was into this environment, one of contested battles over enforcement, prolific racial profiling, and budget shortfalls and surges, that Haitian asylum seekers arrived during the 1970s. Though the Immigration Service had spent most of the previous decades focused on how to restrain and control Mexican laborers, it now faced migrants from a different part of the world, fleeing violence at the hands of an allied political leader. What would it mean to incorporate asylum seekers into this evolving nexus of border control and federal local police power? From Haiti to Immokalee. Most Haitians who arrived in Florida throughout the 1970s came not as immigrants but as asylum seekers. They faced enormous political challenges in gaining refugee status under a system built to privilege the claims of individuals from communist countries. In U.S. law, refugees are people fleeing persecution or the threat of persecution in their home country. They are forced migrants, rather than voluntary ones, a dichotomy that is virtually never as clear-cut as legislators attempt to make it. 59 U.S. refugee law had been intimately connected to foreign affairs as well as domestic concerns. In the wake of World War II, the United States imagined refugees as European anti-communists, perhaps best exemplified by the tens of thousands of Hungarians fleeing a violent Soviet takeover, whom the United States welcomed in the 1950s. 60. Though the United States extended admission to select groups of refugees, the Truman administration rejected the United Nations 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees. The agreement required signatories to avoid involuntary repatriation of anyone who faced likely persecution in Europe on the basis of race, religion, national origin, or political beliefs. The United States was wary of the costs of open-ended commitments to refugees, particularly as destabilizing events in nations outside of Europe suggested that the world's refugee dilemma would not be constrained to one continent. 61 By the 1970s, the United States' conception of refugees had edged toward a broader geographic scope, as Americans' ideas about what made a citizen inched away from the ethno-national and racial and toward shared adherence to ideological values and commitments to individual rights, a landmark achievement of the era's overlapping civil rights movements. 62 From 1962 to 1979, the United States paroled more than 600,000 Cuban refugees and more than 200,000 Indochinese refugees, hailing from Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. 63 Yet, even as immigration law liberalized, refugee law remains stubbornly tied to its anti-communist roots. The Hart-Celler Act reified the existing definition of refugee and granted them just 6% of the annual U.S. admissions quota. 64 Haitian asylum seekers discovered throughout the 1970s that the ways the United States assessed information about persecution had a decidedly political bent. Jean-Claude Duvalier took over leadership of Haiti from his father, the self-proclaimed President for Life Fran. C. Ois Duvalier, in 1971. With the transfer of power, Haiti's paramilitary force, the Tonton Macoute, shifted patterns of interrogating, arresting, and torturing Haitian citizens away from urban centers and toward rural provinces where the government could claim less responsibility for the security forces' actions. 65 As a result, most Haitians arriving in South Florida in the 1970s were rural peasants who had encountered a new degree of terror and repression under Baby Document 66. The younger Duvalier capitalized on Cold War tensions, expressing anti-communist sentiments to U.S. Ambassador Clinton E. Knox and voicing concern that the Soviet fleet in Cuba might invade Haiti. 67 Despite well-documented allegations of state violence, the U.S. government appeared cautiously optimistic about the reign of Jean-Claude Duvalier, restoring aid to Haiti and offering American technical advisors to help the country restructure its customs and postal services. 68 The United States, almost without exception, classified Haitians as economic migrants, ineligible for the protections of asylum. By the end of the 1970s, Amnesty International concluded that the transition in presidency from father to son had not altered the nature of the regime in any substantial way. 69 Critics of Duvalier highlighted the interconnected political and economic situations in Haiti, as Judge James L. King wrote in 1980. Yuke of Haiti's poverty is a result of Duvalier's efforts to maintain power. Indeed, it could be said that Duvalier had made his country weak so that he could be strong. 70 American policymakers, however, saw two risks in acknowledging Haitians as political refugees. Doing so would undermine the U.S.-Haiti strategic relationship and might encourage more Haitians to seek asylum. The pattern of rejections incurred massive pushback from people in varied South Florida circles, who argued that the denial of Haitians' asylum claims was a human rights atrocity and that Haitians' incarceration in U.S. jails was an alarming break from precedent. In the first year of significant migration from Haiti, the INS claimed that holding Haitian refugees in Florida jails was standard practice due to the migrants' lack of documentation. 71 These claims rang hollow to observers, who pointed out that Cubans had been arriving on U.S. shores without authorization for decades and had not faced detention. Under the 1952 immigration law, the INS had the discretion to either parole or detain persons who were in the process of applying for admission to the United States. The agency used this discretion to move Haitians directly from Florida beaches into Florida jails. At one point we were incarcerating all Haitian males. Richard Gullidge, INS district director for Miami, later testified about the initial years of Haitian migration. To my knowledge, that has never been done with Haitians or any other immigrant group. 72. The county jail in Immokalee, Florida, became the epicenter of Haitian detention controversies. Immokalee was a rural community in southwestern Florida, just north of the Everglades and about a 2-hour drive from downtown Miami. Most of Immokalee's residents were agricultural laborers. The town had a wealthy planter class, as well as a large farm worker population, the majority of whom were black. 73 Immokalee was home to the Collier County Stockade, a small facility that offered the INS good rates, an enthusiastic warden, and a location unlikely to ever become as overcrowded as jails in Miami. 74 The INS sent a first group of Haitians to Immokalee in 1973. By September 1975, more than 300 Haitian migrants had been moved to the jail, which reportedly held 4 times more refugees than locals. 75. The first years of Haitian migrants' time in Florida jails were rife with uncertainty for both the asylum seekers and the agency. The INS had the discretionary power to waive bond and release people from detention, but it did so unpredictably and erratically. In June 1973, the INS freed several dozen Haitian migrants from Dade County Jail, issuing them into the custody of the Haitian Information Center, a non-profit organization based in Miami. 76 Reverend James E. Jenkins, a minister at Friendship Missionary Church in Miami's Liberty City neighborhood, used the moment to affirm solidarity among African Americans and black migrants in Miami, as well as a shared understanding of the inequalities driving both the immigration and the criminal justice systems. Now you are aware of what thousands of black brothers and sisters are suffering behind bars, many not guilty of anything but trying to attain freedom while being U.S. citizens, he told an audience of newly freed asylum seekers. 77 While he envisioned himself as an intermediary between Miami's militant and moderate black communities, Reverend Jenkins's fury at the INS was unmissable. He criticized the hypocrisy and racism of the agency's actions and said that physical violence was not off the table when it came to protecting Haitians from deportation. 78 A few months later, the INS rejected advocates' appeals to release another group of migrants into their custody, claiming frustration that some of the previous parolees had not shown up for hearings. 79 By January 1974, a judge had upheld the federal government's right to incarcerate and remove Haitian asylum seekers, sparking protests from Jenkins and others in Miami. 80. Figure 21. Haitian migrants detained at Collier County Stockade, Florida, 1978. Used by permission of Michelle Bogger, American Committee for Protection of Foreign-Born Records, University of Michigan Library, Joseph A. Labadie Collection, Special Collections Research Center. With hope for release dwindling, Haitian asylum seekers inside Florida jails made their frustrations known. On October 2, 1975, Haitian migrants at Immokalee initiated a hunger strike. 4 days later, all but 6 of the Immokalee Stockade's Haitian residents refused to eat. The hunger strikers complained of inadequate access to supervised medical leave and limited recreational time, a problem worsened by Immokalee employing only half the number of recommended guards. 81 I am fasting now to be free, said Willem A. Auguste from an Immokalee cell. I left my country because of persecution, but I find it here. Men have to be free. Here they treat me like I am an animal, so I will not eat until they set me free. 82. In response to resistance, the INS experimented with dispersing migrants through its network of municipal jails to deter organizing, distance legal aid, and appease local communities. When Neil Sonnet, a young lawyer representing Haitian migrants at Immokalee, called the stockade on October 7, 1975, he was stunned to learn that his clients had been removed from Collier County in the dead of night and scattered across 4 Central Florida jails, as well as the federal detention facility in Port Isabel, Texas. The move brought an unceremonious end to the hunger strike. The INS deputy director implicitly confirmed advocates' suspicions that the relocations were a retaliatory measure. They were causing embarrassment to the Immokalee facility, the director said. They were refusing to eat and complaining they didn't like the stockade, so we moved them. 83. The day before the move, a local newspaper ran a story discussing Immokalee City Commissioner's growing discontent with the negative publicity the hunger strike had generated. 84. The city cast its relationship with the federal government as one of cooperation and shared purpose, yet there was an economic incentive underlying Immokalee's involvement. It cost the warden just $1.50 per night to house and feed each detained person, while the INS paid the county $6, bringing in a 400% surplus. 85. This was all the more significant in a rural economy with high unemployment and a largely transient labor force. 86. We would anticipate housing more there in the future, an INS district official said of Immokalee in 1975. Intend to use unless the county commission refuses us. I'm sure they like the money. 87. Making Haitians illegal. Haitian migrants were not the only non-citizens behind bars at Immokalee. On a sign affixed to a stockade wall, jailers listed the names of Haitians in their custody. The last entry was not a name but a description reading simply 25 wetbacks. This was later crossed out and amended to 40 wetbacks still nameless, a number and a slur. 88. Haitians shared the Collier County stockade with Mexican seasonal workers apprehended in the Immigration Service's surge of interior enforcement efforts. Mexican migrants moved to Collier County in greater numbers throughout the 1970s, as the African American agricultural workforce left for other industries. 89. By the late 1970s, the jail detained as many as 200 Mexican migrants per day. The numbers were inconsistent, ebbing and flowing when immigration agents found the resources to raid the work camps of Southwest Florida. 90. While the raids consistently turned up undocumented workers, primarily from Mexico, as well as a smaller number from Jamaica, they also generated enforcement penalties for employers. In a May 1976 raid, the agency issued 57 citations to Immokalee growers for illegally using migrant child labor. 91. The two groups, Haitian refugees and Mexican migrant workers that populated jails like Collier counties, reflected dueling INS priorities. The agency pursued highly visible responses to Mexican workers and their employers, while simultaneously transforming Haitians into a new prototype of illegality, the illegitimate asylum seeker. The question of detention was embedded in a larger battle over Haitians' access to fair asylum hearings under a system that had prematurely decided they were not real refugees. Lawyers working at Immokalee observed a shifting set of rules across the 1970s, whereas the INS had once given attorneys the names of Haitians in detention. By 1976 the agency refused to release any information unless lawyers already had a migrant's name, accusing attorneys of ambulance chasing. 92. Judge James L. King would later observe that the actions of lawyers representing Haitians were seen as part of the Haitian problem. 93. Internally, the INS Miami office pursued a bureaucratic scheme. It referred to as the Haitian Program, meant to alleviate the buildup of 15,000 Haitian asylum hearings. Over the duration of the Haitian Program, the agency adjudicated the claims of 4,000 Haitian asylum seekers in sped-up trials that left immigration lawyers triple-booked at courtrooms across South Florida. 94. Not one of the migrants processed under the accelerated hearings of the Haitian Program received asylum. Agency officials described this arrangement as a valid use of their discretionary authority, necessary to contain what they described in department memos as the Haitian threat. 95. The earliest mentions of the Haitian program began with Associate Attorney General Michael J. Egan, who had grown concerned with the mounting backlog of Haitian asylum cases in Miami. In July 1978, Egan issued a vague directive to the INS to process Haitian migrants' claims more quickly and to suspend work permits for asylum seekers. 96 Egan's order then moved down the line through the INS, allowing various bureaucrats to add instructions to the plan. On July 14, 1978, Acting INS Commissioner for Enforcement Charles C. Savard wrote to INS Deputy Commissioner Mario T. Noto, "I believe the best, most practical deterrent to this problem is expulsion from the United States. This is a process that enforcement properly has the lead role in. We will get the cases moved to hearings swiftly and keep things rolling." 97 That same month, INS Regional Commissioner Armand J. Saltarelli traveled to Miami to survey the Haitian situation and initiated 2 changes in policy, ending the practice of suspending deportation proceedings when a migrant made an asylum claim and ending the practice of allowing non-citizens 10 days to prepare applications to withhold deportation. Saltarelli noted that both revised policies would violate INS operating instructions and simply suggested that the INS should suspend its procedures insofar as the Haitians are concerned. 98 When it came to Haitian asylum seekers, even the agency's own rules did not apply. It was another incarnation of what historian S. Deborah Kong has observed about the INS along the U.S. Mexico border in the first half of the 20th century. This was not just a law enforcement agency but an agency actively making and remaking immigration law. 99. Migration from the Caribbean disrupted how the United States envisioned its asylum system working and who the nation envisioned the system serving, namely, communist defectors from Europe who neatly fit into U.S. Cold War narratives. The Haitian threat invoked tropes of black disobedience and disorder and brought them to bear on border control. Haitians represented the possibility of uncontrollable, unconstrained mobility and of an asylum system that officials perceived as open to exploitation. 100 The United States had imagined itself as geographically insulated from the massive cross-border movements that followed World War II in Europe and Asia. 101 Haitian asylum seekers, undertaking a dangerous 800-mile ocean journey across the Greater Antilles, confirmed the naivete of this belief. Internally, the INS suggested that the scale of this migration necessitated overhauls of the asylum process. All supervisory personnel are hereby ordered to take whatever action they deem necessary to keep these cases moving throughout the system, the deputy director in charge of the Haitian program told his subordinates. 102 The comment mirrored the judiciary's description of plenary power at mid-century that whatever the procedure authorized by Congress is due process as far as an alien denied entry is concerned. 103 However, now the rules were being made not by Congress but by immigration officials operating with scant congressional oversight. The Haitian program was even more alarming because it began just months after what many immigrants' rights advocates hoped would be a turning point for more progressive policies. On April 7, 1977, President Carter nominated Leonel J. Castillo as the first Latino to serve as INS commissioner. Castillo committed to improving federal border detention sites. His efforts included installing soccer fields and ping-pong tables, providing Spanish-language reading material, and playing films for detainees, all moves that infuriated critics. 104 With the encouragement of the Mexican government, Castillo changed the name of the alien detention centers to service processing centers and urged INS officials to adopt the term undocumented alien rather than illegal alien. 105 Carter's nominee became a controversial figure among politicians of both parties, who accused Castillo of coddling migrants with get-soft policies. 106. Commissioner Castillo declared that under his administration, INS detention centers would be required to meet the minimum standards of the BOP, marking the agency's first attempt to create service-wide detention standards. The move was partially a product of Castillo's ideological leanings, but it was also a consequence of the litigious political climate of the 1970s. Across the country, incarcerated people were bringing successful class action litigation against prisons and jails, much of it asserting that institutional conditions constituted cruel and unusual punishment. 107 To the new commissioner, INS detention centers, operating under even less regulation than state prisons, looked like a major liability. If migrants were undertaking hunger strikes and the INS was receiving scathing letters from the Mexican government, it stood to reason that litigation would not be far behind. 108. Though much of Castillo's focus was on the southern border, the growing number of asylum seekers in Florida made the state impossible to ignore. In November 1977, Castillo announced that the INS would end the policy of imprisoning Haitian migrants prior to hearings and would offer them work permits. 109 He called Haitians our own hemisphere boat cases, drawing a line between the plight of Vietnamese refugees and the plight of Haitian asylum seekers. Castillo emphasized that seeking asylum was a protected act under international law. 110 However, when migration from Haiti spiked again in spring and summer of 1978, the INS had second thoughts about the more liberal policy. 111 In September 1978, the INS reneged on Castillo's promise, announcing that no new work permits would be issued or renewed. Detention was reinstituted as the de facto response. Within a month, all INS contracted local jails were full. The INS positioned its lack of facilities as a looming crisis for the entire community, one that foretold crime, dependency, and disease. 112 By the end of 1979, the agency detained 9,000 Haitian asylum seekers under immigration proceedings. 113 We're not in the business of jailing people, but we have no other place to put them, said Gullidge. 114 With several thousand migrants in custody and the INS bankrolling counties throughout Florida, Gullidge's claim fell flat. A judge struck down the Haitian program in a 1981 class action lawsuit brought by the Miami-based Haitian Refugee Center on behalf of 4,000 jailed Haitian migrants. In Haitian Refugee Center v. Civiletti, the center argued that the Haitian program was a violation of Haitian migrants' due process rights and that the INS program systematically discriminated against their claims for asylum. The plaintiffs relied heavily on internal INS memorandums detailing the arbitrary ways bureaucrats drove the program forward and the way expedited hearings exclusively impacted Haitian asylum seekers. Judge King declared the program offensive to every notion of constitutional due process and equal protection. 115 Despite the judge's passionate denouncement of the Haitian program, the court did not extend legal status to migrants, nor did it place any significant checks on INS power. Instead, the court ordered the INS to adhere to the principles of due process and equal protection when formulating a new plan for processing Haitian asylum seekers. The decision offered a strong condemnation of INS actions but offered little direction for how to reform the agency's behavior and the tremendous discretionary power that made the Haitian program possible. While the courts proved willing to break the tradition of judicial non-interference to address egregious agency abuses of power, the plenary power doctrine still restrained how far they would intervene in regulating immigration. Living and dying in immigration purgatory. Migrants' experiences in Florida jails were rife with abuse, much of it echoing the violence and injustice that had caused them to flee their homeland in the first place. The irony of this treatment was compounded by an immigration service that continually insisted detention was a humane response to a complex problem. I'm probably less interested in having these people incarcerated than the Haitian Refugee Center, an INS director said in February 1979, but I cannot let them loose on the streets without a job, a place to stay, or anything to eat. 116 The argument neatly obscured how the INS had produced much of this economic vulnerability by erratically granting and rescinding work authorization. Haitian migrants and their advocates charged that detention was not about sheltering a vulnerable community. It was about punishing black asylum seekers, whom U.S. leaders viewed as fraudulent refugees and economic liabilities. One way that Haitian advocates highlighted the cruelty of jailing migrants was by emphasizing the number of suicide attempts that occurred under INS supervision, a problem all too familiar for migrant incarceration sites. In 1977, a man named Georges Pierre, who had been in detention for nearly a year, attempted suicide in the El Paso Federal Detention Facility. From the hospital, Pierre eviscerated the United States superficial asylum process. His interview with immigration authorities had been just 15 minutes long. He did not have sufficient opportunity to explain the full details of his case. He felt intimidated by immigration authorities, whom he feared could be collaborators of the Haitian government. I keep thinking about what would happen if I had to go back home. I can't sleep at night for thinking, Pierre said. I tried to kill myself in the detention center. I wanted to die because I have been in jail so long and I think I will be sent back to Haiti. 117. While examples of migrants resorting to drastic measures abounded, the loss of THIRD-WORLDISM became a particular rallying point for the Haitian community in and outside of detention. Deville, a 27-year-old Haitian stonemason, had paid a trafficker $400 to facilitate his passage to Florida. 118 Alongside 48 other Haitian and Jamaican asylum seekers, he rode an overloaded sailboat to Boca Raton before police discovered him in the back of a U-Haul truck during a traffic stop. 119 From October 1973 until March 1974, Deville sat in Florida jails, first in Miami and then in Dade City, a rural community in central Florida, after Miami jails became overcrowded. 120. On the night of March 14, 1974, Deville used a bed sheet to hang himself in his Dade City jail cell, just hours after authorities informed him that he was being returned to Miami to board a boat to Haiti. On March 23, 1974, Reverend Jenkins's Liberty City Church held a funeral service for Deville, printing his affidavit for asylum in the service program. 121 Deville's testimony was rife with tragic parallels. He had spoken of his arbitrary jailing in Haiti after clashing with the Tonton Macoute and of the unbearable conditions in Haitian jails, the lack of food, the abysmal sanitation, the astronomical bail. I must find a place for security for my life, Deville said. In Haiti, there is no justice. The poor must die prematurely, often asphyxiated in jail. The funeral program highlighted the intentional cruelty of American immigration policy, invoking a long tradition of making mourning political within the Black freedom struggle. 122 The bottom of the program read: We the Black people of the model city and all concerned human beings of Dade County, do hereby declare that our Black Haitian brother THIRD-WORLDISM is now and forever, as long as there are concerned citizens, in Dade County, he is a citizen of Dade County and our community. 123. Grieving Deville underscored another important element of the resistance to Haitians' imprisonment, organizing among the Black community of South Florida. In the 1960s and early 1970s, groups such as the NAACP had opposed some immigrants' rights projects, viewing undocumented labor as a threat to the economic prospects of poor Black workers. 124 However, the treatment of Haitians turned immigration into a national civil rights issue. Following Deville's death, Cain Ballard, head of the Laborers Union of North America, a union predominantly composed of Black members, rallied to raise bond money for the remaining Haitian asylum seekers in Dade County jails. A lot of Cuban people come into this area and they're not put into jail. Why do they do the Haitians like that? It must be because they're Black, Ballard concluded. 125 In 1974, a network of Black churches raised $10,000 to cover bond expenses for the latest group of migrants. 126 Though the federal government presented Haitian status as economic migrants as a settled fact, in American communities where people had deep ties to Haiti and the Caribbean, the government's actions were understood as a political whitewashing of a complex reality. In December 1978, activists mobilized around another case that they believed epitomized the deliberate cruelty of detention, the incarceration of an 8-year-old Haitian girl in the West Palm Beach City Jail. Reverend G. E. Rar Jean Just, a Catholic priest and relentless advocate for South Florida's Haitian community, discovered Rosaline Dorsainville, crying and barefoot, in the corner of a cell. She had arrived on a boat from Haiti with her father 2 weeks earlier and had been in the jail ever since. The INS called the child's detention an unfortunate and regrettable mistake, which it attributed to a breakdown in communication between the INS and jail officials. 127 Haitian advocates called Dorsainville a pawn and a hostage to an immigration bureaucracy eager to force her father's return to Haiti and deter other migrants. 128. The Dorsainville case illustrated how migrant detention could become a point of fracture within localities as policymakers and law enforcement butted Heads over enforcement. Eva Williams Mack and Ruby Bullock, West Palm Beach's first African American commissioners, arrived at the West Palm Beach City Jail on January 17, 1979, and asked to see where the jail detained refugees. "We don't give tours of the jail," replied Police Chief William Barnes. The commissioners told Barnes that they had received complaints of a detained woman who was bleeding from hemorrhoids but had not received medical treatment. They observed that the migrants appeared to be wearing the same tattered clothes they had arrived in weeks prior. Chief Barnes would not budge. 129 The day after the city commissioners attempted to tour the jail, the West Palm Beach police chief announced that the asylum seekers would be moved to Immokalee. Lawyers who worked between the two counties described Immokalee as 10 times worse than the West Palm Beach jail and declared the transfer a typical cover-up intended to deflect political attention. 130 When West Palm Beach's contract with the DOJ expired in March 1979, the commissioners successfully advocated that access to medical care and interpreters be added to the contract, perhaps the first time that a city had negotiated better migrant care in a contract with the federal government. 131. Figure 22. Miami protest against the incarceration of Haitian asylum seekers, 1975. Courtesy of Tim Chapman, Tim Chapman Collection, History Miami Museum, 2013-334-75-1. By the late 1970s, grievances among jailed Haitians focused not just on the substandard food and the lack of information but also on intimidation and abject abuse by local officials. Lucien Caliste had served in the Haitian Marines and had been a guard to the Elder Duvalier before fleeing the country in 1978. The INS transferred him 6 times between 3 South Florida jails. Caliste refused to depart voluntarily, despite repeated INS threats that he would be returned to Haiti in handcuffs regardless of whether he pursued his asylum claim. At nearly every facility, Caliste and others engaged in some form of hunger strike and were greeted with increasingly militarized responses. In Immokalee, Caliste claimed that guards had picked up dining hall benches and had used them as weapons to make us move, before handcuffing the protesters and putting them on buses to a jail 70 miles away in Belle Glade, Florida. At a jail in Fort Pierce, Florida, he described cells covered with trash and toilets that did not flush. "We made noise to call the guards, because we did not want to be in that cell which was filthy. The guards came and sprayed us with tear gas. Some men fell to the ground because they were so overcome by the gas," Caliste testified. 132. The INS initially denied reports of abuse as absolute lies and accused the South Florida media of contriving a more dramatic story. 133 However, 2 Haitian American community members had captured photographs of jail employees violently forcing Caliste and his cohort onto buses from the jail in Belle Glade to the jail in Fort Pierce. "Were so weak and even then the police were beating them," said Sister Pierre Marie Armand, a Catholic nun and one of the photographers. When a reporter confronted an INS official with the photographs, the official paused and shifted the agency's narrative. "Unfortunately, things like that happen every day. There is nothing we can do about it. The guards are uneducated and underpaid. Anytime anyone acts up they are quick to exert their authority." 134. Immokalee's warden, described by the local paper as a classic good old boy, did not deny that his guards used force in controlling hunger strikers. 135 We had lots of fun there for a few minutes. There was some bloodshed and we cracked some heads, James Lester admitted. 136 The warden insisted that this was a proportionate response to the migrants' resistance, claiming that they had thrown food around the cafeteria, spilled coffee on the floor, and urinated in their cells. "If I were a guest in someone else's country, I would try to obey their laws and act with some dignity," said Lester. 137 The images from Immokalee resembled the scenes of law enforcement brutality against black protesters that had become widespread in the urban uprisings of prior years. Both the INS and local officials implicitly asked why these poor black migrants couldn't just be grateful for their incarceration, for their scraps of American support, for their shadow of due process. They were uninvited guests. Didn't they know how much worse it could be? The disparity between the IN's public relations narrative regarding use of force and the warden's explicit confession of violence exemplified the agency's contradictory public messaging. When abuse at the local level became impossible to deny, the INS immediately distanced itself from its contractees, arguing that the agency should not be held responsible for the actions of ignorant guards and that complete oversight of county jails was an impossibility. Wardens like Lester were painted as bad apples rather than reflections of systemic problems, a claim made all the more egregious as black prisoners throughout the country exposed and challenged the conditions inside American prisons and jails. 138 Agreements with localities provided the federal agency with a level of insulation from the worst abuses, as it capitalized on stereotypes of racist, uneducated rural workers whose actions did not represent the directives of the federal government. Federal officials weaponized the ambiguity around federalism to suggest that it was local officials who had corrupted immigration law enforcement. The problem was not racist laws, they insisted, it was the lack of federal resources to enforce those laws. Commissioner Castillo's fears that migrant detention sites would become a target for litigation were soon realized. Immokalee's warden resigned under pressure in February 1980, after a civil rights lawsuit accused him of using physical force against migrants and releasing German shepherds into Haitian cells. 139 County officials chose their words carefully, stating that Lester's methods were quite in line with county, state, and federal guidelines. It was a toothless way to describe black asylum seekers being attacked by dogs, all because the INS suspected them of experiencing insufficient political persecution. 140. Rather than litigation providing an opportunity to pursue non-carceral alternatives, the INS used abuse as a bargaining chip to push for more detention sites in the late 1970s and early 1980s, preferably facilities that the INS would have a greater role in managing. Jails like Immokalee's might be beyond repair, the INS suggested, but the agency could build a new form of detention site, better suited to its needs, if given the opportunity. It was the same familiar argument the agency had used to fuel carceral expansion for nearly 50 years. The relationship built between the INS and local law enforcement in the 1970s proved foundational for the agency in the 1980s, when it encountered an unprecedented number of people seeking refuge. By the time of the 1980 Mariel boat lift, during which more than 125,000 migrants from Cuba came to the United States in 6 months, the INS had a system that it was thoroughly frustrated with. Hundreds of localities charged the INS more than it thought was fair. Towns abandoned their agreements with the INS when detained people brought unwanted attention. Detentions grew longer and longer as legal aid groups organized to ensure due process. Mass migration from the Caribbean generated a pivotal opportunity for the INS to campaign for new federal detention facilities. It also built upon rhetoric the Immigration Service had been using since the 1970s, that if the federal government was serious about transforming the INS into a law enforcement agency, with a mission that centered on apprehension and deportation, it required more space for incarceration. 6. South Florida and the local politics of the criminal alien. On September 9, 1980, Murray Meyerson, the mayor of Miami Beach, penned a furious letter to President Jimmy Carter. 4 months had passed since Cuban leader Fidel Castro opened the port of Mariel and announced that anyone who wanted to leave Cuba was free to go. In that time, 125,000 Cubans had fled or been forced out of their homeland, the vast majority ending up in and around Miami's Dade County. The Mariel boat lift was a federally created farce, the mayor declared. Miami Beach had almost no housing vacancies and a population whose median age hovered above 60 years old, many of them retirees from the Northeast who sought a quiet, warm place to live out their golden years. It was not, the mayor claimed, a place prepared to take in tens of thousands of new arrivals. 2. In describing the city's predicament to President Carter, Meyerson called Mariel Cubans jackals who prowled the streets, committing crimes and preying on the elderly. While the mayor's letter dripped with racist contempt, he ended with an acknowledgement of how the absence of a social safety net had exacerbated the situation. Not all refugees are criminals, yet. With no hope for even a basic existence, how long will it be before desperation and instinct for survival govern their actions? The federal government had created a migration catastrophe, Meyerson accused, through both a dearth of social support and inadequate policing, but municipalities were bearing the burden. 3. Within a year, some of the Cuban migrants Meyerson had criticized were in the Dade County Jail, an aging facility with rows of yellow cell blocks and a few dying palm trees in the yard. 4. Florida Governor Bob Graham's appeals to the federal government echoed those of municipalities. The federal government was legally and morally bound to assume responsibility for the consequences of its policy. 5. To Graham, a crucial element of assuming responsibility was moving Mariel Cubans out of Florida jails and into federal custody. For the majority of Cubans jailed in Dade County, this was their second experience of incarceration in the United States. Most had previously been detained in refugee resettlement camps on military bases located throughout the country. Some had waited for more than a year to find a community sponsor. Their problems did not end there, sponsorships fell through, and jobs were hard to come by. For some refugees, Miami's flourishing drug economy beckoned. Others entered the criminal legal system via the heightened policing that people like Meyerson had fought for, programs that put record numbers of cops on Miami streets, instituted stop and frisk policies, and criminalized loitering and vagrancy. Regardless of their specific experiences, all Mariel Cubans face the stigma of being the United States' newest public enemy, the criminal refugee or the criminal alien, a late 20th century reinvention of the illegal immigrant. 6. Cubans were, in many ways, unlikely candidates to become the figureheads for refugee danger. Since 1966, Cubans had enjoyed a privileged position in U.S. immigration policy, as the Cuban Adjustment Act allowed any Cuban arriving in the United States, whether they overstayed a visa or arrived unannounced on American shores, to acquire permanent residency and eventually citizenship. Cuban Americans became a powerful interest group in South Florida. They ran businesses, attained political office, and became a symbol of American success and integration. The Cubans who migrated in the 1980s were primarily young, single, working-class men with limited education, a pronounced contrast to the golden exile of primarily urban, middle-aged, light-skinned, and white-collar workers who arrived immediately after the revolution. 7. Approximately 20% of Mariel Cubans were black or mulatto, compared with just 7% of the Cubans who arrived between 1960 and 1964. 8. For the first time in 2 decades of Cuban refugee migration to the United States, the Carter administration refused to grant refugee status to all arriving Cubans. It instead sought to assure Americans that immigration officials were separating the deserving from the undeserving, the threatening from the non-threatening. This chapter examines 2 experiences of incarceration and policing in the early 1980s, each of which reveals a shifting understanding of federalism and who was responsible for immigration law enforcement. The first took place at refugee resettlement camps throughout the United States, where Cubans waited to learn their fates. Like each incarnation of migrant incarceration that preceded them, these camps were sites of abuse and violence alongside debilitating monotony and uncertainty. Camp officials promised Cuban migrants that their stay would be temporary. Yet, as weeks stretched into months, migrants' faith in the system withered. The federal government used camp uprisings and protests as evidence that the Mariel Cubans were dangerous and unassimilable, the type of person who needed to be taken off a community's streets. 9. It also used the camps as a space to experiment with granting the military a greater role in policing migrants alongside federal and local law enforcement. Expanding the role of the military in domestic crime control would become a signature of the Reagan administration, making Miami the focus of an interagency task force that mobilized the resources of the military, the police, and even the Internal Revenue Service to stop migrants and narcotics from crossing borders. The second example of incarceration and policing took place in South Florida. Inflamed by Fidel Castro's claims to have placed the island's prisoners on U.S.-bound boats, local officials used fears about Mariel Cubans to justify a radical remaking of policing in Miami. Dade County municipalities instituted new ordinances and curfews targeting refugees. They explored new ways to share data between law enforcement and the immigration service. And above all, Miami and its suburbs implored the federal government for financial assistance, framing Dade County as driven to the brink of destruction by the federal government's inability to control its borders. In making these claims, Miami leaders fixated on Cuban refugees who had been accused of criminal infractions, mostly misdemeanors and drug offenses, after release from resettlement camps. 10 The vast majority of migrants from Mariel, around 91%, were never arrested. 11 Still, the criminal refugee became an outsized figure in the local and national imagination. Fear and grievances turned South Florida into a prototype for increased collaboration between the Federal Immigration Service and local law enforcement, capitalizing on refugees' perceived criminality as a rationale for the expansion of police forces and prisons. In the 1970s, cities and states had expressed frustrations with the Immigration and Naturalization Service's limited resources and deportation capacity, suggesting that it had left localities no choice but to take on immigration control themselves. Miami in the 1980s made an even more aggressive version of this claim. It argued that the federal government owed the locality financial compensation to the tune of tens of millions of dollars for its own sovereign impotence. Federal funding for criminal justice expenditures, the Miami County manager wrote, needed to be elevated to a number one priority, equal to that of healthcare. 12 Dade County officials declared that refugees were a disaster of the federal government's own making. And the locality did not just want food stamps or social services, it wanted money for bigger jails and more policing. The Mariel boat lift had massive ramifications for the future of migrant detention and incarceration writ large. It refocused the agency on removing people with a criminal record, cementing the bureaucracy's image as a branch of law enforcement. The jail became the center of INS deportation activities. It was not just a space to hold migrants the INS sought to remove, it was the filter by which local law enforcement would deliver the INS the most politically symbolic candidates for deportation. Working within the jail, as the INS described in 1982, allowed the agency to claim that it was not just expelling people who had crossed a border without authorization. It was expelling people who had been proven, at best, morally unfit and, at worst, dangerous, by virtue of a criminal conviction. Certainly, the INS had deported people based on criminal offenses before, but by the 1980s this work became the center of the agency's mission and the key metric by which the agency made appeals for its own necessity. Miami also illustrated a shifting local calculus that distinguished migrants detained for immigration offenses from migrants who were convicted of criminal infractions and were, as a result, excludable or deportable. The city claimed that amid an ongoing drug war and local reluctance to build new carceral institutions, its jail space was tremendously valuable. One way to maximize local law enforcement's capacity to incarcerate was to tell the federal government that non-citizens with criminal convictions were not a local responsibility, exerting pressure on the federal government to build its own detention sites for migrants or offer localities more money for use of jails. As federal and local tensions brewed, Miami became a pivotal early episode in a national, interagency scramble for jail beds throughout the 1980s and 1990s. 13. The boat lift. On April 20, 1980, Fidel Castro opened the Cuban shipping port of Mariel and announced that all dissenters were free to depart. Castro's once iron grip on emigration had loosened over the previous month, as more than 10,000 Cubans crowded onto the grounds of the Peruvian embassy attempting to file claims for asylum. Peru and Cuba negotiated an agreement that enabled about 7,500 Cubans to fly to Costa Rica and other locations, an episode that became an embarrassment for Castro as the exiles decried his repressive regime. Desperate for a way to diffuse political tension, free up jobs and housing units in a sluggish Cuban economy, and perhaps create some new problems for his American enemies, Castro encouraged Cuban Americans to retrieve their family members. 14 The Cuban government was facing a crisis of legitimacy. Within hours, the Carter administration would face a crisis of its own. The U.S. State Department warned Cuban Americans that sending boats to Mariel would mean playing into Castro's hands and cautioned that there could be criminal consequences for the transportation of Cubans. These warnings did little to deter Cuban Americans who saw a rare, fleeting opportunity to secure loved ones' passage into the United States. Within 24 hours of Mariel's opening, a ragtag armada of yachts, fishing boats, and cruisers was en route from South Florida to Cuba. By the end of May 1980, an astounding 94,181 Cubans had arrived in the United States. 15 Although the has faced a number of contingency emergency programs over the years, none has challenged the service as did the Mariel boat lift, the INS wrote in its 1982 annual report. Never had such a massive wave of intending immigrants arrived at our shores unannounced. 16. Castro refused to allow images of joyful family reunions to dominate the Yankee press. He used his 1980 May Day speech to undercut the positive reception of the Mariel Cubans. 17 The Cubans arriving in Florida were not dissidents, or patriots, but lumpen, declared Castro. They undermined communist ideals and lacked revolutionary blood. 18 He gestured to the limp wrists of homosexuals and gender nonconforming people he promised to expel to the United States, a particularly uneasy situation for U.S. policymakers, who had just affirmed in the Hart-Celler Act that queer migrants were afflicted with sexual deviation and ineligible for visas. 19 They are doing an excellent sanitation job for us, Castro bellowed to a roaring audience. 20 Families fleeing for the port of Mariel faced acts of harassment from neighbors and law enforcement, who decried them as traitors to their homeland. 21 Castro would later equate the expulsion of his regime's dissenters to an act of national plastic surgery, ridding the nation of its weakest factions. 22 Castro's homophobic taunts, alongside reports that his officials were forcing Cuban prisoners onto boats bound for Florida, caused panic in the United States. Virtually overnight, news stories about how Cubans had stood against communism and voted with their feet were replaced by stories focusing on the arrival of Castro's undesirables. 23. Racism had already shaped migrants' experiences with policing and punishment in Cuba. Despite Americans' fears of violent criminals among the new arrivals, the majority of migrants who confessed to serving prior jail time had done so under the Ley de Peligrosidad, or the law of dangerousness. This catch-all provision of the Cuban Criminal Code sentenced convicted persons to a 4-year imprisonment for an offense against the Cuban Socialist State. 24 The Peligrosidad laws reflected and produced vast racial inequalities. In a 1987 study, historian Alejandro de la Fuente found that though non-white Cubans represented 34% of the adult population in Cuba, they made up a staggering 87% of those deemed socially dangerous. 25 As U.S. policymakers coalesced around a plan that would filter out Cubans with a criminal record, they were drafting a blueprint that would target and criminalize Afro-Cuban refugees at a disproportionate rate, while maintaining a facade of racial neutrality. 26 The biggest question facing the Carter administration was whether it should process the Mariel Cubans under the Refugee Act of 1980, a sweeping revision of refugee law passed just a few months prior, or should instead create some new form of ad hoc emergency legislation. The Refugee Act marked a significant expansion of U.S. refugee admissions, providing for the entry of 50,000 refugees with no restrictions on country of origin, a number almost never met in practice, as the Reagan administration went to great lengths to raise barriers to entry. 27 The law had been premised on the assumption that the United States would send officials to refugee camps abroad, where they would screen potential migrants before granting them permission to travel to the United States. The law simply did not anticipate the possibility of thousands of asylum seekers showing up on American shores, a Carter policy memorandum noted. 28 After months of vacillating public responses and behind-the-scenes administrative infighting, the Carter administration settled on the creation of a new legal category for both Cuban and Haitian migrants who arrived in the United States prior to October 11, 1980, a classification of Cuban-Haitian entrant, accompanied in official documents with the parenthetical note status pending. The new Cuban-Haitian entrant legal category emerged from a range of concerns. Some of them were logistical. The asylum unit of the State Department had only 15 employees, hardly enough to adjudicate tens of thousands of cases. Others were political, in linking the fates of the Cuban and Haitian asylum seekers. The Carter administration hoped to pacify groups such as the Congressional Black Caucus, which had contended that the mass denial of Haitians' asylum claims in the 1970s was blatantly discriminatory. 2092. Policymakers' dismay. The Castro administration had also begun drawing attention to the United States' disparate treatment of Cubans and Haitians, endeavoring to sow tension about the racist contradictions of American human rights claims. 30. Above all, the new legal classification bought time for the administration to determine what status pending would mean without formally offering Cubans and Haitians the benefits and permanent legal status promised to full-fledged refugees. 31. Most of the Cubans who arrived from Mariel would eventually regularize their immigration status through the 1966 Cuban Adjustment Act, which allowed Cuban parolees to upgrade to permanent residence after 1 year in the United States, an avenue to legalization that did not exist for the 25,000 Haitian asylum seekers who arrived on Florida shores concurrently. However, the entrant status put Cubans in a legal limbo for the early years of the 1980s and had significant consequences for those who entered the criminal legal system. Because criminal convictions triggered revocation of entrant status, migrants could be subject to indefinite detention or deportation after serving jail or prison sentences. But even for those outside the criminal legal system, distancing Cubans from the full status of refugee shaped their reception, their access to social services, and their legal rights. Their membership in the nation was precarious and conditional. Policing emergency detention sites. When Cuban migrants came ashore in Florida, federal officials moved them to temporary holding sites, where they conducted background checks and searched for family members or a community sponsor. As it became clear that the rate of migration was rapidly outpacing officials' ability to find holding spaces in Florida, the Carter administration proposed a new solution, transporting Cubans out of South Florida and to military bases throughout the country, where they would await sponsors and resettlement. The federal government prioritized keeping Cubans who had nearby family at resettlement centers in South Florida. Because of the richer, wider demographics of Cuban migration in the 1950s and 1960s, this meant that refugees sent to military camps were more likely to be black and less likely to have close ties to wealth and U.S. citizenship. 32. In total, about 45% of Mariel Cubans were detained at military bases at Fort Eglin in the Florida Panhandle, Fort Chaffee in Arkansas, Fort McCoy in Wisconsin, and Fort Indiantown Gap in Pennsylvania from 1980 to 1981.33. Communities surrounding these military bases had mixed responses to their new role in refugee resettlement. The federal government did not promise localities financial support but vowed that the detention sites would pose no threat to nearby towns. Opening the first site at Fort Eglin Air Force Base offered a sense of what authorities could anticipate. On May 2, 1980, a local newspaper headline announced City Fairgrounds will be refugee camp, with a subheading that read, "Who are Cuban criminals?" 34. Some residents in nearby Fort Walton Beach complained that the city had already served in 1975, when more than 10,000 Vietnamese refugees had been housed at the base. The superintendent of Okaloosa County, Florida, advocated that no Cuban children be allowed in the county school system as a way of deterring refugees from permanently settling in the Panhandle. 35. The Mariel Cubans arrived in Okaloosa County on May 3, 1980, shouting refrains of "Freedom Lives," "Death to Castro," and "Long Live Carter" as they boarded buses to the base. 36. On the day of their arrival, a small engine plane pulling a banner reading "The KKK is here" flew over the refugees' temporary home. Klansmen in plainclothes would be monitoring the activities of Cubans if they left the base, threatened Klansman B.W. Robinson. "We'll follow them around. If they make a mistake or break the law, they're going to get hurt." 37. Klan activity was not limited to Florida. When Fort Chaffee in Fort Smith, Arkansas, opened as a resettlement site the following week, Klansmen protested outside the site, with one robed man running onto the tarmac when a plane of Cubans landed. 38. Though the federal government and the Cuban-Haitian Task Force, an interagency group created to coordinate the refugee response, rarely mentioned race. Racism imbued communities' fears of security, dependency, and demographic change. At the resettlement camps, the Immigration Service again confronted thorny issues of policing and jurisdiction. In a departure from prior decades, its central question had little to do with whether it could deputize local law enforcement to police migrants. Instead, the Department of Justice contemplated whether it could deputize an even more powerful arbiter of state order and violence, the U.S. military. In the first 2 weeks of operation, the tension between Cubans and camp management at Fort Eglin had escalated into a series of minor uprisings over food shortages, cigarette rationing, and the exceptionally sluggish resettlement rate. A May 18, 1980, conflict culminated with Air Force personnel blasting protesting refugees with a fire truck hose. Major General Robert M. Bond of the U.S. Air Force expressed concerns about the optics of the increasingly militarized security mechanisms at the camp. What would Eglin and the Air Force look like if the nation were told that air police were guarding Cuban refugees with barbed wire, dogs, guns, fire trucks, and clubs? General Bond asked in a meeting. These people left Cuba because of the same conditions. 39. Figure 23. Protest in Fort Walton Beach, Florida, attended by both Klansmen and other residents, 1980. Signs at the protest read, "The KKK likes Cubans if they're in Cuba, and Castro sent the Cubans to us. Let's send Carter to Castro." Source: Mark T. Foley, State Archives of Florida, MF 1019. While most of the jurisdictional battles over immigration and policing prior to the 1980s centered on the role of local police in carrying out the work of border enforcement, bureaucrats in the early 1980s asked what it might look like to make more expansive use of federal law enforcement in responding to migration. By framing Mariel as a foreign relations crisis, the federal government gained increased latitude in enlisting the military as well as a range of federal agencies, including the U.S. Park Police, the Federal Protective Service, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the U.S. Marshals Service, and INS officers. 40 agencies such as the Federal Protective Service, whose prior tasks were mostly limited to guarding federal buildings, were now asked to do the delicate work of peacekeeping among people who did not speak their language and did not understand why they were being held in barbed wire camps. 41 This had often disastrous results. Cases of abuse abounded, from officials forcefully arresting pregnant women to defiant youth being locked in barracks or handcuffed to camp perimeter fences. 42. On June 1, 1980, protests reached a fever pitch at Arkansas's Fort Chaffee, as more than 300 Cubans stormed the gates of the camp, throwing rocks and setting fire to 2 of the guard shacks. Federal police retaliated by opening fire on the refugees. By the end of the conflict, more than 1,000 Cubans had been involved, and 37 Cubans had been injured, primarily from gunshot and stab wounds. 43 In theory, the main task of resettlement camps like the one at Fort Chaffee was to locate sponsors and to ensure a smooth transition into American communities. In reality, their main purpose became policing and control, how to prevent people from breaking out of sites that bore names like Camp Liberty and Freedom City. Similar to General Bond's hesitations about aggressive policing at Eglin, the soldiers at Fort Chaffee made little attempt to stop Cubans from leaving the base because they did not believe that they had the authority to use force to detain migrant civilians. 44 Arkansas Governor Bill Clinton was incensed. He had been furious at President Carter for sending the migrants to Arkansas in the first place and was even more angry that they had breached the confines of the base. 45 In the week following the uprising, the federal government formally expanded the military's authority to conduct preventive patrols within the detention sites and to use reasonable force to secure the site's borders and suppress uprisings. The Attorney General declared that the military had legal authority to police civilian refugees on military bases because these sites could not be rationally segregated for law enforcement purposes. 46 This distanced Cuban migrants from the category of civilian, making them something akin to foreign combatants housed on American soil. 47 And with the presidential go-ahead, many military personnel would treat them as such. The military quickly took on a more active role in policing Fort Chaffee. Nearly 200 soldiers were flown to Arkansas and organized into two reaction forces that would be used in case of an uprising, bringing the total military population to just under 4,000. The reaction forces were equipped with military trucks, body armor, ballistic helmets, riot batons, and pistols. 48 other soldiers were tasked with building a double-strand concertina wire wall around the camp. While in earlier months the military had been restrained to camp perimeters, after the June 1980 edict, military police patrolled Cuban barracks and recreational areas both on foot and on horseback. 49 However, if migrants left the camp and were found in outside communities, the Joint Security Plan stipulated that they should be picked up by Border Patrol agents, the only agency authorized by law to arrest illegal aliens, collapsing asylum seekers into the umbrella category of illegal immigrant. By September 1980, 5 months after the beginning of the boat lift, there were more than 5,000 hard cases remaining at the 4 military bases. 50 Eager to downsize the number of detention sites, the CHTF announced that all Cuban migrants awaiting resettlement would be moved to Fort Chaffee. The Washington Post wrote that security at the site would be intensified in preparation for the arrival of hardcore refugees. 51 The phrase hardcore refugees exemplified the new nexus of illegality and refugee status. No longer sympathetic anti-communist allies, Mariel Cubans had become a threat for the state to contain. By the time Fort Chaffee initiated plans to close the following summer, status reports indicated that 95% of remaining men and 100% of remaining women were black. 52 The consolidation at Fort Chaffee became yet another process to reinforce the criminality of racialized migrants, to both the government and the American public. In January 1982, the resettlement camp at Fort Chaffee closed for good. The Reagan administration announced plans to transfer the last Cubans at Fort Chaffee to the United States Penitentiary, Atlanta, with a smaller number of those with psychiatric illness sent to the Federal Prison Hospital in Springfield, Missouri. 53 Fort Smith Mayor Jack Freese expressed little concern about losing the Cubans, despite the jobs and contracts for food, services, and construction they brought his town. So would prostitution, but is it good for the community? Freese retorted. 54 When asked about the optics of sending refugees to prison because of the government's inability to locate sponsors, Arkansas Governor Frank White told reporters that they were splitting hairs. People knowledgeable about the situation know that Fort Chaffee was a prison, too, the governor candidly replied. 55 Figure 24. Cubans being resettled from Wisconsin's Fort McCoy, one of the 4 resettlement camps established at U.S. military bases, after being sponsored by the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, 1980. Courtesy of Miguel Tamayo, the La Crosse Tribune and Murphy Library Special Collections, University of Wisconsin, La Crosse. Figure 25. One of the last Cuban refugees at Fort McCoy, Wisconsin, waiting to be transferred to Arkansas's Fort Chaffee, September 1980. 3 months after the Fort Chaffee consolidation, in January 1981, the government reported that 75% of the 5,052 remaining refugees were black. By the summer of 1981, the population at Fort Chaffee would be 95% Afro-Cubans. Courtesy of William J. Lisdas, the La Crosse Tribune and Murphy Library Special Collections, University of Wisconsin, La Crosse. Even though the federal government framed Mariel as an international incident and used it as an experiment in all-hands-on-deck federal policing, it still recognized the importance of local cooperation. Towns had no real power to stop the federal government from using military bases, but they could certainly make the process more difficult. Officials presented the embrace of militarized policing at these sites as a concession to local communities, and a way to appease groups such as the National Governors Association, which argued that the federal government had placed an undue burden on states. They owed it to nearby towns to keep Cubans inside these camps at whatever cost. 56 As detained migrants grew frustrated and took action, media images of protests and military pushback reinforced the idea that Mariel Cubans, and especially Afro-Cubans, were an out-of-control criminal mob. This made it more difficult to locate sponsors and led municipalities to push for more policing, even after refugees were released. That these events would conclude with the transfer of refugees to federal prisons, with no trial and often little evidence of prior criminal wrongdoing, was a predictable culmination of nearly 2 years of criminalization and expanding federal authority, alongside decades of using prisons and jails as tools of sovereignty and border control. In the final issue of the Fort Chaffee Camp newspaper, La Vida Nueva, employees carefully avoided mentioning what awaited those remaining at the camp Incarceration, this time at real prisons rather than makeshift base camps. The last workers at Fort Chaffee praised the Cubans for their cooperation, maintaining the perpetually sunny tone of a state-sponsored newspaper. But one writer, Antonio Dalama Machenzo, who had been a refugee community leader at Fort Chaffee before his release, addressed the future explicitly. He wrote in a letter to the last migrants at the camp, "Dear brother, it's difficult for me to describe the pain that I felt, and still feel, upon learning of the decision to transfer the remaining refugees to federal institutions, specifically prison. We all fled our homeland and our loved ones with one objective, freedom and a new life in a freedom-loving country. Many have been granted the opportunity to realize their dream, but a few sadly were not as fortunate and now find themselves confined to federal prisons, in effect serving their sentences. I beg you with all my heart to not lose faith and to trust in the Lord. I shall never forget you." 57. Miami, Refugee City. Many of the localities that had hosted resettlement camps feared that Cubans would settle permanently in their towns. These anxieties were largely unfounded. Most Cuban refugees, about 4 of every 5, returned to a place where they could be among others who shared their language and history, Miami's Dade County, the Cuban homeland in absentia. 58. The Mariel boat lift's impact on Miami was extraordinary. In a month, the city added the population of Tallahassee, Florida. 59. It was a seismic event for schools, hospitals, the labor market, and even the DMV, one that economists would argue about for decades to come. 60. For nearly every South Florida institution, Mariel meant recalibration. 61. For nearly every South Floridian, it meant new neighbors. What awaited Mariel Cubans after they were freed from resettlement camps? Resettlement brought its share of horror stories. 7 women were released from Fort Eglin to a man who attempted to force them into sex work. 62. Other refugees were released to phantom sponsors who immediately disappeared, leaving the migrants with no housing or support. 63. The government had grown laxer in vetting sponsors as it scrambled to empty Fort Chaffee, an expensive political liability. 64. More often, resettlement brought familiar tales of sponsoring families whose patience waned and refugees who struggled to secure jobs in a city where many employers refused to hire Mariel Cubans. 65. Lucas Perez, an unhoused welder who came to the United States from Mariel, told Time, "I've gone through 2 pairs of shoes looking for work. There is none." 66. For people whose legal status was in flux, the complexities of resettlement added yet another layer of precarity. 67. The Florida congressional delegation maintained a clear position to President Carter in the months following the boat lift. The challenges facing South Florida were entirely the result of federal decisions and thus required federal appropriations. If the president failed to address Floridians' concerns, they promised he had little chance of winning the state in the looming presidential election. 68. Policymakers presented the issue as nothing less than a referendum on South Florida survival. In a letter to the White House, Representative William Lehman, a Miami Democrat, appealed that there were still ways to save Florida and blamed the lack of border enforcement for tearing apart what had once been a viable multi-ethnic community. 69. Mariel Cubans came to Miami in a moment of tremendous local tension, one that undercut Representative Lehman's invocations of a multiracial urban utopia. In the first summer after Mariel, the city lodged unhoused refugees in the Miami Orange Bowl, the city's downtown football stadium. While Cuban migrants rested on cots in the strange athletic grounds, Miami was erupting. 70. Arthur McDuffie, a 33-year-old black insurance salesman, had been brutally beaten by Miami Police Department officers following a traffic incident. Police cracked his skull against the pavement, causing his brain to swell. McDuffie died shortly thereafter. Officials immediately began covering their tracks. Despite a damning autopsy, the law enforcement officers were charged only with manslaughter, not murder. 71 Following the case's verdict and acquittal for the officers at the hands of an all-white jury, Black Miamians took to the streets to protest the latest in a decades-long pattern of institutional racism and injustice in the Magic City. The uprisings, marked by fires and punctuated by 18 deaths, reached a few blocks from the football stadium, where the news trickled to the refugees via Spanish-language radio. Some Afro-Cuban migrants told reporters that they had heard in Cuba how poorly Black Americans were treated. Was this true or more of Castro's propaganda? 72 others skeptically asked journalists whether police ever experienced legal consequences in the United States. The rebellions bolstered policymakers' perceptions that Miami was a city on the brink and a city desperately in need of federal intervention. 73. Dade County's jails were already overtaxed with people apprehended from drug charges as Miami became a central node in a transnational war on drugs. Paralleling the watery metaphors used to describe migrants, a representative from the Drug Enforcement Administration told Congress in 1983 that a relentless tidal wave of drugs had inundated South Florida, one that would fill the jails with a 15-year backlog of cases if the government had the capacity to prosecute all offenders. 74 Miami's geographic relationship to the Americas gave the city's war on drugs a specific character. Officials focused on drug importers and exporters moving through South Florida, as incidents such as a 1979 shootout between Colombian drug traffickers at the suburban Dadeland Mall made the war descriptor feel apt. 75. By the early 1980s, there was bipartisan consensus that crime was a national security problem, one that required aggressive surveillance of Black youth in urban areas, as well as aggressive surveillance of the nation's land, air, and sea borders. 76 South Florida became a testing ground for programs connecting the military with local law enforcement in shared efforts to seal off the United States from undesirable influences originating in the rest of the Western Hemisphere. 77 Over the course of 2 years, South Floridians saw the military deployed first to police the arrival and resettlement of Cubans, then to provide reinforcements during the McDuffie uprisings, and finally, to thwart the international drug trade. By 1982, there were Navy surveillance aircrafts operating off the Florida coast, U.S. Army Cobra helicopters tracking smuggling aircrafts, and U.S. Navy warships interdicting boats suspected of carrying drugs and migrants. 78 For both local and federal policymakers, the traffic of drugs and refugees became two intertwined threats to the city's stability and survival. Both, they suggested, required unprecedented intergovernmental cooperation in policing. Despite claims of total abandonment by the federal government, South Florida did receive federal money to support refugees. In the year following Mariel, a $10 million grant was made available to develop refugees' literacy and occupational skills. There was a $4 million Department of Education grant for the 13,000 refugee children entering Dade schools, plus a $1 million emergency grant to train teachers who would work with these students. A $6.8 million grant from the Department of Health and Human Services expanded health and mental health care delivery. These funding streams were controversial, as some policymakers feared that any extension of social services would catalyze future movement of migrants. 79 Federal aid, like that provided for by the 1982 Fussell-Stone Amendment, prioritized the most pressing concerns for Cuban survival: food, shelter, and medical aid, making entrants eligible for the same support as those formally designated refugees. 80. Yet this was not the money localities desired. While states and municipalities certainly did not reject any checks from the federal government, local leaders made it clear that they did not just want funding focused on integrating refugees into the community. They wanted money that helped them expel refugees, to rid them of a group that one Florida congressman coldly described as surplus. 81 This help could take two forms: either in resettlement programs that took Mariel Cubans far from South Florida or in programs that gave the city more money for policing and incarceration, money that brought the additional benefit of increasing the city's firepower against the Black Miamians who had just staged one of the largest urban rebellions in American history. For many Miami officials, an effective response to the refugee crisis looked like one that eliminated the refugees altogether. Allegations of skyrocketing crime went hand in hand with a collapsing social safety net for refugees. As some social services such as access to food stamps and educational services expanded in the first months after the boat lift, other lifelines disappeared. Key among them was housing. Dade County's rental market had a vacancy rate of less than 0.5% at the time of the boat lift, and Cubans' demand for housing further drove up the prices of affordable rentals. 82 Initially, Miami Beach housed 1,500 refugees in vacant hotel rooms. But in October 1980, county commissioners abruptly ended the program, even as the CHTF offered more money to sustain the initiative. Hotel owners evicted hundreds of residents, some of whom had children and most of whom had nowhere to go. 83. Figure 26. Miami's tent city, beneath I-95 highway, 1980. The tent city was set up in the shadow of Interstate 95, a highway project that had displaced thousands of Black Miamians in the 1950s and 1960s. A makeshift blowing-in-the-wind tent city in subtropical South Florida in the middle of hurricane season, quipped the Miami News. If there must be a tent city for refugees, it should be on the lawn at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Courtesy of Michael L. Carlbach and Special Collections at the University of Miami Libraries, Michael Carlbach Photography Collection, Coral Gables. Other unhoused refugees found shelter in hundreds of tents set up under an interstate a few blocks from the eastern boundary of Little Havana. The city referred to the site as the Tent City, while Cubans called it Campamento del Rio, the river camp. The Tent City, opened in July 1980, was a physical reminder that resettlement was neither an easy nor a straightforward process. Many of the camp's residents had already been detained in the tent cities and barracks of Fort Chaffee, Fort Eglin, and others, but now were lodged in a camp operated by the city, rather than the federal government. The camp population plateaued at around 600 residents, with about 3,000 Cubans moving through the site over its 2-month lifespan. Miami officials observed that the tent city and local jail work symbiotically, with struggling Cubans cycling between the two sites. Miami Police Captain Martin Green called the Dade County Jail Tent City North 84. The city implored voluntary groups to begin searching for sponsors outside of the Miami area, offering nonprofits $2,000 for each Cuban successfully resettled out of state, a substantial increase from the $300 they were paid to resettle arrivals in South Florida immediately following the boat lift. 85. Both the hotels program and the tent city were temporary measures, and by the autumn of 1980 both had ended. At the same time Dade County was forcing thousands of refugees onto the streets, municipalities passed a new set of emergency laws that effectively criminalized homelessness. Claiming that the crime rate had soared 36% above that of the previous year, Miami Beach passed an anti-loitering ordinance and a stop-and-frisk law, as well as a 10 p.m. curfew for city parks and beaches. 86. The loitering ordinance outlawed sleeping, standing, or gathering in a way that blocked sidewalks and streets or threatened the safety of property or persons. Stop and frisk gave police the power to stop and search anyone they deemed suspicious, a law that the Miami Herald said the harassment of anyone with a Latin accent. 87. The new laws were enforced through a series of street sweeps, where police deployed into neighborhoods frequented by Mariel Cubans and made apprehensions, typically on loitering charges. Though intended as temporary, many of the loitering provisions stayed on the books after the emergency period expired. County Judge David Gersten reported in 1981 that 25% of the defendants on his criminal misdemeanor calendar were Mariel Cubans charged with loitering and prowling or disorderly conduct. 88. Much like laws that the Mexican-American community had challenged in the 1970s, arguing that the policies made it illegal to look Mexican, Dade County's laws added a new element of risk to being Cuban and poor in public. 89 Some police officers reported that they had mistaken the Havana custom of street corner political debates for violent brawls. One Mariel Cuban was working as a garbage collector in a wealthy Miami neighborhood. Homeowners called the police when he knocked on their door to ask for a glass of water. Miami police arrested another refugee for carrying a small pocket knife that he used to open boxes at the grocery store where he worked. 90 By the end of 1981, even some law enforcement officials questioned whether the city's crime sweep programs had legalized anti-immigrant harassment. 91 The city had an obvious interest in linking crime and immigration because it made crime a federal problem requiring federal dollars. Attempts to pin down the actual number of Mariel refugees being held in Dade County Jail yield answers such as "we estimate," "we believe," "we think," "it must be," but no facts, criticized Monsignor Brian O. Walsh, a longtime ally of Miami's Cuban community. 92 In the absence of reliable records, officials guessed which people at the jail were from Mariel based on self-declaration or by an officer's assumptions about what a recent arrival looked like. 93 Some officials based this on whether a Latin inmate listed an emergency contact, assuming that recent refugees were less likely to have local connections. 94 Other police officers claimed that they could identify Mariel Cubans from their clothes, particularly if they wore reflective sunglasses and jeans with rolled bottoms. 95 Law enforcement officers from as far away as Charleston, South Carolina, wrote to the INS with information about decoding Cubans' tattoos, which they insisted were evidence of a criminal past. 96 Cops collated this questionable evidence and marked the letter R in the top right corner of their crime reports. 97 Despite unreliable data, the Miami Police Department used the Mariel boat lift and the alleged spike in refugee-related crime as an opportunity to dramatically expand law enforcement presence in the city. The police department had 650 officers in 1980, but by 1985 the force had grown to 1,033. The police budget swelled accordingly, doubling over 5 years, even as the department faced lawsuits and a federal civil rights investigation. 98 Some localities looked to taxpayers to finance the law enforcement expansion. In Hialeah, a heavily Cuban suburb in Dade County, the city council approved a 2% hike in the utility tax, with all funds going to the police department budget. 99 The city of Miami greenlit a special taxing district downtown, which funded the hiring of 186 additional cops. 100 Other localities exerted pressure elsewhere, even though the federal government had not yet approved any funding for criminal justice expenditures. Miami Beach mailed federal officials itemized bills listing its increased policing expenses. 101 By the end of 1980, after months of corresponding with outraged Floridian lawmakers and citizens, the federal government agreed to offer states money for criminal justice/law enforcement costs associated with the recent Cuban-Haitian immigration. 102 The CHTF and the Law Enforcement Assistance Administration, a federal agency that issued block grants to local police departments, agreed to a $5 million program to aid state and local governments. 80% of funding was allocated for states with 2,500 or more entrants, while the remaining 20% of funding went to the 5 states that had hosted resettlement camps. Florida received about 3/4 of the total funding, which was earmarked to reimburse criminal justice institutions, renovate and expand jails in Dade County, and expedite hearings for detained pretrial migrants. 103 This was the first time in the Law Enforcement Assistance Administration's history that money had gone specifically to address refugee-related expenses. 104 For local leaders, it was evidence that their strategy worked. Blaming immigration policy for rising crime rates could be an avenue to federal resources. Mariel transformed funding for criminal justice expenditures into a component of refugee resettlement and solidified the idea that more asylum seekers necessitated more policing and incarceration. Dade County Jail and the criminal alien. Dade County Jail, the facility Miami police called Tent City North, was no stranger to problems. It opened its doors in 1961. By the early 1970s, the county had a shortage of public defenders and outdated procedures for handling mounting caseloads. Violence within the institution was rampant, with the death of an incarcerated white 17-year-old sparking national attention. 105 detained people waited weeks or months for legal representation in what the Miami Herald described as unspeakable conditions that became the target of legal action and a court-ordered population cap in 1974. 106 Though the jail population caps proliferating in cities throughout the United States may have looked like progress, Melanie Newport writes that they undercut much of the activism of incarcerated people in prior decades, activism that had centered the jail as a site of urban inequality and anti-black racism. Setting population caps shifted prisoner rights from a qualitative to a quantitative determination, from the substance of conditions to the number of people in jail. 107 It was this overcrowding and litigation that had led the INS to seek out detention space for Haitian asylum seekers in Immokalee, far from where migrants had landed. Residents of Dade County's growing suburbs fiercely protested county plans to build larger regional jails in their communities. 108 As a result, Cuban migrants encountered an outdated, massively overcrowded facility, where they were segregated from other inmates due to officials' paranoia about a looming racial trench war. 109 To the perpetual frustration of Miami officials, the INS had no formal procedure for identifying or assuming responsibility for Mariel Cubans moving through jails and prisons, even though a criminal record jeopardized entrant legal status. 110 As part of a 1981 study, the Miami grand jury submitted a list of 71 non-citizens in the county jail system and asked the INS to report on their status. The INS testified that not one immigration hold had been placed on any of the 71 defendants. 111 Local leaders used this as evidence of the ineptitude of the Immigration Service. How could the INS take criminal aliens seriously if it had no system to identify them? When the tent city was disbanded in September 1980, local authorities observed a predictable outcome: rising rates of homelessness and vagrancy among refugees. With nowhere to go, refugees slept in cars, in city parks, in alleyways behind Little Havana Center. Shops. 112 They shined shoes, took on odd jobs, and desperately tried to avoid the cops. In December 1980, the Florida congressional delegation demanded that the Carter administration undertake a massive, almost certainly unconstitutional sweep that would bring these unhoused refugees back into federal custody. 113 The proposed roundup was controversial at the Miami jail, where officials grumbled that it would add minor offenders and drunks to a facility that already had more than 300 people sleeping on the floor. Their concerns were justified. That same month, Judge Alcee Hastings decreed that the overcrowded Dade County Jail must release 2 people for each new person it admitted. 114 The INS demurred on a sweep but agreed to a more measured step. It would take custody of the approximately 500 Cuban and Haitian migrants who were held in South Florida jails and transfer them to INS detention sites in New York, Texas, and California. It was a strategic use of the growing INS detention network and an acknowledgement that Florida jails had effectively supplanted the tent city as a place for migrants who could not find work or support in Miami. Just as federal prisons were used to immobilize Cubans who could not be aided by the resettlement process, local jails were used to immobilize Cubans who had been released from federal custody but failed to be assimilated into the local community. They say they are going to pick up bums, said Lazaro Martinez, a 40-year-old refugee who was living on the streets of Little Havana after his sponsorship and construction gig fell through. How can I be a bum when I'm looking for a job? 115 Even this plan for limited federal intervention quickly fell apart. Immigration authorities encountered the same obstacle Miami police had reported: fearing deportation. People in jail knew better than to say that they were from Mariel. Identifying refugees by their tattoos and denim, the INS conceded, was not a reliable means of settling jurisdiction. Faced with erratic record-keeping, wavering relations with local police, and countless other refugee-related issues to resolve, the Immigration Service decided that a roundup of jailed refugees exceeded its bureaucratic capacity. 116 With the threat of further court intervention looming and the INS reluctant to act, both the state and federal governments attempted to reduce the population at the Dade County Jail. The governor of Florida agreed to transfer inmates from local jails to state prisons in order to keep the city facilities afloat. 117 The Bureau of Prisons similarly offered to take custody of Mariel refugees convicted of felonies, but with a major caveat: Florida would need to reimburse the BOP, at an average rate of $37 per inmate, per night. 118 This proposal was a total reversal of the prevailing economic arrangement for migrant detention in the 20th century. Rather than the federal government paying localities for holding non-citizens, the federal government demanded compensation from the locality for use of federal facilities. In February 1981, Governor Bob Graham decided that his state had endured enough. He filed a lawsuit against the federal government, demanding it accept its responsibilities for the Cuban entrants and remove them from the jail. Governor Graham's actions built on the complaints made by many localities in the 1970s that had argued the INS was not doing enough, but his actions also represented a clear escalation. He was now asking the courts to force the Immigration Service to do more. If the courts were willing to intervene in the local issue of jail overcrowding, the logic went, they should also be willing to make the federal government do its part. 119 Graham's lawsuit was quickly dismissed, but it marked a high point of federal-local tension over who bore responsibility for incarcerating non-citizens. By the following summer, observing few improvements at Miami's jail, an increasingly exasperated Judge Hastings levied a $2,000 a day fine against the locality for each day the site exceeded its population limit. 120. Financial penalties spurred the elusive intergovernmental cooperation Miami had sought. With fines accumulating, the federal government transferred 75 detained migrants from Dade County Jail to the Federal Correctional Institution in Tallahassee, with a promise to transfer more as soon as possible. 121 Other migrants were sent to the detention center in El Paso, where officials expressed confusion about why people with legal status were at a facility primarily used for undocumented Mexicans crossing the border. The INS insisted that it was only sending Cubans who had been convicted of crimes. Migrants told different stories. I was stopped on the street in Miami by police, said Silverio Torres, who had been detained at El Paso for 3 months. They checked my papers and took me to court. There were no charges, but they still sent me to immigration. I hadn't done anything wrong. This is an injustice. 122. The emphasis on the criminal alien, and on the jail as the central site of immigration law enforcement, signaled a shift in how authorities positioned the problem of illegality. In a 1986 list of talking points for increasing federal appropriations for deportable criminal aliens, proponents in Congress were encouraged to stress the following point: instead of picking up convicted felons upon release from prison, INS picks on field hands, dishwashers, and janitors who are trying to survive by working long hours at menial jobs. 123 This recast the undocumented worker, typically imagined as Mexican, as a victim of over-policing. The logic extended to other groups as well. Miami officials complained that the federal government was setting up new federal detention centers to jail Haitians who posed, in the words of the grand jury, no danger to Dade County. 124 The INS would never have the resources to deport all unauthorized migrants, but this provided a new rationale for how it should allocate resources, one that demanded an even more expansive relationship between local law enforcement and the INS. By the mid-1980s, the jail was not just a staging area for the Immigration Service to facilitate deportations and removals, it was the arena where the INS identified those whose expulsions it deemed most imperative. Going forward, the INS declared that it planned to work within the prison system. 125 The Immigration Service faced a crisis of legitimacy in the wake of Mariel. Aligning with corrections in an era that saw bipartisan embrace of punitive anti-crime policies was a way to salvage the agency's reputation and refine its mission. 126. With the support of President Reagan, the Immigration Service denounced previous attempts to draw firm jurisdictional lines between local law enforcement and the INS. Under the 1986 Meese Directive, passed down from Attorney General Edwin Meese, the federal government promised greater coordination and fewer restrictions on how local law enforcement could aid the Immigration Service. The new policy clearly identifies the INS as a criminal justice agency, as well as an integral part of the law enforcement community, wrote the Department of Justice, an affirmation of a rebranding the Immigration Service had pursued since the 1970s. 127 By 1986, some cities, such as New York City, had effectively given up on notifying the INS about migrants in local custody, while others, such as San Diego, threatened to follow Miami's lead and sue the federal government for financial support. Related to policing people without U.S. citizenship. 128 The Attorney General's directive promised localities that change was coming. In the 1980s, Congress passed two laws that not only cemented the relationship between the INS and the criminal legal system but redefined the parameters of crime itself. The first came in 1986, with the Immigration Reform and Control Act, a law best remembered for providing amnesty, which enabled tens of thousands of unauthorized migrants to legalize their status. Like virtually all U.S. attempts at immigration reform, a liberalizing gesture was accompanied by punitive counterweights. One counterweight was the federalization of employer sanctions. Throughout the 1970s, states had passed laws imposing criminal penalties on employers who knowingly hired undocumented migrants. Questions soon arose about whether this was an unconstitutional effort by states to create immigration law. IRCA superseded these federalism debates by inscribing the sanctions into federal law. 129 Another counterweight was a provision requiring the Attorney General to begin any deportation proceeding as expeditiously as possible after a non-citizen was convicted of a deportable offense. To achieve this, the INS piloted a new initiative, the Alien Criminal Apprehension Program. ACAP institutionalized collaboration with local law enforcement and the INS, created shared information systems, and encouraged INS investigators to intervene at the point of arrest, rather than after incarceration. 130. ACAP promised a unified INS approach to removing criminal aliens that could still be modified to suit local conditions. Officials in New York and California began channeling non-citizens with criminal convictions into just a few prisons where immigration judges were stationed, effectively segregating non-citizens from the general population. 131 Within several years of ACAP's creation, INS officials were stationed 24/7 at the Los Angeles County Jail to identify migrants for deportation. 132 Internally, the INS descriptions of ACAP's targets read like a list of ethnic stereotypes. Alongside Mariel Cubans, the agency envisioned heavily armed Jamaican drug dealers, Chinese gambling rings, Nigerian credit card scammers, and Italian mobsters. 133 Laws making it easier to deport migrants convicted of crimes had been on the books since 1917, and many of ACAP's purported targets would have seemed awfully familiar to 1917 lawmakers. Still, ACAP transformed the statistic of criminal aliens removed into the new measure of efficacy for the INS. In the years to come, the agency would issue a monthly press release touting the number of criminal aliens taken off American streets nearly every month. The number was declared a new record for the INS. 134. 10 days after IRCA entered the books, Congress passed the Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1986, which stipulated that any non-citizen convicted of an aggravated felony was subject to deportation. The list of aggravated felonies steadily expanded in the following years, but even at its initiation it included nearly all drug offenses. 135 The INS reported a rapid deterioration of relationships with local jails following the passage of the Anti-Drug Abuse Act. 136 Lawmakers had once pitched aggressive deportation efforts as a tool for rectifying prison and jail overcrowding, suggesting that the savings from removing migrants before long incarcerations could fund additional removals. However, new Anti-Drug Abuse Act rules dictated that a non-citizen convicted of an aggravated felony could not be released from custody upon completion of a sentence, essentially forcing states and localities to hold onto people who had already served their time. A Florida INS official wrote in 1989 that the state was on the verge of a crisis in detention space, even as the INS accelerated transfers of migrants from Florida facilities to jails and detention sites around the country. 137 As a result, between 1987 and 1991, Florida added 27,087 new prison beds. Pressure from drug-related arrests alongside prison conditions litigation caused fiscal conservatism to take a backseat to the demand for more carceral space. 138. As historian Alexander Stevens has argued, the influence of Florida lawmakers on national immigration legislation was difficult to miss. IRCA specifically referred to Cuban nationals and Marilito Cubans convicted of a felony in a provision allocating funds to reimburse states for costs associated with incarcerating migrants. 139 Cubans were not the sole factor leading the agency to turn toward the criminal alien, but the overwhelming media coverage, the sudden nature of their arrival, and the protests of South Florida leaders made the risk seem tangible and overwhelming. Local pressure had pushed the federal government to re-examine its immigration choices before. It had propelled the construction of federal jails, the boarding or removal of migrants in local institutions, the siting of new immigration detention sites, and the specifics of raids. Yet Mariel still signaled a new era, one in which localities demanded a total overhaul of its priorities, technologies, and funding streams. And, remarkably, localities seemed to get what they wanted. Miami's struggle for federal funding, and its push to move refugees out of its jails, upended how municipalities responded to migrants and what they demanded of the federal government. This had reverberations as other state and local leaders began demanding reimbursement for costs associated with incarcerating non-citizens. California Governor Pete Wilson made federal reimbursement a cornerstone of his push for the notoriously regressive Proposition 187, a 1994 ballot initiative that would deny social services to undocumented Californians. 140 The law also contained enforcement-oriented measures, forbidding local governments from restricting cooperation with immigration authorities and requiring all law enforcement to verify the immigration status of any arrested person. 141 Prop 187 was found unconstitutional, but it prompted copycat legislation around the country, as well as a series of sensational lawsuits by state and local officials seeking federal reimbursements for benefits and services to undocumented migrants. 142. Many of Prop 187's provisions would eventually be written into federal law. Congress institutionalized federal reimbursements for localities' incarceration expenses in an initiative called the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, part of the 1994 Omnibus Crime Law. When people enter the country illegally and commit crimes, it isn't fair to ask the states to bear the entire cost of their imprisonment, President Clinton declared when signing the bill. 143 SCOP was the culmination of the arguments Miami leaders had spent over a decade making, that they were entitled to federal funds not only for the administrative detention of migrants but also for the criminal incarceration of migrants. Florida's jail beds were precious, said the special counsel to the governor. If the federal government wanted states and localities to prioritize immigration enforcement, they needed financial incentives. 144. By the end of the 1980s, provoked by both federal legislation and bureaucratic maneuvering, the INS had effectively ingrained itself in the criminal justice system. This relationship would become even more concrete as the Immigration Service laid plans to build more prisons of its own, often invoking the fear of the deviant, criminal migrant as a rationale for the agency's move toward incarceration. The legacy of SCOP would be similarly long-lasting. Despite efforts from both Republican and Democratic presidents to end the program, in 2021, SCOP dispersed more than $221 million to 507 counties and states. 145 Critics have suggested that the program creates incentives for law enforcement to prioritize non-citizens for arrest and for sheriffs to inflate their numbers of detained migrants. 146 Only about one-third of the 1.8 million local law enforcement referrals for SCOP funds from 2005 to 2010 were determined to be eligible for funding. More than 300,000 of these referrals were filed for U.S. citizens and legal permanent residents, and some of them were intentionally fraudulent. 147 Legal scholar Anjana Malhotra has argued that localities' efforts to secure SCOP funding has led them to subvert Miranda rights, with police failing to inform arrested people of their right to an attorney and their right to remain silent before questioning their citizenship status. At New Jersey's Morris County Jail, individuals who remained silent to immigration-related inquiries were placed in isolation until they responded. 148. Localities continue to reinvest SCOP funding into the criminal justice system, paying deputy salaries, renovating jails, and funding rehabilitation programs. Federal revenues have also been used in all too familiar way, bankrolling the whims of sheriffs. Broward County, Miami's neighbor to the north, had also claimed that it bore an unfair burden from the migrations of Caribbean refugees in the 1980s, around 30,000 of whom settled in the county. 149. A 2004 investigation found that the Broward sheriff used SCOP funds for a $1.82 million renovation of his office, featuring leather furniture, marble countertops, and oak wainscoting. The federal government confirmed that it does not audit, or regulate, how localities use federal grant money. 150. Turning the criminal alien into a nexus of federal-local collaboration became one more way for localities to transform the work of immigration law enforcement into few strings-attached discretionary funds, an enduring legacy of Dade County's response to the Mariel boat lift. 7. Flexible space and the weaponization of transfers. Welcome to Chrome North. This is an Immigration and Naturalization Service facility. An INS official recited from a script to a room full of Haitian migrants in 1981. The migrants had just completed the 600-mile trek across the Greater Antilles to seek political asylum in Florida, the same journey their compatriots had been making since the Saint Sauveur arrived in 1972. They were exhausted. They were anxious. And now they were sitting in a nondescript room in the Florida Everglades, as a uniformed man read them a carefully worded statement. This is not a prison and you are not under arrest. This will be your home for a short period of time. 1. The INS officer proceeded to deluge the new arrivals with the necessary information for their stay at Chrome Service Processing Center. The official explained how toilets worked and where they would sleep. There were cigarette machines and a limited number of Creole interpreters. Migrants were allowed to walk freely around the premises but should watch out for the construction taking place to convert a one-time missile testing site into makeshift dormitories. 2. With the Mariel boat lift demanding almost all of the Immigration Service's attention, the bureaucracy's other responsibilities fell by the wayside. 3. Though the federal government grouped Haitians together with Cubans in the new legal category of entrant, they were often viewed as an afterthought to U.S. entanglements with Castro. Between April and October 1980, 10,000 Haitian migrants had traveled across the Straits of Florida, yet the Cuban-Haitian Task Force designated only one of its 43 employees to work full-time on issues facing Haitian refugees. 4. And although Cubans faced hasty, discretion-driven entry proceedings, their prospects remained markedly better than those of Haitian asylum seekers, who beginning in 1981 faced mandatory detention without trial in the United States. Eager to differentiate himself from his predecessor with a hard-line stance on illegal immigration, President Reagan convened an immigration task force shortly after entering office in 1981. In a memo titled Cuban/Haitian Enforcement Options, the task force laid out two paths for deterring further migration from the Caribbean: instituting a policy of mandatory detention upon entry or instituting a program to interdict migrants' boats at sea. The memo listed pros and cons for each option. Detention would prevent migrants from disappearing before hearings and would indicate a major commitment to enforcement. But what community would want to host these detention centers? The task force also conceded that the optics were not ideal, writing that the appearance of concentration camps which, at the present time, would be filled largely by blacks, may be publicly unacceptable. 6. Interdiction, meanwhile, would be less expensive and would not create the same unwanted images, but it still had some political liabilities. 7. Reagan officials questioned its legality and feared that it might result in ugly incidents where Haitian migrants jumped overboard and drowned. Still, the report concluded, interdiction would be a highly visible act of law enforcement that would ease the tense political situation in Florida. Perhaps most important, keeping Haitians out of the country meant keeping them away from legal aid and circumventing the courts altogether. 8. If Haitians never made it ashore, they could not connect with Miami's growing community of advocates, and the INS could avoid the contentious legal battles that had plagued its detention program in the late 1970s. 9. Reagan's task force ultimately suggested a policy that combined detention and interdiction, attempting to stop migrants before they arrived but relying on migrant incarceration for those who managed to make it ashore. Under the resulting 1981 policy, all immigrants and asylum seekers who did not have a prima facie case for admission, a legal term meaning based on first impression, would be detained while awaiting immigration hearings. 10. It was the beginning of what scholars have called a mandatory detention policy. Where these migrants would be detained, however, was still an open question. This chapter shows how the federal government took on an expanding role in immigration detention in the 1980s and 1990s, shifting toward a model of sites jointly operated by the Bureau of Prisons and the INS. The logic laid out in the 1981 memo that stopping migrants before they came ashore would separate them from attorneys and access to the courts influenced not only the policy of interdiction but also the shape of migrant incarceration. New detention sites were built in remote locations, and the enthusiastic support of locals became central to the site selection process. The creation of these sites generated a tremendous amount of litigation, as migrants' rights groups and attorneys challenged the site's environmental impact, the ability of the INS to transfer migrants to faraway sites, and the disproportionate rates of detention for Haitian asylum seekers compared with migrants from other countries. Though activists and attorneys registered short-term victories in halting deportations and formalizing ambiguous policies, they failed to stop the expansion of migrant detention, which was empowered through a robust corpus of legal precedents rooted in sovereignty and plenary power. Even as the federal government formalized its mandatory detention policy and invested unprecedented money in detention, these federal sites housed only a fraction of the total migrants in custody. The federal government lobbied Congress for more construction funds. It built the first alien detention center mutually operated with the BOP in Oakdale, Louisiana. It forged new relationships with private contractors. Yet, through it all, city and county jails continued to be central to the enforcement project. Rather than subverting the Immigration Service's reliance on local jails, the bipartisan embrace of migrant detention in the 1980s solidified the agency's dependence on local carceral infrastructure. By the start of the 1990s, the INS maintained contracts with more than 900 state and local prisons and jails for additional bed space, making the financial and political relationship between the Immigration Service and localities more expansive than ever. 11. Above all else, the INS in the 1980s and early 1990s came to value flexibility, in its approach both to incarceration and to its own bureaucratic autonomy. What the INS called the emergency nature of Mariel transformed the agency's perspective on its day-to-day work. At any moment it might need to mobilize against a massive arrival of people from a location it could not predict. Much of the agency's work was already relatively unencumbered by judicial interference, but in the 1980s the agency doubled down, arguing that any adherence to administrative norms and procedures threatened its ability to protect American borders. In creating new detention sites, the agency envisioned that they could be used for short-term detention of Mexican migrants or long-term detention of asylum seekers. The INS collaborated with the BOP to build sites that could be swiftly converted to prisons if the demand for migrant detention space receded. But the ultimate form of flexibility came in maintaining a network of carceral spaces around the United States that the INS could transfer migrants to in politically tense moments. Jails continued to provide the safety valve for the INS. Migrant resistance, congressional investigations, and legal interventions could all be thwarted by temporarily moving detained people to local, nearly invisible, outposts. Conditions and controversies at Chrome. In the months of 1980 preceding the Mariel boat lift, Haitians who arrived in South Florida were taken to the Federal Correctional Institution in South Dade. Medics gave health screenings, and officials inquired about migrants' asylum claims from within a federal prison. The INS established the FCI Haitian Processing Center at the request of the White House and touted it as far superior to the local jails that had detained Haitians in South Florida through the late 1970s. 12 The INS claimed that a centralized facility could have its own clinic and offices for INS officials, ensuring better medical attention and faster processing for migrants. Compared to Immokalee, the FCI is opulent, a Miami News editorial opined. But it is still a prison. 13. The INS first opened Chrome as a site to house refugees in May 1980, weeks after the Mariel boat lift began, over the protests of hundreds of Dade County residents. 14 By June 1980, Chrome held both Cuban and Haitian migrants. Cuban migrants went to Chrome North, Haitian migrants went to Chrome South, two camps about a half-mile apart, with widely disparate conditions. While Cubans had recreational facilities, televisions, regular visitors, and educational activities at Chrome North, Haitians at Chrome South faced excessive overcrowding, long periods of detention, and an absence of social and informational services. Most Cuban migrants were released from Chrome within 72 hours. Haitian migrants waited at Chrome for months. 15 Attorneys struggled to corroborate stories of abuse because they were routinely denied access to the site by the INS. 16 That November, the federal government decided that the slightly better Chrome location would be converted to a permanent refugee processing center. The dormitories would not be completed until May 1981, leaving the migrants to sleep in tents perched atop the unsteady swampland. The images emerging from Chrome invoked a question Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm had posed in the prior decade: would the government feel comfortable treating any group other than black migrants in this way? 17. The conditions at Chrome quickly became a point of conflict between the local and federal governments. The city of Miami and the state of Florida emphasized the site's squalor. The federal government insisted that the camps were sparse but safe. In September 1980, the Dade County Health Department made its first effort to close Chrome, citing infractions that ranged from padlocked fire exits, to unchlorinated drinking water, to a persistent rat problem. The district spokesperson for the health department declared Miami's detention site fit for human habitation. 18. Chrome was particularly dangerous for children, whom the United States had failed to address in its provisional detention policy. In October 1980, a group of social workers and religious leaders identified 60 unaccompanied children at Chrome. Some of the issues facing minors were similar to those facing adults: abusive administration, the difficulty of being released even to family members, and an arbitrary system of transfers. Other concerns were more specific. One social worker noted in October 1980 that Chrome had no food for babies, leaving all Chrome residents to eat the same solid foods. Several reports indicated irregular meals and desperately hungry children. 19 Still conceiving of these detentions as short-term, the INS was reluctant to develop infrastructure for extended detention of children at Chrome. Dade County Public Schools tried repeatedly to enroll detained children but were given varying excuses by the INS. First, that school board officials could not enter Chrome because of recent breakout attempts. Second, that the children's immigration forms had been misplaced, and third, that there were few children left at Chrome and that they would soon be relocated to Puerto Rico anyway. 20. Mothers of detained children did not fare much better. Officials looked at women in Chrome with suspicion, rooted in racist fears of reproduction and dependency. 21 In its first year of operation, Chrome held a significant number of pregnant women. Of the 466 Haitian women detained between January and March 1981, about 15% were pregnant. Health officials derisively described the situation as overpregnancy and suggested that Haitian women might use children as a bargaining tool to access food stamps and Medicaid in the United States. Their anxieties invoked the stereotypes of the welfare queen that right-wing policymakers wielded against black women during the Reagan administration. 22 Women's experiences at Chrome were worsened by separation from their male partners and, sometimes, from their children. In a 1981 report, a federal official at Chrome described an epidemic of hysterical episodes among Haitian women, exacerbated by witnessing a group of Chinese migrants admitted and quickly discharged from Chrome. 23 Miami INS workers called Chrome small number of migrants from China, India, Colombia, Guatemala, Canada, and other nations auths. Standing for other than Haitians, an indication of the ubiquity of people from Haiti at the detention site. 24 After many months of incarceration, The sight of other migrants being promptly released was psychologically shattering to the Haitian women at Chrome. Figure 27. Haitian mother and child, detained at Chrome Service Processing Center, Miami, 1980. Courtesy of Michael L. Carlbach and Special Collections at the University of Miami Libraries, Michael Carlbach Photography Collection, Coral Gables. The INS also experimented with sending Haitian women to other facilities, including the Federal Correctional Institution, Alderson, a women's prison in West Virginia. There, too, women encountered deep suspicion and lack of bodily autonomy. In a letter signed from the imprisoned Haitian refugees of West Virginia, migrants wrote, "Were several women among us who were pregnant and they took their babies from their stomachs with pills and injections, telling them that the babies would prevent them from obtaining their freedom and their right to stay in the country." 25 other women reported being placed in solitary confinement for refusing to do houseworking chores in the prison. 26 The women of Alderson went on a 12-day hunger strike to protest the conditions at the prison. Their demands were amplified by the Radical Women's Collective Off Our Backs, which published testimonies from the women as well as first-person accounts of visits to Alderson. 27. In March 1981, the INS began exclusion hearings for Haitian migrants who had arrived following the October 1980 cutoff for Cuban Haitian entrant status. The proceedings swiftly came to mirror the Haitian program, declared illegal in the late 1970s, featuring cursory hearings held in rapid succession that made it virtually impossible for Florida attorneys to keep up. The Haitian calendar made up between 75 and 90% of all hearings in South Florida, with 30 to 40 hearings occurring each day. 28 The INS at Chrome instituted methods of distancing Haitians from legal aid that verged on parody. If migrants asked to use a phone to contact a lawyer, for example, Chrome officials would only allow them to make calls after 8 p.m., when few lawyers were in their offices. 29 We have every indication that INS plans to detain future arrivals, warned the Haitian Refugee Center. Just 4 months later, Reagan's mandatory detention policy enacted their worst-case scenario. 30. Formalizing detention. By the summer of 1981, conditions at Chrome were on the brink of environmental catastrophe. The makeshift water and sewer systems were collapsing under the stress of use by 1,600 people. The Dade County Fire Department carried water into the camp, while city officials scrambled to transport 100,000 gallons of raw sewage per day from the facility precariously located on the edge of a national park. Governor Graham insisted that the site not only was endangering the safety of its prisoners but was relegating them to the status of chattel and jeopardizing the health of all Floridians. As he had done months prior, when trying to force the federal government to remove Cuban refugees from Dade County Jail, Governor Graham returned to court, this time to close Chrome. 31. With a lawsuit pending, the INS searched for new locations to move detained Haitians. The agency benefited from the recent expansion of BOP facilities, many of which had been built in rural places around the country. From 1970 to 1979, the BOP added 18 new prisons, with more than 6,000 bed spaces. 32 One such facility was the Federal Correctional Institution, Ray Brook, in Lake Placid, New York. 33 Ray Brook had novel origins. The structure was built as the Olympic Village for the 1980 Winter Olympics, with a plan to convert it to a federal prison when the Games concluded. Boosters marketed the prison as an economic engine for the Adirondacks. First, it would bring winter sports tourism, then it would bring more than 200 new recession-free jobs to a region with New York's highest unemployment rates. 34. In the wake of the 1971 Attica Prison Rebellion, a deadly standoff in which more than 1,000 incarcerated men took prison staff hostage to protest abuse and prison conditions, opponents of the so-called Olympic prison raised concerns about hiring guards and employees from a nearly all-white community to incarcerate people far from home. 35 Activist groups such as Stop the Olympic Prison feared that the Lake Placid project might replicate the problems and tensions that had simmered at Attica.36 Critics never anticipated that the Raybrook facility would soon hold not just a disproportionate number of Black Americans from Northeast cities but also Black asylum seekers from across an ocean. Raybrook officials announced in the summer of 1981 that the prison would detain Haitian migrants as a favor to the INS, while the agency confronted overcrowding and a lawsuit in Miami. 37 The prison's isolation was devastating. By June 1982, only one of the 150 Haitian migrants at Raybrook had received a visit from a family member, and only 2 had legal representation. 38 A group of Haitians petitioned for a change of detention venue, but a judge denied the claim, calling the lack of INS detention space a strong circumstantial cause for keeping the asylum seekers in New York's North Country. 39. The courts ultimately dismissed Governor Graham's lawsuit demanding Chrome's closure, and problems at the federal detention site continued to fester. Again and again, the government turned to the same solution: transfers to prisons and jails in rural places. After a September 1981 protest at Chrome, the INS announced that 120 Haitian migrants identified as troublemakers would be transferred to Otisville, New York, a federal prison 50 miles northwest of New York City. At the end of 1981, the INS announced plans to detain 2,000 Haitian asylum seekers at Army Barracks in Fort Drum, New York, just miles from the Canadian border, where the wind chill factor dipped below -70 degrees Fahrenheit in the winter. The New York Times equated the decision to exiling refugees to Siberia. 40. The INS also looked south. Beginning in August 1981, the United States flew Haitian migrants from Miami to Puerto Rico's Fort Allen, a U.S. Army installation that housed 794 Haitian men and women at its peak. 41 Using Fort Allen was not cheap. Rather than sending INS employees to the island, the United States contracted private security personnel, which cost $2 million in the first 3 months alone. 42 But using an overseas site offered political benefits, enabling the Reagan administration to place a controversial detention site in a community where aggrieved citizens could not vote in presidential elections. It also offered pragmatic benefits, as the INS hoped that it could hold speedy hearings with minimal interference from the mainland. 43 While the mayor of San Juan had initially encouraged Puerto Ricans to support the effort as humanitarian outreach to their Caribbean neighbors, his feelings on the project soon soured. The public image of Fort Allen today is one of a federal government-sponsored prison or concentration camp, with severe environmental problems and living conditions not suitable for human habitation, the mayor wrote to the Attorney General in January 1982. 44. Concurrent with the state's litigation about Chrome's conditions was far more sweeping legal action attacking not just individual detention sites but the entire federal policy of mandatory detention. The policy initiated by Reagan in July 1981 led to the detention of 2,100 Haitian migrants throughout the United States before meeting its first major legal challenge in June 1982. The Haitian Refugee Centers case in Lewis v. Nelson challenged the plenary authority of the government in creating immigration law through informal channels and raised questions about racial discrimination against Haitians. Administrative procedure became the heart of the Lewis v. Nelson ruling, exemplifying the opaque ways in which the federal government generated ad hoc immigration policy directed at those it sought to exclude. 45. The bulk of the courtroom debate involved whether the INS had violated the 1946 Administrative Procedure Act in creating a radically new policy with no warning and no legislative oversight. The Administrative Procedure Act mandated that for an agency to create a rule it must provide adequate notice and publication of the proposed policy, allow interested persons to participate in the decision-making process, publish the final rule 30 days before it went into practice, and allow for petition and modification of the rule. 46 In instituting mandatory detention, the INS did none of these things. The agency never documented the policy shift, nor did it establish parameters for detainment. Few Americans were aware that the detention policy had shifted. In court, the INS argued that because the decision dealt with foreign affairs and sensitive information, it bore no obligation to publicize the change. Aside from the lack of public transparency, federal records show that the detention policy was also remarkably unclear to the agencies enforcing it. The Department of Justice's understanding was that the policy required detention of all excludable migrants pending hearings, regardless of country of origin. Exceptions could be made for minors, pregnant women, and those with medical problems. However, INS officials reported that they had received no guidelines for releasing any migrants from detention, regardless of circumstance. The DOJ also pointed to several episodes where INS officials had suggested in the media that Haitians could apply for work permits and that their detention was due to a lack of community sponsors, both of which were inaccurate. Reagan's DOJ called the contradictory statements from the INS inconceivable. It demanded that the INS overhaul its communication strategy and issue more specific directions to its officers. 47. The ruling in Lewis v. Nelson, issued on June 18, 1982, ultimately upheld the legality of detention but ruled that the way the INS had created the policy was illegal. 48. The detention mandate marked a dramatic departure from precedent, said Judge Spellman, as it makes detention the rule, not the exception, and therefore obligated the INS to follow the Administrative Procedure Act's rulemaking requirements. Lewis v. Nelson ordered the release and parole of 1,900 Haitian migrants. Backlash against the court's decision began immediately, with both federal and local governments arguing that the INS, not the judiciary, best knew how to enforce immigration laws. Robert Baumug, the chief DOJ lawyer on the case, told the Miami Herald that we cannot abide by this court's decision. The government is firmly committed to detention. 49. Within a week, Judge Spellman oversaw a hearing on the Lewis v. Nelson decision in which Florida and federal officials argued that the judiciary had placed the United States at risk with its nullification of Reagan's detention policy. Spellman determined that while the 1,900 Haitians detained under the previous policy still merited release, the federal government had the right to create a new, administratively legal detention policy that accomplished the same thing. The judgment in Lewis v. Nelson encapsulated the role of the judiciary in 1980's immigration policy, while the court more actively challenged the discretionary decision-making process of the INS. It still granted the President and Congress wide latitude in policing U.S. borders. The responses of INS leaders did not indicate relief with Judge Spellman's decision. Instead, the INS expressed annoyance that the courts had interfered with the agency's plenary authority at all. In the days following the judge's decision, a DOJ spokesperson obstinately responded, "Eerie thinking about it," when asked whether the INS would formalize the policy. 50. Even Judge Spellman conceded that the executive branch likely had the power to overrule him and issue an executive order initiated by national emergency. 51. Before the DOJ published its formal detention rule, it solicited comments, as the Administrative Procedure Act required. The DOJ rejected complaints about the duration, conditions, and legality of detention as sanctimonious grandstanding by groups hostile to the concept of detention of aliens for any reason. A letter from the NAACP emphasizing the racist implementation of the detention policy was annotated by the DOJ General Counsel as useless, strident, losery drivel, a characteristically dismissive response to black civil rights groups by the Reagan administration. 52. On July 9, 1982, the INS published its policy in the Federal Register under protest. Even as it capitulated to the Administrative Procedure Act requirements, the agency reiterated that this entire episode was judicial overreach in the state's sovereign ability to police its borders. 53. By the time the Haitians were paroled, they were far from the only migrants incarcerated at Chrome. In the summer of 1982, Chrome held around 50 people who were not Haitian, hailing primarily from Central America and Asia. 54. A detained Russian man kept a world map where he used colored string to mark the nation of origin of each person at the detention site. In the spring of 1983, the map showed migrants from 35 countries, Afghanistan to Yugoslavia. 55. The uptick in people fleeing political unrest in Central America was felt even more acutely along the southern border. In 1986, a detention officer in Texas reported that, while his site's population had once been 90% Mexican, it was now about 90% other than Mexican. They primarily detained people from Nicaragua and El Salvador, fleeing the consequences of Reagan's imperialist foreign policy in the region. 56 Exact demographic data were scarce, with reporters relying on anecdotes from workers and detained people to ascertain exactly who was at these sites. Internally, the INS suggested that collecting better data on the nationalities of people detained, data that went beyond the clunky Mexican/other than Mexican binary, might help the agency refute accusations of racism against Haitians in the future, if it could show that other groups of migrants were being held for similarly long durations. 57 Though in the summer of 1982, the INS may not have predicted the ways in which detention populations would continue to diversify, the early indications that Chrome would hold people from beyond the Caribbean added fuel to the INS push for more detention resources. Oakdale and the future of detention. Though the INS ceded to the court's demand that it formalize a detention policy, internal discussions suggested that the agency would continue to rely on emergency rulemaking. The DOJ insisted that the courts fundamentally misunderstood the situation on the ground that in Florida and other border states, the rising number of asylum seekers constituted an emergency, thus empowering agencies with distinct legal powers. If the INS were to wait for the standard review and comment period of rulemaking, its policies would not take effect until many more individuals had entered the United States. 58 The specter of Mariel hung over the INS in the years to come, as the Reagan administration and the DOJ crafted contingency plans for what they labeled mass illegal immigration emergencies. 59 They proposed new laws that would allow the president to place the country in lockdown should an immigration emergency arise. Stopping approaching vessels, sealing off harbors, airports, and roads, and imposing travel restrictions even on U.S. residents. 60 Powerful political allies coupled with surging nativist sentiment ensured detention a future in the early 1980s and beyond. Lewis v. Nelson would be only a minor roadblock. The same week as the Lewis v. Nelson decision, Associate Attorney General Rudolph Giuliani appeared before Congress and requested $35 million to construct 2 new permanent detention facilities, in collaboration with the BOP, for migrants awaiting hearings. 61 Giuliani decried the completely inadequate Chrome and described the Florida site as a lightning rod for costly and time-consuming litigation. For boosters like Giuliani, there was little doubt that detention would be an enduring, long-term solution for the agency. The DOJ promised that new detention facilities would reduce INS use of local jails, solving both a public relations problem and a logistical challenge for the agency. Competition for jail bed space had become increasingly fierce in the early 1980s amid growing demand from the U.S. Marshals and the BOP. 62 In 1984, Congress passed the Comprehensive Crime Control Act, celebrated by Reagan's Attorney General as the most far-reaching and substantial reform of the criminal justice system in our history. 63 Its highlights included the abolition of federal parole, the reinstatement of the federal death penalty, and the creation of an asset forfeiture system, which incentivized arrests by allowing police to seize cash and property from accused drug dealers, effectively offering law enforcement a major new revenue stream. 64 In the law's first year, the average number of people imprisoned by the federal government rose by 32%. 65 Demand for bed space made the INS a virtual hostage to localities' limited availability, the DOJ wrote in a memo to Congress, weakening border control and necessitating more relaxed policies of bond and release. 66 The INS accumulated nearly 25,000 days of detention in local jails in the first 5 months of 1982. In arguing that carceral expansion could be a humane solution, Giuliani drew on an argument that legislators had fine-tuned over the previous decades, that the way to remedy overcrowding, and the prisoner rights litigation it had wrought, was to build more prisons rather than to embrace policies of parole or decarceration. Perhaps the biggest question for legislators was where the new federal detention sites would be located. Some communities, such as Prince George County, Virginia, initially expressed interest in hosting a site but backed out after community leaders raised concerns that detentions would not be as short-term as federal officials suggested. The DOJ assured Prince George County that average detentions would be just 2 to 3 days, an estimate that seemed particularly unrealistic given what was occurring at Chrome. Communities also voiced anxieties that relatives or friends of detained people would move near the detention center, creating an additional social burden. A thinly cloaked fear of demographic change, heightened by the 1982 Supreme Court's decision in Plyler v. Doe days prior, ruling that states could not deny funding for the public education of non-citizen children. 67. The IN's experience in Virginia, alongside its history with frustrated communities that hosted Cuban resettlement camps, made the agency's reception in Oakdale, Louisiana, all the more astonishing. On March 4, 1982, IN's officials held a community meeting in the central Louisiana parish hoping to gauge community response to a detention center proposal. They were greeted by more than 700 enthusiastic Allen Parish residents. Times were tough in Oakdale. A paper mill had just gone out of business, costing the town 381 jobs. Unemployment hovered around 30%, among the highest rates in the nation. 68 Within weeks, IN's officials were being feted at the mayor's home, as he extolled Oakdale's virtues over dinner. Another evening, immigration officials attended a community crawfish boil, where Cajun music stretched deep into the night. 69 Officials heard about Oakdale churches hosting prayer vigils, asking God to deliver the detention center to their parish. Plainly put, Oakdale was all in. 70. Local officials saw both economic and symbolic value in the federal detention site. Mayor George Movod predicted that Oakdale would be the boomtown of Louisiana, with the detention center poised to create 350 jobs with an annual payroll of $9 million. 71 Beyond its financial impact, the campaign was also seen as a sorely needed unifying project for the community. In December 1982, 3 white soldiers from a nearby military base were murdered in a predominantly black Oakdale neighborhood, leading to racist tensions and headlines about Oakdale's decline into a war zone. 72 The campaign for the detention center, wrote one local pastor, offered an opportunity for reconciliation. These efforts of Oakdale people, blacks and whites, working for the good of our people are most inspiring, he opined. 73. The narrative of who the INS would hold in its new detention center changed depending on the audience. In some cases, it was sold as a solution to alleviate problems at Chrome. In other cases, it was sold as a site to hold migrants who entered through Mexico. 74 Initially, INS officials told the parish that the primary mission was to protect U.S. citizens' employment rights, implying that many of those detained would be undocumented migrant workers pending removal rather than asylum seekers awaiting hearings. 75 In negotiations with town leaders, the federal government stressed the need for Oakdale to agree that the location could be used as a contingency site in the case of an immigration emergency. The DOJ was particularly concerned about growing numbers of asylum seekers arriving from Central America or as a federal prison if the demand for migrant detention space waned. 76. Oakdale's efforts paid off. In February 1983, Oakdale secured the INS contract. 77 We got it, announced a 3.5-inch red banner headline in the Oakdale Journal. 78 Mayor Movod immediately started thinking bigger, we're not resting on our laurels with just the Alien Center. We're trying to get a state prison for the south end of the parish, Movod told the New York Times in October 1984. 79. Conditions at sites like Chrome had been a major impetus for the construction of federal detention centers, yet the first migrants sent to Oakdale were not from Miami. In March 1986, the site officially opened. A few weeks later it received several dozen migrants, primarily from El Salvador and Colombia, whom the INS transferred from their detention facility in El Centro, California. 80 By the following summer, the INS began transferring Salvadorans apprehended in workplace raids on Long Island, 1,300 miles from Oakdale. 81 That autumn, Oakdale welcomed yet another group, Mariel Cubans with criminal records, whom the United States could not deport because Castro refused to take them back. The change in mission was a fulfillment of what INS officials had pushed local leaders to consent to, that Oakdale would be flexible space that the INS could use for whatever it deemed most pressing. Oakdale was a place that epitomized the production of remoteness, write geographers Jenna Lloyd and Allison Mounts, a place meant to accelerate deportations by separating migrants from legal assistance and community connections. 82 The weaponization of remoteness was evident to communities at the heart of the detention business. The year after Oakdale secured its deal, a private contractor called Behavioral Systems Southwest arrived in Roswell, New Mexico, to pitch a short-term detention center for Mexican and Central American migrants. The company made many of the same promises that had worked in Oakdale: dozens of new jobs, millions of dollars invested in the local economy, a safer alternative for migrants than local jails. Roswell would also be a milestone in public-private relations, the first contracting of a sizable detention facility to the private sector. 83. While visiting the New Mexico town, a representative of the company promised citizens that the detention center would be so discreet and so removed from the public eye that no one would know it was there. This assurance raised red flags in a community where nearly one-third of the population was Latina/O, a markedly different demographic profile than Oakdale's. Think of the consequences. What civil and human rights could be violated without anyone even knowing it? Asked one local observer. I believe the government wants to choose Roswell, or some such city, precisely because it is relatively isolated and away from the public attention. 84 Roswell's residents raised another related concern: if they allowed a detention center into their community, how could they be sure that the Immigration Service's growing incarceration power wouldn't be turned against their own non-citizen residents? While the Roswell bid would soon fall apart, the community's question was prescient. Chromegate and the violence of decentralization. As the United States built new federal facilities in the 1980s and 1990s, Chrome became one node in a vast detention network. No longer was it the locus of all detention controversies. In an age of multiplying private prison companies, Chrome, a facility run by the federal government, could seem almost quaint. The devil Americans knew, rather than the for-profit devil Americans did not. The attention receded, the abuse remained. Chrome roared back into the national news in 1995, when the Congressional Task Force on Immigration Reform visited Miami to investigate allegations of mistreatment and inhumane detention conditions. Overcrowding at Chrome had become so dire that 55 women slept on cots in the clinic lobby. 85 The site's legal holding capacity was set at 226. Yet reports indicated that Chrome held almost 700 migrants at various points during 1994, with tents again used as supplemental housing. 86 In emails sent that June, Miami District Director Walter Cadman told a colleague, "Chrome is bursting at the seams," disparaging the migrants he housed as the teeming hordes. 87 A prior investigative team told policymakers that they could not rely on INS records for accurate information, as they were largely handwritten and contained too many discrepancies. 88 Thus, Congress sent a delegation on a fact-finding mission to Miami's pioneering detention center. 89 With Congress's visit looming, the INS went to stunning lengths to obscure the conditions at Chrome. The Immigration Service cleaned up the facility and temporarily transferred about a quarter of the population to Florida jails, as well as to Oakdale and jails in Louisiana. An INS email specified that the detainees were to be stashed out of sight for cosmetic purposes. 90 Before the task force's visit, the INS abruptly released 58 migrants without medical checks and hid more than 100 others within the facility. Inspectors at Chrome removed their gun holsters and handcuffs in order to portray a kinder, gentler vision of detention. 91 The INS undertook these actions with the explicitly stated intent to deceive the delegation, Congress later concluded. 92 Maintaining a broad network of flexible detention sites not only allowed the agency to thwart organizing and distance migrants from legal aid, it gave the agency the flexibility to thwart and distance Congress. The 1995 scandal, christened Chromegate by the South Florida media, signaled how far the INS would go to avoid congressional or legal intervention. The same defiant attitude that the agency had exhibited when asked to formalize its detention policy was again on display. As its detention mandate grew, bolstered by the agency's politically popular criminal alien programs, the INS operated with more staff, more money, and more autonomy. 93 From the INS perspective, congressional oversight threatened to undermine the bureaucracy's management and discretionary power within detention centers. Leaders routinely clashed with politicians who offered even mild criticisms of the agency, claiming that they understood neither the work nor the stakes of border protection. 94 For members of Congress, allowing the INS more autonomy could function as a form of self-preservation. They could pass laws that appeared tough on illegal immigration while maintaining distance from the dirty, litigious work of detention. The INS continued to be protected by its own powers to eliminate. When investigating cases of abuse at Chrome throughout the 1990s, policymakers noted that it was challenging to follow up on allegations because many of the complainants and witnesses had been deported by the time inquiries began. 95 The INS use of transfers was often described as arbitrary and capricious. Chromegate showed that this description failed to give the INS enough credit. The agency intentionally used transfers to evade accountability, punish protest, and reduce costs. 96 Minimizing the visibility of detention enabled the INS to behave with what one reporter called a culture of impunity, while elected officials pled ignorance. 97 This impunity was heightened by the decentralized bureaucratic organization of the Immigration Service. Beginning in the 1950s, the INS pursued a reorganization strategy that vested greater power in INS field offices and their accompanying district directors. Virtually all paperwork, including warrants for arrest and deportation, went through the districts rather than the DC office. 98 By the 1990s, INS districts like Miami's functioned like fragmented fiefdoms with little oversight. In the words of one legal aid group, decentralization had allowed 33 districts to implement 33 detention policies. 99 The INS headquarters could not report how many jails the agency was using on a given night. 100 Recommendations from INS leaders that certain asylum seekers be released from detention were ignored by some district directors, who used their discretion to make immigration law more punitive. 101 Chromegate exemplified district directors' power over migrants as well as their institutional subordinates. The culture at INS appears to be such that inspectors would feel that their jobs would be in jeopardy if they failed to obey an order to lie to Congress, observed the Office of the Inspector General. 102 The INS largely rejected Congress's recommendations for reform in the wake of the Chrome scandal. Cadman, the district director accused of conspiracy to mislead Congress, was transferred from Miami to DC and temporarily demoted. 2 years later, he was named the director of the INS National Security Unit, one of the most senior positions in the bureaucracy. 103 While Chromegate may have been the most visible manifestation of a deeply broken institution, it was also the product of intentional policy choices over the agency's decades-long history. There was not just one INS but many INSes, each operating with its own agendas, partners, and priorities. Transferring detained migrants when Congress was knocking on the door was a scandal. Transferring detained migrants to remote, dangerous jails for any other reason was business as usual. In response to Chromegate's publicity, the Miami district of the INS began more aggressively moving migrants out of the overcrowded service processing center and into Florida jails. Activists in South Florida immediately expressed alarm about the uptick in transfers. Newly drafted federal standards for INS detention facilities did not apply to county jails, and Florida jails writ large had recently been released from court-mandated state oversight. 104 Fears of eroding accountability were well-founded. In 1994, Florida state inspectors investigated 586 incidents of abuse in county jails. 2 years later, following the end of the state inspection program, the state investigated just 9 cases. 105 The INS needed detention contracts more than ever following the 1996 passage of the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act and the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act, 2 draconian laws that rang in what scholars have labeled the modern era of migrant incarceration. 106 The Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act increased the number of immigrants subject to mandatory detention by expanding what constituted an aggravated felony. 107 The Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act broadened the scope of criminal offenses for which migrants could be detained to include minor offenses such as shoplifting, even if committed decades prior to migration. Under the 1996 laws, detention for most migrants was not left up to bureaucratic discretion, it was now mandatory. The legislation also dictated that people could be detained for as long as 2 years before seeing an immigration judge, essentially granting the INS incontestable authority in incarcerating those classified as criminal aliens. 108 After decades of the agency claiming underfunding, the new laws brought it a budget of nearly $1 billion earmarked for detention and deportation. The agency claimed that it would require 21,000 additional beds to enforce the 1996 legislation. Once again, it found many of these beds in jails. 109. The majority of Chrome's residents were distributed among jails in 6 Florida counties: Bay, Broward, Dade, Jackson, Manatee, and Monroe, stretching from the Panhandle to the Keys. Some jails, such as the Correctional Center in Bay County, were operated by private companies, blurring the line between local and private control. 110 Conditions at Florida jails varied widely: access to telephones, law libraries, written communication, and medical treatment depended on which jail a person was transferred to. Other problems cut across all facilities. The bare-bones INS contracts did not specify a minimum level of care or any provisions about overcrowding. Attorneys reported that representing clients at Chrome was extraordinarily difficult. Representing clients moved to Florida's county jails, on the other hand, was nearly impossible. 111. Migrants understood the disparities between being a ward of the federal government and being a ward of a locality, with some people in INS custody demanding that they be moved from jails to federal facilities. At every county jail I live, I am by the rules of the state inmate, not by the federal. What is the difference between inmate and detainee? One man wrote in a 1996 letter. 112 Migrants wore jail uniforms and, at some facilities, were handcuffed and shackled for medical, attorney, and family visits. One Cuban man found this so humiliating that he told his family not to visit. 113 Some migrants asked to return to Chrome, both because of their conflicts with other incarcerated people and because they were subjected to even more ambiguous structures of power in the jails. I am really scared for my life in this facility, wrote a man held in Manatee County, at the mercy of Sheriff 114. Another detained person corroborated in a 1998 affidavit. There's a big difference between being in jail and being charged with a crime and being in jail not charged with a crime. I feel I should be detained under the standards of the federal government, because INS is a federal institution. They are endangering our freedom and our lives. Is a county jail, and the county jail officials can do whatever they want. 115. Figure 28. This is a drawing of our suffering. Drawing by Alberto Ruiz, Manatee County Jail, Florida, ca. 1990s. This illustration by a detained Cuban migrant was sent to an attorney with the Florida Immigrant Advocacy Center. It takes the shape of a police badge, or perhaps an Immigration and Naturalization Service badge. The left side depicts migration from Cuba, while the right side and the barbed wire border depict incarceration in the United States. At the top is Castro's signature green military cap. Courtesy of Americans for Immigrant Justice Records, David M. Rubenstein, Rare Book and Manuscript Library, Duke University. As migrants sat in Florida jails, the INS became an increasingly distant presence. Migrants struggled to reach deportation officers, and their case files and medical records rarely followed them between jails. 116 Still, the power of immigration law was acutely felt. A group at Manatee County signed a petition expressing disbelief that the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act, a law purportedly focused on thwarting terrorists in the wake of the Oklahoma City bombing, had been weaponized by the Immigration Service against migrants with minor drug charges. We read and hear about anti-foreigner sentiments rising in the land, and we shudder in fear, they wrote. Are we aliens the guinea pigs? 117. An episode of abuse at Jackson County Correctional Facility, located in the rural Panhandle community of Marianna, Florida, epitomized the ways that the militarization of policing and imprisonment affected migrants. Jackson County contracted with the INS throughout the 1990s and had been one of the locations used to hide detained migrants during Chromegate. In 1998, migrants at Jackson County reported that, among various other abuses, they had been electrocuted by guards wielding electrified riot shields. One detained man called it common knowledge that electrocution was used to subdue people in the jail. 118 When the shield was activated, a startling blue arc of electricity appeared. In some cases, jailers activated the shield as a threat or a show of force. Far worse was placing it in contact with a human body, which caused victims to lose muscle control and collapse. 119 Victims experienced excruciating pain, describing a sensation of their muscles being torn from their bones. Officials insisted that it was nothing permanent. The Texas Department of Criminal Justice banned the shields in 1995 after an employee died from being shocked during a training session. In Florida, however, the weapons remained legal. 120. Electrified weapons were prohibited in detention centers like Chrome and Oakdale. They were not prohibited in Florida jails. 121 Beginning in the 1970s and propelled by the wars on drugs and gangs of the 1980s and 1990s, federal crime control grants enabled police departments to invest in military-grade weaponry. In turn, federal money incentivized manufacturers to develop new policing technologies that they argued would modernize American law enforcement. Electroshields and other electrified riot control weapons were among these innovations. 122 Despite adamant denials from jail staff, the Civil Rights Division of the DOJ opened an investigation into Jackson County. Investigators found that staff engaged in excessive and unwarranted use of restraints to control inmates and said that electroshields had been overused for inmate control purposes. In numerous cases, the shields had been a first response when migrants failed to heed verbal warnings. In one particularly horrific incident, jail officials used an electroshield to threaten a woman who was 9 months pregnant. 123 Moving migrants to local carceral facilities, operated by local law enforcement, exposed them to forms of policing they would have been less likely to encounter in INS facilities. Figure 29. Drawing by Patrick Reed Johnson, Jackson County Correctional Facility, Marianna, Florida, ca. 1998. This sketch of the electric shields used at Jackson County Correctional Facility was attached to the affidavit of a detained Afro-Cuban migrant. The man described being slammed against a concrete slab, which also served as detainees' beds, and then handcuffed to steel rings at the corners. After they tied me down, officer brought in a large shield, placed it over me and shocked me once with it. When the electricity ran through my body, I felt paralyzed. I have never seen a device like that shield at any other detention facility. Reed Johnson testified that he was shackled to the concrete slab for 7 or 8 additional hours after the electrocution. Courtesy of Americans for Immigrant Justice Records, David M. Rubenstein, Rare Book and Manuscript Library, Duke University. In 1997, more than 40 U.S. companies produced electrified weapons like those used against migrants in Jackson County. Electricity speaks every language known to man. No translation necessary. Everybody is afraid of electricity, and rightfully so, proclaimed Dennis Kaufman, the president of StunTech, a company that sold stun belts and shields to numerous Florida counties. 124 Experts at Amnesty International expressed concerns that classifying these weapons as crime control products effectively allowed U.S. companies to sell torture devices to nations around the world. 125 In 1995, the U.S. Department of Commerce had approved exports of electrified weapons to countries including Algeria, Bulgaria, China, Lebanon, Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Turkey, and Uruguay, all nations where torture using electroshock weapons had been reported. 126 There was significantly less attention paid to the ways the weapons were used against non-citizens via the INS reliance on local contracts. Migrants, many of whom were asylum seekers fleeing state violence, confronted tools of torture during their administrative detention in American jails. In some cases, these were the same tools of torture the United States had exported to their homelands. It was a vicious cycle. U.S. interventions and counterinsurgency efforts had destabilized many of these asylum seekers' nations of origin, and now, U.S. companies would profit from policing the people these interventions had displaced. Like tear gas, the electro-shield represented a supposedly non-lethal weapon that moved along what historian Stuart Schrader has called an imperial circuit, crossing borders to ensure an American vision of order abroad and order at home. 127. Even as the INS made some gestures towards centralization and greater institutional cohesion in the 1980s and 1990s, creating federal detention centers, new standards for detention, and a more formal policy of who was to be detained and released, dispersed local jails remain the backbone of enforcement. The flexibility that the INS valued was only possible because it maintained a network of carceral facilities it could turn to in politically precarious moments, whether because of a congressional investigation, a hunger strike, or a lawsuit over environmental impact. As geographer Nancy Hyamstra has argued, the detention system projects a sense of chaos, and that chaos offers peculiar structural advantages to those in power, obscuring the system's functioning, demoralizing its victims, and foreclosing alternatives. 128 While the centralization efforts and the construction of new detention centers from the ground up received the most attention from media and policymakers, the ongoing use of jails meant that reformed INS policies and practices would not meaningfully impact the lives of many detained migrants. The events of the 1980s and 1990s showed that an arrangement of federal, local, and private facilities offered the INS flexibility not just in the physical movement of migrants but also in the explanations for the transfers. If centers like Chrome came under fire, the INS could argue that jails were a better alternative. If migrants complained about conditions in jails, the INS could use these frustrations to agitate for more federal funding and construction of new facilities. Transfers, the weaponized mobilization of an immobilized population, were central to insulating the INS detention program from legal and legislative intervention. 8. Sheriffs, corporations, and the making of a late 20th century jail bed economy. What did it look like for communities to financially capitalize on migrant incarceration in the final decades of the 20th century? With legislation that made vast numbers of migrants susceptible to mandatory detention, the era saw extraordinary opportunities for localities to profit. Sheriffs and local officials throughout the United States explored programs that would, in the words of one Texas sheriff, transform empty jail beds into tax revenue. Won by the 1980s, many states and cities faced budget crunches, heightened by the Reagan administration's end of revenue-sharing programs that had provided localities with few strings attached federal money. 2 The cuts had an outsized impact on rural communities, which funded a greater percentage of their budgets from federal aid. Towns laid off municipal workers, including firefighters and police officers. They raised taxes and curtailed local services. And amid the financial upheaval, they searched for creative ways to bring back federal dollars. The jail looked like one of the best products towns had to offer the federal government, particularly as new laws lengthened sentences and expanded mandatory detention and summary removal. Propelled by the 1984 revisions to the Criminal Code, federal criminal case loads nearly doubled in the 1980s, growing from 28,921 in 1980 to 47,411 in 1990. Jail capacity increased by 4% in the year following the passage of the Comprehensive Crime Control Act of 1984, and jail capacity doubled over the following decade. 4 What arose was a jail bed space market, unprecedented in American history. 5 Fewer people detained by the federal government would be held in federal facilities. Most people facing federal charges would await hearings or serve sentences in America's jails. However, localities were no longer the only game in town for an immigration service that had a vast removal mandate and insufficient space. Local jails now competed with private prisons for detention contracts. Throughout the 1990s, the Immigration and Naturalization Service's growth relied on a concept it called balanced detention resources, a plan that involved rapidly expanding detention capacity through the use of local jails, contract detention facilities, and government-owned and operated service processing centers. 6 This model built on the lessons learned over previous decades. It created a far-reaching network of spaces that migrants could be moved between, further obstructing political accountability and legal liability. Privatization was not a radical break from the detention models that preceded it. It built on the devolution of immigration authority, effectively transforming jail workers and private sector employees into the front line of immigration law enforcement. And it built on the existing notion of federalism that empowered state and local governments as active collaborators in exclusion and deportation. 7. The rise of private prisons did not foreclose opportunities for localities to profit from migrant incarceration. Early private prisons had a host of liabilities: people escaped, migrants challenged the authority of private companies, poorly compensated guards were abusive in ways the INS struggled to ignore. When these issues arose, jails were there. The INS met every disaster, from a hostage standoff, to a multimillion-dollar lawsuit, to a Category 5 hurricane, with the same solution: take migrants out of the facility under fire and scatter them among jails. 8. The failures of private institutions, and the visibility of these failures, made jails indispensable for the federal government. In turn, the bed space economy produced what legal scholar Aaron Littman has called a financial incentive to overbuild. 9. Despite enthusiasm for punitive anti-crime policies, communities were generally reluctant to foot the bill for expanding or renovating jails in the late 20th century. 10. Both privatization and INS contracts offered more appealing arrangements for financing carceral expansion. In some cases, a private company would fully cover the costs of construction or renovation. In other cases, the federal government intervened. The Reagan administration launched a new cooperative agreement program, which provided capital investment funds to local governments for jail construction in exchange for a guarantee that the federal government could use that jail space. 11. Between 1982 and 2005, the cooperative agreement program paid $285 million to fund localities' jail construction and expansion, effectively allowing communities to increase jail space without requiring community approval for new bonds. 12. When taxpayers did choose to fund jail building, sheriffs could point to their intergovernmental service agreements with the INS or U.S. Marshals as evidence that the jail would quickly pay for itself. Sheriffs argued that they were not only providing a critical service to the federal government, they were also expanding the capacity of the local and state governments to incarcerate. This chapter first examines Avoyelles Parish, a community that cashed in on a specific population of migrants, Mariel Cubans facing indefinite incarceration as the United States struggled to negotiate their deportation with an uncooperative Cuban government. The prospect of a permanently detained subclass made migrant incarceration look like an even more reliable financial investment, spurring jail growth throughout Louisiana. The chapter then turns to several additional models of migrant incarceration that traverse the public-private division: a Texas detention shed operated by a shipping company, a sprawling New Jersey detention site run by a pioneering private prison company, and the jails of York County, Pennsylvania, which the INS transformed into a hub of migrant detention in the Northeast. As jails and other forms of incarceration grew, communities had incentives to fill beds by any means necessary. Citizens and non-citizens alike would suffer under a system that made imprisonment the cornerstone of jobs creation, economic development, and racial control. The political economy of undeportables. On February 4, 1982, the last Mariel Cubans remaining at Fort Chaffee boarded buses to travel from Arkansas to Atlanta. Their destination was the United States Penitentiary, Atlanta, one of the oldest federal prisons still in operation. It was a site with violence so rampant it had warranted an entire congressional hearing in 1978. 13 months prior, U.S. officials had been eager to convince Cuban migrants that Fort Chaffee was not a prison. Even though refugees could not leave, even though they were surrounded by federal police and barbed wire fences, authorities repeatedly assured refugees that this was a distinct, non-prison place. 14 Most Cubans did not buy it. But as they gazed up at the hulking Victorian penitentiary, some of them may have had second thoughts: maybe this was different. The migrants left at Fort Chaffee were soon joined by other Mariel Cubans who had been convicted of crimes in U.S. courts but could not be deported because of stalled U.S. diplomatic relations with Cuba. They included men such as Anselmo Guerra Carrillo, who had been working as a bartender and was awaiting new fatherhood in Las Vegas. He was arrested for possessing less than a gram of marijuana 4 years after the boat lift. By the spring of 1987, he was still in the Atlanta prison. The offense had transformed him from a Cuban Haitian entrant into a criminal alien in the eyes of the law, marked for deportation. "I feel like I'm doing a life sentence," Guerra Carrillo said. "I will do anything to get out of here." 15 In response to criticism of Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, particularly a damning congressional investigation that called the Cubans' incarceration a brutal form of warehousing, the Department of Justice relocated some Mariel Cubans to the new INS facility at Oakdale, Louisiana. Moving from an 80-year-old federal prison to a new migrant detention center was presented to the Cubans as an incentive for good behavior. 16 Lawyers called the move a new way to describe an old procedure: indefinite detention with little chance of release. 17 In November 1987, Cuban migrants at Atlanta and Oakdale decided that they had endured enough. Some had been waiting for sponsors for years. Others had already served their criminal sentences and now faced a second, indefinite incarceration. Some were desperate to return to Cuba and escape this legal twilight zone. Others would do anything to avoid deportation, fearing retaliation from Castro. All were frustrated with a system that had promised them parole reviews that never came and exposed them to years of abuse and degradation. 18 Detention in Atlanta had taken an overwhelming psychological toll. In 1986, the warden wrote to a congressman that there had been 158 suicide attempts by Cuban nationals from July 1982 to January 1986, compared with just 7 attempts by people serving criminal sentences. 19 And so, first at Oakdale and then at Atlanta, Cubans rose up against prison guards, wielding makeshift weapons, setting fires, and taking dozens of workers hostage. "It looks like a war zone out there with buildings burned out," observed Oakdale Mayor George Movaud, who, just years prior, had spearheaded the campaign to locate the United States' first Immigration and Naturalization Service, Bureau of Prisons detention center in his town. 20 The impasse between hostage negotiators and the Cubans lasted 11 days, the longest prison standoff in U.S. history. 21 Amid the chaos, a young, politically ambitious sheriff named Bill Belt received a call from the INS. Would he be willing to hold some of these Cubans in the Avoyelles Parish Jail? The jail was located in the rural town of Marksville, Louisiana, about 50 miles from Oakdale. The INS could offer him $45 per person, per night. Sheriff Belt was already in the business of contracting out his jail space, but he was accustomed to much lower rates. The parish received just $8 to house men whom the state had sent after instituting a population cap at the notorious Louisiana State Penitentiary, known colloquially as Angola 22. To Belt, this sounded like the deal of the century. 23 Avoyelles Parish was desperate for the cash. Belt's embrace of jails as a local industry was driven in part by the national shift away from President Richard Nixon's new federalism and the federal revenue sharing allocations it had brought to communities such as Avoyelles. Revenue sharing, Nixon said in 1972, would reverse the flow of power and resources from the states and communities to Washington. His advisors were quick to add that it would also reduce local taxation. 24 The program was an effort to cement Nixon's silent majority of working-class and suburban white voters. Revenue sharing allowed local elected officials to continue dodging and decrying property tax increases, a massively popular position among Nixon's base, while using federal funds to keep local budgets afloat. 25 The money had minimal strings attached and totaled $30 billion over the first 5 years, making it the largest federal grant in aid ever enacted. 26 For towns with fewer than 10,000 residents, revenue sharing typically represented the only federal assistance they received. Avoyelles used these funds to pay for raises for parish teachers, bus drivers, and law enforcement, to operate the parish courthouse, and to maintain roads and bridges. 27 But there were signs that, in the words of the parish manager, the federal gravy might not flow forever. 28 As inflation rose over the 1970s, deficit hawks grew louder. And post-Watergate, members of Congress were eager to eliminate initiatives they viewed as pet programs of the now disgraced Nixon. 29 Reagan came to office preaching a new federalism, one that would radically reimagine federal fiscal structures, replacing general revenue sharing with block grants as a step toward eliminating the vestiges of New Deal and Great Society social programs. 30 In the 1983 budget, Congress cut the avoils revenue sharing allocation by 68% and, in 1986, ended federal revenue sharing altogether. 31 The diminishing federal resources were matched by catastrophic budget problems on the state level. Oil prices, previously the largest single source of income for the state, plummeted in the 1980s. 32 Some Louisiana parishes were on the verge of bankruptcy and were considering terminating vital services. 33 At the time of the prison uprisings, the state of Louisiana suffered from massive budget deficits and the nation's highest unemployment rate. 34 When Belt took office in 1980, the sheriff's office had an annual budget of $750,000. By 1988, the budget had more than septupled to $5.5 million, despite a parish population of just over 41,000 residents. 35 Once the sheriff got his foot in the door, he aggressively pursued its business by expanding old jails and building new ones. In 1986, Belt spearheaded a $3.3 million expansion to increase the parish jail's capacity, turning the facility into what the sheriff declared the nation's most modern jail. 36 As the federal money grew, Belt saw opportunity in the parish's 1988 federal desegregation order, which had consolidated 19 schools down to a dozen. 37 He proposed that 3 avoils schools could be transformed into detention centers for migrant women, a population the parish had not yet been able to accommodate. Avoils had 5 detention facilities, with a total bed space of 1,326, by the end of the 1990s. 38 By 1988, Belt's jail held more Cubans in detention than any other local facility in the country. The sheriff had transformed incarceration into a jobs creation initiative and a reinvention of Nixon's revenue-sharing program, a new way to move federal money into a rural place. 39 Using revenue generated from detaining migrants, the parish funded a range of community services, including free ambulances, a youth summer camp, and an upgraded police radio system. It also hired an enormous number of avoils residents to work for the sheriff's office. Belt employed more than 400 deputies by the end of the decade, remaking the landscape of policing and employment in avoils. It was enough deputies to start an army, one resident remarked. 40 When detained Cubans learned about these economic arrangements, many suspected a conspiracy. Surely they were trapped in the bayou forever if powerful people were getting rich off of their incarceration. 41 A 1989 hunger strike generated national attention, with some onlookers wondering whether another hostage situation was on the horizon. Media reports attributed the conflict to a jailer turning off a television. Cubans in avoils told a more complicated story about negligence and overcrowding, noting that they had not even been informed when one of their fellow refugees died in a local hospital. 42 During the hunger strike, one guard brought in his pet pit bull to help with the situation. "These people treat us like pigs. They treat us like animals," a detained man named Pedro Horta told a reporter. 43 Other migrants drew links between slavery and incarceration as shared projects of racial subordination and capitalism. These connections were particularly potent in avoils, a hub of the plantation economy and the one-time home of 12 years a slave author Solomon Northup. Pedro A. Carvajal told a judge in 1990, "I did not know our pain and suffering brought a gain to these people who only think about the money they are making from us. I thought that the trade of human beings ended hundreds of years ago, but I see that it still exists." 44 Father Isidoro Vicente, a priest who visited the parish jails, concurred, "It's human commerce. It's trading human beings for financial gain." 45 Racism was deeply embedded in how jailers treated the people they incarcerated. In 1991, 2 Black Americans lodged a lawsuit documenting the horrific abuse they had encountered at the hands of Belt's deputies. The case alleged that deputies held the men at gunpoint, put a noose around one man's neck, and wrote KKK on one man's forehead. 46 Just as they had been at Angola, the legacies of Jim Crow were very much alive at the Avoyelles Parish Jail. At first glance, Belt's prison expansion did not appear to be making him rich. The inn's money went to the parish, and the sheriff's salary was set by the state. It did, however, transform Belt into a local power broker. One newspaper speculated that he could be the most powerful elected official in Avoyelles history. 47 He clashed with citizens, commissioners, federal judges, and even the governor over how he ran his jails, but no one successfully hindered his carceral empire. 48 Belt's insistence on expansion puzzled some observers. Why would someone keep making his job tougher and tougher if he ain't getting a bigger salary? The parish's anonymous gossip column implored. 49. In 2007, the question appeared to have an answer. When Belt was in his remarkable 27th year as sheriff, he was indicted by a grand jury for profiting from phone calls placed by the people incarcerated in his jails. An FBI investigation alleged that Belt, along with his wife and sister, had received more than $500,000 in kickbacks from a company called Cajun Callers, the sole telephone service provider for Avoyelles jails. Making a phone call from jail, the grand jury alleged, meant putting money in the sheriff's pocket. 50 The investigation claimed that Belt had been defrauding the people he incarcerated since 1988. 51 The indictment did not mention it, but the allegations dated to a few months after the uprisings at Oakdale and Atlanta delivered dozens of Mariel Cubans to his parish. 52 Though the nationalities of detained migrants had changed, the basic calculus of immigration detention mirrored the logic that had persisted since the Chinese exclusion era. Racialized migrants were a commodity that could sustain cash-strapped communities and enrich local leaders. But there were some key differences. In the first half of the 20th century, communities considered European migrants who could not be deported a liability, as their extended detentions often attracted unwanted media attention and rising federal costs. In the late 20th century, however, many cities saw Cuban undeportables as a sustainable source of revenue. In Jackson County, Illinois, Gene Truitt, a 20-year veteran of local corrections, told the Southern Illinoisan that his jail had long cooperated with the INS in detaining Mexican workers awaiting deportation. Cubans, however, were a special population. We usually held about 15 days in the county jail, Truitt said. But now it's just forever 53. This economic arrangement stretched beyond the Gulf South. Counties around the country cashed in on migrant incarceration. In the wake of the Oakdale and Atlanta uprisings, 47 local jails and corrections institutes housed Mariel Cubans. 54 Belt became a model for how to transform jails into revenue-producing properties on the backs of some of the nation's least protected people. Some counties followed his lead. Fond du Lac County, on the southern tip of Wisconsin's Lake Winnebago, used its INS contract, which brought in $24,000 a month, to fund a $1.5 million jail expansion. 55 Other counties complained that Belt had cornered the market. When migrants were removed from Mississippi's Harrison County Jail, local officials protested that Louisiana sheriffs wanted all the Cubans for themselves. 56 In the next several years, Belt inked contracts to incarcerate people from Washington, D.C., and from Puerto Rico, further diversifying his jail's sources of revenue. 57 Sheriffs and city commissioners were not the only ones noticing the potential for profit. In 1989, Belt signed a contract for a controversial super prison project in Evergreen, Louisiana, which would be funded and operated by a New Orleans-based company called Maximum Securities Properties, Inc. 58 Funding prison expansion with bonds had been a challenge for Belt in previous projects. Voters rejected plans, and banks sued Belt over his financing schemes. 59 Maximum Securities Properties offered a new creative financing model, in which a private corporation would build the jail and would then lease it back to the county, with the lease payments used to pay investors. 60 A month after the super prison deal, a Texas-based company called RTDS Incorporated, appeared at a meeting of an Nofil City Council with a proposal to build and operate yet another prison. It was evident that others, both in and outside of Acadiana, recognized that Belt's model was a lucrative one. Private prison companies smelled blood in the water they wanted in. Privatizing corrections. In many ways, privatization seemed like a perfect embodiment of Reagan-era economic ideas, an evangelical belief in efficiency, a faith in the free market, a distrust of unions. It was neoliberalism at its purest, transforming the work of the government into the work of the private sector. 61 In 1982, Reagan enlisted 150 top executives to form the President's Private Sector Survey on Cost Control, known as the Grace Commission. Reagan demanded that the group work like tireless bloodhounds to root out waste in the federal government, via a survey on cost control that would leave no agency unexamined. 62 The executives heard the President's directive and returned with a less than manageable 2,500 recommendations they claimed would eliminate $424.4 billion from the federal budget. 4 years later, the President's Commission on Privatization carried the torch from the Grace Commission, with recommendations for how to private sector participation in nearly every government service. The Commission was bullish about private prisons, which it suggested could be built cheaper, faster, and with less community buy-in. Its facilities, it noted, were particularly ripe for experimentation. 63. Congress held its first hearing on the rise of privatized prisons in 1985. The BOP made inroads into privatization in 1981, when it contracted out operation of halfway houses for people in federal custody. The agency already contracted out for education, food service, and medical services at federal institutions but was cautious about privatizing the more visible elements of its work, such as the management of entire prisons. 64 Even in an era that glorified the free market, prison privatization drew an unlikely alliance of skeptics: the National Sheriff's Association, the American Civil Liberties Union, the American Bar Association, and union representatives from the American Federation of Government Employees. All raised serious doubts about delegating corrections to companies. Their concerns ranged from the material, the status of federal workers and the undercutting of wages by private prison companies, to the ideological, what did it mean for the state to turn its most essential functions over to the private sector? The question of how profit-seeking companies would reshape incarceration in the United States often obscured the ways that communities like Nofil's were already profiting from imprisonment. The National Sheriff's Association's statement to Congress asked whether paying a fixed amount for each incarcerated person would provide incentives for companies to keep jails full for as long as possible. 65 Unions made a similar case. The American Federation of Government Employees declared that for the first time, it is in someone's self-interest to foster and encourage incarceration. 66 These groups presented privatization as a major departure from the corrections systems of the past. 67 Yet migrant incarceration was profitable for a wide variety of actors: local governments, contractors, and sheriffs for decades before a language of privatization emerged. It was profitable at Ellis Island in the 1900s. When Ellis Island's newly elected commissioner attempted to remove private interests from the detention site, congressmen with financial stakes in Ellis Island's dining contract launched a campaign for his impeachment. 68 It was profitable 70 years later at Fort Chaffee and the resettlement camps. Local businesses received massive contracts for food, clothing, and construction, deals that made some locals reluctant to see Cubans resettled at all. 69 What was different by the end of the 20th century was that companies would no longer just provide a service, they would run the entire carceral operation. Animated by the Grace Commission's suggestions, alongside pervasive ideas about detained migrants being less dangerous and less litigious than other incarcerated persons, the INS became an early laboratory for privatization. In 1980, the chairman of the Tennessee Republican Party, together with the corrections commissioners of Tennessee and Virginia, founded what would become the nation's largest private incarceration company, Corrections Corporation of America. 70 In 1984, CCA secured its first governmental contract to operate detention centers for the INS in Houston and Laredo, Texas. When CCA won the Houston contract, it had not yet built a facility to hold migrants. To fulfill its obligations, it detained 125 migrants in a rundown motel surrounded by barbed wire gates. 71 That same year, Texas, Florida, and Tennessee passed laws allowing private companies to administer corrections and detention facilities. Within months, CCA operated all jails in Hamilton County, Tennessee, which the company parlayed into a bid to take over all Tennessee prisons. 72 CCA's aggressive approach to expansion suggested that it was not just looking to supplement the work of the state in incarceration, it was ready to replace the state altogether. 73. The INS initially embraced privatization not only for financial reasons but for the speed with which new facilities could be constructed. While the federal government decided that CCA had done a satisfactory job operating the Houston detention site, the BOP noted that it had not seen substantial cost savings. The major advantage of private sector facilities, BOP Director Norman Carlson wrote, is that during a period of unprecedented growth in the federal inmate population, they can provide additional options for the confinement of selected categories of inmates. Specifically, that group is the illegal alien serving short sentences and requiring low security custody. 74 As space in both long-term federal prisons and short-term local jails became increasingly sought after, the years-long negotiations around Oakdale did not look like a promising model for rapid expansion. To carry out its detention mandate, the INS wanted beds, fast. Companies rose to the challenge. Wackenhut Incorporated, a pioneer of private corrections, built and opened a 150-bed immigration detention facility in just 90 days from when the government signed the contract. 75. The federal government's private prison boosters also had another hope, that private facilities might help the government evade some of the legal liability that had ensnared the nation's jails and prisons throughout the previous decades. Whether private companies would be liable under Section 1983 of the Civil Rights Act of 1871 was an open question throughout the 1980s. 76 Section 1983 created a cause of action against any person who, acting under color of state law, deprived someone of a right guaranteed by federal or constitutional law. Attorneys concerned about the growing power of private prisons anticipated that this could be a route to defending the constitutional rights of people incarcerated by private companies. 77. One of the first tests of the law came in 1984 in the case of Medina v. O'Neill, in the Federal District Court of Southern Texas. 78 The case illustrated the practice of ad hoc detention privatization. Though major companies like CCA and Wackenhut had been the core of attention and debate, the INS had quietly relied on other private companies to detain migrants for years before the first official INS contract with CCA. 79 In February 1981, the vessel Cartagena de Indios docked in the port of Houston, carrying 26 stowaways, whom workers had discovered on the voyage from Colombia to Texas. The police brought some stowaways to the local jail and brought others to Danners, Inc., a maritime security company based in Houston, notably not a private prison company. 80 Danners maintained 2 cells at its offices for temporary detention purposes. Within 2 days of the arrival of the Cartagena de Indios, 20 of its passengers were held in Danners' office building, with 16 people incarcerated in the 2 cells. After 48 hours trapped in windowless rooms, several men tried to escape. A Danners employee with no formal firearms training used a shotgun as a prod to force them back into the facility. The gun went off, killing Ramon Garcia and injuring another migrant. 81. To successfully lodge a Section 1983 claim, the plaintiffs needed to show that the private party was acting under color of state law, making the company liable under the 5th and 14th Amendments. 82 The core of the Medina case centered on whether the actions of a private company providing detention space constituted state action. The court ultimately concluded that because regulating immigration and detention had typically been the exclusive prerogative of a sovereign state, the actions of Danners constituted actions on behalf of the U.S. government. It held that the INS had violated the constitutional rights of the migrants by failing to ensure their confinement in conditions that met constitutional requirements. 83 The family of the deceased could Press charges against both the INS and the private company. The Immigration Service could not relinquish legal responsibility merely by handing migrants over to a private company. Richard G. Crane, a vice president of CCA, conceded that the state would not fully immunize itself from liability by contracting out, but he maintained that privatization would reduce the risk of legal action. Because private firms could build quickly, private prison executives argued that they could promptly reduce overcrowding at existing facilities, making them less likely to come under further court injunctions. While CCA insisted that it never claimed the state would completely evade legal liability through privatization, other companies reportedly distributed promotional literature to investors suggesting that privatization would diminish or eliminate the government's liability under Section 1983.84. Both the BOP and the INS warmed to privatization under the Clinton administration. Clinton made reducing the size of the federal government an oft-invoked campaign promise, and his administration fervently believed that most government programs could be improved by more closely emulating markets. 85 In 1993, Clinton introduced legislation to reduce the federal workforce by 273,000 people over the next 5 years. 86 The law established caps on federal hiring for the remainder of the 1990s. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the DOJ had grown faster than any other federal agency from 1985 to 1995, adding 37,600 employees for a 60% increase over the decade. 87 In the 1996 DOJ budget, the agency announced plans for the privatization of all new low and minimum security prisons and pretrial detention facilities operated by the BOP, a move it claimed would eliminate 4,000 federal jobs. 88 CCA executives argued that introducing market incentives into corrections would reform prisons in a way that judicial intervention alone could not. Because the courts could not fire the state for mismanagement of prisons, there was no real pressure to change, Crane claimed. Under privatization, companies would have multiple incentives to maintain acceptable conditions, their contract could be revoked, their reputation could be harmed, and their shareholders could revolt. Privatization was positioned as a rational reform for a broken system that the courts had been unable to tame. As the federal government moved toward privatizing federal facilities, it encountered resistance from municipalities that had been enthusiastic about hosting a federal prison but now balked at the prospect of a privatized federal prison. In Forest City, Arkansas, a predominantly African American town with a largely white political class, both residents and politicians welcomed a new federal institution as a solution to the Mississippi Delta's double-digit unemployment. 89 In 1995, the Office of Management and Budget submitted a proposal that would privatize the under-construction prison in Forest City. Mayor Danny Ferguson wrote an anxious letter to President Clinton, emphasizing the town's tremendous sacrifices and investments to get this federal prison complex, including the town's $5 million investment in purchasing the land for the project. 90 He implored the president to reconsider the privatization plan, fearing that privatization meant lower paid, less desirable jobs than the stable federal jobs Forest City was promised. 91 Local pressure ultimately moved the Clinton administration to a more gradual shift toward privatization. 92 By the end of 1999, 14 corporations operated more than 150 private correctional facilities for adults in the United States, earning combined annual revenues over $1 billion. Most of these facilities were state and local prisons and jails, rather than federal prisons. 93 Private immigration detention centers proved similarly contentious throughout the 1990s. 94 In the summer of 1992, the INS began accepting bids to build a new facility to detain asylum seekers and migrants who arrived through JFK and Newark airports. Esmer Correctional Services Corporation, a company that went from operating some of New York City's most notorious welfare hotels to operating some of its first privatized halfway houses, pledged that it could manage a facility on a shoestring budget. It won the federal contract to build in Elizabeth, New Jersey, in 1993. Its bid was so low that even other private prison companies called it unrealistic and dangerous to operate the site at such a price. 95 By 1995, The Esmer detention facility held 315 asylum seekers from more than 30 countries, a reflection of the diverse population seeking refuge through the United States' busiest airports. 96 When investigators visited Elizabeth, they found a site with operators willing to cut costs in big ways, understaffing the facility, paying workers poverty wages, and refusing to perform medical care in-house. They also found operators desperate to cut costs in even the most minor ways, for example, by fining migrants for lost kitchen utensils and drinking cups. 97 Investigators described a total breakdown in communication between the INS and its contractor. Esmer regularly withheld information about the site's operation from the Immigration Service, a move that paralleled the agency's own behavior during Chromegate. The center's administrator, Willard Stovall, called Esmer "my house" and suggested that the INS should not interfere in its operation. 98. Physical abuse, religious repression, and racism fueled an uprising at Esmer in June 1995. 50 detained persons shattered glass and overturned tables, as police launched flash and percussion grenades into the private prison. The INS published a shocking post-mortem of the uprising, documenting an institutional culture in which guards regularly beat and stole from detained migrants, locked them in solitary confinement, and hazed them in ways intended to humiliate and degrade. The INS condemned its contractor and the conditions in Elizabeth, eager to distance itself from abuse so rampant even the immigration bureaucracy could not ignore it. 99 The Esmer detention facility promptly became the symbol of everything migrants and their advocates had feared about privatized detention centers: little oversight, no formal standards, and companies incentivized to cut corners for profit. 100. York County and the persistence of federal-local partnership. In the aftermath of the Esmer uprising, the federal government turned back to jails, dispersing migrants from Esmer between local lockups in 8 nearby counties. Once again, the protests and resistance of detained migrants remade the landscape of incarceration. At the center of the new arrangement was York, Pennsylvania, a town of 43,000 people and only one immigration lawyer, 100 miles west of Philadelphia. 101. By the end of 1995, with doubts growing about the reliability of private contractors like Esmer, the INS transformed York County Prison into its detention hub of the Northeast. 102 The INS established a permanent office in the jail and converted a nearby 200-year-old farmhouse into a federal immigration court. 103 Migrants from all parts of the world entered the old Pennsylvania house in handcuffs to plead their cases for asylum or for relief from deportation. In exchange, York County received $45 nightly for each person in INS custody, a windfall that officials suggested might be enough to eliminate personal property tax for county residents. 104 Migrants understood the financial through lines between the two sites. Fauzi Yakasanja, a Togolese asylum seeker, wrote of her transfer to York, "It was like Esmer all over again. All that money." 105. York County had found itself at the center of a migrant incarceration controversy before. It first established itself as a go-to partner for the INS in June 1993, when the Golden Venture, a ship smuggling Chinese migrants, ran aground in the middle of a New York City summer night. Chinese migrants dove into the freezing ocean and swam for the Queens shoreline. They were desperate for an end to a 130-day voyage that had cost all of them tens of thousands of dollars and had cost some of them their lives. The emaciated men and women aboard the ship had suffered unthinkable atrocities. Some had spent 3 years in transit to the United States, moving through smuggling networks in Southeast Asia and Africa, before eventually boarding the decrepit cargo vessel. 106 And now, the surreal culmination, jail in southern Pennsylvania. Figure 30. Graph of revenue from federal prisoners at York County Prison, Pennsylvania, 1994 to 2022. ICE equals Immigration and Customs Enforcement, DOJ equals Department of Justice. Source: York County Budgets, York County Municipal Archives. York was at the right place at the right time. The county had signed a contract with the INS in 1992, it was close enough to New York City, and it had ample empty space in its recently expanded jail. The Clinton administration chose to detain all Golden Venture passengers in an effort to deter future asylum seekers from China, a move torn straight from Reagan's playbook for Haitian refugees. 107 Suddenly, migrants were an in-demand population for the sheriffs and city councils of Greater Pennsylvania. At Perry County, located along Pennsylvania's Susquehanna River, the jail faced layoffs and budget shortfalls. "We tried like the dickens to get some of those Chinese," County Commissioner Joseph A. Conrad sighed. 108 Perry County officials watched enviously as York County reaped $1,650 per day from holding the Golden Venture passengers. They, too, wanted a piece of the pie. The INS heard their pleas and sent an intriguing response: it would be happy to work with Perry County, but it would need a bigger jail. 109 Carceral expansion became a condition of working with the Immigration Service, incentivizing communities to invest in more jail beds. In York County, the incarceration of the Golden Venture refugees was met with mixed reactions. As in Avoyelles Parish, local leaders stressed the material ways citizens benefited from the incarceration of non-citizens, namely, through the elimination and reduction of various taxes. They also insisted that incarceration was responsible municipal fiscal policy. The average county investment of surplus funds yielded somewhere between a 4.8 and 5.2% return per year. INS detainees netted York County an enormous 56% return. 110 However, the Golden Venture migrants were a highly publicized group at the center of a humanitarian crisis. Left-leaning churches saw their plight as an extension of the sanctuary movement, in which religious communities had mobilized to aid and house asylum seekers from Central America. 111 Right-leaning churches saw Golden Venture as a referendum on China's oppressive family planning policies, drawing particular attention to the plight of detained women. 112 Public interest was substantial. The York community, led by the local paper, took the INS to court to force the agency to move asylum hearings out of the jail so that the press and public could attend. 113 Clinton's decision to detain incurred bipartisan censure. "Are balancing our county budget on the backs of people who are being incarcerated with no indication as to what their future will bring them," said Representative William Goodling, a longtime Republican congressman from Pennsylvania. 114 Much of this controversy would dissipate as the detention mandate grew and the stories of migrants faded. The timing of the Esmer uprisings could hardly have been better for York County officials, who worried about revenue loss as more Golden Venture passengers secured their freedom. 115 With the 1996 passage of the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act and Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigration Responsibility Act, Pennsylvania's jails became even more central to the Immigration Service's labor. Every day, green and white INS buses sped down Interstate 78, bringing new rounds of migrants from New York City to southern Pennsylvania. The jails held what the INS called a broad cross-section of detainees, asylum seekers, migrants apprehended at New York City's airports and in workplace raids, and people passed into INS custody after arrest for criminal offenses. 116 It was the criminal aliens that the INS most emphasized in its public relations efforts, reinforcing its bona fides as a law enforcement agency actively engaged in crime control. We need to remember that these criminal alien statistics represent more than just numbers, the INS declared in a 1997 press release. Each time INS removes one of those criminal aliens, we take another dangerous person off the streets and out of our communities. 117 All the people classified as criminal aliens had, of course, their own individual story and set of circumstances. Cecilia Jeffrey, a woman incarcerated at York, was one of the non-citizens whose detention and expulsion the 1996 legislation had mandated. Jeffrey was originally from Liberia and had been a legal U.S. resident since 1989. She worked as a home health aide and co-founded a church for Liberian migrants in New York. In 1992, with civil war escalating, she returned to Liberia to search for family members. Her trip lasted longer than expected, and her return ticket expired. Jeffrey was stuck in London when a man asked whether she would be willing to bring a bag on board in exchange for a ticket. When airport workers discovered heroin in the luggage, Jeffrey was sentenced to a 22-month prison sentence in Connecticut, followed by a stint in INS custody in Elizabeth, New Jersey. After the Esmer facility shuttered, the INS transferred Jeffrey to York. She was incarcerated for 4 additional years before winning an appeal to suspend her deportation. 118. Once again, the Immigration Services contracts propelled carceral growth. 119. In 1998, York County Commissioners voted to take on substantial debt to fund a $19.9 million expansion of the county jail, with the understanding that the INS would continue filling beds. 120. With the DOJ's announcement that the 1999 INS budget would top $4.2 billion, doubling the agency's allotment in just 5 years, York County leaders felt more confident than ever that they had made a sound long-term investment. They were a pivotal local partner of what was now the largest federal law enforcement agency in the United States. 121. Like communities across the United States, York County reinvested some of the INS revenue back into law enforcement, purchasing stun guns, shields, new vans, and other equipment for corrections officers. 122. The county anticipated that INS demand for bed space was so high it would pay off the bond for prison construction in just 3 years. By 2002, the INS contract brought more than $17 million into York County annually. 123. But tensions were rising. An independent audit indicated that the county had overcharged the federal government by an annual $6.1 million. When York County refused to reduce its nightly rates, the DOJ dissolved the partnership. Residents were stunned to see their property tax increase by 33% following the loss of the Immigration Services business. 124. Teamsters Local 430, the union that represented York County prison guards, warned that they would lose 90 jobs if the INS left for good. 125. Why aren't allowed to make a profit? I don't know. Lockheed Martin and Boeing certainly make a profit, a York County attorney mused. 126. The local newspaper declared the county addicted to money from immigration contracts, trapped in a perpetual cycle of taking immigration prisoners, reinvesting the money into jail expansion, and then detaining even more people. Ending the contract might be a form of federally forced rehab, the paper suggested, a chance for the county and its budget to take a long, hard look in the mirror. 127. Alarm around the decline in immigration revenue was palpable, even if local officials suspected that they could find American prisoners to fill many of their empty beds. York County was optimistic that the 2003 outset of the Iraq War, along with the Immigration Services recategorization under the newly created Department of Homeland Security, would make its jail space more essential. 128. Almost immediately after the 9/11 attacks, the FBI initiated a massive investigation to identify the men who had hijacked the airplanes, as well as any of their associates. The federal government embarked on a devastating campaign of racial and religious profiling against Muslim, Arab, and South Asian people throughout the United States. 129. About 1,200 people were detained in the 2 months following 9/11, 762 of whom were added to an INS custody list and held indefinitely until the FBI cleared them. The federal government charged most people in custody with minor violations of immigration law. Very few faced criminal charges or received a trial. They were detained in familiar locations: Chrome Service Processing Center, the Federal Detention Center in Oakdale, and a range of state and local facilities already under contract with the INS, primarily jails in the Northeast. 130. In the months that followed, the Bush administration embraced spectacles of national security that targeted non-citizens. It invested more money in border walls and a vast system of virtual fences, towers along the border that used radar and sensor signals, much of which the DHS enthusiastically outsourced to private companies and military contractors. 131. York County's prediction that an expanding immigration, national security apparatus would require its jail space proved correct. 2 days before the U.S. invasion of Iraq began, the DHS initiated Operation Liberty Shield, a program mandating detention of asylum seekers from nations where Al-Qaeda or other terrorist groups were known to have operated. The DHS refused to specify which nations this included. 132. In 2004, the Intelligence Reform and Terrorism Prevention Act authorized 40,000 new immigrant detention beds, tripling the total bed space available to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. York County agreed to a settlement with ICE in 2006, and within months, residents voted to expand the jail yet again. In 2008, York County's facility averaged 700 migrants a night. 133. The post-9/11 demand for detention space was a boon for private prison companies that had struggled in the 1990s as the INS favored local sites, like York County Prison, over privately run facilities, like Esmer. 134. In 2000, independent auditors expressed uncertainty that CCA would even stay in business after the company suffered a net loss of $203 million, due mainly to an inability to fill private prison beds after a series of high-profile escapes, uprisings, and abuse allegations. 135. George W. Bush entered the White House with a legacy of privatization behind him. The American prospect called Bush's Texas the world capital of the private prison industry. 136. President Bush dramatically recast the role of the state in national security, with immigration detention serving as one small part of a larger national turn toward outsourcing. The private prison industry immediately noted the shifting winds. The month following the 9/11 attacks, an executive of a private prison contractor called Cornell Companies Incorporated, told investors, "It's clear that since September 11 there's a heightened focus on detention. More people are going to get caught. The federal business is the best business for us, and September 11 is increasing that business." 137. In 2006, the Bush administration awarded a $6 million contract to a subsidiary of Halliburton, the oil and gas conglomerate formerly run by Vice President Dick Cheney, to create immigration detention sites in the case of another emergency like the Mariel boat lift. CCA's revenue grew by 88% between 2001 and 2011, as Bush hired massive numbers of new Border Patrol officials and declared a switch from a catch and release to a catch and return policy. 138. Private prison companies' financial struggles were quickly becoming a fading memory. Private companies received a growing proportion of detention contracts post 9/11, but localities went to great efforts to show that they, too, could be highly efficient incarcerators. By the 2010s, York County had initiated an innovative jail diversion program to keep people accused of criminal offenses out of the York County Prison, thereby creating space for additional ICE detainees. 139. Policies that could appear progressive at first glance reducing incarceration for Pennsylvanians who should never have been jailed in the first place were, in fact, just workarounds for the county to pursue more profitable incarcerations. The jail was understood, first and foremost, as a money-making project. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, sheriffs and city commissioners expanded jails for reasons that had nothing to do with community safety. They were remarkably transparent about why they were building. Adding beds was an economic decision, one that linked their community's budgets to the rapidly expanding deportation machine. These linkages enabled communities to locate new modes of funding outside of the typical model of municipal debt, using financing from the state and federal governments or from private prison companies. As Bill Belt's trajectory indicates, sheriffs who built more jail space for the federal government were rewarded. They became powerful local figures as their payroll surged, and they often found ways to personally profit. However, tying the local economy to federal prisoners also made localities highly dependent on the whims of the federal government. If the federal government chose to change courses or take its business elsewhere, as briefly occurred in York, communities were left with empty beds and towering debt. 140. The legislative history and financial interests at the heart of the late 20th century detention business matter enormously. They show how the United States turned its immigration system into a law enforcement project fixated on removing criminal aliens, how American communities tethered their financial fortunes to incarceration, and how this system became quickly and quietly ubiquitous by the turn of the new millennium. But each so-called detention bed also represented a life and a story, a set of circumstances that led a person to leave their homeland for an unknown life in the United States. Activists on the inside and outside of jails have pushed to make these stories visible. One of the most well-known migrants incarcerated by ICE post 9/11 was Hulwi Ng, who arrived in New York City with his family in 1992 as a 17-year-old. He built a life, a career, and a family in the city. In 2007, Ng was apprehended by ICE because of an overstayed visa and a missed immigration hearing years prior. ICE had sent notice of the hearing to the wrong address. ICE detained Ng at Wyatt Detention Facility in Rhode Island's Blackstone Valley, a publicly owned site operated by the private Central Falls Detention Facility Corporation. 13 months later, Ng was dead at age 34, his body overrun with liver cancer that had gone undiagnosed in detention, along with a fractured spine from being forced into an ICE van. His case was prominently featured in the New York Times and was taken up by the ACLU, which secured a significant financial settlement for his wife and children. 141. Ng's case was seen by many reporters and activists as an indictment of private prison operations and of ICE. Wyatt staff and ICE officials had subjected Ng to physical violence and lied to him about court proceedings, pressuring him to consent to a voluntary departure. Less acknowledged was how Ng's case showed the precarity of jail-based incarceration and the flexible system of transfers. After an initial 175 days in Wyatt, Ng was transferred to the Franklin County Jail and House of Corrections in Greenfield, Massachusetts, a remote jail 4 hours from Boston. 4 months later, in April 2008, ICE moved Ng to Franklin County Jail in St. Albans, Vermont. Both jails had intergovernmental service agreements to house ICE detainees. Ng's medical records did not follow him. ICE did not alert his family or legal counsel about the transfers. Neither the Greenfield Jail nor the St. Albans Jail had medical facilities. There was a particular irony to Ng's incarceration in Vermont. The physical building had changed, but Ng, a Chinese national, was incarcerated in the same county jail that had detained dozens of Chinese migrants a century prior, when St. Albans had been a depot for the Canadian Pacific Railway. 142. Multiple American communities and companies profited from jailing Ng's dying body. 2 years before his death, the St. Albans sheriff had reported that his rural community could not afford to keep its jail open without its ICE contract. The Greenfield Jail suffered budget shortfalls of nearly $2.8 million when the federal government chose to remove migrants following Ng's death. 143 The Wyatt Detention Center had been sold to the Rhode Island town in the 1990s as a solution to the region's economic woes and as a chance to be on the cutting edge of private corrections. It instead became a financial drain, with far more money going to investors than to the locality. 144 The jail was a source of terror in the majority Latino town. 145 Counties had built systems of incarceration that relied on the immigration service. When ICE left, they had to find other solutions, by either incarcerating more local people or contracting out jail space to other agencies and states. In the ACLU's lawsuit, ICE again tried to distance itself from the contractors that it had long relied on. The United States is not liable for the acts of Wyatt, Franklin House of Corrections, and the Franklin County Jail because they are contractors, read ICE's motion to dismiss. 146 The court did not accept this rationale, but it showed how the federal government envisioned these relationships. Contractors were central to exclusion and removal, yet the federal government did not see itself as having an obligation, or perhaps even the ability, to oversee them. Over and over, immigration officials claimed that they were merely guests in America's jails, regrettably unable to influence the policies at individual facilities. 147 The government's priority was reducing costs and obscuring visibility. People like Ng paid the price. Epilogue: Getting ICE out of jails. Statistics can prove that foreigners have not been living off the system. It's the system that has been living off foreigners. Letter from migrants incarcerated at Manatee County Jail, Florida, 1998. For every York County or Avoyelles Parish, where detention became a pillar of the local economy, there are localities pushing back against the Immigration Service's calls for collaboration. In the past decade, immigration law enforcement has become an exemplar of what scholars have called uncooperative federalism, with cities and states challenging forceful, but ultimately voluntary, federal requests for cooperation. 1 These tensions came to a head under the Trump administration's family separation policies, as communities throughout the United States reckoned with what it meant to be a partner of immigration and customs enforcement in an age of resurgent nativism and unprecedented removals. In some ways, detention appears to be more ingrained in immigration law and policy than ever before. Since the creation of ICE in 2003 under the Department of Homeland Security, the agency's budget has more than doubled. This was driven by the conflation of migrants with potential terrorists, a connection that had particularly shattering consequences for both citizens and non-citizens perceived to be Arab or Muslim. 2 Beginning with the passage of the 2004 Intelligence Reform and Terrorism Prevention Act, Congress required ICE to add 8,000 additional detention beds each year. 3 Things escalated in 2009, when Congress introduced a national bed quota in the annual appropriations bills, a policy shift fueled by conservative critiques that parole had become a catch-and-release policy for dangerous non-citizens. 4 Today, ICE maintains a minimum of 34,000 detention beds per night, which the government pays for regardless of whether they are filled. 5 These beds can be used interchangeably by various institutions and agencies and are justified as ways of fighting wars on crime, illegal immigration, and terrorism. 6 Like many of the Immigration Service's enforcement powers, these quotas, too, have devolved. Localities and private companies have sought to include guarantees in their contracts, requiring ICE to pay for a certain number of beds even if demand wanes. 7 Despite detention's proliferation, the years since the creation of ICE have also been marked by remarkable local activism and resistance. These actions build on long lineages of organizing and questioning detention's legitimacy and have been critical in severing decades-long relationships between the deportation state and local governments. Local resistance has made detention's cruelty visible and has documented the negligence, abuse, and profiteering that define the system. This epilogue offers a snapshot of migrant incarceration today, where it takes place, who it entraps, and what is being done to end it. As this book has shown, detention has long been, and remains, a national phenomenon, one that takes place both near and far from the nation's land borders. Though today federal ICE facilities are concentrated in states such as Texas, California, Florida, New York, and Arizona, the Immigration Service maintains at least one detention site in each of the 50 states. 8 Sites range from isolated rural jails to unmarked urban office buildings. 9 Most sites bear the usual hallmarks of prisons, government uniforms, a regimented schedule, and the constant threat of greater punishment if one disobeys. 10 ICE has several methods for acquiring detention space, each with its own sets of obstacles for the agency and distinct hazards for the people detained at these sites. In FY 2022, ICE authorized the use of 181 sites for detention exceeding 72 hours. 11 While this section will focus on this group of facilities, it is worth noting that this is only a fraction of the total contracts and agreements ICE maintains. A set of data released in 2017 showed that ICE had around 850 contracts between local and federal authorities to detain migrants in 669 counties. 12 Some of these agreements are with jails ICE has not used in years, others are jails that ICE uses only for very brief periods before moving migrants to larger facilities. Still, these data show the Immigration Service's expansive reach and capacity. Figure 31. Graph of Immigration and Customs Enforcement Detention Facilities by Contract Type, October 2022. These data represent Immigration and Customs Enforcement dedicated and non-dedicated facilities. The category Intergovernmental Agreements includes intergovernmental service agreements signed by ICE, as well as those signed by the U.S. Marshals Service with riders allowing ICE to use USMS facilities. Contract detention facilities also includes 2 sites that have contracts with the USMS, which ICE can use under a similar arrangement. Source: all data are from Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Removals Operations Custody Management Division, last updated October 11, 2022, https://www.ice.gov/doclib/facility inspection/dedicated non-dedicate facility list.xlsx. ICE acquires most of its facilities, roughly 87% of all detention sites, through intergovernmental service agreements. 13 IGSAs are signed agreements that formalize the type of collaboration between federal and local governments documented throughout this book, notably the detention of people in local institutions at the request of the federal government. Today, the federal government uses IGSAs for education, Medicaid, and disaster relief, with ICE using them largely for jailing and policing. There are few consistent policies for negotiating, executing, and modifying IGSAs, granting ICE tremendous discretion. 14 At first glance, IGSAs look like straightforward arrangements between the local and federal governments, the same type of arrangement that the Immigration Service has relied on since the end of the 19th century. They document nightly rates, standards of care, and processes of federal oversight. However, privatization has added another layer to these already ambiguous delegations of power. ICE has insisted that IGSAs are not a cooperative agreement but, rather, a procurement contract to obtain a commodity, bed space. 15 IGSAs allow ICE to access private prison space while evading the more cumbersome rules governing federal contracting, such as soliciting bids or auditing companies' past performance. When using an IGSA, the agency does not contract with a company directly. It simply signs an agreement with a locality. The locality can then either operate a detention site itself or outsource to a third party. These agreements create the illusion that ICE is working with a local government when, in reality, it is often working with private contractors. In one particularly egregious example, ICE modified an IGSA with Eloy, Arizona, in September 2014 to create the South Texas Family Residential Center, a privately operated detention site more than 900 miles away in Dilley, Texas. 16 ICE signed an agreement with Eloy, and Eloy then signed a contract with the Corrections Corporation of America. The town pocketed $438,000 annually for detention services. Eloy became, in the words of a federal audit, an unnecessary middleman that allowed ICE to acquire beds quickly and circumvent the procurement process. Once again, ICE praised the flexibility that these agreements granted the Immigration Service, arguing that this was a justified response to the rising number of families and unaccompanied minors crossing the southern border. There are countless more mundane examples as well, wherein localities have brought in private companies to manage their local jails. 17 Privatization has not replaced the federal government's dependence on localities. Instead, it has made federal-local collaboration even more central to migrant incarceration. As criticisms of ICE lead more counties to re-examine their IGSAs, the Immigration Service has a backup plan, contracting directly with private companies to create what the agency calls contract detention facilities. In Williamson County, Texas, the city commissioners ended their IGSA with ICE in 2016 after significant public pressure. However, this did not actually eliminate detention in the county. ICE signed a new contract with the private prison company CoreCivic, which had been operating the detention center under the now terminated IGSA. 18 Direct contracting is not the Immigration Service's first choice. However, in states such as Texas, which are unlikely to pass legislation limiting migrant incarceration broadly, private contracting remains a viable strategy for cementing detention's future in spite of local resistance. ICE embraced the local middleman for its expediency, but it can just as easily purge the middleman as the political winds shift. The smallest percentage of current ICE facilities are service processing centers, facilities owned and operated by the federal government specifically for migrant incarceration. These facilities are, in some sense, a relic of a bygone era. SPCs were once pitched to Congress as the solution to get migrants out of jails and consolidate them in safer, healthier spaces designed for administrative detention rather than punitive control. As evidenced by the Immigration Service's use of space in the last 20 years, this idea has been all but abandoned. Two of the SBCs, El Paso and Port Isabel, date to the height and aftermath of Operation Wetback. Another two, Chrome and an SBC in Florence, Arizona, date to the early 1980s. 19 The most recent site, located in Batavia, New York, originated during the Clinton administration. 20 The DHS has closed 4 SBCs in recent years, perhaps surprising given detention's meteoric expansion. 21 Deterred by migrant organizing and uprisings, as well as critical media coverage of SBCs following events such as Chromegate, the Immigration Service determined that centralization was not what it wanted for detention and removal operations. A decentralized system gave the agency far more power, both over migrants and over the public perception of its detention system, a lesson the agency learned over the century of detention experiments documented in this book. Decentralization created a moving target for its critics, a landscape of incarceration constantly in flux, making it harder to challenge or even to see. Could be said for a fully government-owned and government-operated detention model, if one were starting a new detention system from scratch, the DHS opined in a 2016 report. But of course we are not starting a new 22. How do people enter ICE detention today? The paths to incarceration look quite different than they did 100, or even 40, years ago. In the 21st century, the federal government has invested heavily in interior enforcement and in programs that claim to prioritize the removal of criminal aliens, an escalation of initiatives forged in the 1980s and 1990s. 23 Most migrants enter detention via one of two routes. The first is through community arrests and raids, where ICE apprehends non-citizens at home, at work, or in the wider community. The second is through non-immigration related minor offenses, such as traffic or drug infractions, after which non-citizens are passed from local law enforcement custody to ICE custody. 24 With the expansion of expedited removal programs since 1996, immigration officials have wide latitude to deport unauthorized migrants if they are apprehended within 2 weeks of arrival or within 100 miles of a U.S. land border. Because migrants in expedited removal proceedings have very few legal rights, they typically do not face detentions as long as those encountered by longer-term U.S. residents or asylum seekers. 25 The United States also continues to detain people who arrive at the border or at U.S. airports seeking asylum. Under Biden administration policy, ICE has been more likely to release family units into communities, with the use of curfews and ankle monitor bracelets, whereas single adult asylum seekers are more likely to be detained. 26 In recent years, the Immigration Service's collaboration with local law enforcement has become an even more integral component of the agency's work. 140 sheriff's offices around the United States now maintain 287 arrangements with ICE, which deputize local law enforcement to carry out certain functions of federal immigration officials. 27 So-called 287 officers have access to federal immigration databases and may arrest and interrogate anyone suspected of violating federal immigration law. Granting law enforcement this discretionary power has created a form of racialized social control that targets Latina/O people regardless of immigration status. 28 Sheriffs have justified the system of localized immigration enforcement by promoting the myth of migrant criminality, even as roughly half of all 287 arrests come from routine traffic stops. When an ICE official pitched the program to Congress in 2005, he assured policymakers that it would target criminals and not landscaping type of individuals. 29 The Immigration Service has long seen sheriffs as a potential partner and a way to amplify its own power. The 287 program formalized these relationships. 30 The Trump administration aggressively recruited sheriffs, bringing 111 new offices into the 287 program. Many of these sheriffs became outspoken anti-immigrant pundits. Though President Biden pledged to end 287 during the 2020 presidential campaign, the program has persisted. Alejandro Mayorkas, the head of the DHS, has encouraged mayors to resume collaborating with ICE, promising that it is not the agency of the past. 31 In 2021, President Biden nominated a sheriff to be the new director of ICE. 32 Deportation and detention have been, and continue to be, a bipartisan project. The details may change, but leaders of all political affiliations have sought to expand the Immigration Service's roster of collaborators. This book has shown how inconsistency in information sharing with local police has been a recurring frustration for the Immigration Service. In the 1920s, immigration officers complained that police only occasionally passed information about deportable arrested persons to the Immigration Service. In the 1970s and 1980s, immigration officers in Miami argued that they had no way to keep track of how many asylum seekers were in Florida jails, proposing software that could cross-reference between immigration and police databases. Under the Obama administration, this technology came to fruition through the Secure Communities program. The program provided police and corrections officers with access to the DHS immigration database, where they could cross-check fingerprints after arrest. Secure Communities further eroded the boundary between federal immigration law enforcement and local policing, placing the two in technological lockstep and creating yet another path into detention. Secure Communities, in the words of one ICE official, a virtual ICE presence at every local jail. 33 This data sharing program has also continued under the Biden administration, rebranded as the ICE Criminal Apprehension Program. 34 As decades of data and scholarship attest, Black and Latina/O people face dramatically disproportionate rates of incarceration, criminal arrests, and interactions with law enforcement through police actions such as traffic stops. 35 Because any of these interactions can be a path to detention and deportation, over-policing makes Black and Latina/O migrants more vulnerable to the vagaries of immigration law, with migrants being targeted for infractions as minor as open carrying alcohol or urinating in public. On 2 occasions, the DOJ sued sheriff's offices, alleging that they used the 287 program to target Latinos. Patterns of over-policing are especially stark for Black migrants. A recent report by a coalition of immigrants' rights organizations found that 76% of Black migrants are deported because of contact with the police and the criminal legal system. 36 They also face disproportionate abuse within detention, something that decades of archival documents can similarly confirm. Though Black migrants make up just 6% of all people in ICE custody, they constitute about 28% of all abuse. Related reports and 24% of migrants in solitary confinement. 37 Federal-local collaboration has always been most politically popular when it means containing and expelling racialized groups. This continues to be true today. Throughout the United States, local activism has been critical in directing public attention to the web of financial connections linking ICE to local governments. One early anti-ICE success story occurred in Santa Ana, California. Santa Ana signed a contract allowing ICE to use its local jail in 2006, under what is now an all too familiar story. The city had millions of dollars of debt. It built an oversized jail with $107.4 million in bonds in the 1990s. ICE promised to turn that jail into a place that could produce revenue for the town. It raised eyebrows that Santa Ana, a 78% Latina/O city, had partnered with the Immigration Service. This, too, reflected a growing trend of ICE pursuing agreements with municipalities with large Latina/O populations. 38 5 years later, in 2011, ICE announced plans to create a specialized unit of the Santa Ana jail to detain gay, bisexual, and transgender migrants, the first of its kind in the country. Grassroots activism against the ICE presence in Santa Ana grew over several years, bringing together groups focused on immigrants' rights and queer liberation. In a 2015 LGBT Pride Month event at the White House, an undocumented transgender woman named Jenicet Gutierrez interrupted a speech by President Obama to draw attention to the plight of trans people in the Santa Ana County Jail. 39 In 2016, a Santa Ana high school student, Deyanira Garcia, went on a hunger strike in a tent pitched outside the jail. 40 Attorneys joined the fight, as well, filing lawsuits about sexual assaults and unnecessary strip searches of detained women. 41 It was all the More significant that this activism was taking place in Orange County, California, the county that earned the single highest amount of revenue for jailing migrants for ICE. In 2018, the county brought in $36,707,946 from ICE agreements, about $15 million more than the second highest earner, York County, Pennsylvania. 42. In December 2017, after months of disruption and national media coverage, Santa Ana City Commissioners announced plans to begin phasing ICE out of their jail. A few weeks later, ICE beat them to the punch, terminating the contract with the county. Santa Ana is just one city, but we just showed that it is possible to get out of our communities, said Jero Cortez, an organizer with Orange County Immigrant Youth United. 43. Santa Ana became one of the first dominoes to fall in California. By 2022, not a single California jail held migrants for ICE, with most localities ending their agreements in 2018 and 2019. It was a stunning turnaround in a place where many jails had worked with the Immigration Service for decades. California's last jail housing detained migrants, Yuba County, had signed a contract with ICE that extended until 2099. Local protests, coupled with COVID outbreaks, sealed the fate of the state's holdout. On October 27, 2021, ICE told Ricardo Vasquez Cruz to pack his bags. He was driven out of the 60-year-old jail to an office where his family was waiting. "I cried, and they cried with joy," he said. Cruz was the final migrant detained by ICE in a California jail. 44. A surge of state-level legislation has curtailed localities' collaboration with ICE. New Jersey, California, Washington, Nevada, and Illinois have all passed laws that limit or bar migrant incarceration. 45. In the summer of 2021, Governor Phil Murphy signed a bill that banned new or renewed agreements between ICE and public or private entities in New Jersey, the product of years of activism in and outside of jails. A man writing under the pseudonym Lautaro offered a first-person account of a hunger strike he organized inside the Hudson County Jail in Kearny, New Jersey, just months before the legislation was signed. "I come from a family that was marked by dictatorship. My grandfather was tortured, my uncle was murdered," Lautaro wrote. "Powerful people try to take advantage of the weak, you have to do something about it. You can't just stand there with your arms crossed. If we don't take care of ourselves, no one is going to take care of us." Migrants in Hudson County were allowed out of cells for only 30 minutes a day as COVID swept throughout the jail. More than 60 migrants engaged in a hunger strike, despite authorities' threats that their deportations would be expedited or that they would be sent to faraway jails if they protested. Lautaro said of his refusal to eat, "It's the only way that people will listen. It's a cry of desperation." 46. As of this book's publication, the U.S. District Court sided with private prison company CoreCivic in declaring the New Jersey law illegal, calling the detention statute a dagger aimed at the heart of the federal government's immigration enforcement mission and operations. 47. The future of these laws remains to be seen. 48. In both California and New Jersey, migrants whom ICE has removed from local jails have typically been transferred to other detention centers rather than released. ICE has argued that by reducing the agency's access to jails, activists are forcing migrants farther away from networks of support. 49. Even today, ICE is not required to notify family members of a loved one's transfer. Attorneys do receive notice, which does little to benefit the 70% of migrants in detention who do not have legal representation. 50. Still, the agency's narrative suggests that, prior to these changes, ICE strove to keep migrants in geographic locations that served their best interests, something that has never been true about the agency's incarceration practices. Other reformers have advocated that ICE use tools of e-carceration, such as pretrial electronic ankle monitors and app-based geolocation tracking, to keep migrants out of jails. Though some liberal think tanks and advocacy groups have praised these alternatives, they bear many of the same problems as supervisory parole in the 1950s and 1960s, infringing on civil liberties, stigmatizing migrants, and turning homes and workplaces into prisons. These programs do not signal an emancipation from carceral control but, rather, a reinvention of it. 51. Local officials have cited various rationales for terminating their contracts with ICE. Some have framed the decision in moral terms, a particularly potent claim during the 2018 peak of family separations. As images of children sobbing behind fences and sleeping beneath tinfoil-esque emergency blankets flooded the news, more and more citizens questioned local relationships with ICE. It just felt inherently unjust for Sacramento to make money from dealing with ICE, said Phil Cerna, a Sacramento County supervisor, who voted to end an IGSA that brought $6.6 million to the county. For me, it came down to an administration that is extremely hostile to immigrants. I didn't feel we should be part of that. 52. Other local leaders stressed logistics, suggesting that working with ICE had become more trouble than it was worth. New Jersey sheriffs announced that they would shift to holding people detained by the U.S. Marshals Service, who were not administratively detained and thus would not need to be segregated from the general jail population. 53. A commissioner in conservative Williamson County, Texas, called dealing with ICE distracting from the business of running the county, a distraction made worse when 500 migrant women who had been separated from their children were moved to Williamson County's T. Don Hutto Residential Center. The federal government made their bed with its policies, so let them sleep in it, the Texas commissioner grumbled. His comment invoked decades of local skepticism toward becoming the foot soldiers of laws and policies municipalities had no role in creating. Many localities determined that migrant incarceration was a desirable deal if it could be done quietly. It was a far worse deal if activists, media, and policymakers started asking questions. Under the Biden administration, political intervention and sustained public attention have continued to require the most horrific of circumstances. In 2020, nurse Dawn Wooten filed a formal complaint about jarring medical neglect she had witnessed at Irwin County Detention Center in rural southeast Georgia. 54. The complaint noted systemic purging and fabricating of medical records, inadequate COVID policies, and most shockingly, a pattern of forced hysterectomies of black migrant women. The Biden administration ended detention at ICDC the following year. A Senate investigation in 2022 confirmed that women at ICDC were subjected to excessive, invasive, and often unnecessary gynecological procedures. 55. ICE had received complaints about medical abuse as early as 2018 and had done little to address them. Though ICDC was run by a private company and had a population of virtually all federal detainees, it had once been the local jail. ICE began acquiring beds through an IGSA with Irwin County in 2006, and a few years later, Irwin County brought in LaSalle Corrections to run the site. Once again, understanding detention meant looking beyond a binary of public or private and toward the entity that bridged both worlds, the local government. The enduring idea that deportation and border control are federal powers has obscured the ways in which the detention and removal of migrants has always been a local project. Federal agents have worked closely with local officials to keep the gears of the deportation machine turning, both because of the potential for financial rewards and because many communities and their constituents saw unauthorized immigration as criminal and as a violation of local, as well as national, sovereignty. Examining the history of the local deportation landscape shows how the Immigration Service worked around its limited budget and resources for much of the 20th century. It effectively deputized local officials as immigration agents, adjusting their exact responsibilities and authority as activists and lawsuits intervened. Understanding the deportation system as local also encourages us to rethink how illegality is constructed, not just through law but through the physical and symbolic spaces of punishment. It raises ongoing questions about how migrants confront a fractured, unstable state, where they can move between local and federal jurisdictions multiple times over the course of one removal proceeding. As local practices have deviated from federal norms, as local officials have been intermittently vested with and then stripped of immigration authority, and as the Immigration Service has relied on an ever-expanding number of jails, prisons, and private carceral facilities, the trajectory of detention has produced an immigration system where jurisdiction is perpetually up for grabs rather than a settled fact. This has created even greater vulnerability for migrants and has empowered the state with a fluid, wide-ranging network of control. Detention and its reliance on local jails set devastating precedents for American democracy. On the local level, the transformation of jails into revenue-making institutions has meant that towns can evade the will of voters. If state and local governments access revenue bonds and alternative forms of financing, then municipalities no longer need voter approval to build or expand jails. 56 When localities enter into IGSAs, these agreements are rarely public, even though they function as a tool of public law. When asked in a 2014 deposition about whether ICE maintained a formal list of all its contracts and intergovernmental agreements, an ICE official responded, "I believe we do somewhere. It's not a formal list." 57 His ambivalent response spoke to a long-standing lack of public data and transparency in the immigration services deals. To this day, ICE does not track the amount of money localities collect from private prison companies when they subcontract detention services. 58. By creating a nesting doll of agreements, contracts, and subcontracts, ICE makes it nearly impossible for any observer to gain a comprehensive picture of the nation's detention practices. Decentralization, as well as the agency's actions in purging records and thwarting oversight, has led to a lack of historical memory about the reach and nature of detention in the past. 59 It has led even experts to think that the Immigration Service's reliance on jails is a new outgrowth of mass incarceration, rather than a highly malleable, century-long strategy for policing borders and engineering the nation's population. Lack of oversight is further exacerbated by an aggressive system of transfers, constantly moving migrants across localities and states. By creating an interstate trade in detained persons, contracting delocalizes detention, provides incentives to overbuild, and makes it more difficult for detained people to demand accountability. 60 Across the 20th century and into the 21st, jail growth has been motivated by a dangerous mix of market opportunity, racism, and in the case of migrant detention, persistent nativism. 61 Beyond bureaucracy and financing, detention destabilizes communities by creating a precarious subclass of the American public. This subclass is incentivized to distance itself from institutions, schools, hospitals, law enforcement, as any interaction with the state can become a means of exposure to immigration officials. By any reasonable metric, ICE has been a tremendous failure. It has terrorized communities, it has wasted billions of dollars, and it has not improved compliance with immigration laws. 62 Despite this, the agency has been given more money and more resources, another chapter in a long history of the Immigration Service's failures serving to further enshrine the agency's necessity. Migrant incarceration, and the criminalization of migration, has propelled mass incarceration and turned sheriffs into distinctly powerful actors. This book has argued that the federal government sought to build more prisons and jails not solely in response to longer criminal sentences and anti-drug laws but because of immigration laws and the ability to profit from contracting bed space. As immigration policies made rising numbers of non-citizens subject to mandatory detention and made nearly any criminal offense grounds for deportation, jail space was transformed into a commodity. This increased the influence of sheriffs, who have campaigned on their successes in bringing revenue from federal prisoners to their counties. In some cases, incarceration of migrants has enabled jails to stay open when criminal justice reform efforts have undercut local demand. In other cases, federal prisons have closed, only to reopen months later as migrant detention centers. 63 Even if today's protests do not immediately achieve freedom or abolition, they signal an evolving understanding of who controls immigration policy. The movement Abolish ICE has recognized the centrality of the local. In the winter of 2020, "Free Them All" was scrawled in spray paint outside the home of the Bergen County Sheriff amid fights to end the New Jersey county's agreements with the Immigration Service. Hand-wringing about vandalism aside, actions like this reveal an understanding that the sheriff functions as an extension of ICE. These protests, which have occurred throughout the United States in the form of sit-ins, strikes, and civil disobedience, suggest that local officials' ability to hide behind the cloak of federalism is waning. Constituents are demanding accountability for deportation and detention decisions not just from immigration bureaucrats or from members of Congress but from the local officials who are making mass removals possible. The devolution of plenary power is becoming more and more visible. It is becoming harder to pass the buck. What are the stakes of this history? Where does this leave us? In a 1988 panel discussion, a woman named Jane Ochoa discussed the experiences of her husband, Mario, a Mariel Cuban indefinitely detained at the United States Penitentiary, Atlanta. 64 The Ochoas were among the countless families whose lives had been ruptured by the deportation system. The real question is, are we going to learn from this injustice, or will it happen again 40 years from now when there will be a new group of people detained in this country? Ochoa asked an audience. The real problem for me is not so much how history will judge it. History will condemn it. They will say it was partially the Cubans' fault, and partially the government's fault. 65 Assigning blame was only half the battle. What mattered, Ochoa said, was how her husband would make sense of this history. How would he return to society after the ways he had suffered? How would she, an American citizen who believed that her nation would never incarcerate without due process, make sense of this history? What did it mean to be an imperfect victim of an unjust system, someone who had committed a crime that would have been a minor event for a citizen but a life-altering mistake for a non-citizen? She offered no answers to these questions, but she concluded with a declaration of ownership, that this story, in all its complexity, was theirs. That is my history. I am not ashamed of that history. 66. More than 35 years after Ochoa questioned whether anyone would learn from detentions of the past, migrant incarceration has expanded in ways that neither its 1900s pioneers nor its 1980s boosters could have anticipated. Every day, hundreds of adults and children make long journeys across deserts and oceans. Some flee violence, and others hope for work and opportunity, only to find themselves in the surreal horror of American jail cells. This, too, is our history, the history of the self-declared nation of immigrants. It belongs to all Americans and all of those who have traversed the nation's borders. The roots of migrant incarceration are deep, yet its persistence is a constant choice.